Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. And support for new PC. Chapter 1. It's another day of nuclear peace. Lu Yu squinted slightly and looked out the window. There was a hint of helplessness on his handsome face. In this country of free dishes, the treatment of yellow people is indeed not a good treatment, located at the bottom of the chain of contempt, especially since this is still Hell's Kitchen. That's right, it's a place known as the novice village of American manga. While the fish and dragons are mixed, there are a large number of gangsters, if not shy, who wants to live in this kind of ghost place. Here you have to worry not only about Nigo but also those white people. Nigo will only rely on racial talent buff to rob you at night, and white people don't care so much. Of course, the worst thing is that here is not Marvel, and here and DC is also mixed with various demons and monsters, not to mention the rest. It is not in Gotham is not. Gotham's place with simple folk customs and outstanding people is not something that ordinary people can go. Lu Yu can only be glad that he came to the Hell's Kitchen side of New York, although the chaos is a little chaotic, but the superheroes on this side are more reliable, but they are easy to be injured and innocent, and they may become passers-by armor and die in the aftermath of the superhero battle. But compared to Gotham, it's much better. The villains on the New York side who are still law-abiding, at least they don't look for ordinary people when they make trouble. It seems to be similar. But it's much better compared to Gotham. Gotham's police station has changed into a copy. A villain is going to go to a bloodbath, enter the Arkham madhouse like home, run out every 3 forks, and then be arrested. It is said that he was caught in a madhouse, but in fact, it is more like entering the dragon field to upgrade his enlightenment and graduate for further study. Just like playing games, a rich boy and his criminal servant game, the wronged species is naturally those 5-star good citizens of Gotham City, and they really don't know how they died. Of course, there are still places in this world, such as Metropolis, Star City, and so on. Basically every city has 1 or 2 superheroes guarding justice, well, justice for cerebral palsy. In short, this world 1 word, chaotic, 2 words, very messy. Lu Yu's crossed into this nuclear flat world 3 days ago. He is currently living in an ordinary 2-story small house in Hell's Kitchen, and for 3 days, for the sake of his dog's life, Lu Yu has not taken a step out of the house. What I'm afraid of is that I don't know where to get hit by a stray bullet when I go out, and then send it, so what kind of special crossing is not in vain? Is the system loaded? It's been 3 days. Lu Yu said slowly. Soon. Ding, the system behind the scenes is loading. Loaded successfully, the only designated host, Lu Yu's. This system is a behind-the-scenes black hand system. As long as the absorbed emotional value is enough, even if the host becomes the master of the heavenly dimensions, there is no problem at all. The primary, 1 to 5 stars, needs 10,000 emotional points, the intermediate, 5 to 10, 100,000 emotional values, and the advanced, 10 supergod, 1 million emotional values. Simply put, it's about doing things right. Lu Yu said slowly. That's right. The system replied with a hint of pride. The first time the host binds, there are 10 unranked lotteries. You can draw anything? Isn't it impossible to even include the Godhead? 10 draws? Hope to draw something useful. Lu Yu ran to wash his face and said, the system is pumping. Ding, 1-star character card, Chen Haonan. Ding, 7-star infinite blood medicine bottle. Ding, 5-star item card, Kirin blood. Ding, 6-star character card, Blackbeard. Ding, 6-star character card, Black Dumb, Artoria. Ding, 5-star item card, Snow Drinking Crazy Knife. Ding, 3-star skill book, Open Light. Ding, Super God level Realm Aura, Invincible Realm. Ding, 6-star character card, Red Dog. Ding, 3-star skill card, Feng Shen Legs. Lu Yu looked at what the system pulled out, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. System, are you sure you didn't rob Nifeng? System. Friendly reminder, the host can freely edit the background information of the character card. Oh, I wish you a good time in the world of American comics. It's a thing. Lu Yu said with some weakness. Then looked, the only super god level item, Domain Aura, Invincible Realm. Invincible Field. After use, the user can designate a place as the Invincible Realm, radius, 50 meters. PS, in the Invincible Realm, even if God comes, you have to knock 2 on me. 6. Lu Yuz looked at the note, no wonder it is called the Invincible Realm. In this way, his life has the most basic guarantee. Lu Yuz is directly used in his cabin, with a radius of 50 meters, which means that Lu Yuz can also go out for 2 steps and take a meal, which is strange and intimate. When the Invincible Realm unfolds, Lu Yuz feels as if he is the master of the entire world. Of course, just within this 100 meters, Lu Yuz is the supreme master. Chapter 2. Lu Yuz checked the other things drawn. 1-star character card, Chen Haonan, comic version. PS, there is only one Haonan in Causeway Bay, and that is me, Chen Haonan. The comic version of Chen Haonan? That's not a nice guy. Lu Yuz touched his chin and couldn't help but think. Chen Haonan of the comic version can only say that he eats, drinks, gambles and does everything, and even he is a Taoist friend, although he quit, but in general, there is no good person in the comic version of Confused Boy. 7-star infinite blood pill bottle, infinite regenerative blood medicine, can treat all injuries, as long as there is a breath, it can be saved. PS, teenager, you can go out and wave, pay attention, blood medicine is not effective for soul injuries. This thing is not bad either. Lu Yuz had an idea, and then put it away directly. Check out other things. 5-star item, Kirin blood. PS, completely crazy. Samsung skill, turn on the light. PS, able to turn on any item and cause damage to supernatural creatures. Samsung skill, Feng Shen legs. PS, what kicked me in the face? Who? Who the hell is it? The remaining 3 character cards, Blackbeard, Black Dumb, Red Dog. Needless to say, by the way, there is also a blood-drinking mad knife. Lu Yuz didn't expect that the blood-drinking mad knife actually had 5 stars, but thinking that the setting of the blood-drinking mad knife was forged by Bai Lu, one of the 4 strange stones left by Nuwa after replenishing the sky, it seemed to be more reasonable. System, can cards be fused? Lu Yuz asked with some curiosity. Yes. The system answered Lu Yuz accurately. This way. Lu Yuz laughed. Then I went directly to the light opening skills to learn. Open light, although it is a 3-star skill, as the user's strength increases, the items after opening the light will also be greatly improved. Good. Lu Yuz couldn't help but smile and looked at the enlightenment skill annotation. Then Lu Yuz took out the black character card. After thinking about it, I summoned it directly. The magic array of the 6-pointed star appeared in front of Lu Yuz, the light dispersed, and the black dignitor, wearing a black battle armor and holding a black holy sword, appeared in front of Lu Yuz. If you have the opportunity, you must collect Artoria, not only Black Stupid, but also Gun Stupid. I want the stupid hairy king. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. Are you my master? Heidu looked at Lu Yuz and said a little mechanically. Lu Yuz nodded, just call me boss in the future. Lu Yuz smiled and looked at Heidu. Kuro nodded. But now it's time for you to change your clothes, this outfit is too ostentatious. Lu Yuz said to Heidu. Change of clothes, is that it? A light appeared on Heidu's body, and the next moment, a black and white maid costume appeared in front of Lu Yuz. White silk, half a ball, looking at his black dullness with a dumb face, Lu Yuz almost spewed out a nosebleed, lowering the fire, must drop the fire fiercely. Ahem, Black Dumb, why are you dressed like this? Isn't this seducing the boss? Here, boss, I want to criticize you fiercely. Lu Yuz said with a serious face. But isn't that your favorite boss? Heiduan tilted his head and looked at Lu Yuz. Lu Yuz coughed, this kind of thing, there is no need to say it. Change back to normal clothes and get ready to open. Lu Yuz said to Heidu. Hei stayed where Lu Yuz didn't see it, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he changed back into normal clothes. Lu Yuz's heart moved. The whole room has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the second floor has been transformed into a luxurious living room, kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. The first floor has been transformed into an antique shop, and there are many shelves around, but there is nothing yet, nothing. A counter, and a top-equipped computer, in a word, in this 100-meter field, Lu Yuz is an omnipotent god, and he can do whatever he wants. Start working. Lu Yuz walked downstairs with a smile on his face. Kuro opened the door. Lu Yuz just turned on the computer, and the next moment the space fluctuated. A bald head dressed in yellow walked out of the space. System, what's going on? Lu Yuz looked at the bald head in yellow clothes and asked the system in his heart. The host has not intersected with this world before, so Guyi did not discover the existence of the host, and when the host opened the door and decided to intersect with this world, Guyi could detect the existence of the host. The system said slowly towards Lu Yuz. So it is. Lu Yuz understood. Simply put, Lu Yuz came to this world before and did not have any impact on this world. Guyi naturally can't find Lu Yuz, an ant-like existence, just like if you raise a nest of ants, will you notice that you have one more ant or one less? As long as there are no huge consequences, you will not notice it. But it just so happened that Lu Yuz decided to intersect with this world and bring huge changes to this world, so Guyi would detect Lu Yuz's existence. Chapter 3. Your appearance has made the world chaotic. Guyi took the lead and looked at Lu Yuz and said. Lu Yuz did not panic at all, in his own field, let alone Guyi, even if eternity comes, he must give his grandfather a few kowtows before leaving. Supreme Mage, don't care so much, do you say my arrival is good or bad for this world? Lu Yuz said with a smile. Guyi shook his head, the future timeline, since Lu Yuz decided to intersect this world, has already become chaos. Guyi simply does not see what will happen in the future. Introduce yourself. I am a merchant walking in the heavens and realms, and I just came to this world recently and found some interesting things, so I stopped here for the time being and prepared to sell some things. Lu Yuz said with a smile. That's right, this is the identity positioning that Lu Yuz gave himself, a businessman walking in the heavens and realms. As for fighting, it is impossible to fight, only silently do things in the back. Businessman. Guyi looked at Lu Yuz, and Guyi didn't believe that Lu Yuz was just a simple businessman. Your Excellency is more than just a businessman. Guyi looked at Lu Yuz, wanting to see through the details of Lu Yuz. But no matter how she urged her time gem, she couldn't see Lu Yuz's past and future. Don't believe it? I'm a big fan of nuclear peace. Lu Yuz said with a smile, and a gorgeous golden and red meeting similar to an ancient wine jug appeared in Lu Yuz's hand. Infinite blood bottle. Then a person appeared in Lu Yuz's hand out of thin air, and after Lu Yuz poured a cup, he handed it to Guyi. Furyuki looked at the red liquid in the cup in his hand, full of life. A specialty from other worlds, blood medicine, can treat all physical injuries, no matter how they are injured, but they cannot treat soul injuries. Supreme Mage, you can try. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Furyuki looked at the cup in his hand, drank it down, and then closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. Her body looks good because of her long-term exposure to dark energy, but it is actually full of holes. But she didn't expect that under the effect of the blood medicine, her body recovered again, and those torn bodies that were eroded by dark energy still recovered. Guyi looked at Lu Yuz with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was difficult for Lu Yuz to say that it was true, even that Dionysian factor, immortal spring, did not have such an effect. Sentiment plus 999. For Lu Yuz's identity, Guyi believed a point. Don't worry, Supreme Mage, I'm not in the mood to meddle in the affairs of this world, you will let me travel, and that cup of blood medicine will be my kindness to this world. Lu Yuz said with a smile, but he added a sentence in his heart, and it was also the last kindness. Guyi took a deep look at Lu Yuz, and then turned and left here. After Guyi left, Lu Yuz knew that he had officially settled in this world. A smile was outlined at the corner of Lu Yuz's mouth, and then he turned on the computer and began to play the game. Night falls. Lu Yuz looked like a hamster, his cheeks were bulging with his cheeks, and he couldn't help but feel that he was deceived. What about the maid who said yes? How do you still have to cook for yourself? Shaking his head and throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Lu Yuz instructed Heidu to wash the dishes, and then returned to his bedroom. 4 cards appeared in Lu Yuz's hand. Character card, Chen Haonan. Item card, Kirin Blood, Blood Drinking Mad Knife. Skill card, Feng Shen Leg. If you want to get emotional points, you must cause a sensation in this world, so telling a big lie is the right operation. Lu Yuz directly began to edit. Chen Haonan carried the handle in Causeway Bay, an accident, straight into the void eternal world, obtained the Kylan blood, worshipped a sect called the Tianxia Society in the void eternal world, learned the wind god leg, obtained the divine soldier blood drinking knife, and finally defected to the Tianxia Society, was chased and killed by the people of the Tianxia Society, and accidentally passed through the void crack to the Mammon world. Lu Yuz looked at the background of Chen Haonan that he edited. The void eternal world, in the setting of Lu Yuz, is an incomparably huge world. In addition to the world society, there are other forces. The existence of these forces mainly depends on what is drawn later. In short, draw a pie first. As for the rest, wait until the draw is to fill in. Almost. Lu Yuz looked at the 4 cards in his hand and synthesized them directly. Finally, it became a character card, and Lu Yuz took a look at the attributes. 5-star character card, Chen Haonan. P.S. Chen Haonan, came out to mix, relying on brothers, and especially brothers. Almost, let me think about where to put it. Lu Yuz touched it. Gotham seems to be good, but over there, it doesn't seem to be appropriate. After all, although it is a beautiful comic world, but Grandpa's banknote ability has nothing to say. It may have been discovered in the past. Then it's Hell's Kitchen. Lu Yuz snapped his fingers and decided to come down. It's close here, and it doesn't make sense. They were all born in Hell's Kitchen, and Jin and this novice village boss don't fight. I always feel that the shortcomings are something, and it's a little unpleasant. Chapter 4. In safe New York City, Hell's Kitchen, the night is the time for Nigos to party, and with the racial talent buff, Nigos can easily blend into the darkness. Of course, don't show your big teeth, stealth is not difficult. Hell's Kitchen is the hardest hit area. As a famous scenic spot in New York, not ordinary people basically do not go out at night. Of course, the second shift is not good. In an abandoned factory, 2 gangsters are trading. Don't ask why they are always abandoning the factory, ask as the plot needs. 2 gangs are trading. Just as the 2 gangs were trading, the space cracked without warning. Farky. Both gangs were taken aback. Looking at the space that suddenly cracked without warning, the guys who pulled out their waists to eat one by one looked at the dark space passage. A figure came out from inside, with a handsome face, long hair, wearing the clothes of an ancient warrior, and carrying a large knife behind his back. Mood point +1. Mood point +1. Mood point +1. Hearing the voice from the system in his mind, Lu Yuz had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Has it finally started? Although it is not much, it is also growing continuously, and it is better than Guyi's hairless iron rooster. What is this place? Chen Haonan looked at the 2 groups of foreigners in front of him, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. Fact, it turned out to be a yellow-skinned monkey. A Nigo looked at Chen Haonan and breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with disdain in his eyes. The other gangsters were dumbfounded. Where did this special brain wreck? Didn't you see how people came out? However, Chen Haonan didn't give him any chance. A scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and that bad breath Nigo was directly cut in half by Chen Haonan. The comic version of Chen Haonan is not a good person, not to mention that now he has fused Kylan blood, and he can transform into a Kylan demon at any time, and his temper is even worse. Everyone else is scared stupid. Have you ever seen someone cut in half out of thin air? They see it now. Hands are shaking, legs are shaking. Tell me, what is this place? Chen Haonan looked at these gang members with scarlet in his eyes. This is New York, Hell's Kitchen. One of the gang members said boldly. New York, Hell's Kitchen? It's not the Void Eternal Realm anymore. Chen Haonan muttered. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by other gang members. Flower? Something nostalgic. Chen Haonan looked at the things traded by the 2 gangsters, and couldn't help but think of himself before he strayed into the Void Eternal Realm. At that time, he was still a carefree slipper. But now he was chased and killed by the World Society. Thinking of this, Chen Haonan looked at these gangster members and made a decision. Regain these gangster members in order to resist the pursuit and killing of the Tianxia society. From today onwards, you will follow me. Chen Haonan looked at these gang members and said in a deep voice. These gang members are stupid. Then he quietly exchanged glances, and shot at Chen Haonan at the same time. Find death. With scarlet in his eyes, Chen Haonan pulled out the blood-drinking knife behind his back, and instantly approved several sword lights. In an instant, the abandoned factory was directly turned into a slaughterhouse, with stump on the ground and blood flowing everywhere. Humph! Chen Haonan snorted coldly, looking at the bullet at his feet. The moment the bullet was shot was blocked by Chen Haonan with true chi. 5-star combat power is no joke. Then Chen Haonan left here directly with flour and money. Not long after Chen Haonan left, a little brother whose hand was cut off and luckily did not die crawled out of the pile of corpses. He looked at everything around him with horror in his eyes, and then left here. Lu Yu's sighed, while being a little speechless about Chen Haonan's operation. He also felt quite interesting. Chen Haonan and Heidi were different. The black doll is summoned by himself and belongs to the domestic, while Chen Haonan is wild, and the code of conduct will be according to his own character will. But it was also summoned by Lu Yu's, and Lu Yu's could also interfere with his thoughts, but was it necessary for Lu Yu's? There is no need for that at all. This big drama has just kicked off. Lu Yu's looked at his gains, the emotional value has exceeded 100, and it is still increasing. Don't care, sleep. Lu Yu's hugged the soft and fragrant black doll, and directly lay down on the bed and slept. Early the next morning, Lu Yu's watched the news on TV. Tony. News of Stark's disappearance. The plot begins. Lu Yu's looked at this scene and knew that the birth of Iron Man also heralded the unfolding of the Marvel plot. At the same time, Chen Haonan was not idle, and with a thunderous momentum, he started his old business, directly recovered a small gang, and set up his own gang. Lu Yu's can only sigh, he is still that teenager. There is no change of 100 million points, but very good, very spiritual. Do not forget the original intention, worthy of you, Haonan Pot. Chapter 5. Kim Hee, real name, Wilk Grant Fisk. As a newbie village boss in the Marvel world, he looks like a big fat man, but his whole body is full of muscles, and he looks golden and stretched. But in fact, Kim is also one of the supervillains, and even said that he has done the Fantastic Four and the existence of the X-Men. It's outrageous. But after thinking about it in the world view of Marvel, especially if this is still a beautiful comic world, I feel very beaver. Because no matter what is outrageous, what happens in American manga is not an outrageous thing. Now Jin Hee is furious, and the reason is simple. A man named Chen Haonan suddenly rises in Hell's Kitchen, and robs him of a batch of goods and $10 million. Jin may not care about this $10 million, but as the biggest gang leader in the entire Amica, the controller of Amica's 40% underworld, and this kind of thing happens in his own base camp. Kim also felt that his majesty had been violated. So Kim didn't feel that he had to punch hard, he had to punch hard. In order to maintain the dignity of his underworld emperor. Just now, Jin and let his chief killer Bullseye lead the team to solve Chen Haonan to maintain the dignity of his underworld emperor. Bullseye is happy after receiving Jin Hee's task, which means that he can earn a lot of commission. Note that the Bullseye is not Kim Hee's subordinates, but the killers hired by Kim Hee, and the relationship between the two is not superior-subordinate. It's about the relationship of employment. Bullseye works for gold and simply because Kim gives too much money. The fun begins. Lu Yu switched to Chen Haonan's perspective. As Chen Haonan's founder, Lu Yu can naturally see Chen Haonan's perspective. Now Chen Haonan is in a bar, surrounded by the little brother who recovered last night. Today's Chen Haonan has changed into a suit, although he still has long hair, but he doesn't look weird, and he is even a little handsome. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The door of the bar was violently broken. The gunshots rang out, Chen Haonan sat on the bar and drank, and the undead little brothers around him began to fight back with guns. Suddenly, fierce exchanges began between the two sides. Between the rain of bullets, a bullet shot directly towards Chen Haonan's head. Chen Haonan looked up, standing at the gate a strangely dressed, with a leather hood on his head, and a target pattern on it, a tight combat uniform, who was not a serious person at first glance, was holding a pistol to himself, and the bullet stopped in front of Chen Haonan, directly blocked by True Chi. Emotion plus 200. Emotion plus 1. Mood plus 300. A series of emotional values came in, making Lu Yus smile. It seems that these villains and decent people provide more emotional values than those cannon fodder. Lu Yus couldn't help but think. Chen Haonan sighed. Bullseye was dumbfounded, originally thought that it was just to solve a gang leader, but no one told me that people are superpowers. Kim, and you're really not a thing. In this world where the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation, Bullseye himself is a superpower, and naturally knows how terrifying the destruction of superpowers is. Bullseye is naturally also a superpower, of course, his superpower is about throwing, if not, he can't use a toothpick to directly kill people standing 100 meters away, and even spit out teeth that can pierce people's skulls. His superpowers are the accuracy of throwing, the ability to force. Here it is said that it is a superpower, not a mutant. Chen Haonan's eyes flashed a trace of scarlet, and with his right hand, the snow-drinking crazy knife appeared in his hand, one hand in his pocket, one hand in the snow-drinking knife, the other hand in the pocket to look at the bullseye. That year I was in my pocket with one hand, and I didn't know what an opponent was. Chen Haonan did not press, the snow-drink knife in his hand waved, and a transparent knife ray flew directly towards the bullseye, and everything in his way was cut in half. Sentiment plus 500. Sentiment plus 550. Emotion plus 1. Fac. The bullseye couldn't care about anything else, and rolled on the spot, and the transparent knife passed him with a piercing sharpness. Chen Haonan's figure instantly appeared in front of the bullseye. It's extremely fast. Feng Shen leg first style, chasing the wind. Looking at Chen Haonan, who was standing in front of him with an indifferent face, Bullseye swallowed his saliva. The next moment, Chen Haonan waved the snow-drinking knife in his hand, and the bullseye subconsciously closed his eyes, thinking that he was going to quack. But after a long time, Bullseye found that he had not been hacked to death, but that his subordinates had brought with him. All of them died in the streets, with stump all over the ground, basically being divided into corpses, blood and internal organs smeared all over the street. Tell Jin He that there is only one underworld emperor in New York, and that is me, Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan looked at the bullseye and said. Bullseye swallowed his saliva and nodded. Chen Haonan glanced at the bullseye and said indifferently, turned around and returned to the bar. The bullseye looked at Chen Haonan's back with fear, and never had the courage to shoot. Chapter 6. Novice Village Chief, Section. Bald. Urson, with a video to the brine egg, Ma Jiao Farki Nick. In front of Fury. Director, I think you should take a look at this. Carlson looked at Nick a little tiredly. Fury said. Nick. Fury opened the video that Carlson had brought. Inside is exactly the video of Chen Haonan and Bullseye fighting. No, it should be said that it is a unilateral slaughter. With the wave of the knife in Chen Haonan's hand, counting the translucent knife glow, the video of directly splitting the corpses of those gunmen directly let the director of SHIELD, Nick. Fury reveals his nature. Fac. Sentiment value, 1000. Sentiment value, 999. Sentiment value, 600. Lu Yus? Looking at the sudden surge in emotional values, Lu Yus checked the source. It turned out to be the Snake Shield Bureau, then it was okay. Maha fake. Nick looked at Chen Haonan in the video with a big face. What is this thing? Director, this is also the reason why I want you to watch it. The man in the video is called Chen Haonan, and the world has not found this man's information, as if it appeared out of thin air a day ago. Carlson said slowly. Don't underestimate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence agencies. You can spit on SHIELD polls, but engage in intelligence. SHIELD is professional. Out of thin air. Nick. Fury's eyes were dignified. Nick. Fury is something that many people don't know until they don't know. For example, some secret files, angels, demons, these all exist, even aliens exist. For Carlson's statement that Chen Haonan appeared out of thin air, Nick Fury did not object. After all, there are more nonsense things in this world. Angels, demons exist, so what can't exist? In addition, there is another thing that appeared out of thin air a day ago. Carlson turned to Nick. Fury will report. What? Nick looked at Carlson. Carlson directly took out a photo of a two-story store with the name of the store that read, Heavenly Store. This house has been idle for a long time in Hell's Kitchen, but it suddenly opened yesterday, and the owner inside couldn't find any information. Carlson directly took out Lu Yu's photo, and there was also a black nerd standing on the side. Nick felt that he was one head and too big, and how all the nonsense things ran into each other. Tony just disappeared here, and a few people appeared out of thin air over there, and they were not simple characters. This person named Chen Haonan, put it aside first, you take someone to this heavenly shop first. Nick Fury said to Carlson. Yes. Carlson replied and left Nick Fury's office. Lu Yu's sighed. Seeing that he has broken through the emotional value of the 20,000 mark. It's not enough. Lu Yu's muttered, looking at the only 2 character cards in his hand. Blackbeard, Red Dog. Thinking of this, Lu Yu's touched his chin. It's time for Blackbeard and Red Inu to appear. In what way? Just as Lu Yu's was thinking, Carlson came with someone. Then looking at the black and addicted to the game, the corner of Lu Yu's mouth twitched. It seems that the dark can't count on it. Welcome a few guests. At present, there are only 2 products in this store. One is a blood medicine that can heal all physical damage, and the other is enlightenment. You can understand that it is enchanting weapons. No matter anything can harm supernatural creatures after enchantment. I don't know what you need. Lu Yu said with a smile. Carlson, who had just walked in, and the agents were directly stunned. Boss, may I ask you? Carlson looked at Lu Yu's. My name is Lu Yu's, a businessman who travels in the heavens and realms. Of course, I also have the information you want here, such as the one named Chen Haonan. Lu Yu's handsome face looked at Carlson with a foxy smile. Heavens and realms? Is that what I understand? Carlson said after hesitating. That's what you understand, but isn't it the multiverse? It's the world outside the multiverse, and it's complicated to explain anyway. You just need to know that I'm a businessman. Lu Yu said with a smile. Carlson's head was confused for a while, and after these words, who listened to who was not confused? Do you know who it is? Carlson subconsciously asked Lu Yu's, and Lu Yu's words seemed to know himself. Is there anything strange about that? As a businessman, of course, intelligence is the most important thing. Carlson, subordinate to the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, referred to as SHIELD, of course, SHIELD has to draw a question mark? Lu Yu's looked at Carlson with a smile. Carlson was horrified for a while. Sentiment plus 1000. Sentiment plus 1000. Sentiment plus 999. Chapter 7. The sound of the system continued to sound, and Lu Yu's heart smiled. Anyway, it was flickering, and it was over casually. As for the loopholes? What does not exist, what can be proved is full of loopholes, things that cannot be proved, then what Lu Yu said is right. Looking at Carlson, the novice village chief in front of him, who was confused. Lu Yu said with a smile, then are you going to buy goods, or buy intelligence? Carlson looked at Lu Yu's and smiled awkwardly, and his heart calmed down. The headset inside the ear came Nick Fury's voice. Carlson, ask him why he came to this world. Hearing his boss's voice, Carlson was stunned for a moment, but still thought about Lu Yu's and asked, I want to know, why did you come to this world? Do you want to know, or do the people behind you want to know? Lu Yu's looked at Carlson with a smile. But this answer, I can tell you for free, anyway, it's not a secret, you will know sooner or later. Let me ask you what businessmen value the most. Lu Yu's looked at Carlson with a smile. Benefits. Carlson looked at Lu Yu's and said. That's right, it's the benefit. There will be a lot of interesting things in the future of this world. Well, of course it's not a pleasant thing for you. I can get a lot of benefits in this world, that's why I came here. are you satisfied with this answer? Lu Yu said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Carlson was stunned. Nick. Furyui understood what Lu Yu's words meant. Lu Yu can earn a lot of benefits in this world, so he will come. Okay, everything that can be said for free has been said, and the rest needs to be charged. What do you need? Lu Yu said with a smile. Notice that Lu Yu is talking about you here, Nick. Fury heard it, and Lu Yu obviously discovered his existence. Carlson, ask him how much money is needed for Chen Haonan's intelligence. Nick. With a glimmer in his eyes, Fury said to Carlson through the headset. I want to ask about Chen Haonan's intelligence, how much does it cost? Carlson said in a deep voice. Money. Lu Yu looked at Carlson with a smile. Money is the cheapest thing and the least valuable thing, but since I first came to this world, I still like to follow the rules, and money can also be used to buy goods and even intelligence. Lu Yu said with a smile, this is to Nick. Fury listened. Nick. Fury also deliberately asked how much money was needed because in Nick. In Furyui's heart, if Lu Yu was really a merchant across the heavens, money was similar to waste paper, and it was almost the same to exchange more rare things for intelligence. If Lu Yu agreed to come down and just use money to trade, then Nick. Fury was about to doubt the authenticity of Lu Yu's identity. But Lu Yu said such words, to also let Nick. Fury dispelled some doubts in his heart. After all, Lu Yu's identity had not been completely confirmed. Nick. Fury, an old agent, is a person with many eyes, and it is impossible to completely believe it. How much? Carlson asked towards Lu Yu's. $10 million. Lu Yu said with a smile. Carlson waited for Nick with some silence. Fury's instructions. Soon Nick. Fury's voice came from inside the headset, promise him. Nick. The reason why Fury agreed so happily was because he could give and take it back. Yes. Carlson nodded in agreement. Chen Haonan, originally just a short mule in the ordinary world, if you can't understand the dwarf mule, to call it another way, because of an accident, Chen Haonan entered the void eternal ancient realm. Originally, if you arrived here, the story should end here. Who knew that Chen Haonan entered the void eternal ancient realm and joined an organization called the Tianxia Society, and entered it. Chen Haonan learned the wind god leg, and also obtained the divine weapon snow drinking mad knife, as well as Kylan blood, and then Chen Haonan betrayed the world and was chased and killed by the people of the Tianxia Society, and was forced to flee into the Void Rift. Void Rift, you can understand it as a kind of spatial passage, but it is extremely dangerous, entering it 9 deaths. But Chen Haonan came to this world along the Void Passage. This is the origin of Chen Haonan. Lu Yu looked at Carlson with a smile. Nick. After listening to Lu Yu's words, Furyui felt as if he had been deceived, but he couldn't say it. Haven't waited for Nick yet. Fury was about to ask, but Lu Yu's voice continued to come from the headset. Looking at the situation of our first transaction, in a side case, Chen Haonan was chased and killed by the people of the Tianxia Society. Saying this, Lu Yu looked at Carlson with a smile, like an old fox. Nick. When Fury heard Lu Yu's words, he instantly reacted, chasing and killing. In other words, the people who hunted down Chen Haonan may also come to this world. Carlson also thought of this, and just wanted to speak. Lu Yu took the lead and said. It's what you think. The people who hunted down Chen Haonan will also come. In addition, the Tianxia Association is not a kind organization, remind you, although the Tianxia will only be said to be an unpopular organization in the Void Eternal Ancient Realm, but for now, it is no problem to sweep the entire earth. Lu Yu said with a smile. Nick. Fury mood plus 999. Carlson mood plus 999. Agent A mood plus 10. Chapter 8. Well, I can't verify it anyway, who will not be the same. In short, under Lu Yu's foolishness, the brine egg is Nick. Fury's face was getting darker, already black, and now even darker. Follow Nick. Furyui's character, for what Lu Yu said, basically believes half and doubts half. It is impossible to believe it all, but he will not believe it. What Lu Yu wants is this effect, not afraid that you really believe. I am afraid that you will not believe. So our deal is over. what else is needed? Lu Yuz looked at Coulson with a smile. Instead of speaking, Coulson waited for Nick Fury's instructions. Coulson, ask him what is the situation in that void eternal ancient realm. Nick rubbed his brow and spoke to Coulson through the headset. Coulson, who received instructions, looked at Lu Yuz. What is the situation in that void eternal ancient realm? Can you talk about it? Lu Yuz looked at Coulson and then said with a smile, the price of this intelligence is not cheap. How much? Coulson asked directly towards Lu Yuz. Money? Money can't buy this price, at least you need an infinity stone. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Infinity stones? Coulson looked at Lu Yuz with a question mark on his face. Nick on the other end of the headset. Fury was also hearing the word for the first time. When the time comes, you will know. In short, it is not a good thing to know now, and some organizations in the void eternal ancient realm have already set their sights on this world, and you will naturally know by then. Lu Yuz said with a hint of laziness. Coulson looked nervous. Nick Fury is the same. Lu Yuz always inadvertently says something that makes their hearts jump. Then again, I'm a businessman, you don't have to stare at me, and you really don't buy a cup of blood medicine? He is a miracle medicine that can heal all physical injuries, although it is ineffective for soul injuries, but it is something that heals everything for physical injuries, as long as there is still one breath to save it. Lu Yuz looked at Coulson with a smile. Coulson looked at Lu Yuz suspiciously with the eyes of a profiteer, and Nick, who heard Lu Yuz's words through the headset. Fury also looked suspicious. It seems that you don't believe it, then time will tell, and you should leave. Lu Yuz waved his hand. Coulson and the others were directly rumored out of Lu Yuz's shop. Looking at the heavenly shops not far away, Coulson looked a little stunned, but a thought arose in his heart, maybe Lu Yuz was not lying. Coulson mood plus 1000. Agent A mood plus 10. Agent B's mood value plus 10. It's another wave of harvest. Lu Yuz said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Since last night, the emotional value in Lu Yuz's mind has not been broken, and he has been rubbing upward. After all, SHIELD is also a snake shield, and Chen Haonan's affairs are fermenting. Although most of the sentiment values are 1, it can't hold the number. Looks like something is still going to be done. Lu Yuz saw that he had reached the emotional value of 40,000, and continued to work hard. It's time for you to appear, Blackbeard. Lu Yuz smiled at the corner of his mouth, and a streamer card appeared in Lu Yuz's hand. Coulson's side had just led the team back to SHIELD headquarters. Not yet had time to talk to Nick. Fury said a few words, and suddenly the sky darkened. Now it's obviously daytime, why is it suddenly dark? It's not just Nick who has changed this time. Fury, even the other 5-star good citizens of New York City looked at the sky curiously. There seemed to be a crack above the heavenly dome, and the pitch-black spatial crack hung upside down above the heavenly dome. A man wearing a red robe with an unbuttoned chest, a black cape on the outside, 3 pistols pinned to his waist, and different gemstone rings on his 10 fingers fell from the spatial crack. Bang! The ground cracked. Blackbeard stood up from the ground, grinning, thief ha ha ha, is this the new world? It's really funny. This moment. Countless sentiment values are credited. Lu Yuz looked at Blackbeard who appeared in the center of New York City with a smile on his lips. The endless darkness above the dome of the sky seemed to linger a little with the arrival of Blackbeard. Fack. Nick. When Fury saw this scene, he just suspected that Lu Yuz was just talking nonsense, but now he directly slapped his face. Humans who are more than 3 meters tall are not absent, but the long one is so abstract it is a little outrageous. The fat is a little bloated upper body, but the lower body is slender and a little outrageous. How to see how incongruous, from the human body, such a structure, let alone walking, can live is a miracle. This is not scientific. But what is happening now, let alone science, Newton has become a bull. In a safe and secure New York City, there is never a shortage of good citizens who die. For example, the 2 Nigo fell in love with the historical flintlock gun on Blackbeard's waist, and the 10 rings inlaid with gemstones of different colors that Blackbeard carried on his finger. Chapter 9. Farki. Nick, who saw this scene from the surveillance Fury, was directly irritable. As the same Nigo, but able to sit in this position, Nick Fury is obviously a little different from the other Nigo. Although it is the same Nigo, Nick also has to admit one thing, that is, most of the words of other Nigo are some brain stem missing, often do some brainless things. When encountering such a weird thing, as long as it is a normal person, it will move away, but these two Nigo obviously do not belong to the category of normal people. Maybe it was an Amicus 0 UN purchase habit, or it was sucking leaves to pump out his brain, causing these two Nigo to see Blackbeard the first time they didn't want to run. Instead, he wanted to grab Blackbeard. I have to say, it's really De Jong. The two Nigo directly pointed their pistols at Blackbeard, who was obviously a lot taller than them, and said with a fierce face, "Hand over the old antique on your waist and the ring on your hand." Hearing the words of the two Nigo, Blackbeard was stunned. For a long time, no one dared to speak to himself like this. For a long time, was he robbed? Thief, ha ha ha, it's so interesting this world, I like this world. Blackbeard said with a maniacal laugh. The two Nigo were obviously a little dissatisfied with Blackbeard's attitude, and one of them shot directly. The bullet hit Blackbeard instantly. Blackbeard was a little surprised to see the pain coming from his arm. He was actually injured by a gun? But this is normal, this is a modern gun, not the round bullet old antique gun of the pirate world. The two Nigo were even more surprised. They saw that the bullet only pierced Blackbeard's skin, and then it fell, and finally their walnut-sized brain volume reacted. Suffer. Nick saw this scene from the surveillance, and his pupils shrank. The next moment, Blackbeard raised his right hand, and a white halo appeared on Blackbeard's fist. Thief, ha ha ha, this move is the announcement of my coming to this world, air shock. Blackbeard's pupils shrank and he had a maniacal laugh on his face. The moment of waving your arm. Click. The space is like glass, and there are traces of shattering. It was as if a terrible earthquake had struck all of New York. The two escaping Xiao He were directly shattered by this force and turned into a blood mist. The emotional value in Lu Yu's mind surged. It broke through the 100,000 mark in an instant, and continued to rise. The entire street of buildings became crooked and directly turned into dangerous houses. Cracks of varying degrees appeared in the ground. Thief, ha ha ha, interesting world. Blackbeard grinned, as if he hadn't caused all that had just happened. Nick looked at the surveillance that turned into a snowflake screen and fell silent. After a while, Carlson received a report from his men. Director, there is a report from the testing center. Just at that moment, a 7-magnitude earthquake occurred in New York, and the center of the epicenter was that person, although it was only for a moment, but according to the inference of the think tank, the man should not have used his full strength, or even just a casual blow. Carlson said a little heavily. I need specific data, and besides, I need to know where the man is now. Keep an eye on him, and I'll go out. Nick said in a deep voice. He couldn't sit still. It's strange that he can sit still when this kind of thing happens. Yes, Chief. Carlson touched his hair, and his already bald head had become even more bald. Lu Yu sighed, seeing that his emotional value has broken through the 500,000 mark. It's still increasing, and it's rising at a breakneck pace. Sure enough, you still have to do things to get emotional points. Lu Yu said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. How many people are there in the whole of New York City? Not to mention tens of millions, one person gives himself more than so much, not to mention that there are some celebrities among them. Soon, Nick Fury drove to Lu Yu's small shop. Lu Yu looked at the terrible Nick with a black face. Fury, with a smile on his lips. Nick Fu Rui looked at Lu Yu and took a deep breath. Boss, I want to know who the man who appeared just now is, and what is the purpose of coming here? That's not a low price, SHIELD Director, Nick Fury. Lu Yu said with a chuckle. Hearing Lu Yu call out his name, Nick Fury was not surprised at all. After all, if Lu Yu didn't even know this, then Nick Fury shook to think about it, Lu Yu's identity problem. How much? Nick Fury looked at Lu Yu and asked. Huh? $100 million. Lu Yu said slowly. Nick. Furyue looked at Lu Yu and took a deep breath. Chen Haonan 10 million, Blackbeard 100 million? In this way, the intelligence alone used 110 million. But in order to find out the intelligence, Nick. Fury still gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. As the head of the Secret Service, Nick. Fury is well aware of the importance of intelligence. The most important thing now is that he knows nothing about the man who came out of the crack, and this is the most critical point. That is, he didn't even know how to guard against the man. Chapter 10. Refreshing, or you are more straight. Lu Yu looked at the $100 million that arrived, and said with a fox smile on his face. Nick. Fury raised his eyebrows. Just this force, what do you call yourself? Braised eggs? Lu Yu looked at Nick. Fury's face, seemed to have said the wrong thing, but don't care about these details. Blackbeard, whose real name is Marshall D. Tiki, originally a member of the second team under Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the pirate world, is a very dangerous guy, and his personality, you can understand, is an extreme gambling monster. He stayed on the Whitebeard ship for decades, and just so that he could get the fruit he dreamed of, he gambled everything in Whitebeard's hands, just because Whitebeard, as one of the strongest 4 emperors in the pirate world, has a better chance of obtaining the fruit. That's it, he gambled his front half on Whitebeard's body, and if he didn't get the fruit he wanted, he would honestly live his whole life on Whitebeard's ship until he died. But after he won the bet and obtained the fruit he wanted, Blackbeard defected to Whitebeard, and used the fight between the Navy and Whitebeard, both of which killed Whitebeard by the hands of the Navy, obtained Whitebeard's ability, and then was accepted by an organization called Chaos in the Void Ancient Realm and became a member of Chaos, which is Blackbeard's intelligence. Lu Yu said slowly. Nick. Fury, his heart sank. It is strange to bet their fate on a person who has only a better chance of being ethereal and unsuccessful. Whether it is guts, courage, Blackbeard is different from ordinary people. Just highlight an outrageous one. What fruit are you talking about? Nick. Fury clearly captures the point. Lu Yu's had a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and he was worthy of being the head of the agent. If the fruit is a specialty of the pirate world, the devil fruit, the secret treasure of the sea, you can obtain various superpowers after eating it. Nick. Fury sentiment plus 999. With a piece of information, anyway, you can know sooner or later, Blackbeard's ability has 2 kinds of abilities. One is the ability to shock the fruit, simply put, it can cause a shock, and even if he wants to, there is no problem in sinking the whole of New York. The second is the dark fruit ability, the darkness that devours everything. In short, if you want to deal with him, then at least be prepared to sink the whole of New York to the bottom. After all, that guy is not a guy who surrenders so easily. Lu Yu looked at Nick with a fox smile. Fury. Nick. Fury. Nick. Fury mood plus 1000. Nick. Fury mood plus 999. I want to ask what that chaos does. Nick. Furyue looked at Susheos and asked. Well, how do you say that? It's not a good organization, but if you want to say bad, it's not necessarily all bad, but most of them are not good people or psychopaths. It's not strange to do anything, it's probably like this. It belongs to the top forces of the Void Eternal Ancient Realm. Blackbeard is just an ordinary member. Lu Yu said with a smile. Scald. Nick. Fury was directly silenced. Then boss, do you know what Blackbeard came to this world to do? Nick. Fury looked at Lu Yu's. Lu Yu's raised his eyebrows. What is Blackbeard doing in this world? How do I know? I'm not a member of Chaos. Boss, aren't you afraid of the destruction of this world? Nick. Fury looked at Lu Yu's and asked. Lu Yu's looked at the egg with a hint of surprise. You have a brain, what? I'm not a person from this world. It's a big deal if I run away with a bucket. There are so many worlds in the heavens and realms. Can I still have nowhere to go? Nick. Fury. A little embarrassed, my brain twitched and I didn't know how to say such a thing, forgetting that Lu Yu's was not a person in this world at all. If it's okay, you can go. Lu Yu's waved his hand and directly chased the guest. Nick. Fury is also ready to leave and go back to work out a plan to deal with Blackbeard. But just as Fury was about to leave, a figure appeared at the door. More than 3 meters tall, that huge burly body, Nick. Fury's pupils shrank, and the only remaining eye looked at the figure that appeared in front of him. A trace of fear rose in his heart that he couldn't suppress, but he quickly suppressed it. Thief, ha ha ha, it's not a good thing for the boss to sell our intelligence. Blackbeard laughed and walked in. Nick. Fury looked at Lu Yuz. Lu Yuz shrugged, and then looked at Blackbeard. This sentence, the Chaos Counselor said almost the same, your words are not qualified enough. Blackbeard looked at Lu Yuz, the darkness on his body surging, and the black doll who was playing with the computer on the side instantly transformed into a combat form. Black armor, black holy sword, and fierce aura pressed towards Blackbeard. Looking at Hay, a trace of solemnity flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, and then the darkness on his body dissipated. Thief, ha ha ha, boss, I'm here to buy goods. Nick. Fury people are directly numb, Blackbeard is even careless, why does it look like a delicate little girl is so terrifying? Chapter 11. Thief, ha ha ha, boss, you won't diswelcome me. Blackbeard looked at Lu Yuz and asked with a smile. Of course not, the heavenly shops are all customers, as long as they don't come to make trouble, they are all my guests, but at present, there are only 2 items, one is a blood medicine to treat any physical injuries, and the other is an enchantment. What do you want for this guest? Lu Yuz said with a smile. Just have a cup of blood medicine. Sure enough, the legend circulating in the void eternal ancient world is really right, boss, you really have a lot of good things in your hands, I really want to rob you. Thief, ha ha ha, accidentally said the words in my heart. Blackbeard looked at Lu Yuz with greed in his eyes. Lu Yuz directly poured a glass of wine and blood medicine for Blackbeard. $10 million, thank you. Lu Yuz said with a smile. $10 million? Is the currency of this world? It's a pity I don't, but is that enough? Blackbeard was surrounded by darkness. A pile of gold artifacts fell to the ground. Lu Yuz glanced at it and nodded. Thief, ha ha ha, then thank you boss, I will come back when I have another chance. Blackbeard directly put away the blood medicine bottle, turned around and prepared to leave. Nick. Fury couldn't help it. Blackbeard, what exactly do you want to do in this world? Nick. Fury looked at Blackbeard and asked loudly. Blackbeard stopped and turned to look at Nick. Fury. Thief, ha ha ha, the weak have no right to know, even if you know, what can you do? Blackbeard laughed and looked at good Nick. Fury said, then turned away. Nick. Fury had a chill in his eyes. Friendly reminder, there are only 2 people on Earth who can deal with Blackbeard now, one is Diana, the demigod Wonder Woman in Boston, and the other is a superhuman in the metropolis. If you do it, then consider whether you can bear the consequences after doing it. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Nick. Fury left without looking back. Lu Yuz smiled and accompanied Blackbeard to perform a wave of drama. Nick. Fury, the old fox, finally believed Lu Yuz's identity. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the earth, but at present, there are only a few who can deal with Blackbeard. Dacheo, in Metropolis, generally nothing will come out. Wonder Woman Diana is in Boston, as for the rest, Shazam? Dr. Manhattan? Wanda? These people are either not born yet or have not yet appeared. As for Gu Yi's words, Gu Yi will not do it now, she is still paying attention to her disciple Doctor Strange, and it is too trivial to do it to Blackbeard, and the future chaos makes Gu Yi value his successor extremely much. To put it bluntly, the mess of the earth does not care. Who cares, who cares? As for Thor? The current Thor is still a hammer god, not a thunder god, the Hulk has not yet been born. So now the people who can deal with Blackbeard on Earth are Dacheo and Diana. But the price was that a city was completely sunk and razed to the ground. This price is also Nick. The key to Fury's darkening face. As for why there are no mutants? Mutants are also not stupid, and if they strike in this case, the position of the mutant itself is not very good and is opposed. Even if you do a good deed, you are not recognized, naturally it is impossible to shoot, so it is not counted, and the mutants who can deal with Blackbeard are currently only the piano that stimulates the power of the Phoenix. As for the others, including Professor X, Magneto can't. Professor X's mind control can't control an ambitious guy like Blackbeard. Magneto's words, mainly physical problems, ability is okay, but after all, it is the body of an ordinary person, and Blackbeard fights, is close, the dead must be Magneto, and Blackbeard's dark fruit can be swallowed together, to some extent more restrained Magneto, really fight to die must be Magneto. So at present, the ones who can deal with Blackbeard are Dacheo and Wonder Woman. The current big super strength is also the early big super, not how strong, fight with Blackbeard, at most it will win miserably. Note that what is said here is the early stage of the Big Chow, but not the human god Big Super in the back. Nick. After Fury left, Lu Yuz came directly to the balcony on the second floor, leaned back on the recliner, and turned on the system while drinking tea. An emotional value of 750,000 appeared in Lu Yuz's eyes. And it's still increasing. After all, Blackbeard brings too much influence. This sentiment value is relatively small. System, lottery, junior 10 consecutive draws. Lu Yuz looked at the system and said. Ding, Samsung skill book, Chef God. Ding, 5-star item, glitter fruit. Ding, there is no grade gift box for the primary card drawing pool. Ding, 5-star item, Yanlong armor. Ding, 5-star character card, Big Wolf. Ding, 1-star item, Top T gift package. Ding, 5-star item, Streamer meteor knife. Ding, 5-star item, Compound number 5. Ding, 5-star character card, Motherlandman. Ding, 5-star item, Rebirth Cross. Chapter 12. Lu Yuz raised his eyebrows and looked at his lottery this time, and he drew a lot of good things. Respawn Cross, be able to be reborn once. Although it was only once, it was an extra life. 5-star items are not a loss. As for the Chef God skill, you can let the black stay learn, just stay in the black, and you can also get yourself food. In other words, they are some character cards and item cards. The shining fruit is still useful for Lu Yuz. Let's not talk about the attack, but the life-saving ability is full. Other than that, there is no grade limited gift box for the junior lottery pool. System, what is this gradeless limited gift box? Lu Yuz asked towards the system. Each lottery pool has another gradeless gift box, and it is the only one, which will not appear in the future, and the things inside are at least 10-star starting things. The system replied. System on. Lu Yuz did not hesitate and opened it directly. Ding, God level skill, lifespan control. Life control, after use, you can freely deprive, exchange, and give anyone life. Note, the strength must be stronger than the deal to forcibly deprive. This. Lu Yuz looked at the life control skill that was opened. Lu Yuz was worried about what currency is better to use to sell things in the future, and now this will not come. It is unrealistic to use beautiful knives all the time, and for Lu Yuz, no matter how many beautiful knives are useless, and the pressing level is also reduced. It is completely inconsistent with the compulsion of a merchant who walks the heavenly dimensions. Lifespan is naturally very pressing as a new currency, and it will not feel out of grade, and the most important thing is beavers. Otherwise, I always say how many beautiful knives, always feel that there is no more force, and it is tacky. Lu Yuz is not a tacky person, these things outside the body are enough. It's a nice feeling. Lu Yuz felt the power in his body with a smile on his face, and life control could not only take the life of others and pass it on to others, but also give it to himself. Then Lu Yuz looked at his emotional value and had a value of 650,000. System, go ahead. Lu Yuz said towards the system. Ding, 1-star skill card, Wind Blade. Ding, 2-star skill card, Flame Impact. Lu Yuz had a question mark on his face, looking at the 10 consecutive draws this time. All of them are skills, none of them can be used by themselves, all of them from 1 to 5 stars. Is this a commodity for yourself, an increase in goods? Lu Yuz looked at the 10 skill books in his hand, and then put them away directly. There are 550,000 sentiment points left. System, Go ahead. Lu Yuz gritted his teeth and said. Ding, 1-star experience book, 1 year of knife experience. Ding, 5-star item, a kaleidoscope. A kaleidoscope? Shouldn't it be a couple? Lu Yuz wanted to complain, but some didn't know where to spit up. The raffle continues. This time 10 consecutive times, the most valuable thing is this kaleidoscope, the remaining 8 lotteries, 4 experience books, and 4 skill books. Looking at the remaining 450,000 emotional values, Lu Yuz took a deep breath. Forget it, come back next time, today's luck is all gone. Although the emotional value is still growing, it is already relatively slow, and it is still necessary to do things. Lu Yuz looked at his character card, the red dog of the first lottery, the grey wolf of the second lottery, and the motherland. If the people of the motherland, 5 stars are similar, and the comparison is a low-end version of the big super. From the point of view of strength, the current motherland people are still relatively strong, but compared with Da Chao, the motherland people are a bit of garbage. Although it appears to be a benchmark Superman, the strength is really not great, and the most important thing is that the mentality is not good. In addition to being a giant baby, he also made a famous scene outrageously, Crescent Heavenly Chong. He is also the second person to fight a plane on the building. The first one, you ask? The first one, of course, is King Kong. Then it's time for you to appear, Akainu. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Lu Yuz began to compile the background information of the red dog. As Lu Yuz finished editing, the card also disappeared into the air. Just wait now, wait for the bullets to fly. Lu Yuz muttered, returned downstairs, and handed over the chef god skill to He Du. Black Du and Dul Mao Wang Ben Du are almost a foodie. Now if the chef god skill is used, it directly allows the Black Du to master the primary of various cuisines, both ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. What you want to eat, the Black Du can get it himself. By the way, it also made Lu Yuz also satisfy his appetite. Hell's Kitchen over here. After recovering a gang, Chen Haonan did not stop his actions and began to expand. How can one Hell's Kitchen be enough? What Chen Haonan wants to do is the underworld emperor of the whole of New York. On Jin He's side, Jin He looked at the bullseye, with a hint of gloom and cruelty in his eyes. Are you saying that Chen Haonan is also a superpower? Mutants or something else? Jin said in a deep voice. It should be other existences, not mutants. I have been in contact with mutants. He is more like the hero in the legend of the ancient country of the East. Bullseye thought about it and said. Chapter 13. As the emperor who controls 40% of the underworld industry in the entire America, Kim also knows a lot of things that ordinary people don't know, such as vampires, werewolves, magicians, mutants, and so on. These things are not known naturally. For what Bullseye said, Jin did not doubt it. After all, Bullseye did not have to lie to himself, and the video Jin also watched it, naturally knowing that what Bullseye said was true. The only thing that annoyed Jin He was how to solve Chen Haonan. This was the key. As the underworld emperor, although Jin is arrogant, he is not stupid, and even very smart, otherwise he would not have achieved this position. Whether it is the military, or the political circles, even SHIELD side, Kim has cooperation. Things on the underworld are never based on strength, they are looking at the background, and without a background, you are just a little sluggish. Chen Haonan's side, let his subordinates let it go first, and someone will clean him up. Jin He said with a sneer. Knowing Chen Haonan's strength, Jin He also went to do it, that is, there was a brain problem. Kim can't move, but isn't there anyone else? Amicus slivers, these slivers can't do anything else, but in the face of a big money lord like Jin He is still very obedient. That's right, the New York Strip also received money from Jin He, otherwise, how could Jin He's business be done? And the military, SHIELD will not let Chen Haonan go. According to Kim and what he knew about those people, such a good experimental material, they had no reason to give up. I don't know how many mutants have been anatomically studied this year. Not to mention a yellow man of unknown origin and without any identity. So Jin He directly endured it here and allowed Chen Haonan to expand his territory. However, to say that it is forbearance, Jin did not let his subordinates do it, but hired a killer. This side of Shield. The brine egg is one head and too big, first Chen Haonan, and then Blackbeard. So far, the brine egg has not thought of any way to deal with Blackbeard. It's not that you can't deal with it, according to Lu Yu's words, if you want to kill Blackbeard, or defeat Blackbeard, there are currently two people on Earth. Da Chao and Diana. But the price is that the entire city sinks or turns into ruins. This price is too big. New York is an international metropolis, if it really collapses, the impact will be too bad. So now the brine eggs are also numb. Director, I think that Blackbeard's purpose is unclear now, but Chen Haonan's side can solve it first. Coulson suggested to the egg. The brine egg looked at Coulson, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Compared to Blackbeard, Chen Haonan's current words are undoubtedly an easier existence to solve. At the very least, solving Chen Haonan will not be so much danger. I want the X-Men to shoot. The brine egg said slowly. At present, there is no decent super want on the New York side, the American team is still in the ice slab, and Iron Man is still working in the cave. Black Widow is out on a mission, even if it is, Hawkeye, forget it, although he has archery, but the same archery master and Green Arrow. However, there is no difference between Green Arrow and Hawkeye in Star City, they are ordinary people who have no superpowers. It's okay to fight soy sauce, and fighting head-on is to dislike that they don't die fast enough. So after thinking about it, Dan still decided to contact the X-Men. After all, neither Da Chao nor Diana rarely left the city they guarded. In the opinion of the eggs, if the X-Men make a move, there should be no problem in dealing with Chen Haonan. The most important thing is to see if the X-Men can deal with Blackbeard, he has nothing to lose anyway. I have to say that the heart of the brine egg is really dripping black. But this is also normal operation. Coulson, contact the X-Men, I'm sure they'll make a move. The marinated egg made the decision directly. Coulson nodded and began contacting the mutant school. It's not far from New York, and there are even high-tech fighters that will soon be able to reach New York. Why did the brine egg so sure that the X-Men would shoot? This has to talk about the bald professor's brain-pumping concept. Professor X, who has always felt that mutants should live in peace with humans, has always acted and worked hard to achieve this. The egg is sure that the X-Men will make a move. Because of Professor X's philosophy, this matter is a good thing. After doing it successfully, it can reverse the discrimination of most ordinary people against mutants, which is why the egg is sure that the X-Men will shoot. But Professor X forgets something, good or bad is not his final say, his concept is too idealistic, simply put, brain pumping. To say that brain pumping is already the greatest respect for him, if not respected, it is not only described by brain pumping. Sure enough, Coulson said something about Chen Haonan, and Professor X agreed without too much hesitation. It is rare for an official agency to come to them, or a global official agency like SHIELD. Professor X has no reason not to agree to his own ideas. Chapter 14. The reason why Professor X will make a move. In Professor X's opinion, doing things for the official should be able to gain the favor of the official, especially the recognition of the powerful circle among human beings. That's why Professor X agreed to make a move. In a way, Professor X can be seen as a person with powerful powers, but too naive ideas. The biggest contradiction between mutants and humans is not because of what mutant abilities are uncontrollable, the most fundamental reason is that mutants themselves have great power, which is the key. Especially after Lao Wan did those things, to put it bluntly, no one in the elite circle wants such an uncontrollable force in society. From this moment on, it was doomed that no matter how hard Professor X tried, it was in vain to make ordinary people accept the existence of mutants. It's just that Professor X can't understand it, and wishful thinking that mutants and ordinary people can coexist peacefully, which can only be said to be too naive, too idealistic, and too stupid. The egg is using Professor X's idea, so he is sure that Professor X will make a move. At least for now, there has not been a complete outbreak of irreconcilable contradictions between mutants and human high level. The fact that mutants were studied has not yet been exposed, and Professor X still holds this idea. Mutant Academy. Professor X looked at the 4 people who left the school in the warp lane: Storm Girl, Wolverine, Jean, and Laser Eye. I don't know why, but I felt a little uneasy in my heart for no reason. Maybe this time the mission is not so simple. The children hope that you can return safely. We need to seize this opportunity. Professor X muttered. Thinking of the promise that the brine egg gave himself, Professor X made a move, and also talked about the conditions with the brine egg, that is, to publicly support the existence of mutants. Such a commitment is no less for a global organization. At the same time, the brine egg can agree to this promise, and Professor X also knows that this trip is destined to be full of danger, otherwise the brine egg will not make such a promise. Hell's Kitchen, New York. Bang! Chen Haonan's villa door was kicked open, and a pervert with a leather holster shrouded in black and red walked in with 2 guns in his hand. Phew, the time is just right, it looks like I'm not late. The pervert in the red tights looked at the little genius children's watch in his hand and pointed 2 guns at Chen Haonan. Deadpool. I think you must say, why don't I sneak up on me as a killer? Deadpool suddenly turned to look at Yu, who was reading the novel, and said. Please, this is a novel. Well, it may be a comic, of course it may be a cartoon, it may be a movie, in short, I must be the most handsome. Deadpool said with a smile. Then looked at Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan sat on the sofa, looking at Deadpool with a cigarette in his mouth. Hey boy, look here, come laugh one. Deadpool smiled and looked at Chen Haonan and said. A trace of scarlet flashed in Chen Haonan's eyes. Deadpool pulled the trigger, and 2 bullets spun towards Chen Haonan. Done. Deadpool put both guns into the nostrils of his mask and took a deep breath, the smell of gun smoke. The next moment, 2 bullets stopped in front of Chen Haonan. Kagong. Deadpool's face was question-marked, looking at the continuous rotation in front of Chen Haonan. The most stopped bullet, 2 crisp sounds, the bullet fell to the floor. There are always people who are self-righteous. Chen Haonan stood up from the sofa, loosened the tie around his neck, and a scarlet color appeared in his eyes. The snow-drinking crazy knife automatically flew directly from the wall into Chen Haonan's hand. The translucent blade instantly slashed towards Deadpool. Fuck, did I not wake up, or did the world derail? Deadpool, who saw this scene, rolled on the spot and hidden. Even through the leather clothing, Deadpool felt a piercing chill. Chen Haonan looked at Deadpool with some different colors. This was the first time he had come to this world that someone had hidden. Right at this time, a low roar came from the lawn outside Chen Haonan's villa. A fighter full of sci-fi atmosphere stopped directly on the lawn, and 4 figures walked down from above. It was Wolverine, Laser Eye, Storm Girl, and Jean 4. Just as the 4 of them were about to enter the villa, a figure flew out directly from the villa. Hey, looks like you're here at the right time. Deadpool slammed heavily in front of the 4 people, lying on the ground, and said to the 4 people. This guy with a smelly mouth is here too. Wolverine looked at Deadpool and said angrily. Just when the 4 of them wanted to ask Deadpool what happened, Chen Haonan walked out of the villa. He's the target of this mission. Laser looked at Chen Haonan and said slowly. Hey, that's my mission goal, but we can cooperate. Deadpool got up from the ground and said towards the Laser Eye. He's dangerous. Chen ignored Deadpool but looked at Chen Haonan, and a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart for no reason. Chapter 15. Solved it first, he's saying. Wolverine was the most anxious, revealing his wolf paws and rushing towards Chen Haonan. The scarlet color in Chen Haonan's eyes became more and more serious, the corners of his mouth showed an evil and crazy smile, and the snow-drinking knife in his hand waved wildly. Wolverine came quickly, went back faster, and a deep hole appeared in the upper body was directly torn. The wound was exposed deep in the bone, and blood was gurgling. What frightened Wolverine the most was that all the bones in his body had now turned into Edmund alloy, and a scratch actually appeared. It is the hardest metal known on Earth, but now there are scratches, which is an incredible thing in itself. What is Wolverine's strongest? His self-healing factor, as well as the bones of his body, were replaced with Edmund alloy, which is where he is strongest. But now there are actually scratches, which is obviously an incredible thing. Although the snow-drinking mad knife in Chen Haonan's hand is a product of the high martial world, the level of the Fengyun world is not low, and the snow-drinking mad knife is cast by Bailu, one of the 4 strange stones left by Nuwa after making up the sky. Legendary in itself, it's not impossible to do that. Wolverine mood plus 1000. Laser Eye mood plus 999. Storm Girl's mood value is 999. Yo, the X-Men shot too. Lu Yuz, who was bored, heard the system's prompt, and put his perspective on Chen Haonan's body with some curiosity. This guy is dangerous. Wolverine said in a deep voice. Although the wounds on his body were healed, he was obviously a little jealous of Chen Haonan. I'll do it. Laser-eyed Scott stepped forward. Chen Haonan looked at Laser-eye, and the only things that could make him afraid were Laser-eye and the burgundy-haired woman in the presence. That woman had a very dangerous power in her. Chen Haonan could clearly detect the existence of that power by relying on the Kylan blood. When the Laser-eye took off the glasses, 2 ruby-colored lasers burst out directly. Dangerous. Chen Haonan's pupils shrank, chasing the wind, the speed was stretched to the extreme, and he disappeared in place in an instant. So fast. Qin looked at Chen Haonan, who disappeared in place in an instant, and a trace of alertness rose in his heart. The biggest disadvantage of Laser Eye is that although his ability is powerful, it is not a simple matter to focus on the target. Not to mention the speed of the enemy, if you can't hit, no matter how powerful it is, it will be given for nothing. However, Chen Haonan did not give them time to react, and the overwhelming knife radiance completely covered the 4 X-Men and Deadpool in an instant. Fuck! Deadpool screamed and hid directly behind Wolverine. Jin used his mental power to directly create a barrier to block those translucent blades, sheltering Laser Eye and Storm Girl. I can't hit him, he's too fast and someone needs to limit his speed. Laser Eye said from the new glasses. Can't you Superboys think of a way to save the good citizens of New York? Deadpool hid behind Wolverine and said loudly. You mean you're a good citizen? Wolverine looked at Deadpool hiding behind him, and really wanted to kill this slut who was talking. Of course, what's the problem? Deadpool said reasonably. Just as the two were fighting, the Storm Girl's eyes turned white, the dark clouds above the sky gathered, thunder roared, and the storm swept the world. Chen Haonan looked at this scene, and the scarlet light in his eyes was even worse. A bolt of thunder slashed directly towards Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan's snow-drinking knife in his hand waved, and the translucent knife collided with thunder, the energy overflowed, and large and small potholes appeared on the ground. Is this making a movie? So cool! Deadpool looked at this scene with 2 glowing eyes. Chen Haonan's eyes directly erupted with scarlet light. A trace of magic patterns appeared on the body, and at the center of the eyebrows, a 3rd eye grew out, and a small magic horn. A red aura appeared on his body. It's time to end. Chen Haonan looked at the 4 X-Men and Deadpool with scarlet in his eyes. The bad premonition in Qin's heart became more and more solemn. Chen Haonan directly turned into a red afterimage and appeared in front of Orlo, and a scarlet blade convergence appeared on the snow-drinking mad knife. Kirin Demon. Chen Haonan. Die. Chen Haonan's snow-drinking mad knife in his hand fell with a red blade. Orlo gathered in front of him with a thunderstorm, trying to block the knife. The next moment, the snow-drinking mad knife in Chen Haonan's hand fell directly, splitting the thunderstorm, and Orlo's body fell to the ground weakly. Blood stained the grass. Laser Eye mood plus 10000. Piano mood value plus 10,000. Wolverine mood plus 10,000. Deadpool mood plus 1,000. Bastard! Wolverine roared angrily and rushed directly towards Chen Haonan. The death of Storm Girl directly plunged Wolverine into madness. The first time the emotional value broke 10,000, I didn't expect the Storm Girl to die like this. Lu Yuz looked at the Storm Girl on the ground with some sighs. Chapter 16. The death of the Storm Girl was unexpected by Lu Yuz, and Lu Yuz did not expect that Chen Haonan could kill the Storm Girl. According to reason, the Storm Girl should not die so easily, mainly because she looks down on Chen Haonan. Careless, no flash. Wolverine rushed towards Chen Haonan again. Chen Haonan's eyes had a scarlet light, and the dark red sword in his hand condensed. The technique is so poor. Chen Haonan looked at Wolverine and said in a deep voice, to be precise, these superheroes are basically poor in fighting skills. But everyone with superpowers is basically like this, all rely on their own ability to fight, can't say that there is anything wrong with them fighting like this, isn't it stupid to have the ability not to use that? But when you encounter an opponent with the same strength, the problem of skill is very serious. Wolverine's fighting style is no different from street gangsters in Chen Haonan's eyes, and there is no skill at all. It's all about fighting in their own right. The knife waved, and Wolverine was directly chopped out. Next. Chen Haonan's scarlet gaze looked at the remaining four. "Hi boy, I was just passing by, I suddenly remembered that the gas at home was not turned off, I went back first," Deadpool said as he greeted. Chen Haonan looked at Deadpool and Wolverine, the two little strong. Wolverine's words, "There is still the possibility of killing," but Deadpool's words are real immortal bodies. And there is also a belt for space teleportation, and it will obviously be a waste of time to do it to him. The rest is Jean and Laser Eye Scott. Jean's words made Chen Haonan feel that this woman was dangerous, so there was only one and that was Scott. Thinking of this, Chen Haonan made a decision, and the next moment a red fragment swept past everyone and appeared in front of Scott. Scott had no time to react at all. Emptiness has strength, but flesh is weak. Chen Haonan looked at Scott, and the snow-drinking knife in his hand directly penetrated Scott's body. Not. Jean screamed a little collapsed. Scott looked at his penetrated body, reached out to grab Chen Haonan, but finally fell down weakly. Piano mood value plus 19,999. Wolverine mood plus 18,000. Deadpool mood plus 2,000. Huh? Another dead one? Lu Yuz looked at Scott, who was stabbed to death by Chen Haonan, and felt that Chen Haonan had stabbed a big basket. Who is Jean? There is the existence of the power of the Phoenix in the body. Although it was sealed by Professor X, when the mood fluctuated extremely much, the power of the Phoenix was broken and sealed, and the second personality of the piano, the Black Phoenix, would appear. Now Chen Haonan has sensed the existence of the crisis and left the piano in a flash. Jean hugged Scott, who was limp, on the ground. The breath on the body was constantly fluctuating, everything was decomposing and annihilating, and a pair of pupils turned pure black. Chen Haonan, who saw this scene, did not hesitate to slip away directly. Now that the Black Phoenix appears, Chen Haonan is obviously not an opponent, and Jean can't control himself, so if he doesn't slip now, can he wait until Jean finds himself to settle the account? In the mutant school, Professor X also wiped this scene, with sadness in his eyes, anger, and more self-blame. He didn't expect this operation, and although he felt dangerous, he didn't expect Scott and Storm to die here. Wang Defa. Deadpool grew his mouth and looked at the runaway Jean. Wolverine does not dare to chase Chen Haonan now, the current piano is the biggest problem, and the Phoenix power in the piano body is out of control. It was at this moment that Professor X's voice sounded in Wolverine's mind. "Logan, you evacuate all the people around you, I'll rush over now, but it will take a little time." "Got it, Professor," Wolverine said in a deep voice. Now the most important thing is to evacuate the surrounding crowd, how terrifying the violent piano is, and Wolverine is very clear. This side of SHIELD. The egg looked at the violently running away in the video, and took a deep breath. Just now, Professor X has contacted him, but he is very unhappy. After all, it is silently invaded in his mind, and no one will like this kind of thing. After all, everyone has a dark side, and the dirty things they have done, of course, do not want others to know. This is also where Professor X is less popular than Magneto. But just now Professor X has explained the situation. Jean really walks violently but will destroy the world. Thinking of this is even more tired. How did the world recruit you, always destroying him at every turn, without considering the feelings of others at all? Unhappy, but the brine egg still sent someone to assist Professor X and control the whole scene. If you don't control it, the villa area where Chen Haonan is located is in the center of New York. Either way, it's possible to blow up New York directly. The people of SHIELD began to act, and the egg felt a little tired, but there was no way, and now the X-Men died too, one of whom was still the captain, that is, Scott. This is not good news for stewed eggs. Chapter 17. As for why the deaths of Scott and Stormgirl are not good news for the Brine? You must know that the two largest organizations of mutants, one is the Brotherhood, and the other is the X-Men. Led by Magneto and Professor X, respectively. Magneto is not a good person, saying that he is not a BB person at all. Professor X has always stood on the side of ordinary people and advocated peace. Magneto pays attention to the rule of yes, and uses force to bring people to their knees. Now that the X-Men have died two generals, it is naturally not a good thing for the Brine eggs, and the existence of the X-Men is largely used to deal with the Brotherhood. Otherwise, the X-Men wouldn't exist. With the assistance of SHIELD, ordinary people in the villa area were evacuated, and the breath on Jean's body became more and more terrifying. Soon Professor X arrived here on a SHIELD fighter, and as soon as he got off the plane, he saw the distorted space behind Jean. Everything around has been completely disintegrated and annihilated by New York, and this is the power of the Phoenix, a power even more terrifying than the Infinity Stones. In a word, the power of the 6 Infinity Stones together is not comparable to the power of the Phoenix, the power of the Infinity Stone, the power of the Phoenix, the power of the Infinity Stone, the power of the Phoenix. Lu Yuz has been paying attention after seeing the Qin burst out with the power of the Phoenix, but he did not participate, and it doesn't matter if the Qin really ran away. Isn't there still some bald guy? Don't panic, she'll make a move. Lu Yuz also came to a new guest, a little sunspot, to be precise, a little sunspot on the streets of New York. What does this guest want? Lu Yuz showed a polite smile on his face. Entering the store is a customer, whether it is a little sunspot or not. Rob, hand over all the money. Xiao Hiza directly pulled out the gun on his waist and aimed it at Lu Yuz. The corner of Lu Yuz's mouth twitched, and after opening the shop for 3 days, counting that this little sunspot has been patronized 9 times. Guest, would you like to buy something? Lu Yuz rubbed his eyebrows and said with a hint of discomfort. Less nonsense, hand over the money. Xiao Hiza said with a gun to Lu Yuz. Lu Yuz had a hint of unhappiness in his eyes, and then as if he thought of something, he snapped his fingers, and the rain of banknotes fell in the room. Xiao Haiko's eyes were red. Then customer, anything in this store can be anything, even if you want money, $100,000 a year life, do you want to buy it? Lu Yuz looked at Xiao Hiza with a devilish smile at the corner of his mouth. The red color in Xiao Hiza's eyes faded, and in Xiao Haiko's eyes, at that moment, Lu Yuz turned into a supreme terror, gasping for breath. The gun in his hand has disappeared. Although Xiao Hiza has no brains, he is not a fool. In this case, he naturally knows that he has met someone who cannot be touched. However, after hearing Lu Yuz's words, Xiao Hiza was obviously moved. A year's lifespan of $100,000? In addition, I have various skill books here, and after learning them, you can master a special ability, such as Wind Blade and Fireball. Lu Yuz said with a weird smile at the corner of his mouth. These skill books may not be useful for superheroes, but they are useful for ordinary people, villains. Really? Xiao Hiza looked at Lu Yuz. Of course. Lu Yuz said with a smile. But the price is not cheap. A 1-star skill book requires 2 years of life, are you sure? Lu Yuz looked at Xiao Hiza with a smile. The 2-year lifespan of a 1-star skill book, this price is not high, but it is not low. For Lu Yuz, this is a no-cost transaction. It is useless to keep it yourself, the most important thing is to put the advertisement out, naturally someone comes to the door and allows you to reap the life. Looking at the little sunspot who was obviously moved, Lu Yuz directly added a fire. 5 skill books appeared in front of Lu Yuz, wind blades, fireballs, ice picks, ground thorns, water balloons, and 5 skill books. All are 1-star level. Xiao Hiza looked at the skill book that appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Yuz, and hesitated and chose the fireball. I want this fireball, and $100,000. Xiao Hiza said towards Lu Yuz. It took 3 years of life, are you sure? Lu Yuz looked at Xiao Hiza with a smile and confirmed. Okay. Xiao Haiko gritted his teeth and nodded. Very good, the deal is done. Lu Yuz looked at the lifespan of the little sunspot, and there were more than 40 years of life left in total. Directly took away 3 years. 100,000 American swords and a fireball skill book appeared in front of Xiao Haiko. Xiao Hiza looked confused, he didn't feel what was happening, but looking at the skill book in front of him, Xiao Hiza looked at Lu Yuz. You only need to take a pat to learn it, thank you for your patronage, guest. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Xiao Haiko slapped the skill book in his hand. In an instant, the skill book turned into light and integrated into Xiao Haiko's body. There was ecstasy in the eyes of the little sunspot. He really learned fireballs, and in an instant a large fireball appeared in the hand of the little sunspot and levitated. Are the guests still satisfied? Lu Yuz looked at Xiao Hizi and asked with a smile. Satisfied, satisfied. Xiao Hizi happily left Lu Yuz's shop. Chapter 18. Boss, is it really good to do this? Heidu looked at Lu Yuz and asked. What's so bad about this? We open the door to do business, naturally for a win-win situation, the guests are happy, and I am happy. Lu Yuz said with a smile. I'm afraid that some people will be unhappy and unlucky, that guy is not a good person. Heiduan said a little dumbly. Good man? Villain? This has nothing to do with us. Lu Yuz smiled and looked at Heidu. Heidun nodded in understanding. Then Lu Yuz checked how much his emotional value is now. Yesterday's lottery left 450,000, and now it has risen to 880,000. Another raffle in the evening to hopefully get some good stuff, but now. Lu Yuz looked at the direction where Shield was located. The evil camp of the Void Eternal Ancient Realm has appeared, so the righteous camp should also appear, right? Nick. Fury's office. Nick. Fury is watching Professor X, who is reassuring Jean, through surveillance video, but the process is a little slow. When Nick was thinking about not letting Da Chao help, the space in front of him suddenly cracked. True. Cracked. Nick looked at this scene, his pupils shrank in his eyes, and then looked at the spatial crack vigilantly. The last time there was a spatial crack was a few days ago. At that time, the skies over New York caused a huge panic. Now the words actually appeared in Shield, or in his own office. A burly figure walked out of the spatial crack with firm steps, 3 meters tall, with a white navy hat, a cigar in his mouth, and white skin on his back, writing 2 big characters of justice. There are also visible scars on the neck and face, and tattoos can be seen on the exposed part of the chest. The body of Gundam appears in Nick. In front of Fury. Is it from that world again? Nick. Fury instantly thought of Blackbeard. These 2 human bodies are not much different, and they both come out of the spatial crack. Nick. Fury mood plus 1000. Your Excellency is the world government that guards the world. The red dog chewed on his cigar and opened his mouth towards Nick. Fury said. A world government that guards the world. Nick. Fury clearly captured the key word. Guard? It is generally used to maintain justice, and the word guardian will be used to guard order. You are. Nick. Fury looked at the red dog. The former world government Navy Marshal, now a member of the Void Eternal Ancient Realm Order, came to capture Blackbeard. The red dog said in a deep voice, his eyes were resolute, and he had the smell of iron and blood on his body. This is a taste that only those who have been in the military have had. Iron-blooded, perseverance, this is Nick. Fury's image of the red dog. I think if what you say is true, maybe we will be good partners. Nick. Fury looked at the red dog and said in a deep voice. I hope so. The red dog also looked at Nick. Fury. The fun begins. Lu Yuz looked at the crazy emotional value in his mind with a smile on his lips. Now that the red dog has arrived at Shield, then the next thing is the battle between the red dog and Blackbeard, and Blackbeard's purpose in coming to this world. Looks like it's going to be drawn. Lu Yuz muttered. Always using the excuse of destroying the world, or controlling the world, to come to this world to do things, is a little too dirty. On Jean's side, under the dual communication of Professor X's seal and mind control ability, Professor X first closed Jean's love for Scott with the laser eye. Then sealed the memory of Scott's death, only to slowly let Jin return to normal, resealing Jin's second personality, Dark Phoenix. However, this comes at a cost, and when the sealed memory returns, the power it brings is also increasing day by day. At that time, it will not be the little power that erupts now. Unless Jin dies, the Black Phoenix will completely descend into the world and destroy the entire world. The current Professor X has not yet had Alzheimer's, and his ability is still very strong, plus his brainwave amplification instrument, which can instantly rewrite the will of all life on the entire Earth. This is one of the reasons why Professor X is not liked or accepted by everyone, and no one aspires to become a puppet of others. Chen Haonan is still active in Hell's Kitchen. After this incident, although the X-Men were still causing trouble to Chen Haonan, they did not dare to easily make a move on Chen Haonan without sufficient preparation. Looking at the dead Scott and Storm Girl, Professor X had a trace of grief in his eyes. Nick Fury also appeared here. Maybe I have a way to save them. Nick Fury looked at Professor X and said slowly. Here Nick. With Fury's words, Professor X looked at Nick Fury. Follow me. Nick Fury said to Professor X, then got into the car and took Professor X to Lu Yu's shop. Chapter 19. This time Nick Fury took Professor X to Lu Yu's small shop. Compared with when he came before, Lu Yu's now has many more sunspots in the small shop, all waiting in line for something. Just in Nick. When Fury was about to say something, he saw a small sunspot with a huge water ball in his hand. Nick Fury's pupils shrank and looked at Lu Yu's with a hint of heaviness in his eyes. Professor X had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Something went wrong. Nick Fury immediately realized that something was wrong. Yo, you're here again. Lu Yu's looked at Nick with a fox smile on his face. Fury. Nick Fury's face darkened. For such a title, Nick Fury was very upset. After all those little sunspots are gone, Nick Fury said to Lu Yu's with a trace of essence in his eyes, Boss, just now. They are all guests, after all, you also know that I am a businessman, isn't it normal to buy and sell? Lu Yu's lost with a smile. Nick Fury wanted to complain, but he didn't know where to spit out, who was a serious merchant selling powers. If I'm not mistaken, just now those people have acquired supernatural abilities or mutant abilities. Nick Fury looked at Lu Yu's with a hint of essence in his eyes. That's right, do you want a copy of our latest products? 5-star skill book, Skyfire Meteor, you deserve it, you don't need anything else, just 20 years of life. Lu Yu's looked at Nick with a smile on his lips. Fury said, and a golden skill book appeared in his hand. 20 years life. Nick Fury looked at the skill book in Lu Yu's hand. Well, this is for customers who want to buy something but can't pay for something precious, how about it feel like a good deal? Lu Yu's looked at Nick with a fox smile on his face. Fury. Nick Fury had a hint of heaviness in his eyes. From the beginning, he knew that Lu Yu's was not a good person, but he didn't expect Lu Yu's to be so limitless. Or a pure businessman, who does not have the slightest sense of justice, and only cares about interests. Boss, are you your guests as long as you come to your shop? Nick Fury took a deep breath and asked towards Lu Yu's. Did not ask Lu Yu's why he sold these precious skill books to those punks, was he not afraid of such a childish question as the world chaos? That's right, there is no justice and evil in my place, as long as there is no trouble, there is only one kind of person, that is, the guest, he can afford to pay the price even the universe I can sell, in addition, the high god seat can also be, in my place everything has a price, as long as you can afford enough price, you can buy anything you want. Lu Yu's looked at Nick with a smile on his face. Fury. Then Lu Yu's looked at Professor X in a wheelchair. Professor X, do you want to get back up? For $10 million, it's yours and can help you get back on your feet, which is a good deal. A bottle of blood medicine appeared in Lu Yu's hand. Professor X looked at the blood-colored fluorescent blood medicine with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then looked at Nick Fury. Nick Fury was thinking about what Lu Yu said, his expression was extremely serious, and Nick In Fuyui's eyes, Lu Yu's is now more dangerous than Blackbeard. It can be said to be the source of disaster. Boss, do you have anything or ability here that can resurrect people? Professor X looked at Lu Yu's and asked kindly, just now Lu Yu's and Nick. Fury's conversation has made Professor X understand what kind of person Lu Yu's is, and it is not a difficult thing to understand with his IQ, and perhaps there is a trace of doubt, but he believes that Nick. Fury, that's why I asked. Resurrection of man thing? This thing is not a rare thing in the heavens and realms, and there is a thing in my hand that may be exactly what you need. Lu Yu said with a smile. A silver-white cross appeared in Lu Yu's hand, dotted with green gemstones. Rebirth cross, as long as the corpse is complete, then it can be resurrected. How to use it? Put it on the corpse, and each person can only use it once. Lu Yu said with a smile. Professor X looked at the rebirth cross in Lu Yu's hand, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and a hint of surprise. He didn't have much hope. After all, the matter of resurrecting people is a little too mysterious, although the world of American comics has. Is there only one boss? Professor X looked at Lu Yu's and asked. At present, there is really only one. After all, it takes a little luck to get this thing. Lu Yu said with a smile. The lottery all depends on luck, whether it can be drawn. Lu Yu's is not sure. Professor X took a deep breath. Scott and Storm were both dead, and only one of them could be resurrected, which was bound to be a difficult decision. But now is not the time to think about that. The rebirth cross has not yet arrived, and the price has not yet been asked. Chapter 20. Boss, how much does this rebirth cross cost? Professor X asked towards Lu Yu's. Money. Lu Yu's looked at Professor X with a smile. Money may be very important to ordinary people, but for me, this thing has no value. Some ordinary things are not a problem with money, but the price of this thing is 100 years of life. Lu Yu said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Professor X's eyes darkened. Even if he drained him, he would not have so many years of life. Nick. Fury looked at the rebirth cross in Lu Yu's hand. Is it expensive to buy a chance of resurrection for 100 years of life? Not expensive, but not cheap. Ordinary people only have a life expectancy of 70 or 80 years. Is it okay for the boss to use anything other than 100 years of life? Nick. Fury looked at Lu Yu's and asked. Of course you can, as long as I am interested in something. I always follow a rule, equivalent exchange. Lu Yu's looked at Nick with a smile. Fury. What if you use someone else's life? Nick. Fury said faintly. Professor X's pupils shrank. Thinking of this question, Lu Yu's had a smile on his face. If you use other people's lifespans, you can naturally do it, but as a conscientious businessman, if you want to use other people's lives to buy goods, you must use some extremely evil people. If it is an ordinary person, I don't want to do this. Nick. Fury took a deep look at Lu Yu's. Lu Yu said that he didn't want to, not couldn't, and the word was different. It can't be impossible. I don't want to just because Lu Yu's doesn't want to. Now Nick. Fury has a preliminary judgment about Lu Yu's, which does not belong to the order camp or the evil camp, but is chaotic and neutral, and has its own bottom line. Maybe the scum in those prisons has a new use. Nick. Fury said slowly. Lu Yu's had a smile on his face. Professor X also understood Nick. Fury meant, but chose silence. Nick. Fury made a phone call directly from the New York jail and sent some people sentenced to life sentences. These people can be sentenced to life, at least a murder and arson. This is still the lightest. Their final fate is either waiting in prison to die, or being pulled to do human experiments. If Lu Yu's extracts life, it can be regarded as the cheap kind of death. Lu Yu's in front of Nick. Fury and Professor X directly extracted the lifespan of these prisoners. Lu Yu's handed the rebirth cross to Professor X. Professor X felt particularly heavy holding the rebirth cross in his hand. Boss, another bottle of blood medicine. Nick. Fury said to Lu Yu's. Lu Yu smiled and directly took out a bottle of blood medicine and handed it to Nick. Fury. Nick. Fury directly gave the blood medicine to Professor X. The world will become more and more dangerous in the future, and I need your help. Professor X looked at the blood medicine and the rebirth cross in his hand. He also knew Nick. Fury thought of something, but did not reject Nick. Fury's kindness. After Professor X left, Lu Yuz looked at Nick. Fury. Do you want something good here? Lu Yuz looked at Nick. Fury said, with his trademark fox smile on his face. For Lu Yuxuan's title, Nick selectively ignored it. Good thing. Looking at Nick, Fury was a little moved. Lu Yuz had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and a blood-colored eye appeared in his hand. Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye, the blood-stained boundary of a certain world, although there is only one, but it is not bad. There are two pupil techniques in it, one is Amaterasu, known as the Immortal Flame, and the second is called Suzanu. How about how to use it yourself? Lu Yuz looked at Nick. Fury said with a smile. Nick. Fury looked at the blood-colored eye in Lu Yuz's hand and touched his left eye. It's definitely not cheap. Nick. Fury looked at Lu Yuz and said softly. 200 years of life. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Deal. Nick. Fury did not have the slightest hesitation, and directly agreed. Anyway, he didn't want his life, not in vain, and he could also be used as his own whole card. Then another card of unlucky eggs, life imprisonment or death row prisoners were secretly escorted here. Then Nick. Fury left Lu Yuz's small shop, the blindfold on his left eye was still on, and no one knew what happened. Nick. After Fury left, Lu Yuz directly closed the store. The goods were almost finished, and there were still 2 5-star skills left in the skill book. The others were bought, including the experience book. Anyway, they were just some tool people used to earn emotional points, and Lu Yuz did not pay too much attention. Professor X's side. When Professor X returned to the mutant school, he had already got out of his wheelchair and walked into the mutant school alone. Kids, I'm back. Professor X said with a smile on his face. Professor. Wolverine looked at Professor X, who had recovered his health, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The others were the same, the Iceman, and the Beast all looked at Professor X. Then Professor X said everything he had seen. Let Lu Yuz earn enough emotional points. Now we have a question. Orlo and Scott, who is the resurrection? Professor X looked at the heavy rebirth cross in his hand. Everyone else fell silent. Chapter 21. Orlo and Scott, that is, Storm Girl and Laser Eye, choose one of them, which is undoubtedly a cruel thing. It was undoubtedly a difficult decision. One of them will be resurrected, and the other may be gone forever. Children, we have to make this difficult choice. Professor X said in a deep voice. Orlo and Scott choose between the two. Professor, resurrect Orlo. I think even if Scott were alive, we would choose to do so. The Beast spoke first. Scott, you're weird. Hearing the words of the Beast, the others had a twinkle in their eyes. Wolverine was also somewhat silent. In that case, then resurrect Orlo. Professor X also made the decision, and from heart, Scott was the first-generation captain of the X-Men he chose. Professor X is also inclined to revive Scott. But from a rational judgment, resurrecting Orlo is the best choice. Orlo's ability is relatively comprehensive, and there is a lot of room for development. The most important thing is that Jean can't be stimulated anymore, and Scott's disappearance forever is the best option. Orlo's resurrection will not stimulate Jean, and if Scott's resurrection has another accident, Jean will be completely violent. This is also one of the factors why the Beast and others want to resurrect Orlo. After all, Scott's presence is like an unstable bomb that could make Jean explode at any moment. This time, Professor X took a lot of effort to appease Hokan, so what about next time? No one can guarantee that Jean will not be stimulated. So resurrecting Orlo is the best option. Now that he had decided, Professor X did not hesitate. The rebirth cross was directly placed on Orlo's body, and the white light that appeared on Orlo's body played its role. Orlo returns from death. On Lu Yuz's side, Lu Yuz sat on the yantai on the second floor. An explosion sounded. A huge fireball collided directly into a residential building, and the initiator was the first little sunspot who walked into Lu Yuz's shop. What a day of nuclear peace, system, lottery. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Lu Yu's turned on the system. The sentiment value has exceeded the million mark, reaching more than 1.1 million, and continues to increase. 10 junior draws are now here. Lu Yu's looked at his emotional value, touched his chin and decided that it was better to have 10 primary draws. It's too advanced all of a sudden, and it's easy to make the entire American manga world collapse. After all, at this time, Iron Man has not yet been born, he is still working iron, Da Chao is still working as a journalist and has not saved the world, the Hulk has not yet been born, and Thor has not come to this world. Ding, 5-star item, Wind Eagle Armor. Good start, it seems that I had good luck today. Lu Yu's looked at the first item with a smile on his face. Ding, 5-star character card, Deodara. Ding, 5-star item, Exploding Fruit. Ding, 5-star item, Magic Spirit Stone. Ding, 5-star item, Jade of 4 Souls. Ding, 5-star item, Immortal Body. Ding, 5-star character card, Doflamingo. Ding, 5-star character card, Esdras. Ding, 1-star skill book, Lightning Arrow. Ding, 1-star skill book, Lightning 5 consecutive whips. I understand everything before, but what are the last two? Lu Yu's looked at the last two things that were pulled out. Lightning arrows always make Lu Yu's sound a head-scratching monster in a certain game. And is this Lightning 5 in Arrow Whip serious? But this draw is a lot of good things. Lu Yu's looked at what he pulled out. Doflamingo, Esdras, Deodara, not to mention, the immortal body, the physique between the 1,000-hand pillars, the other person is Chakra, between the pillars is Chatonella, all relying on the immortal body. The Jade of the 4 Souls is also a good thing, the Demon Spirit Stone, and the thing that makes magical beasts in the Armored Warriors. Exploding Fruit? The ability to pick your nose and blow up your head in one piece. One of the 5 elements of the Wind Eagle armor is different, and it is similar to the previous Yanlong start. Looking at the remaining emotional value of himself, more than 1 million. Lu Yu's thought for a while, thought about it or kept it, now the words are obviously enough, and the rest are kept for emergencies. The main thing was that the two things that were pulled out at the end made Lu Yu suspect that his luck was used up today. Then the fun begins. Lu Yu looked at the 2 cards that appeared in his hand, the Demon Spirit Stone and the Jade of the 4 Souls. Who's better? Lu Yu couldn't help but think. The words of the Demon Spirit Stone are disposable items for making magical beasts, and now, Lu Yu has no intention of letting the Armored Warriors appear. Then that's it. Lu Yu looked at the Jade of the 4 Souls. Then the Jade of the 4 Souls turned into a card and disappeared into the void. Blackbeard's goal is there. But you still need to warm up, if it's just that, it's too boring, isn't it? Lu Yu looked at the New York City with a smile on his face. At the same time, at a military airport in New York, Tony, who had been missing for more than a week, returned. Chapter 22. On TV. Tony, who had just returned, directly announced the closure of the weapons industry department of the Stark Group, which instantly caused a huge sensation throughout America. But Tony didn't care about these things, and his encounter this time made him understand that weapons are man-controlled. It is not what he thinks, it is only to protect his own country, and it may also be in the hands of terrorists as a weapon of aggression to attack civilians. Although here in Amica, it is a bit nonsense to say this, but Tony Stark is indeed such a person. In a way, Tony Stark is also a well-deserved existence comparable to a god in a mortal body. Although he is a playboy, in terms of character, Tony and Batman Bruce Wayne are undoubtedly more loved than Tony. Compared to Bruce Wayne's no-kill principle, the same playboy, Bruce Wayne didn't make anyone like it in the slightest. Especially in Lu Yu's eyes, Bruce Wayne, more like a rich boy, plays superhero games with ordinary lives. Gotham in the end has many people looking at Bruce Wayne new. Every time these criminals are caught, they are sent to the madhouse for further study, then they come out, and then they are sent in, as if they have played a family game. He prides himself on not killing, but in fact dies indirectly in Bruce. The people in Wayne's hands no longer knew how to calculate. Those criminals don't deserve to die. Do those ordinary people deserve to die? Although it is Gotham City with simple people, although there are many people, but they are still a little normal. Do these people deserve to die? To put it bluntly, there is a hole in the brain. Tony had just answered home when Jarvis's voice rang out. Welcome back, sir. Is it? Rather than this, I want to know what really happened in New York during my time away? Tony asked towards Jarvis. Sir, you should look at this. Jarvis said to Tony. The projection appeared in front of Tony. Chen Haonan's battle scenes, as well as the scenes of those punks on the street throwing fireballs, water polos, and so on. Wang Defa. Tony looked at the burger in his hand and instantly felt a little unpleasant. What did you miss? How do you feel that you have disappeared for more than a week? The whole world has evolved, but you didn't bring yourself. Justice, do you know what's going on? Why is this happening? Tony asked towards Jarvis. According to the analysis of surveillance information, those street punks have abilities similar to mutants, which is likely to be caused by this store. Jarvis directly summoned the words of the Heavenly Store. Heavenly Shop. Tony had a hint of surprise in his eyes, he couldn't remember such a place in New York. It's really troublesome. Tony rubbed his brows. Involuntarily thinking about the time he was captured, Tony saw a lot of things, and the most concerned was, of course, why those terrorists had weapons of their own group in their hands. His weapons were supplied only to the Amica military and were never sold outside. Let this matter go first, Jarvis, find out who is smuggling weapons within the Stark group. Tony said in a deep voice. He didn't think it was an accident, even if he was kidnapped by accident, but those weapons were definitely not. Come to think of it. Tony took a few bites of his burger, returned to his personal lab, and began to make the armor he wanted. Without Tony knowing. Under the Stark Group building, a strange bead merged into the bottom of the Stark Group building. At the same time, the Amica military also noticed the presence of some mutants on the New York side. You know, they've been studying mutants, all aspects. How to suppress the ability of mutants, how to create mutants, and so on are all being studied. Among them is the famous General Ross. General Ross can be said to be the founder of the Hulk. Of course, the birth of the Hulk is not an accident, and gamma rays alone cannot create the Hulk. Behind the Hulk there is a deeper existence, under all things, that is, the opposite of Marvel's creation god OAA. His existence is the key existence of the birth of the Hulk. Ross naturally noticed the changes in New York. After all, there were suddenly so many more mutants, for the war madman Ross. If you can master this technique, you can create a mutant army. Of course, this is what he thinks is a mutant ability. Soon Ross got the intelligence and caught a few unlucky eggs, naturally easily asking where their abilities came from. As for these unlucky eggs, they may become the experimental products of an underground test base. After all, this is a good research material, isn't it? That is, if you can't win the big chow, if the capable win the big chow, Ross wants to catch the big super for research. Chapter 23. Early morning. An explosion sounded. Lu Yus frowned and looked at the black doll in his arms, yawned, and got up from the bed. After working in the middle of the night yesterday, Lu Yus also felt a little tired, got up from bed, and drank a sip of water. Looking out the window, a little sunspot had just robbed a jewelry store, using what seemed to be a fireball, well, a familiar operation. Looking at the black who was still sleeping, Lu Yus did not disturb the black stay, but opened the door of the store, made a cup of tea, and sat at the counter with enjoyment. A person who surprised Lu Yus walked in, dressed in a black suit, private customization, and the unpretentious limited edition sports car. The only man in the American comic world who can compare with Tony with money, Bruce Wayne. Lu Yus looked at Bruce Wayne's arrival, the brain thought carefully, unexpected, reasonable. It is not a strange thing to find out about himself with Bruce's ability. What's more, Lu Yus opened the door to do business, and if Bruce didn't come, Lu Yus would be a little strange. Bruce Wayne, Batman. Either on the way to prepare a weapon against supercriminals, or on the way to prepare a weapon against superheroes. A suspicious, extremely insecure existence. Whether it is Deadshot, or Wonder Woman, or Aquaman, or even the Flash, the steel bone that appears behind, Bruce has prepared plans and weapons to deal with and kill them. Now, there may be more plans. After all, the American comic world of this world has not only DC, but also the existence of Marvel's superheroes and villains. If Iron Man's IQ is all on technology, then Batman Bruce Wayne's IQ is all about planning and intrigue. Facing a human god like Dacheo, a demigod like Wonder Woman Diana, Bruce Wayne is fully prepared to get out of hand. Wayne would not hesitate to start the plan and kill them. This is Bruce Wayne, Batman, a man who has never won a fight and never lost a fight. This is not Gotham's #1 star Bruce Master Wayne? Maybe I should call you Batman? Lucius looked at Bruce with a smile on his face. Wayne, what are you doing in New York when you don't play your superhero game in Gotham? Lucius looked at Bruce with a smile. For Lucius to know his identity, Bruce is not surprised at all. After all, from the information he got, it is not a strange thing that Lucius knows his identity. As for Lucius' attitude towards himself, Bruce didn't care at all. The philosophy is different. It is useless to say anything. He has his own principles, this is his bottom line. I wonder what the hell you're up to. Bruce looked at Lucius and said in a deep voice. The tone was a little heavy. There are some things that ordinary people don't know, but Bruce knows clearly. Trick? Mr. Bruce, I'm a businessman, and isn't it normal for me to provide what guests need? Lucius looked at Bruce with a smile. So you sold the abilities of those mutants, and as of this morning, because of your ability to sell, a total of 127 people have died. Bruce looked at Lucius and said calmly. Like this? It's a pity, that's really sorry. Lucius said with a hint of laziness. Any more questions? Lucius looked at Bruce and asked. Hearing Lucius' words, Bruce felt so tricky to face a person for the first time. Even if it is a big chow, Bruce does not instigate, but in the face of Lucius, Bruce can't see through what this person thinks. I want to buy something from you, I wonder what you recommend. Bruce looked at Lucius and said. Recommended? Let me think about what suits you, maybe this knife is more suitable. Lucius directly dragged out a long knife. Meteor falls. The red color seems to exude a high-temperature blade body, slender and handsome. This knife can summon meteors. Lucius looked at Bruce with a smile and said. Bruce looked at the knife in Lucius' hand, and naturally could feel that this knife was not an ordinary item. It's just that what Bruce didn't expect was that Lucius actually took out such a good weapon so easily to sell. Summon meteors. Bruce looked at Lucius, and then at the knife in Lucius' hand. That's right, summon a meteor. This knife is called Meteor Fall, it is an artifact in a certain dungeon, it has magical powers, and it can also increase physical fitness by using it. Do you think about it? Lucius looked at Bruce with a fox smile. Bruce squinted slightly, looked at the blade in Lucius' hand, and then shook his head. The knife is good, but it is not suitable for him, and the most important thing is that such a knife, if you want to buy it, the price is quite a lot. Bruce is not unaware of Lucius' currency. In addition to the sword, there is also life is also currency. Chapter 24. It's a shame, I thought I could sell it. Lucius said with a hint of regret on his face, and then put the knife away. Perhaps, you are thinking about how to kill me, or deal with me. Lucius looked at Bruce with a smile. Wayne said. Hearing Lucius' words, Bruce Wayne, without rebuttal, that's exactly what he thinks, that's why he appeared here. In Bruce's eyes, Lucius is the biggest destabilizing factor. Bruce hates such an out-of-control person, hates it very much, and he is ready to deal with those superheroes or villains. But here in Lucius, Bruce felt for the first time that there was no chance to start. Instead of looking for trouble with me, you might as well think about how to face the direction of the whole world next, and the whole world will be very lively next. Lucius said with a smile. This is the world of American comics, not only the existence of Thanos, but also dark side of the apocalypse. The troubles in this world are far more than that, so Lucius will say so. Bruce Wayne took a deep look at Lucius, then turned to leave. He would use his own way to deal with the coming crisis. At the same time, it will also be deeply guarded against the existence of Lucius. Lucius also knows this, but this is Batman, and it is undeniable that Batman in both movies and comics and animations is very popular. But when you really live in Gotham, you know, Batman? The Dark Knight? A ridiculous kid playing a family game. Because he is Batman, he may not die, but ordinary people will not. Again and again criminals are caught in, and then run out to continue to burn and loot. Living in such a city, like a child, no one will like such a superhero. So he can only be a dark ride, and he is not popular with the citizens of Gotham, or even disgusted. He is suitable for being active on the big screen, not suitable for living in reality. Batman's departure did not have any impact on Lu Yu's this side of SHIELD. Director, that person has been reading books, watching the historical records and development history of our world. Coulson looked at the giant sitting in the office towards Nick. Fury said Natural Red Dog. After the Red Dog came to this world, he began to cooperate with the people of SHIELD, of course, only in words. Nick. Fury is also well aware of such a person, and it is normal for him not to know what his details are and to be suspicious. The same Red Dogs are the same, so they seem to be cooperating, but they are actually guarding each other. Director. An agent rushed in. What happened? Nick. Fury looked at the Comer. Blackbeard appeared. The agent didn't have time to catch his breath and went straight to Nick. Fury said. Blackbeard. A voice sounded, not Nick. Fury, instead of a Red Dog sitting in his office reading a book and chewing a cigar in his mouth. Nick. Fury glanced at the Red Dog, then looked at the agent and motioned for him to continue. Blackbeard appeared downstairs from the Stark group. The agent turned towards Nick. Fury said. Where does he go and what is he doing? Nick. Fury asked with some curiosity, seemingly asking the agent, but actually asking the Red Dog. The Red Dog didn't have time to speak. A sky-high green pillar of light runs through the entire New York, and the location of the pillar of light is the Stark Group building. Nick. Fury sentiment plus 999. Coulson mood plus 999. Agent A mood plus 10. New York City sentiment value plus 1. It is daylight, far less conspicuous than night, but it is the sensation caused by this is huge. Jade of the Four Souls. The voice of the Red Dog sounded. Jade of the Four Souls? What is that? In line with the principle of asking if you don't understand, Nick. Fury cooperated well with the Red Dog. A treasure from the void eternal ancient realm, but it only has an effect on demons, and it is similar to people, but it will demonize, a special treasure that can improve strength, and Blackbeard came here for it. Shiba Inu said in a deep voice. Hearing the words of the Red Dog, Nick. Fury had a sparkle in his eyes. Coulson mood plus 1000. Agent A mood plus 10. What if Blackbeard uses it? Nick. Fury asked towards the Red Dog. Blackbeard won't use it, he's just helping people find this thing so that he can bring it back to the void eternal ancient realm. Shiba Inu said in a deep voice. Find someone. Nick. Fury looked at Akainu and took a deep breath. If he understood correctly, Blackbeard had been sent into this world. So who exactly was the man who sent him? What will the strength look like? Nick. Fury was not good at judging, and subconsciously touched his left eye, and his heart calmed down a lot. After all, those who can sit in high positions are not necessarily very strong, Nick. Fury is like that, so it's hard to judge. But Blackbeard's character words, Nick. Fury is more inclined to send Blackbeard's people, and his strength is far more powerful than Blackbeard's. Chapter 25. Can't let Blackbeard get his hands on this thing. The Red Dog said in a deep voice, with the smell of iron and blood on his body. Wisps of black smoke came out of the Red Dog. Nick. When Fury saw this scene, his pupils shrank. This is the smell of sulfur. The next moment, the lower half of the Red Dog's body turned into magma, directly smashed through the glass, and flew towards the Stark group. A pool of burning flowing magma is left in place. At this moment, Nick. Fury only knew what the ability of the Red Dog was, magma, but what the hell was the body turning into magma? Are your eyes hallucinating? But the magma on the ground reminds Nick. Furies, this is an illusion. Director. Coulson swallowed his saliva and looked at the magma on the ground with a hint of shock in his eyes. Below the Stark group. Thief, ha ha ha, finally found. Blackbeard's huge body appeared here. Instantly caused panic in the entire area. Who in New York today does not know the existence of Blackbeard, let alone New York? The entire America does not know Blackbeard is a minority. However, most people still regard Blackbeard's video as a prank and do not really believe it, otherwise, Lu Yu's emotional value cannot be only that little. Tony, who was working in his own laboratory, was woken up by Jarvis. Sir, maybe you should take a look at this. A projection appeared in front of Tony. Tony frowned with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but the next moment, the green pillar of light rushing into the sky, and the Blackbeard that looked at his Stark group. Tony's face darkened. What the hell happened to Jarvis? Tony asked as he turned to Jarvis. According to the analysis, under the Stark group building, there is something that this man named Blackbeard needs, and that green pillar of light contains terrifying energy, which will cause some position mutation if it continues. Jarvis said to Tony. Farkey, where is Pepper now? Tony asked as he turned to Jarvis. Unfortunately, sir, Miss Pepper is in the Stark group. Jarvis's voice rang out. Tu's face darkened. Farkey. Tony looked at the half-finished armor beside him, hesitated and put it on. Sir, I don't advise you to do that. Jarvis's voice rang out. Shut up, I know what I have to do. Tony snorted angrily. As the armor was put on, the arc reactor on Tony's chest began to function, and Tony staggered and flew up. Jarvis, I'm heading to the Stark group building, you should know what to do. Tony said to Jarvis. Yes, sir. Jarvis said to Tony. Contacts with the steel warframe system then began. After adjusting for a moment, Tony rushed out of his villa directly wearing his armor and flew towards the Stark group. Lu Yu sighed. It's not enough, this big drama is far from enough. Lu Yu looked at the emotional value in his mind, and this was just the beginning. The mood value is constantly growing, and it turns out that doing things is indeed the fastest way to get the sentiment value. 5-star character, the Big Wolf character card appeared in Lu Yu's hand. Big Wolf, the ability to immortal body, the power of search, technology measurement. Give me a hammer and I can return you a spaceship. The ability of the Grey Wolf to reason, whether it is an immortal body or this power of thinking, is not just as simple as 5 stars. But the systematic evaluation is comprehensive, mentality, strength, shortcomings, a little combined evaluation. The strength of the Grey Wolf, when it is strong, is indeed perverted, and even unreasonable, but when it is weak, it is really weak and pitiful. 5 stars is the overall rating of Big Wolf, but it is definitely not the upper limit of Big Wolf. Considering that the Grey Wolf often has nerve knife and 5-star, Lu Yu's also feels a little higher, but in general, the 5-star evaluation will definitely not be low. Big Wolf's card disappeared into the void. This side of the Stark building. The green pillar of light covered the entire Stark group. The bodies of employees within the Stark group began to change due to the demon power of the Jade of the Four Souls. This change has not yet begun to appear. Arrowquake. Black smoke billowed on Blackbeard's body, and a white halo appeared in his left hand, and a punch shook the space. With a click, the sound of glass shattering sounded. The entire Stark group center seemed to have a major earthquake of 7 or 8 magnitude, the ground was deeply cracked, and the whole of New York was shaking. A bead flew out of the ground. The entire Stark group building, although not collapsing, is now crumbling, and countless cracks have appeared on the walls. Thief, ha ha ha! Looking at the Jade of the Four Souls, Blackbeard laughed loudly, with a hint of essence in his eyes. Blackbeard! A heavy voice sounded. Blackbeard looked at the red dog flying from the air, and the red dog who briefly gained the ability to fly in the air by relying on the explosive power of magma. Thief, ha ha ha, red dog, you are really a mad dog. From the pirate world to the void eternal ancient world, in this world up to now, red dog, you really haven't changed at all. Blackbeard said with a grin. Chapter 26. Pluto. The red dog man didn't say much, and the rolling magma in his right hand surged and turned into a hideous lava hound, biting directly towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard had a big laugh on his face. The right hand carried endless darkness and collided with the red dog. Thief, ha ha ha, red dog, you can't catch me. Blackbeard's pupils were bloodshot and he looked at the red dog with a maniacal laugh on his face. The red dog's face is heavy, and the magma collides with the darkness. The already crumbling Stark building is now even more fragile. Nick. Fury mood plus 10,000. Cowlson mood plus 10,000. New York good citizen sentiment plus 100. Pepper mood plus 9,999. With the battle between Blackbeard and Red Dog, the emotional value continued to increase, and Lu Yuz looked at this scene with a smile on his face. Fack. The halogen egg's face darkened. Looking at this scene, there was a trace of shock in his eyes. Whether it is a Blackbeard or a Red Dog, the combat power displayed is extremely terrifying. The brain is more worried about whether New York will be destroyed by this. After all, the collision of these two people is not like something that people can do. Red Dog, let's end like this. I take the Jade of the Four Souls, you solve the people in this building. You must know that the people in this building are infected by the demon power of the Jade of the Four Souls. You might as well solve them, lest they demonize into monsters and plague this world. Blackbeard said to the Red Dog. The Red Dog's face remained unchanged, watching the office staff in the entire building, including Pepper in it, all infected by demon power, and it was only a matter of time before it was demonized. I'll take you and them to solve it. The Red Dog said with an iron-blooded voice. Hearing the words of the Red Dog, Blackbeard laughed loudly. Thief, ha ha ha, the Red Dog is really in line with your personality. The halogen egg's heart sank, and he looked at the Red Dog with a trace of heaviness in his eyes, and he had to say that the Red Dog was an iron-blooded soldier. Has its own justice. That is absolute justice, not allowing a trace of evil to exist, even if it hurts the innocent. For the Red Dog's approach, the egg can understand, but this is not the world of Red Dog after all. It's his world of stewed eggs. Go to hell with this edifice, Blackbeard, meteor volcano. Akainu said heavily. With both hands raised, lava projectiles were launched into the sky, and then fell towards the ground with the help of the impact of falling from above. It's like a meteor shower, except unlike a meteor shower, it's a lava fist flowing with lava. Bastard! The egg was furious and saw this scene. This trick can be a wide range of damage. AoE directly pulls up. It's not just the Stark Industries building, it's the entire neighborhood. Suddenly, the mood value rises sharply at the same time. The whole street began to burn, and lava flowed from the ground. The brine egg face is terrible, which is not a good thing. Especially the entire top management of America is also paying attention here. Looking at the destruction shown by Red Dog and Blackbeard, these high-ranking officials, the congressional lord, had a trace of fear in their eyes. Why they don't like mutants? It's very simple, mutants have extraordinary powers, and these congressional masters are just ordinary people. So don't like mutants. Being in a high position but without special abilities, those lowly inferior people actually have. Isn't this embarrassing these congressional masters? They are all used to being high, and no one wants anyone to threaten their lives. In high positions, they are even more afraid of death. The owner of America's Village asked the staff beside him with some trembling, is there any way to solve them? America does not need such a person. The behavior of Blackbeard and Red Inu is obviously an uncontrollable force in the eyes of these high-level officials. Since they are uncontrollable and extremely threatening, they naturally have to be strangled in the cradle, and they are not great benevolent people. The staff was also a little numb, and urgently began to discuss with the think tank behind him, and the result was the use of nuclear bombs. It's very America. But the owner of the big village is not a fool, the nuclear bomb is still in the mainland, unless he really wants to step down, otherwise it is impossible. Not to mention these meetings between congressional masters. Tony's side hurried to finally reach the Stark building. Looking at the two Red Dogs who were fighting Blackbeard, Tony had anger in his eyes, but looked at the crumbling building. Tony couldn't care that the other Pepper was still in the building. Tony flew straight to the top floor of the building, smashed the window and flew in. I saw that Pepper, who had passed out, was on the ground, her brows furrowed, and there was a green light swimming under her skin. "Sir, I suggest staying away from Miss Pepper. Now that Miss Pepper has appeared that unknown energy, it is not known whether the energy in Miss Pepper's body is contagious." Jarvis's voice rang out, giving Tony a suggestion. Instead of taking Jarvis' advice, Tony picked up Pepper and flew directly to a private councilman in New York City. After watching Pepper get the doctor's care smoothly, Tony left the hospital. Chapter 27. It's time to fix those two bastards. Tony glanced at the hospital, then soared into the sky and flew back to the Stark Group building again. At this moment, the Stark Group building has collapsed. The hot magma on the ground was flowing, half turning into magma and half turning into darkness. Blood flowed from the Red Dog's forehead, and Blackbeard stood on the ground laughing. Tony made a quick decision. The armor on his body popped out of the launch hole, and one miniature missile after another was directly launched, flying towards Blackbeard. A hint of red appeared in Blackbeard's eyes, and when he saw the domineering color, he instantly captured the flight trajectory of those miniature missiles. Dark Cave Deo. The darkness surged, the endless darkness covered Blackbeard, and the miniature missiles were directly swallowed in, and not a single splash appeared. "Thief, ha ha ha, return it to you, liberation." Blackbeard laughed loudly in the darkness, and those devoured miniature missiles were directly thrown out by Blackbeard and flew towards Tony. Tony quickly dodged it, his face solemn. Lu Yuz looked at his crazy emotional value with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Lu Yuz looked at the sky in the distance with some surprise. A black dot is constantly expanding, and a figure is flying at high speed. AS logo on the chest, red panties worn outside. Metropolis's super. Da Chao also came. It seems that he can't stand it in the metropolis. Lu Yuz looked at Da Chao. There is a saying that a great superpower, as long as it is a normal great superpower, it is worthy of the title of the god of the world, whether it is moral character or strength. The appearance of Da Chao was unexpected by Lu Yuz. After all, generally Da Chao is in the metropolis and will not run around. They all nest in their own acres and threes, and rarely run to other cities. Especially the battle. Most of the big overgoes are to rescue some kind of ships, planes, and other things, and rarely leave the metropolis to fight. It's just a big Chao now. Lu Yuz shook his head. The current Da Chao is also very strong, but compared to the Da Chao who died once and was resurrected by the Mother Box, the current big super is still far from enough. Although the strength is strong, but it is still in the 5-star category, and even frozen breathing has not been developed. 2 crimson lasers burst directly towards Blackbeard, superhuman heat rays. "Thief, ha ha ha, another one." Blackbeard looked at Superman with a big laugh on his face, dilated pupils, and bloodshot eyes. He felt a dangerous breath. Da Chao looked at Blackbeard, and Red Dog, and Tony. Then he rushed straight towards Blackbeard. There must be a limit to underestimating people. With a scarlet light in his eyes, Blackbeard instantly captured Da Chao's flight trajectory. The current large super speed is at most supersonic, and it cannot reach the speed of light, let alone surpass the beam. Blackbeard's sights can still be captured. After all, the current Da Chao has not experienced so much, has not grown up, has not experienced the Day of Doom, has not experienced Steppenwolf, and has not experienced Darkseid, far from being the god of the world in the future. The black-armed color domineering covered Blackbeard's hand, and a white halo emerged. With a click, the sound of glass shattering sounded. Da Chao's fist and Blackbeard's fist collided directly. "Thief, ha ha ha, what a terrible enemy." Blackbeard looked at Da Chao, and although he laughed, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Da Chao is the same, his super strength, actually only equal to Blackbeard or slightly dominant, but not much. 2 heat rays burst out directly from Da Chao's eyes. The black house surges in front of Blackbeard's eyes, like a stream of water that can swallow everything. "Canine Tooth Red Lotus." The voice of the Red Dog sounded, and the magma surge in his right hand appeared behind Blackbeard, and a hideous lava vicious dog bit straight towards Blackbeard's back. Touch! Blackbeard's body flew out upside down, terrifying that Blackbeard's body smashed through the entire block before stopping. Blackbeard lay on the ground and kept rolling. The black energy on his body surged and constantly repaired Blackbeard's wounds. It really hurts, bastard. Blackbeard stood up from the ground wearing a rough face, and the strength of the red dog was not weak, and it was still under a sneak attack. A large hole was burned directly behind Blackbeard, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Blackbeard directly took out a bottle of blood-colored potion. Thief, ha ha ha, it's good that I'm prepared, otherwise I might really die here. Blackbeard said with a big laugh. After drinking the blood medicine in his hand, the wounds on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Da Chao, who saw this scene, had a hint of shock in his eyes, Tony also had a hint of consternation in his eyes, and Shiba Inu had a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Only the brine egg looked at the blood medicine that Blackbeard drank. He knew what it was, and he also bought a bottle, but it was for research to see if he could research something. It's a pity that the ingredients in it are not at all in this world. Those who researched, studied for several days, almost did not force themselves to death, but fortunately, the brine egg saw that something was wrong, and forcibly stopped the research, so that it did not cause a tragedy. Chapter 28. Chief, aren't we going to make a move? Coulson asked towards the egg. The brine egg shook his head. Such a situation is not something they can't make a move at all. Even if they can, the brine egg doesn't plan to strike now. After all, to some extent, the situation is now under control. It's a little bad, but it's good to control. Thief, ha ha ha, try again. Blackbeard's pupils shrank, his eyes were full of ferocity, and a white halo appeared on his right hand. Thief, ha ha ha, then try to block this trick, air shock. Blackbeard shot with all his might. Punch hard. The whole space-time is as if it were static. The next moment, the whole of New York seemed to boil, and a large area of cracks appeared between heaven and earth, and the cracks were broken. The whole of New York was shaking. Da Chao, his eyes released heat rays and shot directly towards Blackbeard. The darkness on Blackbeard's body surged and swallowed all the darkness, directly swallowing the heat ray. Thief, ha ha ha, not enough, not enough, not enough. Blackbeard fell directly into madness, his hands in the shape of claws. Grabbing the space forward, the space appears wrinkled and creases like cloth. The whole heaven and earth seemed to be turned upside down. It's all shaking upside down. Bastard! Tony watched this scene, and the warframe on his body sent out dozens of miniature missiles at one time and flew towards Blackbeard. Superman also appeared in front of Blackbeard at supersonic speed, grabbed Blackbeard and tried to push Blackbeard into space. Lava flows on the red dog. Magma appeared on the ground and flowed continuously, and the whole person turned into a magma form, and then rushed towards Blackbeard. What a shame! Blackbeard looked at the jade of the four souls floating in the air. It was really infuriating that you could have completed the task, but you ended up with something like this. Blackbeard looked at Superman and Red Inu flying towards him. A second before the two approached themselves. A halo appeared in Blackbeard's right hand, and he struck through the air. The entire jade of the four souls emitted a crisp sound, and then shattered, turned into countless fragments, and flew towards the entire America. Hey, it's one step late again. A voice sounded. Nick. Fury and Coulson subconsciously looked to the side. A wolf? Let's just be a wolf, but why is this wolf still wearing a white coat, black glasses, and a pitying look? And this thing is not an earthly species. Although he has seen many strange creatures, even alien creatures, but the wolf in front of him, Nick. Fury and Coulson met for the first time. What are you two humans doing watching King Ben? Big Wolf looked at Nick. Fury and Coulson said. You are. Coulson and Nick. Fury exchanged glances, then asked. King Ben is the first inventor and scientist of the green grass land. Big Wolf said with a hint of arrogance. Inventor? Scientist? Wolf? Nick. Fury looked at Big Wolf with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. These three words should not be linked. What kind of eyes are you guys that don't believe King Ben? Big Wolf looked at Nick. Fury and Coulson's skeptical eyes, an atmosphere on their faces. Give Nick immediately. Fury and Coulson performed a wave of what is called technology. Big Wolf didn't know where to pull out a hammer and then hit Nick. Fury and Coulson in front of him, knocking and knocking. A brand new RPG appeared in Nick. In front of Fury and Coulson. Nick. Fury and Coulson were directly dumbfounded. Hand rub RPG? And this kind of operation, this is not scientific, but looking at that shoulder-mounted RPG, this is very scientific. Well, now believe it. Big Wolf looked at Nick with a hint of pride. Fury and Coulson said. Then aimed at Blackbeard and directly pulled the trigger. The RPG was launched directly. The prepared hit Blackbeard. Bang! Explosions rang out. Nick. Fury's eyes changed when he looked at Big Wolf. Blackbeard, on the other hand, looks at the RPG that flew from nowhere, although the damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. Thief, ha ha ha, I'll be back. Blackbeard forced Da Chao back with a punch, gasping and laughing. Spatial cracks emerge behind it. Blackbeard pushed directly into the spatial crack. Blackbeard went like this. Da Chao, Tony did not have the ability to stop it. As for the red dog would not stop it. Blackbeard is gone. But almost half of New York was destroyed, and the original high-rise buildings became crooked. Fire was still raging in the streets. Magma is constantly flowing. All this, the culprit has not yet been caught. If you continue to fight, New York Lu Shen is not a dream. Da Chao looked at this scene, sighed and began to rescue, and Tony joined in. Nick. Fury sent someone to bring the red dog back. Nick. Fury has something more important to ask the red dog: what will happen when the Jade of the Four Souls is broken? And what does Blackbeard mean that will come back? Chapter 29. Lu Yuz looked at his soaring emotional point, and had already broken through the 5 million mark. Sure enough, you still have to do things to get more emotional points. These are good leaks, they can't die. Lu Yuz looked at New York, which had been destroyed in half. After all, this is the world of American comics, and repairing these things is still very simple, and it takes almost a week to repair them. Don't worry about these details. But if there is no one who dies, the emotional value provided to Lu Yuz is at least a little less. These are all good leaks. It's a shame to die just like that. For now, let's do it. Lu Yuz muttered. Of course, leaks cannot be uprooted, and they must be cut one at a time to thrive. The big battle between Red Dog and Blackbeard is just an appetizer. The Jade of the Four Souls was broken, and it was also arranged by Lu Yuz. What is the Jade of the Four Souls? To put it bluntly, this thing is an amplifier, but there is demon power in it, and if ordinary people pick up the Jade of the Four Souls, they will also be demonized. But for some special people, the Jade of the Four Souls is just a tool for amplification. For example, Chen Haonan. The Jade of the Four Souls was broken, and Chen Haonan got a fragment of the Jade of the Four Souls, as well as Pepper in the hospital, and a fragment of the Jade of the Four Souls was also integrated into Pepper's body in the coma. At the same time, Akainu confronts Tony and Da Chao. As for why, of course, Akainu wants to solve the employees in the Stark group who have been eroded by demon power. This is also in line with the role of Akainu, absolute justice. I can't let you do that. Tony looked at the red dog and said in a deep voice, the armor on his body was still silver white, and it was not yet colored. After all, it was a semi-finished product, and if it weren't for Pepper's danger, Tony wouldn't have come out in this suit. Get out of the way. The red dog smelled of iron and blood, the blood on his forehead was falling, and the magma on his body was billowing and smoking. Da Chao blocked in front of the red dog. Compared to dealing with Blackbeard, the strength of the red dog is not as good as Blackbeard, but it is more difficult to deal with than Blackbeard. That's elementalization. There is no frozen breathing of the big super. Now there is no way to start for the red dog. The elementalization of the red dog is still very controllable. As for the heat rays of Da Chao, the red dog's sights and smells are not vegetarian, and it is good to avoid elementalization before the arrival of the heat rays. Therefore, compared to dealing with Blackbeard, Da Chao is far from being so easy against the red dog, and he is even pressed and beaten. After all, there is nothing armed and domineering in this world, and Da Chao is not yet able to directly rub atoms, so it is more impossible to start in the face of red dogs. It was at this time that Nick Fury rushed over with someone. I think we can stop, Mr. Sakaski. Nick. Fury said to the Red Dog. The Red Dog looked at Nick. Fury, I have to say Red Dog and Nick Fury has a lot in common, such as uncompromising means to uphold justice in his heart. Both are similar. Don't look at the reckless appearance of the Red Dog, but if you don't have brains, you can't be a Marshal of the Navy. Those people can be locked up first. Observe first, this world is different from yours, there are some places I hope you can understand. Nick Fury said to the Red Dog. Red Dog heard Nick Fury's words, followed by a cold snort, the lava on his body disappeared. Tony was also relieved, and Da Chao was ready to leave when he saw this scene, but was killed by Nick Fury stopped. Superman, there's something else to trouble you next. Nick Fury said to Superman. What's going on? Da Chao looked at Nick Fury asked. Come back with me first, this is not the place to talk. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Then he returned to SHIELD headquarters with Da Chao's group. After bandaging the Red Dog's wounds, the group sat in the conference room. Nick Fury, Tony, Da Chao, Red Inu, and Coulson. I think you're all curious why I called you here, and I want to ask Mr. Sakaski what does Blackbeard mean when he says he'll be back? Nick Fury looked at Akainu and asked. Red Dog looked at Nick Fury, then looked at the others who were looking at him, and said directly without concealment, the Jade of the Four Souls is still in this world, and Blackbeard will come back if the mission is not completed. Wait, what kind of jade is that, isn't it already broken? Tony said to the Red Dog. He did it on purpose. Shiba Inu said in a deep voice. The Jade of the Four Souls is broken, but those fragments can find the host, transform the host into a monster, and those who are not firm in mind will be completely demonized and become man-eating demons, and he also wants to drag me here, solve these demons, and give him time to breathe. Shiba Inu said in a deep voice. Nick Furui and the others had a trace of essence in their eyes, followed by a burst of silence. It turns out that there is still such a statement. Chapter 30. Demonization? Is it to become those yokai? Tony asked, looking at Akainu. Akainu nodded. The people in that building have been eroded by demonic power, and over time, the erosion will worsen and may become man-eating demons at any time, but this is your world, according to my way. The best way is to solve them directly while they have not been completely demonized. Akainu said with iron blood. Tony's eyes were heavy, he hadn't forgotten that Pepper was also one of the people who was eroded by demon power. Is there any way to solve the problem of demonization? Tony asked Akainu. Yes or no? Shiba Inu said in a deep voice. Yes or no? Nick looked at the Red Dog. What did this mean? There is a solution, but there is no because the world does not have it. Shiba Inu said in a deep voice. So be prepared, those things could turn into man-eating demons at any time, and how to solve them is your business. Akainu looked at Tony and Da Chao. Tony and Da Chao were silent for a while. Nick looked thoughtfully at the Red Dog. Blackbeard leaves, I should leave too, maybe when Blackbeard comes back again, I will come back too, but until then, I give you a piece of advice. Don't be soft on anyone who demonizes. Akainu looked at Tony and said in a deep voice. The spatial crack opened, and the Red Dog entered the spatial crack. Nick looked at Tony and didn't say anything. Pepper was contaminated by demon power, Nick already knew clearly. But he didn't have to say anything, and this matter still had to wait for Tony to solve it himself. I'll go back first, there is something to call me. Da Chao looked at Nick and said, then turned and left the SHIELD headquarters. Tony looked at Nick and then left. When everyone was gone, Nick looked at Coulson. Did those people bring them back? Nick asked to Coulson, who was referring to Stark employees who had been eroded by demonic power. All have been brought back, but they are all in a coma, a small number of them have woken up, but the desire to eat is very strong and some are not normal. Most of the awakened people's physical fitness has improved a lot, just like the country's top athletes. How to test before there are results? Coulson said to Nick. Nick nodded. In Nick's eyes, demonization is not a big problem, the key is whether demonization can be controlled, which is what Nick focuses on. Nick Fury, the hanging man, is not good, but not bad, and the Red Dog is the same type of person. The Red Dog is absolute justice, for their own justice can erase all those who hinder justice. Nick Fury, on the other hand, is a man who protects or maintains peace, and is also a man of no compromise. In a way, Nick and Red Inu are the same kind of people. Tony's side. Tony came to the hospital and looked at Pepper, who was admitted to the top ward, with a green light flashing from time to time. Tony's heart was even heavier. He doesn't have any way, it's not the realm of science. When he saw a prismatic crystal appear at the center of Pepper's eyebrows, Tony had a hint of surprise in his eyes and a sense of crisis. Jade of the Four Souls. Tony naturally recognized what this thing was. After all, he was also one of the people who participated in the battle. He didn't expect that fragments of the Jade of Four Souls actually appeared on Pepper's body. Thinking of this, Tony directly arranged the discharge procedures, took Pepper back home, and arranged for a top personal doctor to take care of Pepper. Tony's side aside. Chen Haonan's side. Chen Haonan looked at the jade fragment of the Four Souls that appeared in his hand. A trace of scarlet appeared in his eyes. He naturally knew what this jade fragment of the Four Souls was. Things that improve strength, for ordinary people, may pay attention to the demon power in it to avoid demonization themselves. But for Chen Haonan, he can incarnate a unicorn demon himself, and he doesn't care about this. Maybe this is my chance. Chen Haonan took a deep breath. For Chen Haonan, the shock brought to him by the X-Men has never been forgotten. Although he also slaughtered the other two people, that woman has always been in Chen Haonan's heart. Therefore, Chen Haonan was very low-key during this time, and did not emerge. He knew that those people were looking for him, so he also carefully hid his whereabouts. Lu Yu's side, looking at his emotional value that had exceeded the 7 million mark, had a smile on the corner of his mouth. For Lu Yu's, this time the harvest is slow, and the sentiment value is still rising. Would you like to try the intermediate lottery? Lu Yu's touched his chin and couldn't help but think. He hasn't tried the intermediate lottery, which is a 5 to 10 star thing. The intermediate lottery requires 1 million emotional value for 10 consecutive draws, and now, Lu Yu's can withstand it. After all, there is a huge amount of more than 7 million. The emotional value continues to rise, and Lu Yu's estimates that the subsequent impact will directly make his emotional value reach tens of millions. System, lottery, intermediate 10 consecutive draw. Lu Yu said towards the system. Chapter 31. Ding, get the 7-star character card, Uchiha Madara. Ding, get the 8-star character card, Evil Sword Immortal. Ding, get a 5-star item card, Earth Tiger Armor. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Uchiha Itake. Ding, get the 7-star character card, Uchiha Obito. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Dried Persimmon Ghost Mackerel. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Big Snake Pill. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Nagato. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Emperor Shishin. Ding, get a 10-star character card, Dragon Right. Lu Yu's looked at the things drawn by his intermediate lottery, plus Deodara, and the entire Xiao organization was almost collected by himself. The biggest gain is naturally Long Right and the Evil Sword Immortal. The Evil Sword Immortal only has an 8-star evaluation, and Lu Yu's can understand it, but in fact, the upper limit is not just 8 stars. At the very least, it is beyond the existence of 10 stars, provided that he absorbs a lot of negative emotions. Long Yu's words are undoubtedly 10 stars from the comprehensive data, and there is also a lot of room for improvement. Lu Yu's also found some problems in the system's rating, some of which were just the grades when he first came out. It's not really that, and the same stars are also strong and weak, such as Blackbeard and Red Dog. All are 6 stars, and Blackbeard is definitely much stronger. Star ratings are just a clear hierarchy and don't really represent anything. Lu Yu's harvest this time is quite satisfactory, but it is not enough. Can the system be targeted for lotteries? Lu Yu's asked towards the system. Yes, but you need to add sentiment points, 100,000 primary directional lottery, 100,000 intermediate directional lottery, 10 million advanced directional lottery. The sound of the system sounds. In other words, if you are in a targeted lottery, you need 10 times more points than a normal lottery. Lu Yuz wanted to ask the system. Yes, host. The system replied. Lu Yuz nodded. It seemed that he used double points, but it was actually very useful, not a loss. After all, ordinary lotteries are random, and you are completely unsure of what you can draw. But if it's a targeted lottery, then it's much better, at least what you want can be drawn quickly. Now the main thing is Blackbeard, the contradiction between the two and the red dog, and the follow-up plot must be rounded up. Although these two people have temporarily ended, they have not yet completely lost their role. Thinking of this, Lu Yuz directly opened the system. System Intermediate Directional Draw Pirate World. Lu Yuz said towards the system. Ding, the sentiment value is deducted from 2 million, and the lottery begins. Lu Yuz watched himself shrink to more than 4 million emotional values in an instant, and he didn't feel distressed. The intermediate directional lottery, at the very least, is the existence of 5 stars, and there will be no existence under 5 stars. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Boya. Han Kook. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Moonlight. Moria. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Kaido. Ding, get a 5-star item card, Temperature Fruit. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Carp. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Sengoku. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Yellow Ape. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Green Pheasant. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Shanks. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Charlotte. Suzu Rei. After 10 draws, Lu Yuz looked at the cards that came out of this directional lottery, and 2 million emotions were worth nothing. If it's random, I don't know how much sentiment it takes to draw it. These are good, the pirate organization under Chaos has it, and the naval organization under the Order has it, just perfect. Lu Yuz looked at the card he pulled out. Chaos and Order are destined to be 2 behemoths, and it is only said that Blackbeard is an official member of Chaos, but it is not said that it is a pirate force and can be rounded back. The same is true of the Red Dog, the 3 major generals, plus the 2 people of Warring States Capo, are enough to fictionalize a naval force, which is also in the Order camp. Almost, but for now, let's wait for the fermentation of the Jade of the 4 Souls. Lu Yuz touched his chin and looked at New York. The fragments of the Jade of the 4 Souls are also the foreshadowing left by Lu Yuz, and in the next period of time, Lu Yuz does not have to do things, and he has a lot of emotional income. Then 3 cards appeared in Lu Yuz's hand. Exploding fruits, glitter fruits, and freshly pumped temperature fruits. If the temperature fruit is reached, it can be given to Esders. Lu Yuz looked at the temperature fruit in his hand, which could be regarded as a wave of Estus in disguise. The ability of the temperature fruit is to control high and low temperatures, which is very compatible with the ability of Esders, and when necessary, it can also come to a high temperature. In the case of the flash fruit, Lu Yuz looked at the flash fruit in his hand, thought carefully, and put it up. After all, the flash fruit and the yellow ape have some conflicts. Now is not suitable for appearance. If it is an explosive fruit, Lu Yuz thought about it, or released the explosive fruit, it is better to follow the situation, it doesn't matter, anyway, it doesn't affect him much. Chapter 32. Lu Yuz looked at the card of the female emperor in his hand. After thinking about it, he took it back. Now is not the time for the female emperor to appear, and the arrangement of the female emperor, Lu Yuz has not yet figured out how to arrange. Boss, that brine egg is here again. Heidu walked up and said to Lu Yuz. Hi. Lu Yuz looked at Heidu, and then walked down with Heidu. Yo, rarer. Lu Yuz looked at Nick. Fury said teasingly. Nick. Fury looked at Lu Yuz and carefully observed Lu Yuz's small shop, and found that there were no cracks or the like. It is necessary to know that the place where Lu Yuz is located is not far from the place of the battle, which obviously shows that Lu Yuz has not been affected, or that the ice has not been affected in any way. Boss, I want to ask to buy something. Nick. Fury looked at Lu Yuz and said. What? Lu Yuz looked at Nick with a smile. Fury. Is there anything that can solve the post-demonization problem? Nick. Fury looked at Lu Yuz. Well, no. Lu Yuz shook his head. Nick. Fury looked at Lu Yuz. Demonization in the Void Eternal Ancient Realm is nothing at all, just like the common cold in this world. Will you go for surgery if you have a cold? Lu Yuz said slowly. This metaphor. Nick. Fury choked, a little unsure of what to say. Demonization of this thing, in essence, is not a disease. Want to solve it is very simple. As long as the demonized person's mind is firm enough, then demonization will become a positive effect, and vice versa, understand? Therefore, the solution to the problem of demonization does not lie in the demonization itself, but in people. Lu Yuz said word by word. You mean that demonization is nothing in the Void Eternal Ancient Realm, so there is no specific existence for it? Nick. Fury said with some disbelief. That's right, this thing itself is not a big problem, but in this world, you also know that material desires are rampant. How many can keep the heart from being devoured? Lu Yuz looked at Nick with a foxy smile on his face. Fury. Nick. Fury's eyes had a hint of heaviness. If this is really the case, then the future is not calm. Thinking of this, Nick. Fury felt a headache for a while. That's not a good thing. Then Nick. Fury got the answer and left. Tony's side. Tony, who hadn't slept for several days, finally slept, but woke up to find that there was an extra fragrant breakfast next to him. Before Tony's mind could turn, he saw Pepper walk in from outside in a small suit, in high spirits, as if nothing had happened. Pepper, are you all right? Tony asked, looking at Pepper. I feel good, better than ever, never been so energetic. Pepper asked with a smile at Tony. Tony looked at Pepper, the jade of the 4 souls on his forehead was gone, the same Pepper gave Tony one, how to say? Fake, yes, false feelings, the smile on the face, and the way of speaking and attitude have changed a lot. It's as if suddenly a different person. Tony got up from the bed without moving, and in order not to arouse Pepper's suspicion, Tony directly picked up the breakfast on the side and ate it. Watching Tony eat breakfast, the smile on Pepper's face widened. Tony, I'm going to work first. Pepper said to Tony. Tony nodded. Watching Pepper leave, although the Stark Group's building has become a dangerous building, the Stark Group is not just such a building. There are other places to work. Tony asked Jarvis after seeing Pepper go. Jarvis, what happened while I slept? Tony asked as he turned to Jarvis. Jarvis's voice sounded, Sir, after you went to sleep and the 2 disappeared, Miss Pepper woke up, and sent the doctors away. From 1 o'clock in the night until now, Miss Pepper has been working and has not rested. Tony's expression became more and more solemn. This is already a little anti-human. From Pepper's mental state, even ordinary people with good energy will have fatigue, lack of energy and other states. But Pepper didn't do that at all. As soon as Pepper arrived at the company, he felt a burst of hunger, very hungry, coming from the depths of his soul. A wave of weakness dared to come. Pepper looked at the crowded office buildings and asked them a sweet and delicious smell, like someone who had been thirsty in the desert for a long time. Suddenly, I saw a bottle of sweet spring. That hunger from the depths of his soul made Pepper swallow his saliva. The only reason left of Pepper hurried back to his office, and then locked his office, constantly gasping. It was as if there was a beast in the body, constantly impacting Pepper's sanity. Pepper ran into the bathroom in his office. Looking at yourself in the mirror, the naked eye can visibly dry up, and the skin, hair, and flesh and blood are also emaciated. Chapter 33. Ah! Pepper let out a terrified howl. Looking at himself in the mirror, Pepper's eyes were filled with horror, and a green light appeared on Pepper's body. Pepper's eyes completely lost his mind, and under the green light mist, Pepper disappeared directly into the office. Reappeared in a small alley with no people. A homeless man is sleeping soundly. The green light fog instantly exposed the homeless man. A moment later, a dried corpse with only skin and bones appeared in place. Pepper's figure also reappeared in the alley, looking at the surrounding environment. Why did I appear here? But the moment she saw the dried corpse, Pepper subconsciously wanted to scream, but then tightly covered her mouth, recalling that she did all this. Then he left here in a hurry. By the time Pepper returned to the company, the panic on Pepper's face had disappeared, and then it was cloudy. There was something wrong with her body, and now she knew that, just now, she ate a person. Although it is not literally eaten, but it is almost the same, the spirit of that homeless man has been sucked away by her. Thinking of this, Pepper couldn't help but feel a little flustered in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. She was scared too. At the same time, different dried corpses appeared in various places throughout New York, some intact, some incomplete. Shield also discovered the abnormality at the first time and began to act. Nick. Inside Fury's office. Nick. Fury looked at the surveillance video in front of him with a serious expression. Shield agents are operating outside a typical American-style house to capture those who have demonized. Coulson looked at Nick. Fury said, the owners of the house are an elderly couple and their son. The target of this operation is the son of this elderly couple, whose son turned into a demon because of the fragment of the Jade of the Four Souls, originally just a fat house redneck, but after demonization, he first ate his parents. Then he ate his neighbors, thought he was the savior, and began to indiscriminately slaughter the surrounding colored people, and since last night, more than 30 people have been killed. Hear from Coulson, Nick. Fury took a deep breath. The influence of the Jade of the Four Souls was even more visible than he thought. What about the people in the base? Nick. Fury asked towards Coulson. The original Stark Group employees in the base have more or less mutated, just like mutants, although they still retain human thinking, but they cannot control their actions. According to them, there is a hunger in their hearts that constantly urges them to feed. Ordinary food, including some fresh flesh and blood, cannot fill their hunger, only humans can satisfy the hunger in their hearts. Hear from Coulson, Nick. Fury nodded, and there was no need to say why Coulson knew that only humans could satisfy their inner hunger. Experimentation, there is always a sacrifice. Is it possible to control them? Nick. Fury said in a deep voice, watching the agents of SHIELD begin to act in the video. There is no possibility, driven by instinct. In the event of extreme hunger, they will eat any human near them. Coulson said in a deep voice. That's a shame. Nick. Fury looked at the video and couldn't help but say. If it is controllable, this will be the best weapon. But being uncontrollable means destroying. However, there are still few experiments, and more experiments are needed. In the video, SHIELD agents directly broke into the home of the demonized redneck. The next moment, the fire burst into the sky. Explosions rang out. The agents of SHIELD were directly rushed out by the blaster of the explosion. His head is more than 3 meters tall, covered with black substances, hair like tentacles, a hideous face, and red eyes. All 4 limbs on the body have different degrees of alienation. The most terrifying thing is that this demon is not afraid of any bullets. Even a grenade only caused it minor damage. A massacre appeared in front of Nick, Fury. The one-sided slaughter in the video really happens in another part of the video, the demonized redneck, and the continuous devouring of the corpse. His own aura also continued to become stronger, and at the same time, thicker black tentacles stretched out from his body. Nick. Fury took a deep breath, although he was overestimating the fragments of the Four Souls Jade as much as possible. He did not expect that the seriousness of the matter was far more serious than he thought. If it's just demonization, it's not enough to make Nick. Fury felt so serious. The most important thing is Nick. Fury saw the demonized redneck change again after devouring the human corpse. Evolve. This is what makes Nick. Fury feels a true reflection of the seriousness of the problem. These demons evolve. Chapter 34. Evolution, whether in reality or in film and television, belongs to something that cannot be seen and touched. Director, according to the investigation report, the speed of evolution will accelerate after the demon devours humans, and the demon in the video just now is only a mutant Yupsa dragon level before devouring humans. Maybe it will be a little stronger, but it will not be too much, more ignoring ammunition, and the ability to repair itself. But after devouring enough people, this demon began to evolve, and now the energy level has reached the delta level, but it is obviously much stronger than the delta level existence of mutants. Coulson reported to Nick. The most important thing is that compared to the delta mutants of the same level, the demons are more terrifying, although the energy level is only the level of the delta level of the mutants, but the comprehensive strength has reached the gamma level. In order to facilitate the distinction, the people in the Bureau use the rank of mutants to distinguish these demons. Coulson finally added. Nick. Fury closed his eyes, with a hint of heaviness in his heart. There are a total of 5 levels of mutants, from the lowest to the highest, Upsilon level, Delta level, Beta level, Alpha level, Omega level. According to Coulson, these demons were only the existence of the Yupa dragon level at the beginning, and the energy level in the body was only so much. But what is powerful is the physical and weird abilities of these demons and the function of self-healing. This is the most troublesome thing about these demons. Ordinary guns and ammunition are basically ineffective. The same Yupsa dragon level mutants are compared to demons. The demons can hunt these mutants at will. That's the scariest thing. And if you use magnitude to distinguish the demon transformation, it is largely a wrong choice, just relying on the magnitude of energy to distinguish the demon. Then the consequences are just like in the video. The agents of SHIELD are directly destroyed. To some extent, it is also misestimating the strength of these demons. And judging from the performance above the video, the demon is no longer something that ordinary people can deal with. Even a fully armed SHIELD agent cannot deal with a demon with a body weight level that is only Yapuza long. Coulson ordered down, raise your guard, maybe we should think of other ways. Nick. Fury said in a deep voice. With a hint of thought in his eyes, it seemed that his superhero organization should also start taking action. Pepper's side is Pepper's side. Pepper's face is a hint of worry, and the hunger in his body comes again. This feeling made Pepper fear from the bottom of her heart, and she knew that once this feeling reached the 0 point, then she would lose control. She didn't know what to do. This is also where Pepper is afraid, and the dried corpse in the morning is still vividly remembered. Pepper didn't want to wake up that morning to find Tony turned into a dry corpse, which was not a good thing for Pepper. With this feeling, Pepper left the company very heavily, did not go to Tony's house, but returned to his own home, locked himself up, in order to prevent himself from harming others. At the same time, Natasha, a Black Widow who was on a mission abroad, looked at the strange pattern fruit that appeared in front of her out of thin air. The agent's instincts told her that there was nothing dangerous about this thing. But looking at the strange lines on the fruit, Natasha couldn't figure out what the fruit was. However, the pursuers behind him attacked. Natasha didn't have time to hesitate and started running with the fruit. As time passed, Natasha was already surrounded by groups. Her weapons and ammunition had dried up, and she looked at the fruit at hand. Die and die. Natasha gritted her teeth and looked at the fruit that appeared out of thin air, and her intuition told her that there was no danger. Coupled with hunger, Natasha almost lost the ability to think. Without hesitation, Natasha directly ate the fruit. The moment she entered, Natasha felt as if she had eaten the most disgusting thing under the sun, the stench that penetrated deep into her soul. However, Natasha still gritted her teeth and ate all the fruit for the sake of her stomach. Then a stream of information flooded into Natasha's mind, and Natasha had a hint of shock in her eyes. Explode. Every inch of her skin, hair, or fluids turned into a terrible explosive. What is this? Natasha did not have time to think more, the enemy had already come. But now, it's time to fight back. There were no weapons before, but now, Natasha's whole person has turned into a humanoid explosive. Natasha began to fight back against the rebels who were pursuing her. At the same time, Lu Yuz, who was lying on the counterboard, opened his eyes. Interesting, the explosive fruit was eaten by Natasha, it seems to be good. But it's more suitable for Hawkeye, forget it, eat it all, there's nothing to say. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. Natasha ate the explosive fruit, which was completely lost by Lu Yuz's accident, and Lu Yuz released the explosive fruit, and did not expect that it would be Natasha who ate it. Chapter 35. Is this fate? Lu Yus couldn't help but smile and said. The emotional value within the system has been rising, and Lu Yus is happy to see such a thing happen. At the same time, Chen Haonan began to act, and the benefits brought by the Jade of the Four Souls made Chen Haonan's strength improve a lot. Those who possessed the Jade of the Four Souls naturally became Chen Haonan's target. The first to be found was the red neck that transformed into a demon. Yellow-skinned monkey. The red neck looked at Chen Haonan for the first time, with a playful, cruel smile in his eyes. Before he became a demon, he was a complete racist, and there were many such people in America, and many white people were like this. Even those slivers are the same. Rubbish. Chen Haonan looked at this demon, and now this demon has turned into a behemoth more than 4 meters tall. Compared to before, the energy level in the current redneck's body is about to reach the beta level. But compared with Chen Haonan, it is still too far behind. A ray of green light emerged from the demon's chest. Jade fragment of 4 souls. The green demon power is emanating all the time. I'm going to crush you little by little and eat it. The red-necked demon looked at Chen Haonan with cruelty in his eyes. The huge body slaughtered directly towards Chen Haonan at an unreasonable speed. Chen Haonan looked at the red-necked demon with killing intent in his eyes, and the snow-drinking crazy knife appeared in his hand, slashing his head. The huge head flew high. However, this demon is not dead, he has transformed into a demon, and the only weakness is the jade fragment of the 4 souls. And of course, there's the soul. However, ordinary people do not have any means of soul attack. Therefore, Chen Haonan also took advantage of this opportunity and appeared in front of this demon in an instant. It's useless, I'm an immortal body, you can't kill me. The demon looked at Chen Haonan and said. Chen Haonan had a trace of contempt in his eyes, immortal body. Who in this world can truly be immortal? Chen Haonan said slowly. The claw of his right hand pierced directly into the chest of this demon. Instantly penetrating the black body, a brilliant jade of 4 souls appeared in Chen Haonan's hand. No, that's my stuff, you can't grab it. The red-necked demon panicked, watching the jade of the 4 souls being taken away by Chen Haonan. He wanted to resist, but now his head was still on the ground, and he couldn't control his body's movements at all. Yours. Chen Haonan looked at this demon. It's mine. Chen Haonan directly grabbed the jade fragment of the 4 souls, and then pulled it out, and directly integrated it into his body in front of this demon. The aura on Chen Haonan's body became a little stronger. And this demon was completely dead to the ground. Chen Haonan didn't even look at it, and left directly. For Chen Haonan, his target was the jade of the 4 souls, and with his own jade of the 4 souls, Chen Haonan could sense the fragments of the jade of the 4 souls that appeared 500 meters around. Although the jade of the 4 souls is broken, there is still some kind of connection in it. As long as the distance is close, Chen Haonan can naturally feel it. Chen Haonan's video of hunting this demon was naturally used by Nick Fury. Got it. This demon was also the target of their tracking. But they didn't expect the seemingly powerful demon, but in Chen Haonan's hands, it was held at will like a soft persimmon, which was also something they didn't expect. But for them, this is also a good thing, at least they have discovered the weakness of these demons, the jade fragments of the 4 souls. Come to think of it, Nick Fury began to arrange manpower and began to prepare a plan to deal with the demons again. If this continues, will Chen Haonan become the second Naraku? Lu Yus couldn't help but think. The big boss in Naraku, Inuyasha, a half-demon who combines humans and yokai. Unlike Inuyasha is born of humans and monsters. Naraku, on the other hand, is a contract between humans and yokai to be reborn, and the two are essentially different, but they are both half-demons. There is a powerful demon power in the Jade of the 4 Souls. If Chen Haonan really collected the Jade of the 4 Souls, he might be able to transform into a half-demon and add the Kylan blood in his body. Maybe it really works. However, Lu Yus will not interfere with Chen Haonan's road, and Lu Yus will not choose to intervene for those he releases. Unless necessary, generally speaking, Lu Yus will not intervene. At the same time, Tony's side, looking at Pepper who was standing in front of him and resigning towards him, Tony looked confused. For Tony, Pepper is not just his secretary, his assistant, but also someone he loves. Why? Tony had a hint of panic in his eyes that he hadn't even noticed. He also didn't know why he panicked when he heard that Pepper Demon had resigned, just like a child was afraid of losing his beloved toy. Pepper had a hint of melancholy on his face, some reasons that can't be said. Anyway, I have to leave. Chapter 36. Pepper was gone anyway. Tony drank and thought about what he had said to Pepper. He did not allow Pepper to resign, but allowed Pepper to rest for a while to adjust and return. Pepper agreed, but Tony always felt that losing was not so simple. Jarvis helped me look at Pepper. I need her whereabouts, what she is doing every day. Tony, you said to Jarvis. Sir, this is against the law. Jarvis said kindly to Tony. No, it's not a crime, it's just a boss and care for your employees. Tony said slowly. Got it, sir. Jarvis's voice rang out. If there is anything out of the ordinary, remember to tell me. Tony said to Jarvis and returned to his lab. Pepper's side. Pepper had just left Tony's house when she met Obadiah. Stan. You're here to find Tony. Pepper looked at Obadiah who was blocking his way. Stan asked. No, I'm here to find you. Obadiah. Stan looked at Pepper and smiled. Pepper looked at Obadiah with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Stan, looking for yourself? Looking for yourself to do? Obadiah. Stan made a gesture of invitation. Pepper sat on Obadiah. Stan's car went all the way back to Obadiah. Among Stan's villas. What's the matter with you? Pepper took a sip of water and looked at Obadiah. Stan asked. Obadiah. Stan looked at Pepper, different from the original, Obadiah. Stan, not eyeing Tony's arc. As for the original book, Tony's Stark group is plotting, but the way has changed. We're all the way, aren't we? Obadiah. Stan said with a mysterious smile, and a green crystal fragment appeared at the center of his eyebrows. Jade fragment of the Four Souls. The jade fragments of the Four Souls in Pepper's body also emerged irrepressibly, and the jade fragments of the Four Souls sensed each other. Pepper looked at Obadiah with amazement in his eyes. Stan. What she didn't expect was that Obadiah. Stan, there is this thing in her body, and most importantly, she knows exactly what the meaning behind this thing is. This is a treasure from another world. Since we have been chosen, we are the new chosen ones of this world. Pepper and I are together. Obadiah. Stan said to Pepper. Pepper looked at Obadiah. Stan, what are you going to do? Stark Industries, starting with Stark, maybe it should be renamed Stan Industries in the future. Obadiah. Stan said with a smile. Impossible. Pepper refused without thinking. It's a pity, you must know that we are all the way, and you have eaten a lot of people. Obadiah. Stan smiled and looked at Pepper. Pepper's pupils shrank. You know, we are all new humans who have evolved, we are the protagonists of this world, it's a pity that you chose the wrong answer. Obadiah. Stan looked at Pepper. The look was a little crazy. Pepper knows, Obadiah. Stan, this is affected. Or rather, the jade of the Four Souls directly amplifies Obadiah. The result of the dark side of Stan's heart. You're crazy. Pepper said a word and was ready to get up and leave. Since you are not willing to accept this gift, then I naturally want to get it back. Obadiah. Stan said to Pepper. 4 strong tentacles grew behind him, and the whole body was raised one step higher, black scales appeared, and a thick tail swung like a steel whip. The green light on Pepper's body surged with green scales, sharp fingers, and a slender tail. At the same time, Tony's side. Jarvis sent Obadiah directly to Tony's side. A projection of Stan's house. Sir, something has gone wrong. Jarvis said and placed the projection in front of Tony. Coax you shet, what is this thing? Tony looked at the 2 humanoids that appeared on the projection. Demon. A voice sounded behind Tony. Tony looked at Nick. Fury, how did you get in? It's still very simple for agents to want to come in, after all, there are no security personnel. Nick. Fury said slowly, his eyes intently looking at the words projected by Jarvis. This is a demon, do you remember the Jade of the Four Souls? Nick. Fury said slowly. Tony raised an eyebrow. Of course he remembered. Remember, but does it matter? Tony apparently didn't recognize who the two people in the projection were. The Jade of the Four Souls will demonize people. The two humanoid creatures in front of you, one is Obadiah. Stan, one is Pepper. Potts. Nick. Fury said lightly. Farkey. Tony's pupils shrank and looked at the two who had already fought in the projection. The golden and red armor began to be worn on Tony's body. When I come back, I'm counting for you about your trespassing in the house, and now I still have things. Tony flew out directly in his armor. Watching Tony leave, Nick. Fury continued to look at the projection in front of him, thinking thoughtfully about something. Chapter 37. Pepper and Obadiah. Stan's side. Pepper is clearly not Obadiah. Stan's opponent was Obadiah. Stan pressed and punched, and a blood hole appeared in his abdomen. If it weren't for the demonization, Pepper would have died here, and even then, Pepper would just be struggling to support him now. You don't deserve this gift. Obadiah. Stan said frantically to Pepper, the four tentacles behind his back constantly waving. Pepper was dodging in embarrassment. If I could, I wouldn't want this either. Pepper said in a deep voice, for her, this is not a gift, more like a curse. Then leave it to me. Obadiah. Stan said to Pepper, his body coming towards Pepper like a tank. The huge body was directly crushed towards Pepper. Pepper's slender body was directly knocked out. The bones all over his body seemed to be shattered, soft to the ground, and the fragments of the Jade of the Four Souls bloomed with green brilliance, constantly repairing Pepper's body. Bang! With a loud bang, Tony, dressed in battle armor, rushed to the battlefield. Obadiah. Stan looked at Tony who arrived. Tony, you shouldn't have come. Obadiah. Stan said to Tony. If I don't come, I may have to do the work alone in the future, and I don't want to waste my time on trivial things. Tony said slowly, looking at Pepper on the ground. Pepper looked at Tony's arrival with a complicated look in her eyes. Then you die together. Obadiah. Stan looked at Tony, his figure burst up, and instantly knocked Tony out. Four thick tentacles, covered with green demon power, fell towards Tony. A white light appeared in Tony's hand, and a white light went directly towards Obadiah. Stan pounded the past. A green demon barrier surfaced in Obadiah. In front of Stan, he directly blocked the white energy impact light pillar. Fack. Tony watched this scene. Because it was an emergency, Tony now had no other weapons in his hands. It can only be attacked by the impact of the basic energy provided by the arc. Micro-missiles are not equipped at all. Tony, let's go. A green demon power appeared in Pepper's hand, and a claw was directly towards Obadiah. Stan pawed over. Brilliant claw marks, floating in the air. Obadiah. Looking at Pepper, he will also make a claw. Pepper flew straight upside down. At the same time Obadiah. Stan's four tentacles directly bound Tony tightly. I don't like it. Tony looked at his current situation and said jokingly. Right at this time. A figure appeared here. Instantly translucent knife light, directly cut off, Obadiah. Stan's tentacles. Who is it? Obadiah. Stan looked at the direction of the knife. 2. Jade of Four Souls. Chen Haonan's figure slowly walked out of the smoke, with long black suit hair, and his expression did not fluctuate at the slightest to look at the three of Tony. It's him. Tony looked at Chen Haonan, and he remembered the projection that Jarvis had put on him when he had just returned. Above is the scene of Chen Haonan's battle. However, hearing Chen Haonan's Jade of Four Souls, Tony's heart tightened. This is not a good person. Obadiah. Stan looked at Chen Haonan. The severed tentacles instantly grew, and then looked at Chen Haonan with some irritation. No matter who you are, you're dead. Obadiah. Stan looked at Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan looked at Obadiah with indifference in his eyes, and did not put Obadiah in his eyes at all. Obadiah waved the tentacles behind his back. In an instant, the four tentacles, holding this majestic demon power, smashed directly towards Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan had a trace of essence in his eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Bark up the wrong tree. The snow drink in his hand swung wildly, directly cutting Obadiah in half. I'm not going to die. Obadiah looked at Chen Haonan with fear in his eyes. He didn't expect Chen Haonan to be so strong. The last one who said that he was not dead, the body was cremated. Chen Haonan looked at Obadiah and said coldly. Then the right hand went directly through Obadiah's brain. A green crystal appeared in Chen Haonan's hand, and Chen Haonan withdrew the green crystal cup. Obadiah's life has also come to an end. As the villain of the first part of Iron Man, he died so hastily, and there is no one. Next, Tony saw the scene that shocked him. Chen Haonan directly integrated the jade fragment of the Four Souls into his body. Tony knew very well what kind of consequences the jade fragment of the Four Souls would cause, but he didn't expect Chen Haonan to care at all. Or that Chen Haonan was not affected by the jade fragment of the Four Souls in the slightest. Also seeing this scene was Nick Furuya, although he had long known that Chen Haonan would not be affected by the jade fragment of the Four Souls. But seeing this scene, Nick Furuya still instinctively felt that something was wrong. This also makes Nick Furuya determined that Chen Haonan came for the jade of the Four Souls. Chapter 38. What does Chen Haonan want the jade of the Four Souls to do? Nick Furuya is not clear, but Chen Haonan is not a good person, this Nick Furuya is clear. Jarvis, you should inform Tony to leave, that person is not something he can deal with. Nick Furuya said to Jarvis. Thinking of Chen Haonan's fierce record, he directly hacked the two X-Men to death. If it weren't for Chen's burst of Phoenix power, maybe all of them would have died. Now Tony is far from an opponent. It is difficult to deal with Obadiah, let alone Chen Haonan, who can kill Obadiah in seconds. Jarvis accurately conveyed the words to Tony's ears. Tony looked at Chen Haonan, and then hugged Pepper and directly prepared to escape. Chen Haonan saw this scene. Want to go? The snow drink knife in his hand swung wildly, and the translucent knife slashed straight towards Tony's back. Clang! The sound of gold and iron resounded. A deep crack appeared on the back of Tony's armor. But he flew away with Pepper. Tony broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately he didn't have Tota, otherwise, he would really be explained here. Chen Haonan also had a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't expect that Tony's battle armor could actually block his sword, and he originally thought that he could hack Tony to death. But the quality of the steel armor was still a bar, which directly blocked Tony, thus giving Tony time to escape. Run? Did you run away? Chen Haonan also knows Tony, or who in this world does not know Tony. This time he ran. Chen Haonan could just use this to digest the jade fragments of the Four Souls that had just been integrated into his body. Tony's sighed. All the way back to his home with sparks and lightning. True. Sparks with lightning. That is, the quality of the armor he made was good, although a large cut in the back was cut. But it still works, but the degree of damage has reached 40%, there is no problem flying, but it is impossible to continue fighting. What is this? Tony looked at the neat cut in the back of his armor. It is hard to imagine that someone with a knife can actually cut such a deep hole in their battle armor. This was something that Tony himself had not expected. Chen Haonan, the first person in the Void Eternal Ancient Realm to come to this world. Nick Fury's voice sounded. You're not gone yet. Tony looked at Nick Fury raised an eyebrow. I'm waiting for you to come back. Nick Fury looked at Tony. Tony looked at Pepper, who had passed out. I'm not in the mood to talk to you right now. Tony said in a deep voice. Don't you want to solve this matter? That guy has been looking for the fragment of the jade of the Four Souls, there is a piece in her body, I think you should know the fate of Obadiah, or witness it with your own eyes. Nick Fury said in his presence. If it comes from before, Nick Fury wasn't sure enough to pull Tony into his Avengers. But now the word Nick Fury was 100% sure he would pull Tony into his soon-to-be formed organization. Tony looked at Nick Fury, tell me about it. I'm ready to form an Avengers. Nick Fury looked at Tony. Avengers? Sounds like a joke. Tony couldn't help but complain. It is an organization that specifically targets these supernatural events, of course, that Chen Haonan is also one of the targets. Nick Fury said to Tony. Wait, tell me first, who is in this organization? Tony poured himself a glass of water and looked at Nick. Fury asked. You're the only one at the moment, but there are other candidates, soon. Nick Fury said slowly. Tony raised an eyebrow and put down the water cup in his hand. For Nick. These things Fury said suddenly felt boring. Come to me when you're done. Tony is ready to drop off directly. I'm fine, but what are you going to do about her? Nick Fury looked at Tony, then pointed to Pepper, who was still unconscious. Tony's heart sank. I can tell you clearly that Chen Haonan's strength is not as simple as you see. Nick Fury looked at Tony and said. Followed by Nick Fury placed a video in front of Tony. It is the video of Chen Haonan vs the X-Men. Tony took a deep breath and looked at Chen Haonan, who was killing all sides inside. Although I don't know why Chen Haonan is looking for the Jade of the Four Souls, but obviously, I didn't find a Jade of the Four Souls. Chen Haonan's strength has improved a lot, and now Pepper Potts' body has the Jade of Four Souls, and Chen Haonan will definitely not let it go. There are few forces in this world that can shelter Pepper, and there are not many that can block Chen Haonan, you think about it. Nick Fury said slowly. He now has the strength to say this, out of the bottoms outside of Ant Marvel. Nick Fury himself is not weak now. The right eye has a kaleidoscope, and although it is incomplete, it contains the existence of Amaterasu and Susanoo. Don't say get Chen Haonan, but it's definitely no problem to block it. Chapter 39. What a bonus! Lu Yuz touched his chin and saw that his emotional value had skyrocketed by tens of thousands. Now Lu Yuz's emotional value has reached more than 6 million so far, the sequelae of the battle between Blackbeard and Red Dog. Coupled with Chen Haonan's chaotic entry just now, his emotional value skyrocketed by tens of thousands. Looking at the emotional value of more than 6 million, Lu Yuz now has no idea of drawing a lottery, and there is no need for that. Now there are so many cards in Lu Yuz's hand that have not been used, even if the lottery is drawn now, it is useless. Let me think, who should come out now? Lu Yuz thought for a while, and then a card with a nuclear smile appeared in Lu Yuz's hand. 5-star General, native of the motherland. According to the arrival, the strength of the motherland is only suitable to be put at 6 stars, after all, the target is Superman, even if it is a weakened version. 6 stars is about the same. But this forced has a huge character flaw, the giant baby at the same time, but also timid, yes, is timid, cannot be said to be timid, is to escape the problem. If you encounter something, the first time is not to deal with it, but to escape. This is the motherland, and this characteristic of the motherland is clearly reflected in the black-robed pickets. There have been many times when the motherland people were able to directly destroy the black-robed pickets. But there are no people in the motherland, and when they encounter danger, this is definitely the first to run. This is the case several times in the original. Therefore, the strength is only 5 stars in the system rating. To be reasonable, a weakened version of Da Chao, no matter how strong it is at least a 6-star existence, and the people of the motherland only have 5 stars. To a large extent, it is because he is easy to read temperature and cannot control his temperature well, resulting in excessive temperature and a change in mentality. For the inside, it is to become a pressure boy. This is the motherland. Maybe the top management of Amica needs such a person who can withstand the scene. Lu Yuz said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, the background of the people of the motherland was written. Then deliver. In the background written by Lu Yuz, the people of the motherland are the existence of chaos, and there are no forces scattered. As for his personality, of course, he still continues his original character, and Lao Tzu can do whatever he wants and is also a giant baby. Hehe. But that's why it's all interesting, isn't it? Relatively speaking, if you change the character of the people of the motherland, it is not an interesting thing. Then a card appeared in Lu Yuz's hand, compound number 5. This thing can understand the superpower potion, and after using it, what superpower can be obtained depends on the fate. If the fate is good, it will become the same existence as the motherland, and there are also poles, After all, it is said that the black robe picket is in a certain cartoon. A little girl's awakened superpower is to control, yes, to control, you read it right, it is this superpower. It can only be said that it is outrageous. In short, if Compound 5 is used, it all depends on fate, and anything is possible. It's a pity that there is only one bottle without a formula. Lu Yuz looked at the number 5 compound in his hand. This thing, Lu Yuz was not interested. After all, Lu Yuz didn't plan to go out to wave, even if he went, it wasn't now. The devil knows if he will be quacked after going out, and before he is invincible, Lu Yuz does not plan to go out. So let's do it for now. Lu Yuz put away Compound 5. Meanwhile, America Capitol Hill. These congressional masters are gathering together to discuss the issue of control over transhumans. 500 seats, don't bring it into reality. None of them objected, and all supported the supervision and control of transhumans. After all, the influence caused by New York has become a weapon in their hands to guide public opinion. As America's human beings, even if the whole world is human above, these superhumans are simply lawless and lawless. No one wants things happening in New York to repeat themselves, especially on Peanutton's side. Although New York is the economic center of Amica, it is still worse than Peanutton. After all, this is where Amica's people are there. Parliament passed the bill in unison. Any superhuman is required to register their personal information and abilities. But the question arises, who will carry out this task? At this moment, a spatial crack opened, and a figure walked out of it. It seems that everyone seems to have a headache, how about giving me this task? The people of the motherland walked out of the spatial crack with a smile on their faces. The Hall of Congress fell silent. They do not know who the people of the motherland are, they know that if they are enemies, they have already been destroyed, which also intensifies their thinking about the passage and implementation of the bill. Who are you? Mei Xinzong looked at the motherland who suddenly appeared and asked. The motherland looked at the congressman present with a smile. I am from the motherland, from the void eternal ancient realm. The people of the motherland said with a smile, looking at the surrounding congressmen, the smile on their faces was even worse. Chapter 40. Farki, Farki, Farki. Nick. Fury was furious in his office. Coulson stood aside and did not dare to speak. What do they think? Nick. Fury has anger in his eyes, are those guys on Capitol Hill just eating? Can such a bill pass? Don't you know what the consequences of the exposure of superhumans are? Let's not talk about those super criminals, those superheroes who have been secretly protecting mankind. Once exposed, what will happen to their families, their loved ones, don't they know? How can a bunch of idiots, together with such bugs, make America great again? Looks like it's not the right time for me to come back. A voice sounded. Natasha is back. Nick. Fury looked at Natasha, looks like your mission is complete. Completion is done, there is a little problem with the intelligence, where did you almost die, but look, let's not talk about this, let's talk about the director, what makes you so angry? Natasha looked at Nick. Fury said. Nick. Fury directly handed Natasha the latest bill notice. Natasha took a cursory glance, and then put down the document. These people have brain problems. Coulson shrugged helplessly. Logically speaking, SHIELD is a global organization and does not belong to the official existence of Amica. But some things are understood, saying that it is a global organization, but in fact, SHIELD is serving America. According to the positioning of SHIELD, you cannot use this document, but realistically, it will not work. After all, SHIELD is now in America. And who is this motherlander? Natasha looked at the person who led the team on the document and asked with some doubt. We don't know, it's currently investigating, but it's probably likely to be from other worlds, or the person they secretly cultivated. Coulson said slowly. There are such doubts that it is really common. America is so secret test base in the world, what only a limited number of people know. Suddenly there was such a person, it seemed that there was no problem with America cultivating it herself. And what America did was a matter of a long history, so such a thing is not a strange thing, and it is normal for Coulson to have such doubts. You seem to be talking about me. The people of the motherland walked in from outside with a smile on their faces. Nick, Fury, Coulson, and Natasha all looked at the motherland. My hearing is relatively good, so I heard everything you said, and now I need your full cooperation with me to carry out the plan of the Superhuman Registration Act. No problem. The people of the motherland said kindly. This is SHIELD, not Amicus Private Agency, you can go. Nick, Fury said in a deep voice. Hear Nick. Fury's words, the motherland people smiled slightly. Then instantly appeared in Nick. In front of Fury. Natasha and Coulson snapped the gun. Don't be nervous, I came with good intentions, that toy is useless to me. The motherland looked at Natasha and Coulson with a nuclear smile on her face. Natasha had solemnity in her eyes. There was a hint of nervousness in Coulson's eyes. Nick. Fury looked at the motherland very calmly. You're not from this world. Nick. Fury looked at the motherland and said in a deep voice. The motherland smiled. Of course, I'm from the void eternal ancient realm. The motherland said with a smile. What is your purpose? Nick. Fury looked at the motherland and said in a deep voice. The motherland looked at Nick. Fury said with interest. You guess. The motherland said with a smile. Give you 10 minutes of events, I need all the information about SHIELD about superhumans. The motherland said with a smile. If you don't, I don't think you want to know the consequences. The motherland looked at Nick with a red glint in his eyes. Fury et al. Nick. Fury was silent for a moment, then spoke. Coulson handed him the information. Nick. Fury said slowly. Coulson looked at Nick. Fury wanted to speak, but looked at the motherland and then said, got it. Soon Coulson prepared the materials and handed them over to the motherlanders. The people of the motherland left here satisfied. Looking at the people of the motherland who swaggered away, Natasha carried a trace of resentment, and her heart was a little unwilling. Don't worry, those guys will know what the consequences of what they do are. Nick. Fury looked at Natasha and said slowly. The list I handed him, the first one is Metropolis Superman, according to the character shown by this person, it should come in the order of the list. Coulson smiled and said. What about the second one? Natasha looked at Coulson. Diana the Wonder Woman of Boston. Coulson smiled honestly. If he can do it, then we don't have any problem with the registration bill, do we? Coulson said with an honest smile. Chapter 41. The Superhuman Registration Bill is very unfriendly for those superheroes, especially ordinary superheroes, such as Daredevil, Spider-Man, etc. Once the identities of these people are exposed, their loved ones around them will be affected. In a way, the Transhuman Registration Act is a pitfall. A big pit, in a Marvel world, is to pass the Transhuman Registration Bill, and then the little spider dies miserably, even himself. As for why those Capitol Hill lords passed the Transhuman Registration Act? Quite simply, they want to master these superhuman beings. Ask them to abide by the existence of their own order. As for what will the relatives around those superheroes, including the superheroes themselves, look like after exposure, and what does it have to do with them? It's just a joke, these guys, something is wrong with the brain. Tony had just become Iron Man at this time, and was very disgusted by this superhuman registration bill. Not the Iron Man in Team 3 who supports the Super Registration Act. Compared with Tony at this time, he is not Tony after the Age of Ultron, and he is also not at odds with Team America because of Bucky. At this time, Tony still yearned for freedom, and even the Avengers did not join, let alone accept the control of the government. Tony would certainly not agree to this plan at this time. So now Tony is also a matter of course to oppose this bill. After all, he has experienced so many things, and Tony is not the existence that is comparable to a god with a mortal body. Now he is just a playboy, a rich boy who wants to show off. Tony looked at Pepper with a hint of worry in his eyes. Pepper's body did not have any problems, under the detection of medical instruments, it was surprisingly good. But it was because of this that Tony was worried. To some extent, now Pepper has been transforming into an unknown life, no longer just a simple human being. Tony was not in the mood to care about any superhero bills at this time. Metropolis at the same time. The motherland came here with people. Da Chao is now working at the Planet Daily on the Metropolis side, just an ordinary newspaper reporter. The people of the motherland swaggered here with people. Clark Kent? The motherland man looked at Da Chao with black-rimmed glasses and said. Clark Kent, the name of the great super, Krypton name, Carl. Al. Da Chao looked at the motherland with doubt in his eyes. It's me, do you have something going on? Da Chao looked at the motherland with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Maybe we should talk somewhere else. With a nuclear smile on his face, the motherland directly caught Da Chao. With the big Chao, he flew directly to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Da Chao looked at the motherland with a hint of anger in his eyes. No matter what identity the people of the motherland really are, but such behavior is not done well. To some extent, if you are an ordinary person, the altitude of tens of thousands of meters is enough, so that ordinary people lack oxygen or die directly due to air pressure. Apparently the motherland did not think about these things. Clark Kent? Or should I call you Superman? The native looked at Superman and said with a nuclear smile on his face. Da Chao looked at the people of the motherland, who are you and what are you going to do? According to the latest law of the federal government, all transhumans need to register their own information, and you are not excluded, and in the future, the federal government will issue tasks uniformly and listen to the orders of the federal government before they can act. Do you understand? The people of the motherland looked at Da Chao and said word by word. Superman looked at the motherland with some silence. Among the shops of the heavens, Lu Yuz looked at the motherland and was the first to find Superman, and knew that the motherland was pitted by those people from SHIELD. There are so many superhumans in this world, and the first one in the motherland who dies has found Superman. It's not strange to be pitted. However, Lu Yuz is not worried, between the motherland and Superman, although it is a big war between piracy and genuine copy. But to some extent, it is still a close fight. The current super speed is not fast enough to crush the Flash, and its power has not grown to the extent that it can drag dozens of planets away from the black hole. The words of the forces are similar to those of the motherland, or even weaker, but because of the problems of the hearts of the motherlanders themselves, it is difficult to say who loses and who wins. After all, the typical giant baby of the motherland, the character of escaping when encountering difficulties is still too far compared with the big Chao. The character of the people of the motherland can be summed up in one sentence: I strike hard at the weak, and I promise only the strong. I refuse. Da Chao said without hesitation. Growing up in this world, Da Chao knows very well what kind of urine the government of this world is. If you really listen to them, then there will never be a day of peace in this world, and I am afraid that every day will be spent in the midst of civil war. It's a pity that you chose the wrong answer. The native said with a smile. His eyes were red, and two heat rays burst directly towards Superman. Chapter 42. Da Chao was also not to be outdone, and in an instant, two heat rays also burst out. Directly collided with the heat rays of the motherland. Terrifying heat rays collide. Both Da Chao and the people of the motherland looked at each other with a hint of consternation. How the other party's ability is similar to his own. The next moment, the two collided directly. Strength, speed, are similar, even similar. However, under the rays of the sun, Da Chao's strength is much stronger, but it is not too much different, and it cannot affect the victory or defeat. Da Chao and the motherland collided above the heavenly dome. You can faintly see it in the sky above the metropolis, and from time to time there are flashes of red light, and sometimes there is a muffled sound of drums. It's like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Should I say you're lucky or bad? Lu Yu set his sights on the people of the motherland. Look at Superman on the other side. It is clear that the motherland has the idea of retreating. He can't help Superman, but also Superman can't do anything about it. And Da Chao also clearly felt that the other party was not a Kryptonian, not his companion, just a superhuman with similar abilities to himself. The battle between the two ended in the end. On the one hand, Superman was not interested in fighting with the motherland. He was not a battle maniac, and the identity of the Motherland was a special envoy of the 5-star general of the United Gang. Even if he wins, Superman is no better. On the other hand, the Motherland people do not want to fight Superman, and for the Motherland, fighting with Superman is really not a fun thing. Especially when the other party's ability is similar to their own, or even a little stronger than themselves. Neither side had much interest in fighting, and finally stopped and ended the battle. Da Chao returned to the metropolis. The Motherland left the metropolis with a dark face and went to the second target, Boston, where the demigod Diana was. This is not destined to be a smooth journey. Neither Superman nor Diana is a character to deal with. Especially now Diana, who says that her strength is stronger than Superman, there is no problem at all. In the Justice League later, Superman is better than Diana, that's for sure, but the timeline is still early. The army of Kryptonians has not yet come to Earth to do things, and Superman has not grown to that extent yet. So now Diana, with her own artifact in hand, is really stronger than the big super. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick. Fury watched as Natasha fell silent as she pulled out a hair and blew lightly, causing a big explosion. Coulson looked at Natasha with a wide mouth, stepping slightly away from Natasha. According to Natasha's current statement, a mouthful of saliva she spat out is comparable to the explosion of 10 grenades. The whole body can cause a violent explosion. Coulson did not dare to approach Black Widow. So the question is, what if Natasha is excited when she loves love? Will it explode? Coulson couldn't help but think. Then threw this weird idea out of my mind. Are you saying that you ate a strange fruit and then acquired such an ability? Nick. Fury looked at Natasha and said. Natasha nodded. If Natasha's identity is confirmed by herself, Nick. Fury wondered if Natasha had been dropped by some strange alien. After all, to some extent, Natasha's words are similar to fart, with zero credibility. What fruit can make people's whole body into explosives? But this is indeed Natasha herself, so there is only one truth. That's what Natasha said was true. You come with me. Nick. Fury had a hint of heaviness in his eyes. Natasha followed Nick with some curiosity. Fury, at the same time, took Coulson to the Heavens store. Rare. Lu Yuz looked at Nick, who came to the store. Fury, along with Natasha and Coulson, said with a smile. Natasha looked at Lu Yuz with some curiosity. In Natasha's eyes, Lu Yuz was no different from other yellow people. The only difference is probably handsome. Boss, I want to know what can turn people, the whole body, into explosives that can explode violently. Nick. Fury asked Lu Yuz. Hi. Lu Yuz looked at Natasha. The price of this information is not low, but for the sake of old customers, then it will be discounted, $100 million. Lu Yuz looked at Nick. Fury said. Nick. Fury took a deep look at Lu Yuz, and then looked at Coulson, who directly transferred money to Lu Yuz. Yes, you don't think you will regret this transaction, you should be talking about the explosive fruit of the pirate world, but the pirate world was integrated into the Void Eternal Ancient Realm a long time ago. Lu Yuz said slowly. Wait, I'm sorry, what are the explosive fruits you mentioned, and the Void Eternal Ancient Realm? Make up stories? Natasha looked at Lu Yuz and said, then looked at Nick. Fury. Chapter 43. You just think I'm making up a story. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Continue, the exploding fruit is the special devil fruit of the pirate world. Different devil fruits have different effects, divided into superhuman line, natural line, and animal line, and the exploding fruit is the superhuman demon fruit, that is, the strange fruit that Natasha you eat. Lu Yuz said slowly. Natasha looked at Lu Yuz and was stunned. She didn't say that she ate the devil fruit. How did Lu Yuz know? Natasha glanced at Nick. Fury, Nick. Fury also knew what Natasha was thinking, and she was wondering if she had spoken to Lu Yuz in advance. Nick. Fury shook his head and signaled Natasha not to rush. Boss, what I want to know is why there is such a thing as the devil fruit in our world. Nick. Fury asked towards Lu Yuz. That's why I said that the money you spent is worth the money. Lu Yuz said with a fox smile on his face. This can only show one problem, that is, the world is changing, there will be more strange things, and the void eternal ancient realm is getting closer and closer to this world, so it will have such an impact. Lu Yu said with a smile. Nick Fury's pupils shrank and looked at Lu Yu's. You mean, that world is approaching our world? Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Well, it can also be understood this way, but more that the high-dimensional world has paid attention to this world, so such a change in this world is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. Lu Yu said with a smile. Boss, what does it mean that it's both a good thing and a bad thing? Coulson asked towards Lu Yu's. The good thing is that this thing is a good thing for this world, the birth of more and more superhumans will make this world stronger, the bad thing is that the order will collapse, and more outside creatures may come to this world. Lu Yu said in a deep voice. Nick Fury took a deep breath. Even he was a little breathless, such a thing, if it really happened, then the fun would be great. Wait, boss, if I'm not mistaken, do you mean that people from other worlds can come to our world, and this devil fruit I ate is because of the influence of the high-dimensional world? Natasha asked Lu Yu with some surprise. Regarding people from other worlds, I think you should ask your director, he has more to say, doesn't he? As for the devil fruit you eat, it is indeed something born under the influence of the high-dimensional world. Lu Yu said with a smile. Natasha looked at Nick Fury. Nick Fury nodded, then took a deep breath. Is it? I see, the boss took his leave. Nick Fury left directly with Natasha and Coulson. Lu Yu looked at his emotional value that had just risen by several thousand with a smile on his face. On the way back, Natasha looked at Nick Fury, driving naturally is Coulson. Perhaps, the chief has something you should tell me about. Natasha turned to Nick Fury asked. Nick Fury looked at Natasha, there is information you want in the bureau, and you will know when the time comes. At this moment, Coulson drove his car and remembered on his mobile phone. After connecting the phone, Coulson quickly hung up the phone and turned to Nick Fury and Natasha said, Director, something happened on Tony's side, Chen Haonan came to the door, and Tony sent for help. Nick Fury had a sparkle in his eyes. Call SHIELD agents to support Tony, and we'll go too. Nick Fury said to Coulson. Coulson nodded, and Natasha was confused. Soon, Natasha knew something. On Tony's side, Pepper, who was wearing Mark's armor and turning into a demon state, teamed up to deal with Chen Haonan. The translucent knife slashed directly at Tony. Fack. Tony didn't dare to resist, he had been taking care of Pepper these days, and he hadn't had time to upgrade his armor. There is no difference between the material and the original armor material, the only difference is that the weapons and ammunition are installed, so they can drag Chen Haonan. Pepper, you go first. Tony said to Pepper. Pepper shook his head and looked at Chen Haonan, his target is me, you go first. Jarvis, calculate this guy's weaknesses. Tony said to Jarvis. Yes, sir. Jarvis began to digitize Chen Haonan's whole body. Sir tells you bad news, his only weakness is strength. Jarvis said to Tony. Tony? Jarvis, are you sure you're not kidding me? Tony almost cursed, and the weakness of a person who can cut through his armor with a knife is actually strength. Yes sir, I'm not kidding you, compared to his speed, strength is indeed his weakness. Jarvis replied seriously. Fack. Tony looked at Chen Haonan. The shoulder of the armor opened, and dozens of miniature missiles flew directly towards Chen Haonan. But before he got close, he was detonated in the air by Chen Haonan's knife in advance, and it was not affected at all. Chapter 44. Although Tony had long known that his miniature missile would be the result, when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes, which was like a dream. He never imagined that one day someone would actually use a knife to cut his missiles. If someone had told him this before, he would have given him 2 ears to stop dreaming, but now the truth is in front of him. This made his scalp tingle for a while. Sir, SHIELD agent support has 5 minutes left. Jarvis's voice rang out. 5 minutes. Tony watched Chen Haonan holding the snow-drinking knife and approaching Pepper. then flew directly up. The white energy in the palm of the hand converged, and the energy impact. A trace of blood red flashed in Chen Haonan's eyes, and the moment the long knife in his hand waved, it directly smashed the energy column. Fuck! Tony looked at this scene and couldn't help but scold secretly. Pepper dodged Chen Haonan's attack in embarrassment, relying on the demonized immortality, and struggled to survive under Chen Haonan's knife. However, Pepper's demon power, who had not eaten for several days, was obviously insufficient, and in the face of Chen Haonan's attack, both speed and strength, and self-repairability were very slow. Finally, as Chen Haonan's knife fell, Pepper withdrew directly from the demonized state and lay motionless on the ground. Pepper! Tony yelled. Sir, Miss Pepper is not dead, she is just unconscious. Jarvis said to Tony. Tony didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief, so he watched Chen Haonan walk towards Pepper. Right at this time, agent support from SHIELD has also arrived. Fire! With the order of the person who took the lead. Gunshots rang out. The muzzle spewed out flames, and bullets flew towards Chen Haonan. A scarlet light flashed in Chen Haonan's eyes. The true chi shield appeared on Chen Haonan's body, and those bullets were directly isolated from the outside. Fuck! This strange scene directly made Tony scold angrily, and then flew towards Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan changed hands and stabbed. Tony was directly chopped out. A deep crack appeared in front of him. Fragments of the jade of the Four Souls flickered on Pepper's forehead. Chen Haonan looked at the jade fragment of the Four Souls, directly reached out his big hand, and directly grabbed the jade fragment of the Four Souls. Ah! Pepper's screams rang out. After the jade fragment of the Four Souls fused with Pepper, it was almost a part of Pepper's body. Now being forcibly taken out by Chen Haonan is tantamount to cutting meat on Pepper's body. Bastard! Tony looked at this scene with anger in his eyes and rushed forward again. Don't bother me! Chen Haonan's snow-drinking knife in his hand slashed Tony out again. With anger in his eyes, Tony pounded the ground weakly. Pepper's screams rang out. Tony tried to keep trying to stop it, but the Warframe's function was damaged by 70%, and he was no longer supporting his actions. Bastard! A voice sounded. Natasha's figure appeared beside Chen Haonan, and her right foot was directly raised towards Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan squinted his eyes slightly and blocked Natasha's kick with a knife sideways. But I never thought it would explode. Chen Haonan was directly blown out without rubbing for a while. Natasha directly hugged Pepper away from Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan looked at the arrival of Natasha, as well as Nick Ford, and Coulson. There is a hint of essence in his eyes. Blood dripped from his right hand, and a green crystal fragment appeared in Chen Haonan's hand. Jade fragments of the Four Souls. Pepper only saw a hole in Pepper's forehead at this time, although Pepper was not dead, but his life characteristics were declining. Natasha was a little silent. Pepper looked like this, even if she was sent to the hospital, she couldn't save her. Tony looked at Pepper with some trembling, his pupils were full of blood, and he wanted to say something, but his trembling lips couldn't speak. I can only keep repeating, it's okay, Pepper, you're going to be fine. Nick. Seeing this scene, Fury directly took out the blood medicine he was carrying, and then poured it on Pepper. What are you doing? Tony looked angrily at Nick. Fury. Save her. Nick. Fury's words fell, and the injury on Pepper's forehead recovered visibly. Jarvis also said to Tony at this time. Sir, Miss Pepper's life characteristics are recovering, it has returned to the level of a normal person, and she has not yet woken up, because the body is too tired, and the body's self-protection mechanism is caused by no danger. Jarvis's words made Tony laugh. Laughing and laughing, tears flowed out. Then Tony looked at Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan also looked at Tony. Blood medicine, where did you get it? Chen Haonan looked at Nick. Fury asked. There is no need to tell you this kind of thing, you might as well say what you want the Jade of the Four Souls to do. Nick. Fury looked at Chen Haonan and said. Don't say. Chen Haonan had a fierce light in his eyes, and a red light appeared on his body. What is it? Natasha looked at Chen Haonan with a confused expression. Chapter 45. Natasha looked at Chen Haonan's touch, a third eye grew from her eyebrows, and a small horn, and a red magic pattern appeared on her body. The whole body exudes high temperature. Mutants. Natasha looked at Chen Haonan and subconsciously thought of mutants. He's not a mutant, he's one of the void eternal ancient realms. Nick. Fury said in a deep voice. Natasha's mood score plus 1000. A red after image instantly appeared in Nick. In front of Fury, Nick. Fury simply didn't have time to react. Chen Haonan slashed directly at Coulson on the side. A bloodstain appeared on Coulson's chest, and then he went straight to the ground. Coulson looked at Chen Haonan with doubt in his eyes. Now, can you say? Chen Haonan looked at Coulson on the ground and mastered his strength very well, so as not to let Coulson die directly, but if he did not get good treatment, he would die sooner or later. Nick. Fury looked at Coulson on the ground and took a deep breath. In Hell's Kitchen, inside the Heavenly Shop. Nick. Fury said to Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan glanced at Nick. Fury, then turned and left. Natasha drive, go first to Coulson. Nick. Fury said to Natasha. Natasha nodded. Drove Coulson to the hospital. Nick. Fury came to Lu Yu's shop. Boss, has Chen Haonan been here? Nick. Fury asked towards Lu Yu's. Lu Yu's nodded. Not long after leaving. If you want to find trouble with him, you can catch up now. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Nick. Fury didn't say anything more, but bought 2 bottles of blood medicine and left here. Tony took Pepper to the best hospital and was examined. To Tony's surprise, the demon power in Pepper's body completely disappeared, and it was considered a blessing in disguise to return to normal. But the bad news is that Chen Haonan is too strong. A trace of anxiety rose in Tony's heart. You also need harder metal materials. Tony couldn't help but think. Then I thought of the Edmund metal in Wolverine's body, known as the hardest metal in the world. But this kind of metal is nothing for Tony. Tony has nothing else, just money. At the same time, Jin He wiped his mouth gracefully, and the bullseye on the side looked at Jin He with deep fear in his eyes. Since that day, Bullseye remembers that Jin He turned into a terrifying demon because of a green crystal fragment. Jin will eat 2 people every day to maintain his strength and constantly improve, but he has not shown it in front of outsiders. Now only Bullseye himself knows this secret, which is relatively good news and bad news. The good news is that he didn't die because Kim still needs him. The bad news is that once he is useless, I am afraid that he will also become one of Jin He's food. Bullseye has always been in a tangle in this regard. I want to run, but I am afraid of being caught by Jin He, but if I don't run, sooner or later, Jin He's appetite will grow more and more on the first day. Then it will be him who will die. Jin did not care what the Bullseye thought, felt the power in his body, and Jin He's ambition also expanded. But Kim is different from the others. Don't look at him fat like a pig, but in fact he is an underworld emperor. He doesn't look very smart, but in fact Kim is very smart and scheming. Knowing how to develop low-key is king. How is Chen Haonan doing recently? Kim asked towards the Bullseye. Chen Haonan Jin has not forgotten, after all, as his own nemesis, for this nemesis who appeared out of thin air. While Jin He was a little worried, he also knew very well that he was not qualified to go head-to-head with Chen Haonan now. Chen Haonan seems to have been collecting that green crystal fragment recently. Bullseye said cautiously, afraid of angering Jin, who ate him as a snack. Oh! With a trace of essence in his eyes, Jin He was keenly aware of the importance of the Jade of the 4 Souls. The most important thing is that he has it himself, and now he is also considered a superhuman, although Jin was also a person at the peak among humans before. But it's just human, not superhuman. Now that Jin has officially stepped into the realm of transhuman, Jin knows better what the green crystal fragment does. Just while Kim and thinking, Bullseye subconsciously looked out the window and saw a man standing on the rooftop building opposite, and the man who looked at the moon angrily grew his mouth. Jin He also looked over. Rao is Jin and has seen a lot of knowledge. Such a famous scene is the first time. Does this man have some big cat disease? Crescent Sky Chong? It was the motherland who returned from Boston, first where Superman ate deflated, and then where Diana ate again. Full of anger, he had nowhere to vent, he could only come up to the top of the building. Who is this person? Bullseye looked at this person with some familiarity. Motherlandman, 5-star general of the United Gang government, the executive officer who took the lead in registering the Transhumane Act. Jin said slowly. Chapter 46. It's really outrageous. Parents to open the door to outrageous home. Kim had never seen such a big scene. Isn't this a neuropathy? Maybe we're about to welcome a good partner. Jin, he said with a smile, looking at the motherland thoughtfully. This year, the official has no background, you are embarrassed to say that you are out to mix. To some extent, such behavior of the motherland people immediately made Jin and confirmed that he was the right person. People who can cooperate. Coupled with the current identity of the motherland, if you cooperate with the motherland, there are endless benefits for Jin he. And for these politicians, Kim is also another hand. What do these politicians lack? Lack of money, lack of women. These gold does not matter, gold is money, some are women. Lu Yu's sighed. Boss, there are a lot of rats outside, do you want me to send them? Haiduan said to Lu Yu's. Lu Yu stroked his black hair, no need, just let them watch. Kuro nodded. Lu Yu smiled and looked at the people around him, inexplicably there were many more people monitoring him. Among them, SHIELD agents, as well as Hydra, and government officials are there. After all, there are so many things in this small shop, and it is normal for these people to monitor, as long as it does not affect their own business. In this regard, Lu Yu's did not care at all. Almost, it's time to return. Lu Yu's thought with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and the card representing Blackbeard disappeared into Lu Yu's hand again. Also disappearing are Shanks, Kaido, Red Dog, Yellow Ape, and Pheasant. SHIELD headquarters. Nick. Fury looked at the spatial crack that appeared in front of him again. The Red Dog came out of it, and Natasha made such a scene simple for the first time, with a hint of shock in her eyes and a deep guard. Don't be nervous, not an enemy. Coulson whispered to Natasha. Sakazuki, you're back. Nick. Fury looked at Sakazuki and said in a deep voice. Sakazuki nodded, and at the same time the spatial crack behind him was not closed, and the Yellow Ape and the Green Pheasant came out from inside. Looking at the two Gundams, people whose figures are not ordinary people, Natasha has a question mark on her face. Who am I? Where am I? What happened during my mission? This is my companion, Kuzan codenamed Green Pheasant, Baru Salino codenamed Yellow Ape, all belong to the Navy under the order. Chi Inu said in a deep voice. Yo, it's terrible. As soon as the Yellow Ape spoke, he was an old yin-yang man, looking at the agents of SHIELD who surrounded him. Nick. Fury waved his hand, and the agents left. The Green Pheasant lay on the sofa with a hint of laziness, wearing an eye patch, ready to take a little bit for a while. The Yellow Ape carelessly took a nail clipper to trim his nails. Nick. Fury looked at the Red Dog. How come these people are like this? Is it really the Navy? The Red Dog also looked at the Yellow Ape and the Green Pheasant a little speechlessly. But the personalities of these two have always been like this. Natasha and Coulson looked at the Pheasant and Yellow Ape with some curiosity. Need something to drink? Coulson asked the Yellow Ape and the Pheasant. Little brother, you are so enthusiastic, thank you for a cup of tea. The Yellow Ape looked at Coulson and said with a smile. A glass of water, trouble. The Green Pheasant said without moving. Then Coulson looked at the Red Dog. A cup of coffee. Akinu said to Coulson. Coulson nodded and ordered the people below to make arrangements. Nick. Fury looked at the Red Dog. Sakazuki, is it because Blackbeard is coming to this world again? Almost. On the one hand, to solve Blackbeard's matter, on the other hand, there is something in this world that should not have appeared. Saying that, Sakazuki looked at Natasha. Natasha frowned and looked at Sakazuki. Something appeared that shouldn't have appeared. Was it the devil fruit she ate? Looks like you guys got it. Red Dog looked at Nick. Fury said. Nick. Fury nodded. Through some special channels, we already know the origin of these things. In that case, it looks like you're ready. Chi Inu said in a deep voice. Hearing the words of the red dog, Nick Fury was thinking about the meaning of the red dog's words. According to the rules of order, we cannot interfere in the operation of other worlds without permission, unless you ask us for help, but I think most of you do not need our help. Akainu said slowly. Hearing the words of the red dog, Nick Fury remained silent. Indeed, he didn't want them to interfere too much in the changes in his world. As Lu Yu said, this kind of thing is both a good thing and a bad thing, so from a higher level of consideration, Nick Fury doesn't want the red dogs, they have too much intervention in their own world. In that case, I understand. Akainu nodded, not saying anything more. They came here to be with Blackbeard, not for other beings. At the same time, Nick Fury has a deeper understanding of the so-called order, and will not interfere in the affairs of other worlds without permission. Chapter 47. This rule of order for Nick Fury is a good thing, Nick. What Fury fears is this so-called organization of order. In the name of order, meddling in the affairs of other worlds. It's like a certain country, yes, it's you Amica. Such an operation, Nick Fury has done it all I don't know how many times, for such a thing, Nick Fury is naturally worried about such a thing. Judging by the strength shown by Akainu and others, Nick Fury really had no way to stop the actions of Shiba Inu and the others. And more importantly, Nick Fury still doesn't know what kind of people and what kind of power the high level behind Shiba Inu and the others is, which is the most powerful key. At the same time, Nick Fury also analyzed from the words of the Red Dog that there is an organization called the Navy under their upper order. Is it possible that there are many, or even many, such organizations under the banner of order? Come to think of it, Nick Fury has a clearer attitude towards order in his heart, and he can make good friends, but he can't believe it all. The breath of demons, there are really a lot, it's really terrible. The yellow ape looked out the window and said leisurely. The fragmentation of the jade of the four souls will inevitably cause the birth of many demons, although it is not our duty, but we can't ignore it when we see it. The green pheasant pushed off the blindfold and said slowly. Akainu nodded. Regarding the words of demons, we have a detailed intelligence here. Nick Fury looked at the red dog and said slowly. I want to get rid of these demons with the help of the hands of the red dog. This is also a good use of the bright light. But at this time, the motherland people walked in. Yo, I didn't expect that the Navy under the order would actually come to this world. The motherland said with a nuclear smile on his face. Motherland, why did you bad bastard come to this world? It's terrible. The yellow ape said nonchalantly, looking at the motherland with a trace of essence in his eyes. 3 admirals, oh no, it should be 2 admirals and a current marshal now. The native man looked at the red dog and said slowly. Chaotic bastards, your hands are probably stretching out a little too long. The red dog looked at the motherland with an unkind face. A hint of smoke appeared on his body. Nick Fury looked at the motherland, his eyes froze. Chaotic bastard? The motherland is under the banner of chaos? Don't be so nervous, I'm now a 5-star general of America. The motherland said with a smile and looked at the red dog. And chaos isn't all bad, is it? The motherland looked at Nick with a good smile. Fury. Although chaos has a neutral existence, it is definitely not you guy. The green pheasant had a cold glow in his eyes, and cold air appeared on his body. The people of the motherland looked at the pheasant with a trace of essence in their eyes. You want to do it? The people of the motherland said with a trace of jealousy in their eyes and a smile on their faces. Facing the siege of the possible 3 major generals, the motherland people are still very comfortable. You have to think clearly. I represent Amica now, and behind me is the official of this country, and if you do it, you will not be much better. The people of the motherland said slowly. The red dog looked at the motherland. What a bad guy. The yellow ape said faintly and took a sip of tea. Nick Fury stood up. Everyone, we should be united, shouldn't we? We don't do anything with the tiger. The red dog said, and then left directly with the yellow ape and the green pheasant. Nick Fury looked at the motherland with some silence. This bastard, really good enough of a bastard, Nick Fury already knows the intentions of the motherland, and this guy just wants to prove himself urgently. First wear Superman 8 deflated, then wear Wonder Woman 8 deflated, and now come to SHIELD, naturally wanting to regain their face. What are you doing here? Nick. Fury looked at the motherland and said in a deep voice. I'll leave the demon matter to me, but you guys have to help register the Transhumanism Act and push it. The people of the motherland are towards Nick. Fury said. I can't handle hard persimmons, can't I still pinch your soft persimmons? Coulson looked at the motherland with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. This matter has nothing to do with us, I have already handed over to you what you want, as for whether it can promote the progress of this bill, this is your business, and it has nothing to do with me. Nick. Fury said lightly. I didn't consult with you. The eyes of the motherland loom with a scarlet light. Even if you kill me, it's useless, SHIELD is not an organization of Amica, this kind of thing should not be done by us. Nick. Fury said in a deep voice in the face of the motherland. Hear Nick. Fury's words, the eyes of the motherland are full of anger, he knows very well, Nick. Fury dared to say this, he was sure that he did not dare to say anything to Nick. Fury hands on. Unless the people of the motherland are willing to give up their current status, it is impossible for him to deal with Nick. Fury hands on. He Nick. Fury, big and small, is also a character. Chapter 48. Nick. Fury is also the director of SHIELD, and from any point of view, the people of the motherland cannot be impossible for Nick. Fury hands on. Again, although SHIELD is suspected of being an official organization of Amica, from the perspective of SHIELD as a whole, SHIELD is a global organization and the United Nations. Not America a country. So no matter how stupid the people of the motherland are, it is impossible to treat Nick like this. Fury moved, this kind of thing has violated the bottom line. The motherland looked at Nick. Fury gritted his teeth a little, but to some extent, there was nothing he could do. The first step of the transhumane bill failed in its first step, and the people of the motherland are now desperate for something to prove themselves. At the very least, it is useful to prove himself in front of those congressional masters. This is also why the people of the motherland came to the headquarters of SHIELD to force the palace. Where Superman and Diana are deflated, such news has reached the ears of those congressional lords, for them. They are already a little disappointed with the special existence of the motherland, so why are the motherlanders in such a hurry now? He doesn't want to lose his current status and power, although he is only a nominal 5-star general, but there is also a face to say it, right? Nick. Fury and the motherland looked at each other, not to be outdone, and looked at the motherland, whose eyes flashed scarlet. Looking at the gloomy look on the face of the motherland, Natasha and Coulson looked very nervous, and they were not sure whether the motherland dared to make a move. But they know very well that once the motherland people really make a move, no one in SHIELD can stop the motherlanders now. That's the scariest thing. You're nice. The motherland gritted his teeth and said, and then left. Nick. Fury looked at the people of the motherland who left, and he was relieved in his heart. He was really afraid of the people of the motherland, and he would start without saying a word. Sakaski, are they gone? Nick. Fury looked at Coulson and asked. Coulson nodded. Any idea where they went? Nick. Fury asked towards Coulson. Professor X seems to have known about Sakaski's existence and sent someone to pick them up. Coulson said carefully, this is also what Coulson only knew when his subordinates reported to him. Professor X. Nick. Fury had a sparkle in his eyes. Professor X, who knows the existence of Sakaski and others, Nick. Fury didn't have the slightest surprise, after all, Nick. Fury's ability could not have failed to pay attention to the last great battle of New York. It is also normal to know about Sakaski's existence. Just let Nick. What Fury didn't expect was that Professor X would actually send someone to pick up Sakaski and the others. This is Nick. Something Fury didn't expect. And Sakaski said to Nick before leaving. Fury said what Nick. Fury has been considering whether his approach is appropriate. We never do anything to hide with tigers. This made Nick. Fury thought of the people of the motherland. The presence of the motherland greatly influenced the existence of Amika's position, although Sakazuki and others did not make a move. But from their words, it is not difficult to analyze what kind of people the motherland really is. A man who can be called a bad bastard by Sakazuki. These bastards! Nick. Fury scolded angrily, and at Nick. Fury's eyes are far better in order than chaos. And the motherland is a member of chaos. Sakazuki and others are the existence of order. It's a matter of position, and now that Sakazuki is gone, it means that their relationship with the order is not very friendly. In a way, words. Order and chaos are opposites, even if it is neutrality in chaos, order is not very friendly, in Nick. Fury seems to be just that. At least that's how it is now. On the side of the motherland, depressed, they returned to their residence, came to this world, and were deflated one after another, not only Superman but also Diana. Even more in Nick. Fury, this Nigo, suffered. That's right, in the eyes of the motherland Nick. Fury is Nigo, the kind that should grow cotton and grape coffee beans. These damn things, sooner or later. The people of the motherland thought with a tyrannical expression. But the next moment it returned to its usual look, because someone came. Hello Honorable 5-star Admiral. A Gundam figure appeared in front of the people of the motherland. The native looked at the visitor and said with a smile on his face, I don't remember who you are. My name is Kim Hee, and maybe you've heard my name. Kim said with a smile. Hearing Jin Hee's words, the eyes of the motherland people flashed. Jin Hee, the people of the motherland also knew that the largest underground emperor of Amika was a well-connected existence on the other side of Capitol Hill. What did you come to me for? The motherland looked at Jin and said slowly. Of course it's a good thing, but this is not the place to discuss things. I have prepared a party to welcome you, with good food and beautiful women. Jin said with a smile towards the motherland. Chapter 49. For the attitude of Jin Hee, the people of the motherland are very satisfied and feel unprecedented respect, yes, in the eyes of the people of the motherland. Whoever the world is should be 3 or 4 lower to themselves, to Nick. Fury, who does not know how to be evil, sooner or later, the people of the motherland will send him to plant cotton. Soon the motherland came to Kim and gave him a welcome cue. A big Yanmer with blonde hair and blue eyes, big waves. The motherland is very satisfied with such a scene. After all, in the world of black-robed pickets, the motherland has always lived such a life. It is even said that meat is not taboo, and men and women kill each other. I love the atmosphere, you have to do it wrong. The motherland said with a smile on his face, and Jin Hee bent down humbly, looking honored. But there is a lack of disdain in the eyes, the motherland is just a means that Jin Hee uses to deal with his enemies, after all, in the eyes of an underworld emperor like Jin Hee. People in the motherland are so brainless, and there are still powerful, high-ranking people, who only need a little money and women to buy for several uses. There is no more suitable deal for Kim in this. If you like it, ladies, this is our greatest 5-star general in America, the people of the motherland, ladies have watched your performance. Kim greeted these big Yanmars with a smile on his face. These big Yanmars cheered, which directly made the motherland people lost in the sea of worship, and they felt fluttering when walking. Watching the motherland fall into the encirclement of the great Yanmar, it was time for Kim to retreat. For Jin, the things that can be solved with money are the easiest things in the world. The people of the motherland also fell into the ocean of Yanmar, with a hearty smile on their faces, and for the first time they came to this world for so long, they felt that this world was so beautiful. It's a lot of fun. Jin Hee glanced at the motherland with a smile on his face, and then looked at the whole of New York, and soon the whole of New York was his world for a long time. What shield, what Chen Haonan, all to death to the master. Although the people of the motherland have no brains, he does not have gold. Lu Yu's sighed. Lu Yu's face was strange. What happened on the motherland's side, Lu Yu's naturally also knew, but what Lu Yu's didn't expect was that the motherland could be so stupid and be bought by Jin Hee. But if you think about it, the character of the people of the motherland seems to be normal, after all, they are not ordinary people, and being bought is also a normal operation. However, if he was used by Jin, Lu Yuz was still a little unhappy in his heart, but he was unhappy, and Lu Yuz still didn't plan to change anything. Just as Lu Yuz was heading, a figure walked in from outside. Tony Stark. Now Tony Stark was very haggard, mainly because he was poisoned, palladium poisoning, the kind that was almost unsaved. Without the arc reactor, the ammunition fragments in his body are likely to enter Tony's heart, causing Tony to die in place. But if you keep using the arc reactor, Tony will also keep poisoning, knowing that in the end, he will die of complete poisoning. What do you need this guest? Lu Yuz looked at Tony with a foxy smile on his face. Tony looked at Lu Yuz, give me a blood medicine. Lu Yuz smiled and directly handed Tony a cup of blood medicine. This is not the first time Tony has come, on the contrary, Tony has come quite a lot. Basically, it will come once in 2 or 3 days, although Lu Yuz said that the blood medicine is only a symptom but not a cure. As long as he keeps wearing the arc reactor, he will always be poisoned. And a cup of blood medicine can at least give him a week. But for Tony, is a $10 million cup of blood medicine expensive? Who is more expensive than their own life? Can you come up with something new? Why is it always this sentence every time? Tony complained about Lu Yuz a little weakly. Every time I come to Lu Yuz, I say this, as if I don't know myself. Isn't that meant to make you feel at home? The guest is God, this is our code of business. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yuz's words, Tony glanced at Lu Yuz. The sadness on his face is still not less. He doesn't care about money, for him money is just a series of cold numbers. As long as he invents a few things at will, and then sells them, he can be rich and rival. He worries about his own life, this feeling of not being in his control, and this is where Tony is worried. What if one day when I need medicine, Lu Yuz is gone? That's why Tony is so sad. Maybe you can try to develop new elements. Lu Yuz looked at Tony with a smile and said. It's that simple. Tony said with some helplessness. For Tony, developing new elements, he can do it, but now he can't. Specializing in science requires calmness. He can't even calm down now. How to find new elements to replace palladium? You always have to try this kind of thing, don't you? Lu Yuz said with a smile. Chapter 50. Lu Yuz's words made Tony look at Lu Yuz. In Tony's opinion, Lu Yuz just stood and talked without back pain. It's that easy to discover new elements. It was at this time that Nick Fury also walked in and looked at Tony, who was talking to Lu Yuz, and was no exception. He also knows about Tony's palladium poisoning, but he has no plans to give Tony the model that Tony's father left to transfer to Tony. In this model, Tony was able to discover a completely new alternative to palladium. It seems that our SHIELD director is in trouble, but you guys use me here as a tavern. Lu Yuz looked at Nick, who was sitting next to Tony. Fury said. Isn't it? Nick Fury looked at Lu Yuz and said. Tony raised his eyebrows. Not bad, this suggestion seems to be good, or the boss you also buy and sell wine from other worlds, and I will also try to see what the wine of other worlds tastes like. Lu Yuz touched his chin and looked at Tony and Nick Fury. This proposal can be considered, it seems to be a good stop. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Boss, what kind of existence do you say chaos and order are? Nick Fury asked towards Lu Yuz. Chaos and order, you can understand it as 2 camps, the 2 camps in the void eternal ancient realm. Lu Yuz said with a smile. To some extent, neither chaos nor order is absolutely evil, but different positions and different things. Lu Yuz looked at Nick with a smile. Fury. Nick Fury looked at Lu Yuz. Can I understand that whether it is chaos or order, there are good and bad existences? Well, it's not wrong to understand it this way, but relatively speaking, the words of order are more orderly, and chaos is disorder, and it is impossible to distinguish what is good or evil. Lu Yuz said slowly. Just like the red dog that is cultivated by the order's navy is Sakaski, he believes in absolute justice. Lu Yuz said with a smile. The so-called absolute justice is not allowed to exist a trace of evil, in order to carry out the order, he destroyed a group of historians, destroyed an island, in order to completely eliminate it, even the ordinary people on that island were all destroyed. This is the justice of the Red Dog. It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than spare any bad person. Do you think he is on the side of justice or on the side of evil? Lu Yuz laughed and threw this question to Nick Fury and Tony. Nick Fury and Tony both raised their eyebrows. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not agree with the practice of Red Dogs. After all, ordinary people are innocent. But from the point of view of the Red Dog, there is no problem with this approach. He is carrying out the orders of the army, it is his own justice. Is he wrong? He's right. It's just that standing from different angles and looking at different things are different. So don't believe in chaos or order, you can rely on yourself. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Boss, can't you also solve this matter? Tony looked at Lu Yuz with some curiosity. Do you know what is the most important thing about a businessman? Lu Yuz looked at Tony. Tony raised an eyebrow. Nick Fury looked at Lu Yuz thoughtfully. Interests, under the premise of obtaining benefits, don't easily offend anyone. The two major forces of chaos and order almost rule the entire void eternal ancient realm. They are stronger than you think, but the people in your world, there are also some people with good potential. Lu Yuz said slowly. Boss, you mean that there are people in our world who can grow up to fight them? Tony looked at Lu Yuz and asked. Well, no, I mean, let you die slowly, it won't be so fast that the world will collapse. Lu Yuz said slowly. Tony. Hearing Lu Yuz's words, Tony just treated what Lu Yuz said as some jokes. Tony didn't believe that there were such terrible enemies. To his Nick Fury had a thoughtful look on his face. Boss, the information of that motherlander. Nick Fury looked at Lu Yuz. The old rule, $10 million. Lu Yuz looked at Nick with a smile. Fury. Nick Fury directly turned to Lu Yuz without saying a word. The motherland, the original world, is a world called the Black-Robed Pickets, and the superheroes of that world have become star-like existences, and a company controls these superheroes to make them the brightest stars to profit. The motherland is one of them. It can be said that he is the strongest in that world. The ability is almost the same as the current Superman, but the personality is bad, giant baby, neurotic. You never know what kind of action he will make next. This is the Motherlandman. Lu Yuz said slowly. The story should end here, but because of the proximity of the void eternal ancient realm, the Motherland joined the Chaos Camp and became a member of the Chaos. If he also has a force, that is, the Superhero 7. Lu Yuz said word by word. Chapter 51. Super 7? Are they 7 superheroes? Sounds pretty cool, much better than that Superboy plan. Tony teased. Hearing Tony's words, Nick Fury did not speak, but looked at Lu Yuz. This Superhero 7 man is not a good thing. Well, if you say so, it is true, the superheroes in it, one of them has done evil things, but if you want to say that they are pure and bad, it is not necessarily true. Lu Yuz said with a smile. You can understand that they have a bit of a conscience, but not much, but there is nothing too noteworthy about this small force. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Nick Fury was a little silent, and he also knew what Lu Yuz meant in his words. Simply put, it's not an absolute evil, but it's not a good person. Create superheroes like stars? It's a pretty cool idea, and I think I can give it a try. Tony said with a smile as he touched his chin. Hearing Tony's words, Nick Fury refused without thinking. What kind of star is hanging? He still can't know. Tony is also ridiculing. He also knows very well what those stars look like. He doesn't know how many so-called stars he has slept with. In his eyes, these stars are no different from other women. The only difference is probably that they have a star halo on their bodies, and they are more sensitive to play. Boss, I want to know who exactly is instructing Blackbeard to come to this world to get the Jade of the Four Souls. Nick Fury said to Lu Yuz. Lu Yuz squinted slightly and looked at Nick Fury. That's another price. How much? Nick Fury looked at Lu Yuz and asked. Friendship is worth $100 million. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Nick Furyui's face turned dark, and the funds of SHIELD were not really unlimited, and they spent hundreds of millions of dollars here in Luyu's. Now it's another $100 million, Nick. Fury is also very distressed. I'm out, and I'm curious who it is. Tony said to Luyu's. Luyu's looked at Nick with a smile. Fury and Tony, the money arrived, then Luyu's didn't care. The person who instructed Blackbeard to come to this world is named Killing Pill, a big demon, and the Jade of the Four Souls is of great help to him. It can improve his strength without any side effects. Luyu said slowly. The Killing Pill can be regarded as a small famous existence in the chaos, and the strength is not weak. Luyu said with a smile. If the wheel strength Killing Pill, the strength is definitely above 6 stars, about the level of 7 stars, the speed of light movement, and this demon power, plus the big demon attribute of the body, etc., is really not weak. Even stronger than Blackbeard and others. Nick. Furyui's eyes have a hint of heaviness. Big demon, this word is not a good existence to get along with. The most important thing is to be able to command Blackbeard to collect the Jade of the Four Souls together, which already shows that the strength of the Killing Pill is above Blackbeard. Troublesome things, really one after another. Nick. Fury muttered. Get Nick. Fury wants to contact Aunt Marvel to come back and solve these broken things. But Nick. Fury still stopped thinking like this. The other side. The motherland side and Jin can be said to have the same smell. To be precise, Jin is very much in line with the appetite of the motherland. Such a good subordinate will not be available in the future. Mr. John, having fun? Jin also looked at the motherland people gathered in the big Yanmer and said. The motherland walked out of the Yanmer naked with a lazy face. Happy, very happy. The motherland said with a smile. The first name of John's native people, surname unknown. Mr. John, if you're happy. Jin said humbly. But I have a troublesome thing right now that makes me unhappy. The motherland looked at Jin and said slowly. I would love to serve Mr. John. Kim En looked at the motherland with a smile. Regarding the Transhuman Registration Act, I am enforcing it, but it is not going very well now. The motherland said slowly, holding a glass of wine and looking at Jin He. Jin He looked at the motherland, and after waiting for so long, Jin He finally waited for the motherland to speak. Kim has been waiting for this opportunity, waiting for the people of the motherland to speak. This is what he came into contact with the motherland, and the Transhumane Registration Act promoted by the motherland was the goal of Jin He. He knew that the people of the motherland were not familiar with life in this world, and he also knew that the implementation of the law by the people of the motherland was not smooth. That's his chance. He can use the hands of the people of his homeland to eradicate those who threaten him, such as the Punisher, Daredevil, Chen Haonan and other superheroes who have been secretly fighting against him. This time he was on the side of America's government. Why is Jin and Medicine in contact with the people of the motherland, and it is still so low 3 or 4, for this time? I am honored to serve you. Kim said with a smile. The people of the motherland also laughed kindly. Chapter 52. This is an opportunity for Jin He, and the superheroes who have been making trouble for him, especially those who secretly make trouble for themselves but have nothing they can do. This is a chance to deal with them. First of all, if these superheroes are dealt with by Jin, the possibility of overturning is very high, and secondly, if the motherland people make a move. Even if the car rolls over, it is a matter for the motherland, and it has nothing to do with him. The most important thing is that the name is justified, although the people of the motherland are somewhat thorough in this 5-star general, but they are a solid existence. It was the existence that was passed by the Amica Congress, and that is justified. They can deal with Jin He, because of the things that Kim does and they can't do about Jin. But they cannot deal with the people of the motherland, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of identity. After all, the people of the motherland are legitimately implementing the law. There's nothing those secret superheroes can do. This is also one of Jin He's plans, whether the people of the motherland can smoothly implement the bill, but Kim is absolutely deserved. If it can be implemented smoothly, then everyone is happy. The people of the motherland have political achievements, and Jin also knows the true identity of these superheroes. Then let them know what true cruelty is. If not, it doesn't matter, the people of the motherland will not be so good at giving up. So it's destined to be a win-win, gold-win plan twice. Soon Kim handed over the information of Daredevil, the Punisher, to the motherland. The people of the motherland looked at the Daredevil in their hands and remembered the information intelligence of the Punisher. For the people of the motherland, I can't handle the big super, I can't handle Diana, but I can't handle you two guys? Bullying the soft and afraid of the hard or something, my motherland people like it the most. At the same time, among Lu Yu's small shop, Tony and Nick Fury left. For Lu Yu's, it is quite interesting for someone to come and sit. But how to say, this kind of thing is good occasionally, it has been coming. Lu Yu's is also a little unbearable, he still wants to stay with Hay in the sweet two-person world. New York at night is so charming, the lights are green. It's been almost a month since the last big war, and now New York has returned to its cosmopolitan appearance. Bang! A loud bang sounded. Lu Yu's, who was lying on the balcony on the second floor of his small shop playing with a tablet in his hand, looked at the block not far away the next moment. Two behemoths are scuffling in the streets of New York. One hair is green, the other body is yellow, some hideous, and there are bone spurs on the body. Hulk vs Abomination. According to the most normal timeline, shouldn't this have happened 2 years ago? Lu Yu's looked at this scene with a trace of thought in his eyes. The birth of the Hulk should have been 2 years before the birth of Iron Man. But this is only happening now, which shows that the timeline of this world is not accurate, but it is not important. Moment is like this. The two behemoths fought directly on the streets of New York, and the newly restored New York neighborhood was damaged again in less than a week. Nick. When Fury saw this scene, he wanted to scold his mother. Where did these two monsters come from? Nick. Fury said angrily. Coulson walked in, holding a detailed piece of intelligence. The two monsters of the bureau chief are not from other worlds, but are the result of experiments on the military's side. Coulson said in a deep voice. Farkey. Nick. Fury looked at the streets of New York that were once again destroyed. How much money would this cost? No, Nick. Fury pays? Oh, that's fine. The war between Abomination and the Hulk is not over, or it has only just begun. You smash me with a car, and I smash it back with a heavy truck, highlighting a person who comes and goes. Fist to flesh, extremely destructive. The army's helicopter took to the air, and countless bullets strafed towards the two behemoths. The bullets hit the bodies of the two flesh lumps, causing no harm, but making them feel incomparable pain. This also made the two meat lumps more and more angry, and at the same time more and more furious. Fuck. Nick. Fury watched the military people move, with anger in his eyes. Are these guys stupid? I wonder how much damage will be caused by firing in the center of New York? And most importantly, won't these guys guide these two guys to uninhabited parks, or to the outskirts, and fill up shake to fight in the city center? Notify Tony. Nick. Fury is ready to let Tony make a move, even if Tony can't stop it, it's good to lure them away. In short, you can't continue to fight in the city center. There is a new change in the director. Coulson turned to Nick. Fury said. Hear from Coulson, Nick. Fury looked at Coulson without speaking, but there was a look in his eyes that you better make clear. There are many demons around these two giants. Coulson said in a deep voice. Hear from Coulson, Nick. Fury had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 53. Why are these demons here? Nick. Fury asked with some curiosity. Theoretically speaking, these demons generally do not appear so easily. Moreover, with such a large-scale appearance, these demons will also devour each other, and there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence. According to research, it should be the flesh and blood of these two giants that attracted their arrival, and the evolution of demons needs to devour the most flesh and blood, and the more energy, the better. Coulson said in a deep voice. Nick. Fury squinted slightly. According to Coulson, it seemed that there was really nothing wrong. These demons were attracted to it, ready to eat Hulk and Abomination. There is also a point that demons devour flesh and blood to evolve, and the higher the energy of flesh and blood, the more attractive they will naturally be. It's a real trouble. Nick. Fury had a hint of irritation in his eyes. One thing after another, and he doesn't have a good preparation plan, which is annoying. If you are prepared, it is another matter, but if you are not prepared, it is really too much trouble. Chief, Tony's side has informed that it is already on the way to arrive, and the route where these two giants fight will soon arrive, the location of the road boss's shop. Coulson turned to Nick again. Fury said. Nick. Fury squinted his eyes slightly and nodded, with a twinkle in his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking, but he didn't speak. Hulk and Abomination this side. The Hulk and Abomination fight everything around the destroyer, and Ross also leads the army to capture Hulk and Abomination. But in fact, it was only in vain, and neither the Hulk nor the Abomination could be dealt with by the army. Although I don't know if the Hulk in this world is the kind of bug-level Hulk who is angrier, the greater the power and the larger the size. But most of it is just the Hulk of the movie worldview, otherwise the hatred would have been torn to shreds. Although the Hulk of the movie worldview is not bad, the kind of bug-level Hulk is far worse than that. It is always known that the Marvel world restarts at every turn, and there is a timeline or a Hulk in the universe that directly slaughters all living beings and restarts the world. This is basically something that mainstream heroes have done. So don't care about so many details. The battle between Hulk and Abomination did not notice that there were more or less people secretly around him, some of them were just ordinary sweepers. Some are like urban white-collar workers, some are like successful people, some are just homeless people, etc., dozens of figures in the dark. Although these people look different and have different genders, they have one thing in common, that is, they all look at Hulk with greed and hatred in their eyes. Hulk and Abomination's huge flesh and blood, as well as their energetic bodies, are the best tonics for these demons to accelerate their evolution. In a way, Hulk and Abomination do have such effects. Especially for these unreasonable and barbaric evolutionary demons. Greedy eyes were always on the Hulk and hatred. But they are all suppressing their instincts. They also know that they can't be Hulk and Abomination opponents at all, and they will only have a chance after they both lose. The demons are waiting in the dark. Hulk and Abomination fight and hit Hell's Kitchen directly from the center of New York. Lu Yuz looked at Hulk, who leaned over, and Abomination was a little speechless. Following their route, it will soon reach their own small shop. That's not okay. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think when he looked at this scene. And Nick. Fury is watching the words transmitted back by the SHIELD agent at the moment, and the picture is the location of Lu Yuz's small shop. Nick. Fury had a trace of essence in his eyes, and he also wanted to take this opportunity to see what Lu Yuz was capable of. In the video, the door of the shop opens. An expressionless girl came out of the shop, dressed in pink pajamas, and yawned as she walked out of the shop. Nick. Fury recognized it at a glance. It was the employee in Lu Yuz's small shop, the blonde girl with no girl internet addiction, rarely talked to them, and played games all the time. Black brilliance flows. The pajamas on the blonde Sanmu girl directly turned into a one-piece battle dress, and a handful of black common appeared on her body. The battle skirt is the armor of the knights of the Western Middle Ages, but it is feminine. The girl raised the black longsword in her hand. The next moment, the black red light instantly skyrocketed, bursting out from above the black longsword. Dark red pillars of energy light ran through the heavens and the earth. With the girl's wave, Hulk and Abomination bore the brunt of the attack, and were instantly hit by a dark red beam of light. In the dark red torrent, Hulk and Abomination are struggling, although they are not destroyed in the first place. However, the dark red pillar of energy light was constantly washing their bodies. Both Hulk and Abomination couldn't help but let out howls of pain. Chapter 54. With the dark red glow extinguished, the girl returned to her pink pajamas and returned to the shop. Nick. Fury was silent. Watching Hulk and Abomination lie on the ground as if they were cooked, Nick. Fury didn't even know what to say. Originally, I wanted to see Lu Yuz's strength, but who knows, even the door of the other house was almost baked before it was approached. Chief, those demons have made a move. Coulson's voice rang out. Well, Nick. Fury pulled back from his thoughts. In the surveillance video, demons with different shapes came out of the darkness, greedily looking at Hulk and Abomination on the ground. With explosive killing intent in his eyes, there is also endless greed. With the movement of a serpentine demon, it bit into the Abomination's body, tearing off the flesh and blood. As if opening the door of taboo, other demons also swarmed directly. The demons who usually fight and plunder each other are now living in peace, and a drawing of hell appears in Nick Fury's eyes. Abomination of that huge body became the food table for these demons, a feast of hell, a feast from demons. Tony, who had just arrived here, almost didn't vomit when he saw this scene. These demons are dividing Abomination and Hulk is good enough that Hulk's words have recovered a bit compared to Abomination. As for Abomination, he didn't have the Hulk's destiny. Hulk! Hulk let out a roar in pain, looking at the demon who was biting his arm. Hulk slapped it down angrily. The demon instantly disappeared in place, biting a piece of green flesh and blood in its mouth, and looked at the Hulk deadly. The Hulk also sees his old rival abhorrent and is being eaten by this horrible group of creatures at the moment. A tingling sensation in the scalp came to life. Although the Hulk does not have a high IQ, he still has some scalp numbness in the face of this terrifying scene. Tony reacted immediately, the shoulder of the armor opened, and one miniature missile after another bombarded the group of demons indiscriminately. These things Tony is naturally very clear, without mercy. Directly under the dead hand, white light appeared in the hand. Energy shock. The Hulk still slowed down, but looking at the demons in their hearts, they were also very angry and began to roar loudly. Tony looked at this scene, did not say anything, his expression was a little solemn. These demon means he knew, those miniature missiles may not work. Sure enough, the smoke flickered, and the demons either stood or lay on the ground, their eyes looking at Tony stark deadly. An abomination is to be hollowed out of flesh and blood, so that these demons can be fed. Fack. Tony looked at these demons staring at him. Tony also had some scalp tingling. It looks like weapon strength must be on the agenda. Tony couldn't help but think that every time he faced these demons, he felt a little helpless. This feeling made Tony very disliked. But does he have any good options now? In a way, Tony doesn't have the ability to deal with these demons yet. Green claw marks or rays came directly towards Tony. Tony had to dodge and dodge. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. The good news is that these demons can't fly, and just thinking so, Tony saw a demon evolve a pair of wings with slime. Farky. Tony watched the scene. These demon evolution is completely unreasonable. In fact, it is also true. The Jade of the Four Souls pays attention to the evolution of idealism. Evolution is defeated according to the user's inner desires, which is why these demons have different appearances. To some extent, in theory, just in theory, these demons can even evolve into gods if they have enough flesh and blood. Of course, this is only theory, and the current position is unlikely. Unless you eat the big chow. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to evolve into a god. And it's just theoretically possible to evolve into a god, not to say that the Jade of the Four Souls is very good, just to say that the Jade of the Four Souls has opened the road of evolution. It is equivalent to a key, and how far it can go and what it can become depends on these demons themselves. It is not the effect of the Jade of the Four Souls, so as not to misunderstand. Back to the present. After the first demon evolved wings, Tony's face was ugly and a little unbelievable, which was very unscientific. But when more demons flew in various ways, Tony realized that it wasn't these demons that couldn't fly. Rather, it is not necessary. Farky. Tony felt like he was really unlucky today. At the same time, the Hulk was also letting out a roar, attracting the attention of the demon. As for the army has long been evacuated over there. Hey, the big guy is meeting for the first time, but I think we can work together. Tony said to the Hulk. Roar. The Hulk let out a roar and looked dead at the demons in front of him. The war is imminent. Chapter 55. Roar. The Hulk roared and rushed straight towards the group of demons. Tony also drove the warframe behind the Hulk, and the pillars of energy light constantly erupted in his hand. These demons all seem to be immortal bodies, either carrying the pillar of energy light, or a demon power shield appears to block it directly. The Hulk grabbed a demon and tore it in half, and the rain of blood fell, and the unfortunate demon did not die. Instead, it quickly fused together. This is the terrible place of the demon, almost immortal, and the conventional damage cannot cause much impact at all. These guys. Tony looked at these demons and felt as if he had overlooked something, always feeling like he had forgotten something important. Looking at this group of demons, a glimmer of green light made Tony remember what he had forgotten. These demons are not without weaknesses, and their weaknesses are the fragments of the four-soul jade in their bodies, which is their weakness. Roar! With an irritated roar, the Hulk threw a demon angrily to the ground and stomped on it with his foot. But soon the demon recovered. "Big man, see that green shiny thing inside them? Take him out and the guys will die." "Tony, you said to the Hulk." "Hulk, understand." Hulk was now angry, and when he heard Tony's words, he responded rarely. "Looks like I came just in time." At this moment, a man wearing a suit and carrying a long knife behind his back appeared here. Chen Haonan. This group of demons obviously knew Chen Haonan. "Demon Hunter, Chen Haonan." One of the demons looked at Chen Haonan deadly, and Chen Haonan's reputation was famous in the demon circle. After all, the existence of these demons who specifically hunted them could not be known if they wanted to. Looking at Chen Haonan, Tony took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Now he is not Chen Haonan's opponent. And the main enemy is these demons, not Chen Haonan. Tony also knows what Chen Haonan's purpose is, and if Chen Haonan can solve these demons, Tony is also very happy. But Chen Haonan almost killed Pepper, Tony has not forgotten. So no matter what, Tony can't get a good impression of Chen Haonan. Interesting people are there. A figure fell rapidly from above the sky. Chen Haonan frowned, looking at the motherland who suddenly appeared, with a look of balance in his eyes. Chen Haonan, a native of the motherland, also knows. Being from the same world as yourself. But he is definitely not a good person, and the most important thing is that Chen Haonan feels the dangerous aura in the motherland. It's completely different from when other people run into it. "Up, kill him." One of the demons looked at Chen Haonan and said in a hoarse voice. "Prepare to rush up and solve Chen Haonan here." The people of the motherland are very upset. A red light appeared in his eyes, directly penetrating this demon, and the hot heat rays solved this demon with pure and extreme violence. Only a fragment of the Jade of Four Souls was left spinning in place. As for why the motherland did it, of course, he is not happy. These mongrels actually dare to ignore themselves, which is the reason why the people of the motherland are not happy to do it. The moment the people of the motherland made their hands, the other demons were calmed. Chen Haonan squinted slightly at the motherland. At the same time, Tony also looked at the motherland. This ruthless person, Tony knew, but did not know much. "I can't say that, I understood, but now is the real first contact. So who wants to sign up for the Transhumane Act?" The motherland said with a nuclear smile on his face. "Look at the group of demons below, Chen Haonan, Tony, Hulk. That's right, for the sake of performance, even this group of demons did not plan to let go, the transhuman law, referring to the superhuman. Who is not a superhuman here? As for what good and evil? Does it have anything to do with the people of the motherland? The people of the motherland only care about their own performance, and as for the rest, they are embarrassed. This kind of thing means nothing to the motherland." Fack. Tony secretly scolded the motherland in his heart. The behavior of the people of the motherland seemed to Tony like an unreasonable madman. The people of the motherland stomped slowly on the street, looked at the abomination corpses that had been hollowed out, and kicked directly for hundreds of meters. Nothing else means to be his way. "All transhumans here are going to register the bill, and I'm done. Who is in favor and who is against?" The people of the motherland said with a kind smile. "Hulk!" The Hulk roared angrily and rushed directly towards the motherland. The next moment, the Hulk flew out upside down at a faster speed and crashed heavily into a building. The current Hulk was not born for a long time, and has always been suppressed by Banner and has not grown up. Whether it is speed or strength, it is far less than the motherlanders. Maybe it is strong among superhumans, but it is also just a weak chicken in front of the motherland. Chapter 56. No one is strong from the start, not even the Hulk. The Hulk's strength is relative, and the Hulk is strong compared to others, but compared with the Motherland, the step is now far away from the Motherland's opponent. This is true in that comparison. If you really fight hard with the Motherland, I am afraid that the Hulk will close himself in advance. It's like being beaten by Thanos to close up, and it doesn't come out. If you fight hard with the Motherland now, it is very likely that such a thing will happen. The strength of the people of the Motherland did not occur to everyone. Even these demons did not expect, and they did not expect that the people of the Motherland would actually require them to register for the Transhumanization Act. Is this outrageous? Outrageous. But in the eyes of the Motherland, it seems nothing outrageous. After all, to some extent, the Transhuman Registration Bill is just a matter for the Motherland to prove their worth. It doesn't matter who it is, it's a matter of performance. If the performance is good, then naturally everything is fine. The performance is not good, and the people of the Motherland do not want these superhumans to be good. The people of the Motherland are typical of those who do not act with the small good and do not act with the small evil. If you upset me, then I won't make you feel better. Tony darkened his face and prepared to leave. This transhumanoid bill, he is not rare, although Tony is in favor of the birth of this law in both comics and movies. But the current Tony is not the same Tony in the future, and Tony has changed a lot. Now Tony is still a cynical playboy, to put it bluntly, without so much sense of crisis, and also does not care what others think of him. Tony was just about to leave. As a result, the next moment he was directly kicked into the ground by the Motherland. I didn't say you could go. The Motherland man looked at Tony lying in the big pit and said with a smile. Jarvis, report the situation. Blood flowed from Tony's forehead. Sir, the armor damage is over 80%. Jarvis's voice rang out. Fack. Tony looked at Jarvis's report with some frustration, and the entire armor was in a scrap state. So anyone else has an opinion? The Motherland said with a smile. Looking at the kind smile on the face of the Motherland, all the demons knew that this person was not a good person. Good people can't do such a ruthless and domineering thing. Very good, if you don't speak, I will take your agreement. Come with me now, honestly cooperate with me, and you can leave. The native said with a smile and glanced at Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan did not speak or leave without permission, and he had already explained his position. Then in Lu Yu's strange eyes, a group of demons carried the unconscious Banner and Tony to Shield. Outrageous. Lu Yu looked at this scene and couldn't help but think. But thinking that this is something that the people of the Motherland do, then it makes sense. After all, this guy himself is not a good person. Everything is normal. To his Nick. Fury had a headache. The Motherland brought people here, clearly asking Shield to wipe his ass, but it was not okay not to do it. Although Shield is a global organization, it knows its own affairs. In a way, Nick. As long as Fury is still in America, then it is normal to do something for America. Since the headquarters of Shield was born in America, the nature of Shield has long changed. The reason why it is still a global organization is largely due to the need for Shield to operate in other countries. If there are no such necessary words, then there is no problem for Shield to say that it is surnamed May. This bastard. Natasha looked at the registered demons with displeasure in her eyes. Although it is in the registration bill, as long as you understand these demons a little, you know what these demons are. But the side of the Motherland can be said to be uncalculated. To put it bluntly, it is deliberately disgusting. Shield. Deliberately bring these demons to register, and after registering, let them leave. This is not disgusting what Shield is doing. But Shield can't do anything yet. Nick. Fury knew that if he forcibly left these demons, the consequences would be that the people of the Motherland would also do it. The people of the Motherland have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and they have not found a suitable one. If the Motherland people are really given this opportunity, then the Motherland will definitely not hesitate to kill an Shield. The people of the Motherland also think very simply, didn't you Shield not want your own help earlier? Well, I'll show you what I'm capable of. I can get these demons to come safely and let them leave safely. The people of the motherland did this on purpose, otherwise so many departments, why choose to register with SHIELD? Wait until everything is done. Tony scolded angrily. Nick Fury's face is also not good looking. This time the motherland is stepping on the face of SHIELD, knowing that SHIELD is looking for these demons. But the motherland is doing this one is hitting SHIELD in the face. What is it doing? There was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 57. This bastard. Tony had anger in his eyes, which was a shame for Tony. And it's a shame. Tony is not uninvited, and the members of Capitol Hill also have Tony's relationship, and the military also has it, but Tony has not been useful. Just kidding, how can the Stark Group, one of the largest military-industrial groups in America, not be related in these respects? Tony has always had these relationships, but he hasn't used them. But Tony didn't plan to use these relationships. After all, he was also a very proud person, in a way. Tony also knows that even if he uses these relationships himself, the final answer may not be very ideal. You're right, he's a bastard. Natasha brought over a cup of coffee. The motherland and Kim are walking together now. Coulson is back, according to Nick. Fury went to investigate the whereabouts of the people of the motherland. To Coulson's surprise, the motherland and Kim got together. Kim he? That Amica's underworld emperor? Tony said with a raised eyebrow. Hearing Tony's words, Coulson nodded. There was a hint of thought in Tony's eyes. Maybe I should get him in trouble. Hearing Tony's words, Nick Fury didn't say anything. Although Kim is the emperor of the underworld, he is in Tony Stark is nothing in front of him, or not at all. After all, compared with Tony, one on earth and one in the sky, how can it be compared? It looks like the golden and underworld emperor is very beautiful, but it is just an attic in the sky. As for Tony's willingness, then this underworld emperor can change someone. Don't say it's impossible. In fact, it is quite possible that Stark's business is not just about the military industry. There are many aspects involved. The military industry is just Stark Group's most outstanding industry. Just in Nick. When Fury was about to say something. Over New York. The black crack reappeared, although it was already night, but the black crack was so conspicuous. Trouble is coming. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. When Akainu and the others came back again, Nick Fury had a hunch that Blackbeard would return. But I didn't expect Blackbeard to come back so quickly. And this time, it wasn't just Blackbeard alone, there was also a giant with two horns standing side by side with Blackbeard. Tony grew his mouth and watched the scene. Here it is. Nick Fury took a deep breath. The moment Blackbeard and Kaido appeared, Nick Fury knew they were coming for him. Or maybe he came to find the Jade of the Four Souls. Thief, ha ha ha, it seems that you don't welcome me. Blackbeard said with a big smile on his face and appeared in SHIELD, and Kaido also appeared here. Kaido sat on the ground with a huge mace beside him, holding a wine gourd in his hand, drinking ton after ton. Where is the Jade of the Four Souls? Kaido opened his mouth to look at Nick Fury said. The wild and domineering aura instantly spread in SHIELD, and the terrifying aura directly cracked the floor walls and glass of SHIELD. I don't have time to play kids' games with you. Kaido said slowly, his body getting heavier and heavier. The thief, ha 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 ha, it's really bad. Blackbeard looked at Nick with a big laugh. Fury. Kaido has undisguised killing intent in his eyes, and if one is not satisfied, Kaido does not mind going directly to Nick Fury and others shot. Cold sweat broke out on Coulson's forehead, and Natasha's expression was extremely nervous. Nick Fury took a deep breath and relieved the pressure in his heart, with an ugly look on his face. But even in how ugly it is, Nick Fury also knew very well that he now had no chance of winning against Blackbeard and this unknown giant. It's a really uncomfortable feeling. I don't know where the Jade of the Four Souls is, but someone knows. Nick Fury had a sparkle in his eyes. Tony looked at Nick with a moving expression. Fury seems to know about Nick. Fury's intention. Woe leads to thief, ha ha ha, so where is it? Blackbeard looked at Nick with a big laugh. Fury. You should know about the people of the motherland. Nick. Fury had a sparkle in his eyes. Motherlanders? The guy who doesn't get into the flow? Blackbeard looked at Nick with some surprise. Fury. He also came into this world. Blackbeard towards Nick. Fury asked. Nick. Fury nodded. That's right, the Jade of the Four Souls is probably only known to him for the specific whereabouts, and we can't interfere in the rest at all. Nick. Fury said calmly. Thief, ha ha ha, if it's him, then everything is taken for granted, so tell me where he is now. Blackbeard looked at Nick. Fury. Nick. Fury looked at Coulson. Where is the estate of Coulson King, tell them. Nick. Fury said in a deep voice. Chapter 58. This is it. Coulson takes Blackbeard and Kaido to a luxurious estate in the heart of New York City. Thief, ha ha ha, this guy will really enjoy it. Blackbeard said with a big smile on his face, looking at the brightly lit manor. Seeing the domineering, Blackbeard could clearly feel that there were many Yanmars in the manor. The motherland is playing games with these Yanmars. John, get out. Kaido had anger on his face and roared, and the entire manor trembled. The motherlanders who were originally having fun with Jin, but now they are obviously motherlanders who have already sucked a little, and when they heard this voice, their eyes lit up red. Two blinding heat rays burst out directly, pointing directly at Kaido. It's interesting. Blackbeard watched this scene with a big laugh on his face, and Kaido watched with a gloomy face as two heat rays hit, without the slightest idea of dodging. Two heat rays collided directly on Kaido's body. Kaido's body appeared a little scorched, but that's all. What a bastard who doesn't know if he's alive or dead. Blackbeard looked at Kaido, looking at Kaido's gloomy face, it was clear that Kaido was now in a state of extreme anger. Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the pirate world, this is no joke, as for Wang Luffy can defeat Kaido, it can only be said to be a plot kill. Oda himself said that Wang Luffy's defeat of Kaido was completely plot killing, and Oda did not expect how Wang Luffy defeated Kaido. Kaido's devil fruit is set to be invincible. The heat ray only made Kaido's body darken a little, but it was just that, and it was completely recovered in the blink of an eye. Hey, what's the kid? Kids are at home? This guy is. Kaido muttered, his aura becoming more tyrannical. The ground cracked, and the terrifying aura formed a storm that directly shook the entire manor. Coulson looked at this scene with horror in his eyes. The next moment, Kaido's huge body disappeared in place like lightning, and instantly appeared in front of the motherland in the manor. The people of the motherland just sucked high and did not react, watching a behemoth appear out of thin air in front of him, still with a black face and holding a mace in his hand. A thunder fell. Infused into mace. Thunder gossip. Purple thunder accompanied by an aura of terror, swung with Kaido. The pupils of the motherland shrank. Jin turned into a demon and disappeared in an instant, and the people of the motherland sucked high, but he didn't. Bang! The body of the motherland was directly flown out, plowing a deep ravine in the ground, extending into the mountains behind the manor. The motherland was directly shot out for a distance of thousands of meters. This guy. Jin he looked at Kaido, who was covered in a terrifying aura, with irrepressible shock in his eyes. I originally thought that the people of the motherland were fierce enough, but I didn't expect a more fierce existence. Thief, ha ha ha, Kaido, you did too much. Blackbeard said to Kaido, and then looked at Kim with a smile on his face. The next moment the motherland flew back in embarrassment. I just wanted to see who was sneaking up on him, but looked at Blackbeard and Kaido standing in front of him. The motherland swallowed their saliva. If it is singled out, the motherland does not instigate any of them, and if the will strength, the motherland and Blackbeard and Kaido are about the same. But compared with these two emperors on the sea, the people of the motherland are much worse in heart. Blackbeard, Kaido. The motherland gritted his teeth and looked at Blackbeard and Kaido. John, where is the Jade of the Four Souls? Blackbeard asked towards the motherland. Kaido also looked at Blackbeard. Jade of the Four Souls? How do I know? I'm not interested in that, it shouldn't be me you're looking for. The motherland said in a deep voice. Now that Jin is still there, the people of the motherland naturally cannot be instigated for the sake of their own face, after all, he is also a person who wants face. You don't know. Blackbeard smiled and looked at the motherland. It seems that you have sucked your brain out and forgotten who we are. Blackbeard said with a smile on his face, and the darkness on his body surged with darkness. We're not talking to you. Blackbeard had a hint of scarlet in his eyes, and the darkness on his body swallowed everything around him. Bastard! The motherland man looked at Blackbeard with a hint of anger in his eyes, which was no less than humiliation for him. I didn't look at him in the slightest. In fact, Blackbeard and Kaido really don't look at the motherland. The two are emperors on the sea anyway, and although the people of the motherland have the ability, they are above the majestic sea. People in the motherland can't live with such a heart. It seems that you have forgotten the pain, and we need to help you remember it properly. Kaido stepped out, and the overlord color on his body overwhelmed and pressed towards Blackbeard. The black-purple thunder flickered, and the motherland looked at Blackbeard and Kaido with anger in their eyes. Chapter 59. Bastard! The people of the motherland looked at the hands on Kaido, even his character was a little unbearable. Although it is said that the people of the motherland want to escape when they encounter things, it does not mean that the people of the motherland really have no strength. Thunder gossip! The sky boomed with a purple thunderous explosion. Thunder poured into the mace in Kaido's hand. With a trace of ruthlessness in the eyes of the people of the motherland, they directly swung their fists and collided with the mace. The terrifying energy shock burst out, and the entire manor was razed to the ground, and those big Yanmars naturally died no longer dead. Jin he hit on the side early, his face a little gloomy. The appearance of Blackbeard and Kaido was outside his plans. He also did not expect that Blackbeard and Kaido would come to the trouble of the Motherlanders, and according to his plan, today's first step had already given the Motherlanders a taste of sweetness. Then the latter words can guide the people of the Motherland and use the people of the Motherland to eradicate their enemies. It's a pity that the plan is far from changing quickly, and he didn't expect such a thing. The mace and fist stalemated for a while. The body of the Motherland flew out upside down again. This time, the people of the Motherland have sobered up a lot, and the anger in their eyes has disappeared a lot. Looking at Blackbeard and Kaido. Blackbeard hadn't made a move yet, and was watching from the side, and the Motherland glanced at Kaido and Blackbeard, and then rose into the sky and left here directly. Kim also quietly left. Blackbeard and Kaido also know about Jin's existence, and in their eyes, Jin is nothing more than a bug that can be pinched to death. Don't care at all. When the people of the Motherland are gone, they also have some trouble, and they still have to get the Jade of the Four Souls. It's just that now, they don't have any intelligence system, and they don't know that the Jade of the Four Souls is now in the hands of those people. Domineering by sight? Their domineering cannot yet cover the entire planet. Moreover, as long as the Jade fragments of the Four Souls are not actively exposed, the whereabouts of the Jade fragments of the Four Souls cannot be found when they see the domineering color. That's why they came to the Motherland. The same mutant school side. The three people of Red Dog, Yellow Ape, and Green Pheasant are now temporarily living here. Do you feel it too? The Green Pheasant pushed away his blindfold and said slowly. Blackbeard, they are coming, and beyond Blackbeard there is Kaido. Shiba Inu said in a deep voice. Through the channels of the mutant school. Akainu learns the news that Blackbeard and Kaido have come to this world. The four emperors have come too. It seems that the Jade of the Four Souls is really important to them. The Green Pheasant said with a hint of laziness. It was at this time that Wolverine came over. Looking at the three red dogs, outside the red dogs, Wolverine's impression of the Yellow Ape and the Green Pheasant is not very good. The Yellow Ape's words are slow to do, always careless, and everything he encounters is so terrible. The words of the Pheasant are lazy, can lie down and never stand. In short, compared with the Red Dog, the Yellow Ape and the Green Pheasant do not look like any combative members at all. Sakazuki, Professor X, please come over. Wolverine said to the Red Dog and the Yellow Ape Pheasant. The Red Dog nodded and came to Professor X with the Yellow Ape and the Green Pheasant. Out of Professor X, Jean, Beast, Iceman, Storm are also there, counting Wolverine, out of the dead laser-eyed Scott. The first generation of the X-Men is here. Mr. Sakaski, please sit. Professor X said to Sakaski with a kind smile on his face. If there is anything in room X, you can just say it. Akainu looked at Professor X. In that case, I want to inquire, do you know Chen Haonan? Professor X asked towards the red dog. Chen Haonan. Akainu frowned. I haven't heard of it, I don't know who it is. Akainu thought for a moment and then said. Is that so? Professor X nodded. Can you tell me what happened between you and this Chen Haonan? The pheasant pushed off the blindfold and looked at Professor X and asked. Of course it's fine, there's nothing to hide about something like this. Later, Professor X told the X-Men about the fight between the X-Men and Chen Haonan. The green pheasant nodded. So it is. The pheasant looked at Professor X. We intend to take revenge on him. Professor X directly stated his purpose, Scott's death cannot be in vain. After all, no matter from that point of view, their revenge is also inevitable. If that's the case, we can help you too. The green pheasant said slowly. Hearing the words of the green pheasant, Professor X had a smile on his face, then trouble. You're welcome, after all, we don't live with you now. The green pheasant said slowly, then put on the blindfold and continued to lie aside. Blackbeard and Kaido should be in action soon, and then bother the professor to tell us. Akainu said to Professor X. Of course. Professor X said with a smile that he was preparing to form an alliance with Akainu and the others, and it was naturally not a bad thing to have another strong ally. Chapter 60. Professor X's behavior of picking up Red Dog and others to leave SHIELD is a bit old, but I have to say that Professor X's idea is right. Especially in this chaotic society now. For mutants, in this chaotic society, it is naturally more and more dangerous, and it is usually dangerous enough. And even more so now, so a strong ally is a necessary thing. Therefore, Professor X will take it immediately after the Red Dog and the others leave SHIELD. On the one hand, he wants to form an alliance with the Red Dog. On the other hand, there is also a reliable foreign aid in the direction. Chen Haonan's affairs made Professor X understand one thing, don't underestimate anyone. This era is a chaotic one, and there is nothing wrong with preparing for the future of mutants Professor X, but doing it right. Time passes slowly. Lu Yu's small shop. Looking at Tony who came as usual, Lu Yu's raised his eyebrows. Unlike Tony before was lifeless. But now Tony seems to have been born again. It seems that you solved your physical troubles. Lu Yu said to Tony. Tony nodded, isn't that something to be taken for granted? It's a matter of course. Lu Yu said with a smile that Tony has the strongest brain in the Marvel world. It is not surprising that he can solve Lu Yu's. It's just that what Lu Yu's didn't expect was that Tony could actually solve it so quickly, which is something Lu Yu's didn't expect. In the original work, Tony only solved the problem of palladium in the second part, but now, the plot of the second part is far from opening, and Tony has solved it. Apparently because of recent events, the marinated egg has also made some measures out, according to the idea of the marinated egg. After Tony fell into despair, he reached out and pulled Tony into the Avengers in one fell swoop, but the plan could not keep up. Now the Brian Egg has no other ideas, just want to increase the strength of the people around him first. As for the rest, it is no longer in the consideration of Brian Eggs. I always have a question I want to ask my boss, why did they come into this world? Tony asked towards Lu Yu's. That's a good question, I don't know, who knows? Lu Yu said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tony frowned. Obviously, he was not very satisfied with Lu Yu's answer. It's like you step on an ant on the side of the road, do you care? Lu Yu looked at Tony with a smile. Hi. Tony looked at Lu Yu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Tony, have you heard the phrase, destroy you, what does it have to do with you? Lu Yu looked at Tony with a smile. What do you have to do with destroying you? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tony's pupils shrank. There are a lot of unreasonable things in this world, and if you really want to pursue a truth, it is that weakness is both the original sin, and this is the biggest truth. Lu Yu said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tony was a little silent. Is there a problem with Lu Yu's words? There are no problems. Need a reason? No, no reason at all. There must be a reason that weakness is both original sin, and this is the greatest reason. There is no specific reason to say, and the absence of a reason is the biggest reason. Didn't America also hold a bottle of laundry detergent and say that it was a country secretly developing mushroom bombs and then invading others? Is there a difference? Lu Yu said with a smile. Tony took a deep breath. He naturally knew what Lu Yu said, and Amica had done a broken thing. Is there a reason? No, there is no reason. If there is a reason, it is that I have a fancy to your resources. I want it. What can you do? Does it make any difference what the world is facing today? There is no difference. Tony, you are also a capitalist, so don't say those naive words. Everything has a reason. You can also have no reason to pursue these things. It is better to find a way to live. Lu Yu said with a smile on his face. Reason? What a naive thought, Tony. Lu Yu said with a smile. Tony took a deep breath, knowing that what Lu Yu said was fine, but his heart was very unpleasant. Presumably, his role was that of the abuser rather than the victim. Now that he has become a victim, he naturally cannot understand such feelings, which is also a normal thing. Thief, ha ha ha. A maniacal laugh rang out. Black clouds converged above the dome of the sky, and boundless darkness shrouded the sky over New York. Blackbeard. Tony's pupils shrank as he watched as he sat on top of a building. What is he going to do? Tony looked at this scene and was shocked. Do what? Probably to swallow up all of New York. Lu Yu said with a smile. Why? Tony looked at the boundless darkness and said with a hint of shock in his heart. Why? His purpose in coming to this world is for the Jade of the Four Souls, probably to get the Jade of the Four Souls in this way. Lu Yu said unhurriedly. Chapter 61. Madmen, devils, New York has tens of millions of people. Tony looked at the darkness with a hint of disbelief. Tens of millions of people? This kind of thing is nothing to Blackbeard. After all, he doesn't know how many countries he destroyed, and it is not an accident to do such a thing for the sake of the Jade of the Four Souls. Lu Yu said slowly. Nope. Tony took a deep breath and drove directly out of Lu Yu's shop. Lu Yu looked at Tony who left, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The show has just begun. Lu Yu looked at the sky. Blackbeard condenses boundless darkness, ready to fall and completely swallow New York. Such a thing, for Blackbeard, is not a rare thing to operate on top of the routine. As for how many people will die? Blackbeard is the 4 emperors on the sea, which 4 emperors are not built on the accumulation of corpses. A stealth fighter that is only found in science fiction works flew over. The X-Men were dispatched. Wolverine, Storm-Girl, Jean, and Professor X. In addition, 3 more generals have also come. It's terrible. The yellow ape looked at this scene and said carelessly, with a trace of solemnity in his eyes. What a hassle. The green pheasant said slowly and sighed. Let's do it. The red dog looked at Blackbeard with iron blood on his face. Black smoke billowed on his body, and hot lava flowed on the red dog. A giggle. Finally some interesting people have arrived. Kaido's huge body stood up from behind Blackbeard, holding a mace in his hand, and stood in place with a sense of oppression. Kaido! The red dog roared angrily and rushed directly towards Kaido. The hot magma burst and exploded. Pluto! Thunder gossip! Akainu and Kaido collided directly, and the terrifying shockwave raged and shattered the glass of the surrounding buildings. Nick! Fury looked at this scene with a black face, with a hint of heaviness in his eyes. Thief, ha ha ha, you are here, green pheasant. Blackbeard looked at the pheasant with a hint of essence in his eyes. It's terrible, Blackbeard, speed is power, have you ever been kicked by light? The figure of the yellow ape instantly appeared behind Blackbeard. The cross-shaped golden light exploded instantly. Blackbeard was directly kicked out by the yellow ape and pierced through several buildings. Professor X was also not idle, and at this time he was ready to use mind control and control Blackbeard. But just invaded Blackbeard's mind, and was instantly expelled. Thief, ha ha ha! Ridiculous power! Blackbeard looked at Professor X and the others with an ambitious glint in his eyes. The overlord color on his body is domineering. As a hero, Blackbeard's courage is not comparable to people in this world. Want to control Blackbeard, what a joke. Can become the existence of the four emperors, which one is not the existence of the peak of mental and physical skills. The heart refers to the soul, that is, the power of domineering. The body is the physical technique, and the skill is the sword art, the devil fruit and other abilities. Professor X looked at Blackbeard with an ugly face, and for the first time he felt that a person's mind was so dark and pure. Die! Blackbeard's pupils were bloodshot, and a white halo appeared on his right hand. Click! The sound of glass shattering sounded, and the space seemed to be shattered. The whole of New York shook. This time, Blackbeard did not intend to keep his hand. Even if he reached Lu Shen in New York, he would find out the jade of the Four Souls. Be careful! Wolverine stood in front of Professor X. Relying on the powerful repair ability, countless wounds appeared on Wolverine's body, but they were quickly repaired. Ice Age! A voice sounded. Countless cold chi emerged, and under the deliberate control of the green pheasant, it would simply freeze the entire battlefield. There is not much outward extension. Thief, ha ha ha, do you want the pheasant to come with me? Blackbeard extended his invitation to the pheasant. The green pheasant looked at Blackbeard. Forget it. Hearing the green pheasant refuse Blackbeard, he laughed and said, Thief, ha ha ha, that's really a pity. The battle here is not for you to interfere in, you go first. The green pheasant said to Professor X and the others. Professor X nodded, and Wolverine was a little unconvinced, but couldn't say it. At the same time, Kaido. With a roar, the magma on the red dog billowed and smoke. His right hand turned into a billowing magma fist and smashed directly towards Kaido. Kaido looked at the red dog with wide eyes. Little ghost, are you bathing me? That being said, the mace in Kaido's hand was still wrapped in the power of Overlord color domineering, and bombarded Kaido directly. Overlord color winding. Bang! The red dog flew back upside down. It's terrible. The yellow ape's voice sounded, and a merciless ultra-long-range flash kick hit Kaido's back. Kaido was also directly kicked out by the yellow ape and smashed through several buildings. Chapter 62. Tony, Nick. Fury. Natasha watched this scene and fell silent. Such a battle is simply not a battle in which they can intervene. Whether it is a yellow ape, a red dog, or a green pheasant, they all show terrifying strength. As for Blackbeard and Kaido, that's not to mention. Is such a battle really something that a human can do? Natasha said with a hint of doubt in her eyes, a little confused and unconfident. Originally, I thought that I had obtained the explosive fruit, even if it was not the most powerful batch, but I could have the qualifications to fight. But for now, she doesn't even seem to be qualified to fight. Lu Yus had a smile on his face and looked at the skyrocketing emotional value. This time the battle is just a rehearsal, and there will be more such battles in the future, and even more terrible battles will appear. Now it's just a little shock to the people of this world from the void eternal ancient realm. On Kaido's side, Kaido stood up from the ruins with his head covered and there was no scar on his body. Pirate world blood cow per capita. Not to mention the existence of a so-called strongest creature like Kaido. Jumping from a height of 10,000 meters to commit suicide is like playing, that is, plot killing, otherwise Wang Luffy would have been killed by Kaido long ago. Even Oda himself couldn't think of how to write dead Kaido, and could only use plot killing to write dead Kaido. Normal setting, Kaido is invincible. This is true for both the fruit and the body. Bastard, it really hurts. Kaido looked at the yellow ape and said slowly. Well, don't kid Kaido, a terrible monster like you won't fall so easily. The yellow ape said slowly, looking at Kaido. It looks leisurely and careless, but in fact, his vigilance towards Kaido has reached the apex. Bang bang bang! Several explosions rang out, exploding on Kaido's body. Above the dome, several Amicus fighters are soaring. Smoke surrounds Kaido. The smoke cleared, and Kaido appeared in everyone's eyes intact. It's really infuriating. Kaido said in a deep voice, and the scarlet light in his eyes flashed. Overlord color domineering rags in the center of New York. The ground cracked, and the high-rise buildings all appeared terrifying cracks, and the pilots who piloted the fighters were all affected by the Overlord color domineering and instantly passed out. Direct crash. The yellow ape blocked in front of him with one hand, and the cloak with the word justice written on it was hunted by Kaido's Overlord color domineering, and it kept flying. There were also terrible changes on Kaido's body, cyan scales covering Kaido's body, a long dragon tail. Human animal form. The next moment, Kaido burst out with extreme speed and appeared in front of the yellow ape. With an expressionless face, the mace in his hand is held high and waved at high speed. Jun Chali Long Shen Jun. The yellow ape's body turned into countless points of light and flew into the sky. 8-foot Kyangu Jade. A cross-shaped light flashed in the hands of the yellow ape. Countless energy light eggs burst out, overwhelming Kaido. What an annoying monkey! Kaido looked at the yellow ape, and the speed of the yellow ape was enough to make the yellow ape invincible in the pirate world. Unless he can keep up with the speed of the yellow ape is really a very tricky character. Kaido used his feet hard, and instantly burst out with a powerful speed and appeared in front of the yellow ape, and the 8-foot Kyanguyu appeared beside the yellow ape, and a terrifying aura appeared in his hand. Overlord color winding. Roaring gossip. It's terrible. Although the yellow ape said this, a golden lightsaber soon appeared in his hands. Sky clouds directly blocked Kaido's mace. In just an instant, the yellow ape was knocked into the ground by Kaido from the air. The shock wave that forms destruction will completely destroy everything around it. Kaido stands above the dome of the sky. The body was surrounded by flame clouds, and the whole person was in the form of a human and beast looking at the yellow ape that fell to the ground. Kaido, have you forgotten something? The voice of the red dog sounded. Big Spitfire. The red dog roared, and the terrifying lava formed a violent impact directly behind Kaido. Kaido, with a trace of essence in his eyes, carried it down abruptly, and looked at the red dog with a fierce look in his bloodshot eyes. The mace in his hand was held high. Big weed. Thunderous gossip. Kaido held the mace in both hands and wrapped around the Overlord color domineering, and swung the mace towards the red dog. A mushroom cloud rises directly out of thin air. The body of the red dog was smashed into the ground by Kaido like a yellow ape. Kaido stood in the sky like a demon god, surrounded by flame clouds, cyan scales. Above the sky dome, thunder continued to rage. From time to time, a flash of thunder flashes rendered Kaido like a demon god. It's terrible. The yellow ape stood on the ground intact, scratching his head without dust. The red dog is a little embarrassed. After all, carrying Kaido hard, there is no yellow ape's terrifying speed, and blood has oozed from his forehead. Chapter 63. Hey, such a battle, Zundu fake toot. Tony looked at this scene, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Are the mushroom clouds all out? Is Ping a nuclear bomb? In Tony's eyes, Kaido knocked the red dog hard, but who knows, the mushroom cloud is directly punched out. Chief, do we still intervene in such a battle? Natasha swallowed her saliva, watching this scene, meddling. I feel like I'll be used as cannon fodder just after entering. Such a battle is not something they can interfere in. Tony's pupils were solemn. He never thought of such a thing. He originally thought that his battle armor would be invincible in the world when he came out. Who knew that a few monsters ran out and told him that you were still a younger brother? Tony, people are stupid. Such a battle scene, such a way of fighting, is not at all something that humans can do. Let's evacuate the crowd first. Nick Fury made his decision. Natasha and the people of SHIELD got into action. Superman, who was far away in the metropolis, saw the situation on the New York side again, although he did not know why this happened. But in the last New York war, Superman was also involved, and he also knows the terrifying strength of these people. But this time, Da Chao is not making a move, mainly because Da Chao feels that he is now being targeted by America officials. The last time the people of the motherland came to find him, it was a very unpleasant thing, and Da Chao also knew what the official America was doing. I have always had a research attitude towards him, and I must know that the strength shown by Da Chao is a very precious experimental material in America. It's not just America, but institutions around the world want to study the capabilities of Da Chao. Among them is SHIELD. The fact that Da Chao is a Kryptonian has long been known by major institutions, which is not a strange thing, so Da Chao did not plan to make a move this time. Da Chao is upright, but not really stupid. This side of New York. The X-Men began assisting SHIELD people in evacuating the crowds on the New York side. The only X-Men qualified to fight is Jean. As for the others, it's useless including Wolverine, but if you want to rip the X-Men in the comics, then I didn't say it. The various mutants in the comics are anti-heavenly existences, and it is very nonsense to restart or destroy the world at every turn. Apparently this is an anime's X-Men, just a movie version of the X-Men. In addition to the piano, there is one to count one, including Magneto. One can play no, their ability is very perverted. But compared with the people of the pirate world, it is far inferior. The ability may be similar, but in terms of physical fitness, the people in the pirate world are really blood cattle per capita, the top battle, and there is no problem in fighting for 10 days and a half month. They can't. So the famous X-Men, what they are responsible for now is to evacuate the crowd. Kaido. The magma on the Red Dog rolls and flows continuously, and the ground directly forms a large river of magma. Kaido stood on the earth like a demon god, in the form of a human and beast, with cyan dragon scales covering his body, carrying a mace, and carrying a barbaric aura on his body. The next moment, Kaido moved, and the mace swung, with a black-red thunderbolt explosion. Roaring gossip. The Red Dog had a determination in his eyes, and the magma tumbled in his hands and kept surging. Then burst out, canine-toothed Red Lotus. Directly collided with Kaido, endless waves swept the earth. The yellow ape turned into a golden light and rushed into the sky, opening up the distance of the battlefield, and the next moment, the golden light rushed down with extreme brilliance. The faster the speed, the greater the power. The yellow ape distances in order to increase speed and strength as well as impact. The seemingly lazy yellow ape is actually the most unfathomable among the three generals. The golden light cut through the heavens and the earth. One kick. A cross-shaped golden glow rises. Kaido was directly stepped into the ground by the yellow ape, and the huge body directly sank into the ground in a deep pit. Thief, ha ha ha! Blackbeard's laughter rang out. Darkness hangs over New York, and endless ice emerges and intertwines. Pheasant, you can't stop me. Blackbeard said with a laugh, endless darkness engulfing the ice. With the ability of the shock fruit activated, the whole of New York shook again. These guys. Nick. Fury had anger in his eyes. Director, it's not good, the whole of New York has been blocked, and those black things like water have directly blocked New York completely. Coulson turned to Nick. Fury said. Hear from Coulson, Nick. Fury had a hint of heaviness in his eyes. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Nick. Fury said with a hint of heaviness, blocking New York and not allowing anyone to enter or leave. Thief, ha ha ha, found you. Blackbeard appears in Nick. In front of Fury. Blackbeard. Nick. Fury looked at Blackbeard with a hint of heaviness in his eyes. Why did Blackbeard appear here? What about the pheasants? Could it be that the pheasant has already lost? Thinking of this, Nick. Fury became heavier and heavier. Chapter 64. Thief, haha, don't be so nervous, I'm here for the Jade of the Four Souls. Blackbeard towards Nick. Fury said. Nick. Fury looked at Blackbeard with a hint of heaviness in his eyes. Thief, ha ha ha, then please bring me the Jade of the Four Souls within a day, otherwise these tens of millions of people in New York will be buried together. Blackbeard said with a big laugh, and after saying that, Blackbeard continued to deal with the pheasant. Nick. Fury's pupils shrank, and he looked at Blackbeard with a hint of heaviness in his eyes. He didn't think Blackbeard couldn't do such a thing. Now Blackbeard's purpose, Nick. Fury finally understood that he wanted to use himself to find the Jade of the Four Souls. But now put Nick. There was only one path in front of Fury. There is no other way to choose, and Blackbeard is not a great benevolent. The darkness above the dome of the sky, and the blockaded New York, show that Blackbeard is really coming. It's time for King Ben to strike. Big Wolf appeared in Nick Fury's side. Big Wolf, who hasn't appeared in a while, was Nick Fury brought back good food and drink. In the green grassland, the grey wolf can't eat sheep, but here the grey wolf eats a lot of sheep, and there is a sheep that is indispensable. For Nick Fury, there is such a magical guy who can knock out an RPG out of thin air with a hammer, and there is no reason not to put it up. So although Big Wolf has never appeared, it has always been in SHIELD. Big Wolf, do you have a way? Nick Fury said to Big Wolf. Well, breaking the shady curtain, I can't do it yet, but it's still very simple to find the Jade of the Four Souls. Big Wolf towards Nick Fury said. So what are you waiting for? Natasha looked at Big Wolf and said. Wait, King Ben first built a treasure finder and said. Big Wolf said to Natasha. Then in front of Natasha, he took the hammer and knocked it directly. A detection instrument appeared in the hands of Big Wolf. Ring the bell. This is the latest invention of this king, the Demon Force Detection Instrument. As long as there is demon power in the surrounding 10 kilometers can be detected. Big Wolf looked at Nick with a smile on his face. Fury said. Natasha looked at the Demon Force Detection Instrument that Big Wolf knocked out with a hammer with a skeptical look in her eyes, and took it with a strange look on her face. How do you use this? Natasha said to Big Wolf. Press the red button to open, and the red dot that appears on it represents the existence of demon power. Big Wolf said with a smile on his face. Hearing the words of the Grey Wolf, Natasha pressed the red button to activate the Demon Force Detector, and found a radar map appeared in front of Natasha. There are dozens of densely packed red light spots on it. Natasha's eyes lit up, and it seemed that it was really useful. Tony, you come with me. Natasha said to Tony. Tony looked at Big Wolf with a strange look on his face, and then nodded. Then he and Natasha got into action. Nick Fury looked at the Grey Wolf with a trace of essence in his eyes. Big Wolf, do you have a way to deal with them? Big Wolf scratched his head and looked at Kaido and Blackbeard, who were in the middle of the battle, and then shook his head. In the green grassland, I may have a way, but there is no way here. Big Wolf said slowly. Nick Fury nodded. The importance of the Grey Wolf is also reflected, and it is the Grey Wolf that helps at the critical time. Lu Yu's side. Naturally, he also knows what happened on the side of the Grey Wolf, and the Grey Wolf was in SHIELD during this time, although it did not bubble. But the life is a comfortable batch. Lu Yu's looked at his emotional value, which had broken through to 20 million. More than I thought, the last few million, plus this time the catastrophe, more than 20 million is not much. It's time for a raffle. Lu Yu's muttered. System lottery, oriented, forget it, or not oriented, random intermediate lottery. Lu Yu said towards the system. Ding, deduct 1 million sentiment points and the lottery begins. Ding, get the 7-star item card, Divine Tree Fruit. Hokage. Ding, get the 10-star character card, SCP-682, Immortal Lizard. Huh? The SCP is all out, don't destroy the lizard? Lu Yu touched his chin and looked at the two things pulled out in front of him, they were all good things. The raffle continues. Ding, get a 7-star skill book, Ice Dragon Destroying Magic. Ding, get a 7-star item card, Icicle of Death. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Hero. Mixed Demon State. Ding, get a 5-star item, Dragon Yuan. Ding, obtain a 7-star skill book, Ice to Destroy Evil Magic. Ding, get an 8-star character card, King Gui. Ding, get a 10-star character card, Sedum. Ding, get an 8-star item, Burn Silence. This time the lottery was very rewarding. Lu Yu looked at his lottery this time. Ice Dragon Destroying Magic, Ice Destroying Evil Magic are all products from the fairy tale world, which can be used by Esders, and you can strengthen Esders at will. Chapter 65. Death Icicles and Streamer Blades are both from the dungeon world. And the Death Icicle, as an epic lightsaber of level 90, there seems to be no problem with 7 stars. Then there is the character card side, King Gui, needless to say, the head of Shushan of Immortal Sword 3, the birth of the evil sword immortal was born because of the 5 elders of Shushan led by King Gui, of course, plus the credit of the Lock Demon Tower. There is no problem with the evaluation of Sedum's 10 stars. Under normal circumstances, the strength is probably only 5 or 6 stars, and the birth cannot withstand people can change the size the large celestial god of war, 10 stars proper, and even underestimated. As for Xianba's words, the state of the mixed world demon is also worthy of the 6-star evaluation, and the mixed world demon is the state after the hero destroyed the dragon vein and entered the demon. In such a state, the hero carried the backlash of the dragon vein, and only then did he kill it with the combined force of the wind and clouds, otherwise it is really difficult to say. As for the words of not destroying the lizard, this will not be said, SCP-682 Master, from the performance point of view, the words of not destroying the lizard are indeed not dropping. But this thing is immortal, immortal in the true sense, and can grow without limit, which is the most terrifying part of it. However, the upper limit is about 10 stars, or even a little higher. Compared with the more terrifying existence of the Crimson King in the Foundation, there is really no card. But if you can't stand the fame, 10 stars is about the same, not high or low, for the sake of that immortality, you do have this qualification. As for Long Yuan's words, they also come from Dragon Yuan of the Fenjian world, and the words of 5 stars are a little reluctant, but they are almost the same. The divine tree fruit of the Hokage world, can be said to be the beginning of all ninjas, the origin of all chakra. Unilaterally declare that Burrito Den is not Hokage, do not bring in Burrito Den. Originally, I thought of letting Emperor Shishin save the scene, but now it seems that this is not necessary. Lu Yuz looked at Xianba's card. Originally, Lu Yuz also wanted to let Emperor Shishin come out to save the scene and help Chen Haonan through this calamity, but now that he has a hero, it seems that Emperor Shishin does not have the need to appear now. Lu Yuz put away the things obtained by the lottery. At the same time, he looked at the battlefield. Between Blackbeard and Pheasant, Pheasant is being pressed and beaten, and from the perspective of strength, Blackbeard is indeed stronger. After all, the double fruit ability, coupled with the ability of the dark fruit to invalidate the devil fruit, it seems that there is no problem in pressing the green pheasant. On Kaido's side, Kaido fights the yellow ape and the red dog. Kaido's strength is definitely stronger than the yellow ape and red dog on average, 1-on-2, Kaido is also a little embarrassed. But it survived, and there is no other reason is endurance. Highlighting a resistant, the yellow ape and the red dog also have nothing to do with Kaido. After all, in the original work, Kaido did not storm the naval headquarters once or twice, but he lived well every time, largely because Kaido was resistant. The more I look at it, the more I feel that Wang Luffy is outrageous. Kaido can lose to Wang Luffy, and there is no explanation for the plot killing. Otherwise, if you kill Wang Luffy will not be able to win Kaido. Kaido's fight belongs to the kind where you hit me 10 times, but as long as I hit you, you will be miserable. To some extent, it is true, the flash of the yellow ape and the lava of the red dog do not pose much of a threat to Kaido. Can only be consumed slowly. Kaido's physical strength is exhausted, but it takes a long time, and the unlucky ones are the New Yorkers. In order to solve this matter, Natasha and Tony began to look for those demons. They did not necessarily want to defeat them, but they just needed to trap them and bring them over. They are now in a race against time. They only have 1 day, and after a day, if they can't do it, then tens of millions of people in New York will be buried here by Blackbeard. They didn't dare to gamble, bet on whether Blackbeard could do all this, and did not dare to pin their hopes on the 3 of them. Nick Fury also informs the X-Men to assist Tony and Natasha in capturing the demons with the fragments of the Jade of 4 Souls. But a thorny problem arises. That is Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan was nothing in front of Chi Dog and the others, but they were very troublesome to deal with. There are quite a few fragments of the Jade of the 4 Souls on Chen Hanan's body, and it is so simple to want Chen Haonan to hand it over. However, the matter is man-made. After solving the other demons, they will always have to face Chen Haonan. In the midst of a high-rise building, Kim and the people of the motherland stand side by side. Jin He looked at the terrifying battlefield with a hint of essence in his eyes. The Motherland's face was a little livid looking at this scene. Lord John, what should we do next? Jin asked with a smile towards the Motherland, his posture lowered. He knows what kind of character the people of his homeland are, so he does it. No hurry. The Motherland looked at Blackbeard and Kaido with a chill in their eyes, although they were both members of Chaos. But the relationship between them is not good. Chapter 66. What are the people of the Motherland waiting for? Of course, it is waiting for an opportunity, a chance for a savior. Whether the people of the Motherland are fools, this time to shoot, both sides do not please. They didn't like him, Blackbeard, not to mention Kaido, who bothered him last night. So now the people of the Motherland are waiting for an opportunity, a chance for a savior, to appear in front of the New York public in the image of a savior. Such an operation is not difficult for the people of the Motherland, it is like a show. What's the problem? And the strength of the Motherland is not weak, and after Blackbeard and the Red Dog and others are both defeated, if he appears, he can come out and harvest a wave of fans in the image of a savior. Such ideas can indeed be operated in a wave, and it is very likely that they can really be operated by the people of the Motherland, and there should be no problem according to the current plot development as long as there are no accidents. But here is a beautiful manga, and if nothing else, there will be an accident. Tony, Natasha, and the X-Men came to the door. Natasha also held a demon power detection instrument in her hand. The red dot above shows exactly Kim Hee. Jin Hee looked at Tony and the others who appeared with a hint of essence in his eyes. Jin Hee, hand over the jade fragment of the Four Souls. Natasha said towards Kim. It was no surprise that Natasha knew her Kim, and her cooperation with SHIELD was not once or twice. The Motherland frowned and looked at Tony and the others who appeared. Kim is not my man, you want to take him, have you asked me? The people of the Motherland took the initiative to stand up. With a hint of joy in his eyes, Jin Hee spent so much money and got so many Yanmars for the people of the Motherland, and this money was not spent in vain. Although the Motherland people will run away when encountering a strong enemy, the Motherland people have always dealt a heavy blow to the weak. This kind of thing has to be punched hard, punched hard. The people of the Motherland are not joking, it is related to the safety of tens of millions of citizens in New York. Natasha said in a deep voice, looking at the Motherland. I'll solve this matter, Kim can't take you away. The people of the Motherland said in a deep voice. Hearing the words of the Motherland, Tony, Natasha's face sank, such a thing is not good news, especially the tough attitude of the Motherland. Want to get your hands dirty? Tony looked beside him. Wolverine, Storm Girl, Natasha, and himself. Are the four really the hands of the Motherland? Jean and Professor X are protecting the people of New York, guiding the riots, and quelling the riots. After all, as a good citizen of New York, this time is a good opportunity to buy 0 yuan, and they will naturally not miss this opportunity. Although most of them are Nigo. Hands on. Natasha took the lead and kicked towards the Motherland. The Motherland looked at Natasha with contempt on her face, allowing Natasha to kick her in the face, and the party Motherland people had disdain in their eyes. Bang! An explosion directly knocked the Motherland out. The Motherland looked confused and exploded. Why did it explode? Go! Natasha said in a deep voice. This sneak attack went so smoothly because of the arrogance of the Motherland and the unknown of Natasha's abilities. But Natasha didn't think that the people of her homeland could fall so easily. After all, he is a person who has not been defeated by the big super ability. It's still clear how many pounds and tails you are. The main purpose is to take Kim Hee. Jin Hee looked at this scene and secretly cursed the arrogant idiot of the Motherland in his heart. Looking at Wolverine and Storm Girl who were surrounding him, he raised his hands helplessly. Tony and Natasha looked at each other. You guys take Kim first and leave, I'll stay and drag him down. Tony said with a deep breath. I'll do it anyway. Wolverine took the initiative to stand up. He can't kill me. Wolverine said to Tony. Tony hesitated and nodded, and Natasha and Storm took Kim and retreated. Wolverine's words, the biggest point is also endurance, blocking the Motherland for a period of time is still no problem. The Motherland wants to completely kill Wolverine is not such a simple thing. You really me off. The motherland flew in again from the window and said with a gloomy face. However, it seems that Wolverine is left alone. The people of the motherland were a little confused, followed by monstrous anger. Originally, the anger of being beaten last night had not yet been vented, and now he was provoked by someone who seemed to be no different from an ant. This is undoubtedly a pat on the ass for the motherland, and it is especially a repeated horizontal pat. I changed all kinds of tricks to slap my ass, and I really didn't take myself for granted. A scarlet beam burst out from the eyes of the motherland. Wolverine's hands popped out of Edmund's alloy claws to block in front of him. Heat rays kept shooting at Wolverine's paws. You're really looking for death. With anger on his face, his hands behind his back, he approached Wolverine step by step, and at the same time, the heat ray did not break, and it kept shooting at Wolverine's paws. Chapter 67. Bang! Tony and Natasha Stormgirl hadn't left long with Kim when the building exploded. It exploded from the inside out. A figure carrying a person flew directly into the sky and flew out, and then the figure waved its arm. Wolverine was smashed to the ground. The ground cracked and sunk. The people of the motherland rushed to the sky, looked at Tony and the others who drove away from here, and then looked at Wolverine lying in the pit. Just about to chase, he heard a word from Wolverine. Is that all you have? Mongrels? Wolverine struggled to crawl out of the pit, panting, and the sky above his body was healing rapidly. But the pain is unavoidable. Good. There was a cruel smile in the eyes of the people of the motherland. Hey, boy, do you see this way? A mean voice sounded. A man wearing a black and red holster, with 2 knives behind his back, is pointing his guns at the motherland. The motherland looked at this person who suddenly appeared and frowned. The next moment, Deadpool pulled the trigger directly. In an instant, 2 bullets shot towards the eyes of the motherland. The eyes of the motherland people carried a scarlet light, and in an instant, 2 scarlet rays of light burst directly towards Deadpool, and the bullet time was annihilated at the same time. The scarlet heat rays continued to hit Deadpool unabated. Fact, it's like making a movie. I think if you go to make a movie, it will definitely sell well. Deadpool said to the motherland people over and over again. Threw away the double gun and pulled out the double knife in the back. Perhaps, I should use this to make you taste it, but it may hurt a little, you have to bear it. Deadpool said as he rushed towards the motherland. The 2 knives in his hand waved, and the brilliant knife light bloomed. The face of the motherland is getting darker. Is this guy playing monkey? Clang! Ah! Deadpool watched his long knife cut on the body of the motherland, and the motherland did not move, and he knew that he was in big trouble. The next moment, the people of the motherland directly grabbed Deadpool's neck, and instantly twisted Deadpool's neck with cruelty in his eyes. Deadpool's body fell limply to the ground. The motherland looked at the dead Deadpool, and then turned to look at Wolverine, who had fully recovered, with tyrannical killing intent in his eyes. The next moment, the people of the motherland felt a pain in their ass. A lewd guy is holding a knife and stabbing his own skin swallow. The motherland's forehead was bruised. It seems that you seem to be in pain. Don't be nervous, I just did a small operation on you to cut the hemorrhoids. Saying that, Deadpool also twisted the knife handle. The next moment, Deadpool was directly kicked out by the furious motherlandman, and his chest was directly sunken. The motherland looked at the knife handle that appeared behind his back and fell into silence. Why did I come back here? Why did I encounter these 2 strange people who couldn't die? Hurt. It hurts. He has always been the only one who stabbed others, and now he has actually been stabbed by others. This makes the people of the motherland feel as if they are polluted, and it is difficult for the people of the motherland to accept. Farky, Farky, Farky! The motherland scolded angrily and took the knife out from behind him. Bloody blade! Let the motherland fall into unprecedented anger. Although his body is a body of steel, but his body is not, there will be problems either. Farky! The motherland has a gloomy face, and although his butt is injured, it does not affect his combat strength. Seeing Deadpool on the ground was silent. A scarlet light appeared in the eyes of the people of the motherland, and in an instant the heat rays attacked Deadpool. Deadpool, who was still pretending to be dead, saw this scene. Although he was not afraid of pain, but quickly got up from the ground. Then start running away. Sure enough, this guy was crashing to death, and the Motherland gritted his teeth and looked at the fleeing Deadpool, and instantly flew in front of Deadpool. "Hi, hello." Deadpool said hello. In response to him was the steely fist of the Motherland. The terrifying power instantly beat Deadpool's head around his neck a few times, and Deadpool went limply to the ground. The Motherlandmen, who did not understand their hatred, once again kicked Deadpool and flew out, smashing through several buildings heavily. Then the Motherland, whose butt was stained with blood, looked at Wolverine and walked over with killing intent in his eyes. "Hey, hey, over here!" A mean voice sounded. Deadpool limped back. "Did you guy not eat?" Deadpool said as he walked towards the Motherland. Wolverine looked at Deadpool and knew that Deadpool was dragging the Motherlanders. The eyes of the people of the Motherland were filled with fury, and at the same time a question arose in their hearts: is this guy immortal? Why can he still live? This is something that the Motherland people did not expect. Thinking of this, the Motherland took a deep breath and flew towards Deadpool again. The next moment, the Motherland people felt that their bodies were caught. Wolverine directly grabbed the Motherlanders, and then smashed the Motherlanders heavily on the ground, and the sharp claws of both hands continued to use crazy scratches on the Motherlanders. Deadpool also joined the battlefield with 2 knives, slashing at the bodies of the Motherland with knives. Deadpool used taunts, Wolverine used crazy scratches. Chapter 68. The people of the Motherland are very angry, very, very angry. Logically speaking, the strength of the Motherland is to crush Wolverine and Deadpool. But these two are immortal, although Wolverine is almost there. As long as he doesn't die in one go, he can recover. Deadpool is truly immortal, and he can't get rid of it. This makes the Motherland very angry at the same time, but also a headache. Deadpool is not only an immortal, but also a cheap king. Satisfying the fecal spraying is not enough to show how cheap Deadpool really is. While the mentality of the Motherland exploded, they also forgot about the matter of Jinji. As a result, Kim is still waiting for the Motherland to save him. But he didn't expect that the Motherland was now being entangled by 2 undead creatures and forgot his existence. Tony, Natasha's side, looking at the demon who was brought back by himself and others. All gathered here. There was a gleam in Nick Fury's eyes. The reason why he didn't take the fragments of the 4 Souls Jade from these demons' bodies. It's not that he can't do it, it's that he doesn't want to, and these demons may become the last force in their hands. In order to ensure the safety of tens of millions of people, Nick Fury has prepared for the worst. But now there's one last question. That's Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan also had the most fragments of the 4 Souls Jade on his body. It's also one of the most troublesome. Unlike other demons, with a little threat, they came, but Chen Haonan was different. The rules and laws of this world could not restrain Chen Haonan. If you want Chen Haonan to be obedient, how is it possible? Just when Natasha and the others were thinking about how to deal with Chen Haonan, Coulson suddenly said, "I don't think we need to." Hearing Coulson's words, Tony and the others looked at Qian Feng, and Chen Haonan was walking over with a knife on his back, and in his hand was the fragment of the Jade of the 4 Souls that they had in mind. Nick Fury looked at Chen Haonan, and the pupils in his eyes shrank. Chen Haonan actually took the initiative to take out the Jade of the 4 Souls. This is something that neither Nick Fury nor Tony has ever thought of. They didn't expect Chen Haonan to take the initiative to hand over the Jade of the 4 Souls, as if he was joking. "Here's it for you." Chen Haonan didn't care what they thought. He threw the Jade of the 4 Souls to Tony and left. Tony looked at the Jade of the 4 Souls in his hand and felt a little hot. For what purpose did Chen Haonan hand over the Jade of the 4 Souls to them? Both Nick Fury and Tony felt that this was Chen Haonan's conspiracy, but there was no way. They didn't want it, they had to want it. For the safety of tens of millions of people in New York, no matter from what point of view, they have no way to refuse Chen Haonan. It's like knowing that Chen Haonan has other plans, but he can't help it, he can only follow Chen Haonan's plan. That's where Nick Fury and Tony get humiliated. What Nick Fury and Tony didn't notice was that the demons they brought back began to stir when they saw the fragments of the 4 Souls Jade in Tony's hand. Roaring, first of all, the first demon directly demonized and began to pounce on Tony. As if in a chain reaction, the other demons were instantly demonized, and Scarlet Eyes looked at Tony. To be precise, it is the jade of the four souls in Tony's hands. These guys. Coulson drew his pistol and looked at the demons warily. Natasha had a look of solemnity in her eyes. Surprisingly, the demons didn't do anything to them. Instead, they all looked at the jade of the four souls in Tony's hand, which was the real reason why they did it. Tony, throw away the jade of the four souls in your hand. Natasha said to Tony. Tony looked at the four souls jade in his hand and threw it away. The next moment, those demons swarmed towards those four soul jades. These demons will be affected by the jade of the four souls, and if they don't show it, they can endure it, but once the fragments of the jade of the four souls appear, they will go berserk. Big Grey Wolf explained to everyone. Is there any way to deal with them? Or to calm them down? Nick Fury asked as he turned to Big Wolf. There's no way, it's like instinct, the man wants to eat, the wolf wants to eat the sheep, and it's good to wait until they are the last one, but we're in big trouble. The Grey Wolf said slowly. What's going to happen if there's only one left? Tony asked as he turned to the Grey Wolf, looking at the demons who were fighting and devouring each other, with a hint of shock in his eyes. What will happen? The jade of the four souls will be reorganized, and then the last remaining one will become a real yokai instead of the current demon state. The Grey Wolf said slowly. And is it strong? Coulson asked subconsciously. If you don't lose to those monsters, you may be a little worse, but it's no problem to compete with them with the power of the jade of the four souls. The Grey Wolf said slowly. Farky. Tony directly burst out foul language, which was something they didn't expect. I think I know what Chen Haonan's purpose is. Nick Fury said slowly, looking at the demons who were fighting and devouring each other with deep eyes. Chapter 69. Nick Fury is not a fool. Chen Haonan has been hunting demons with jade fragments of four souls before. It's no secret that Tony's assistant, Pepper, almost died because of it. Now Chen Haonan took the initiative to hand over the jade fragment of the four souls. Nick Fury already knew that he planned to let these demons fight each other. Finally, a complete jade of four souls is left. Fack. Tony, as a genius, naturally thought of this. Nick. What Fury could think of, Tony couldn't idealize. Nick and Tony looked at each other, the demons were devouring each other, and in the end all that remained was a powerful demon. Thinking of this, Nick and Tony said at the same time, do it. Even if it can't be stopped, but at least it can't let this matter go so smoothly. For Nick and Tony, there is only so much that can be done now. I advise you to abandon this idea. Those demons are devouring each other now, which may be an opportunity for us, but it is more likely to bring destruction. Big Wolf said bluntly. Hear Big Wolf's words, Nick. Fury frowned and looked at Big Wolf. The Grey Wolf shrugged his shoulders and then said, these demons seem to be devouring each other, but it doesn't mean that they won't do anything to us, but the jade of the four souls in front of them is more important now. Once we do it, these demons will solve us first. Hearing the words of the Grey Wolf, Tony said with some reluctance, do you just watch them devour each other and become stronger, waiting for them to finish devouring and destroy us? We can still run. Big Wolf said seriously. At present, relying on the combat power of Tony, Natasha, and Storm Girl, it is unrealistic to solve these demons. Nick Fury is also capable, but Nick Fury, this old fox, how could he expose his whole cards when he was not really a last resort? After all, this guy, in general, will not shoot. Even if it is a shot, it is not now. So the actual combat power is only Tony, Natasha, Storm Girl 3, as for Big Wolf? If Big Wolf is reliable, it will not only have a 5-star rating. As for Coulson, forget it, Coulson is okay with ordinary criminals, but for this kind of demon, is it disgusted that the demon does not eat enough and wants to support it? Is it true that you can only look at it like this now? Tony said slowly. The demons were devouring each other, constantly devouring each other's flesh and blood, and the jade fragments of the four souls began to combine together. These demons will constantly devour each other, in the most barbaric way. At the same time, on the side of the motherland, The face of the motherland is dripping black, looking at Deadpool and Wolverine, these two guys, all dragging themselves here by their own endurance. For a while, he will really have nothing to do about these two forced things, which is the most angry of the people of the motherland. Hey, your ass is red, is the big ant here? Deadpool continued to say with a sneer. There was obviously a hole in the ass of the motherland and a dry red blood stain. Deadpool's words directly made the motherland blow up. Wolverine hurried to recover from his injuries. As for Deadpool, the real immortal body, the guy who will not die completely no matter what, don't worry at all. Kaido's side. Kaido fought against the yellow ape and the red dog, and the yellow ape and the red dog faced Kaido's words. The yellow ape seemed to be at ease, seeing the domineering and his own speed. There was no problem in dodging Kaido's attack. Is that the red dog is a little unlucky, compared with Kaido, the speed is not dominant, the strength is even less dominant, the only point is elementalization. Don't say anything like elementalization is useless, elementalization is not because the other party's strength exceeds you too much. For an existence like Red Dog, elementalization is still useful, you only need to understand the opponent's attack before the attack arrives, and directly use elementalization to avoid it. Not only red dogs, green pheasants, and yellow apes can do this. It's still too hard to fight Blackbeard on the pheasant's side. Blackbeard dual fruit ability, dark fruit can control all demon fruits, plus extremely destructive shock fruits. Compared with Blackbeard, the green pheasant does not have any advantages in terms of ability or physical skills. Thief, ha ha ha, pheasant, you should know very well what order is. Join the chaos with me. Blackbeard once again sent a solicitation to the pheasant. Hey, no kidding. The green pheasant said with a hint of laziness, and half of his body turned into extreme ice. Thief, ha ha ha, that's really a pity. Blackbeard laughed loudly, and a dark light appeared in one hand and a white halo appeared in the other hand to look at the pheasant. The green pheasant has a serious look in his eyes. To some extent, Blackbeard's biggest weakness lies in his body, and the pain is several times that of ordinary people. Fighting fruit ability with Blackbeard, that is an unrealistic thing. Chapter 70. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard's laughter spread throughout New York. Icebergs rose and then collapsed. The pheasant side is going to lose. Big Wolf spoke. The pheasant is going to lose. Nick. Fury and the others looked pale, and the pheasant lost, then it means that no one can stop Blackbeard. Come to think of it, Nick. Fury looked at the place where the demons were. The original demon has completely disappeared, replaced by a huge mountain of flesh-like existence, with countless tentacles squirming on its body. There are also dozens of hideous faces all over the body, and these demons are fusing with each other while devouring each other. Now we have reached the final step. The demon power that rushed into the sky emerged, and the green light ran through the entire sky over New York. A complete jade of 4 souls completely appeared in the body of this demon. The original jade fragments of the 4 souls, as these demons continued to devour each other and fuse with each other, completely synthesized a complete jade fragment of the 4 souls. Here it is. Big Wolf said. Tony looked at the huge demon like flesh and felt his scalp tingle. Without taking a step, the ground trembled. Thief, ha ha ha, the jade of the 4 souls is finally back. Blackbeard's voice sounded. Nick. Fury looked at Blackbeard, who was staring at the mountain of flesh at the demon. A white halo appeared in Blackbeard's hand. Blackbeard waved his fist and clicked, and the sound of glass shattering sounded. Roar. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the demon, which was like a mountain of meat, and let out a howl of pain, and the sound contained the sound of men, women, and children mixed together. Thief, ha ha ha, is this the jade of the 4 souls? Blackbeard looked at the demon of the meat mountain assemblage and said with a big smile on his face. The crack that had been punched by itself was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blackbeard, our battle is not over yet. The extremely cold breath flowed, and half of the pheasant's body appeared in front of Blackbeard. What a hassle! Blackbeard looked at the pheasant, and blood appeared in his pupils. Darkness swelled, like a stream of water, emerged from Blackbeard's body, constantly flowing around. Devour everything! A white cold air appeared around the pheasant, and layers of thick ice appeared on the ground as the cold air stirred. The constant collision of darkness and ice formed two distinct and different auras. At this moment, spatial cracks emerged. Blackbeard and Pheasant all looked at the spatial crack that suddenly appeared. This change made Nick, Tony, and others also look at the spatial crack with some surprise. A red-haired figure wearing flip-flops walked out from the spatial crack. Redhead. The green pheasant looked at the redhead and squinted slightly. Thief, ha ha ha, it seems that this time it was me who won. Blackbeard looked at the arrival of the redhead and said with a big laugh. Then this matter ends here, how about giving me a face? The redhead looked at the green pheasant and said in a deep voice. The green pheasant squinted slightly at the red hair that suddenly appeared. Shanks. Nick. Although Fury and the others didn't know why the green pheasant looked solemnly at the one-armed man who came out of the spatial crack. But Nick. Fury knew very well that this man should be friend or foe. It's a big trouble now. Nick murmured. Tony saw it too. The jade of the four souls we took away, this thing is not a good thing in this world. The redhead said slowly. Hearing the redhead's words, the green pheasant squinted slightly. I can't assume I didn't hear that. A golden light flashed, and the yellow ape appeared beside the green pheasant. Shanks looked at the yellow ape and frowned. On Kaido's side, only the red dog is contained, although the red dog is not Kaido's opponent, but it is still no problem to drag it. Thief, ha ha ha, it looks like there is still a fight. Blackbeard said with a big laugh. Shanks glanced at Blackbeard with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but didn't say anything more. It seems inevitable. Shanks said slowly, pulling out the long knife griffin at his waist. Blackbeard and Shanks burst out with a terrifying overlord-colored domineering aura at the same time, directly tearing the sky dome apart. The boundless domineering blowing coats of the green pheasant and the yellow ape hunted. Tony and the others felt a blank brain for a while, and the terrifying overlord-colored domineering almost made them faint directly. But even so, they felt that it was difficult to breathe for a while. Tony's face turned a little red, and his hands were clenched tightly. Such a feeling, this feeling of powerlessness, Tony did not want to experience it. Thief, ha ha ha, Shanks and the two of them will be handed over to you. Blackbeard said to Shanks. Shanks nodded, and the griffin in his hand instantly turned into a black knife, looking at the green pheasant and the yellow ape. Blackbeard looked at the mountain of demon meat. The yellow ape just wanted to stop Blackbeard, but the next moment he was directly interrupted by Shanks. If you want to pass, gamble your life and try it. Shanks looked at the pheasant and the yellow ape and said. Chapter 71. It's really terrible, one by one, like monsters, it is worthy of being one of the four emperors. The yellow ape scratched his head and looked at Shanks and said slowly. The Tiankong cloud sword in his hand appeared directly, and an ice saber also appeared in the Qing pheasant's hand. The two tacitly attacked Shanks one after the other. Blackbeard attacked directly towards the demon meat mountain. Big Wolf, think of a way, what should we do now? Tony said to Big Wolf. King Ben can't do anything either. Big Wolf shook his head and said. Then watch Blackbeard take the jade of the four souls away. Tony looked at Big Wolf and said. Nick. Fury had a twinkle in his eyes. Didn't Big Wolf say that the demon after the fusion can stop Blackbeard? Natasha spoke at this time. That's what I said. Big Wolf nodded. So what's going on? The flesh and blood of Natasha's punch by Blackbeard's punch flew and almost disintegrated. That was after the complete fusion, and now although these demons are fused together, the will in the body has not been completely fused, each has its own will, even if you want to exert your strength, you can't exert it. Big Wolf explained. Maybe we should call, Wolverine is back. Nick. Fury said in a deep voice. Hi. Tony looked at Nick. Fury, instantly understood Nick. What exactly does Fury mean? It is to let the motherland people deal with Blackbeard. At present, the only people who can deal with Blackbeard in New York seem to be the people of the motherland. But is this possible? Just as several people were discussing countermeasures, a loud laugh interrupted them. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard's laughter rang out. The demon that fused into the meat mountain had been shattered, and a complete Jade of 4 Souls was emerging in front of Blackbeard. Just when Blackbeard was proud, a figure appeared in front of Blackbeard. Long hair, suit, carrying a large knife, one grabbed the Jade of the 4 Souls. In Blackbeard's eyes, this figure directly ate the Jade of the 4 Souls. The demon power that rushed into the sky skyrocketed, running through heaven and earth. Thank you. Chen Haonan looked at Blackbeard with a smile on his face. Blackbeard's pupils shrank, but he didn't expect that he was actually picked by someone else. Chen Haonan. Tony looked at Chen Haonan who appeared. According to Chen Haonan's strength, it should not be Blackbeard's opponent. Coulson said from the sidelines. I don't know. Natasha shook her head, then looked at Big Wolf. What are you doing watching King Ben? King Ben didn't know, and Chen Haonan hadn't heard of it. Big Wolf thought carefully and then said. You look for death. Blackbeard's angry voice sounded. The power of the furious vibration erupted. In an instant, the terrifying power directly attacked Chen Haonan. Crimson scales appeared on Chen Haonan's body, and a pair of demon horns appeared on his head. The Jade of the 4 Souls made the Kylan blood in Chen Haonan's body evolve again, this time different from the previous Kylan demon. This time, Chen Haonan not only had crimson scales all over his body, but also a pair of unicorn horns grew on his head, and the aura on his body became more and more violent. Chen Haonan waved the snow-drinking knife in his hand and directly collided with Blackbeard. The crimson glow collided with the white glow constantly. Blackbeard's face changed, looking at Chen Haonan. He didn't expect that Chen Haonan actually had the strength to compete with him now. Tony and the others did not expect that the increase in the Jade of the 4 Souls was even greater than they thought. It's really unexpected. The yellow ape glanced at Blackbeard's side, and then said. Hearing the words of the yellow ape, Shanks also looked at Blackbeard. Blackbeard is fending off Chen Haonan's attack. The furious knife chi continued to pour down with Chen Haonan's slash. Blackbeard can only be passively defensive. Turning into a unicorn demon, especially under the increase of the Jade of the 4 Souls, Lu Yuz took a look at the system's rating of Chen Haonan now. It has reached the 6-star level. It will not be weaker than Blackbeard and the others, even if it is weak, but with the existence of the Jade of 4 Souls in the body, it is not weak. Blackbeard looked at Chen Haonan with indescribable anger on his face. Even Lu Yuz didn't expect that Chen Haonan would actually use this way to get through this difficulty. Lu Yuz also plans to let Xianba appear to help Chen Haonan through this difficulty. It's a pity that the script is a little different from what Lu Yuz imagined, but it's not bad, the emotional value has been earned, and it's not a loss. The rest can be done slowly. Then the hero is coming out later, and this big drama should almost end. Lu Yuz thought with a smile. New York has broken down half, and it has been done twice in New York. It's time to slow down. This sheep is about to be bald. Even if it is sheep, you can't always catch a sheep. It's time to change places, too. Thinking of this, Lu Yuz couldn't help but start to conceive the next script. This script should also end. It is also a good thing that the Jade of the 4 Souls fell into the hands of Chen Haonan, no matter who the Jade of the 4 Souls falls into. Anyway, in Lu Yuz's script, the Jade of the 4 Souls cannot be taken away by Blackbeard and others. Chapter 72. What do you say about the Jade of the 4 Souls? Lu Yuz took it out and did not take it back. After all, the thing is taken out, let people fight, and earn emotional value for Lu Yuz. What's the use of taking it back? Another point is that Chen Haonan, who has fused the Jade of the 4 Souls, as long as he is alive, has been bringing emotional points to Lu Yuz for so long. The most important thing is that the Void Eternal Ancient Realm is just an empty shelf. To put it bluntly, it only exists in Lu Yuz's words, and there is no actual place. At present, Lu Yuz has not drawn anything about the secret realm or the world, and now the Void Eternal Ancient Realm only exists in Lu Yuz's words, and there is no actual place. So take it back, it's better to just put it outside. Chen Haonan's side. Chen Haonan's body as a Kylan demon burned with crimson flames, and the Kylan blood in his body was completely stimulated. Accompanied by the crimson flames, Chen Haonan was like a demon god in flames, holding a snow-drinking knife and constantly swinging. Blackbeard can only passively resist. Or that sentence to the same level of strength, the skill is very important. If it is crushing the game, then I didn't say it. But strength is the same, and the most important factor that determines victory or defeat is often combat skill. Compared with Chen Haonan, although the fighting skills of Blackbeard and the others are not weak, they are still not as good as Chen Haonan, and they have the existence of martial arts moves. Don't feel that these martial arts moves are a bit stretched. In fact, at the same level, this is enough to decide the victory or defeat. The battle method of the pirate world can be regarded as more ingenious, and only the combat skills of the Navy 6 are used, and the rest rely on hard rammers and devil fruits. When the strength is similar, Chen Haonan's advantages will be infinitely amplified. This is also why Chen Haonan can press Blackbeard to fight. Not to step on hard, but to speak with facts. It looks like you've failed. The yellow ape said to Shanks. Shanks directly repelled the yellow ape with a sword. Look at Chen Haonan. Then he said, this is the end of this war. The yellow ape and the green pheasant also breathed a sigh of relief. What a joke! Blackbeard said with reluctance. But the next moment, he was directly kicked out by Chen Haonan, and he didn't have time to react, and a 42-yard footprint appeared on his chest. Aching Blackbeard rolled on the ground. Akainu and Kaido also stopped fighting. The 6 people of Yellow Ape, Red Dog, Pheasant, Kaido, Shanks, and Blackbeard face each other. Chen Haonan still maintained the state of the Kylin demon and looked at the 6. Chen Haonan also knew that he was definitely not the opponent of Kaido and the 3, but the Red Dog was there, and Chen Haonan was not afraid. As for whether the Red Dog will cooperate with them, this Chen Haonan is not worried. With the character of the Red Dog, he can't cooperate with the pirates to kill him. The use is real. But in order to deal with Chen Haonan and Blackbeard and the others, the Red Dog has not reached that level. Thief, ha ha ha, it's really a joke. End. Blackbeard's pupils appeared countless bloodshots, and he looked at Chen Haonan deadly. Shanks didn't speak. Kaido squinted slightly at Chen Haonan. Kaido is not brainless, now he is doing it, then it is 4 against 2. Only one person needed to drag him down, and the remaining 3 would deal with Blackbeard or Shanks first, and it was only a matter of time before he lost. Then that's the end of it. Shanks said to the Yellow Ape and the others, and then directly opened the spatial crack with Griffin. Thief, ha ha ha, what's your name, little ghost? Blackbeard looked at Chen Haonan and asked before leaving. Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan said towards Blackbeard. Little ghost, I remember you. Blackbeard laughed and walked into the spatial crack, and Kaido followed suit. Is that the end of it? Tony watched this scene. The darkness covering the dome disappeared, and the sun fell and shone on the earth. How else? Do you still want to invite them to dinner? Big Wolf said to Tony. It's a pity. Nick. Fury said in a deep voice. He also thought that Chen Haonan Red Dog would join forces to leave the 3 Blackbeards behind. But nothing like this happened, so it's a pity. But Nick. Fury also knew that this was just wishful thinking. It is impossible for Chen Haonan to join forces with Shiba Inu and the others. With the departure of Blackbeard and others, Chi Dog and the others glanced at Chen Haonan, and then also left, not because they didn't want to do anything to Chen Haonan, but it was still uncertain whether Blackbeard and the others would kill them back. If you do it now, it is not a good thing for them. The most important thing is the Jade of the 4 Souls, and now in Chen Haonan's hands, at least they don't have to worry about the demon. Chen Haonan also left. Not long after Chen Haonan left, among the original demon minced meat, a strong figure came out of it. Kim and Jin is not dead, of course, he is not dead, it is Lu Yus who can secretly guide and avoid Jinhee, otherwise Jinhee would have died a long time ago. Although Jinhee did not have the jade fragment of the 4 souls on his body, but the demon power on his body did not disappear, Jinhee took a deep look at Nick Fury and the others then left here. Chapter 73. The dilapidated city appears in the eyes of Nick Fury, Tony, and others. Tony and the others fell silent, and this time the battle was even more tragic than the last one. Everywhere there are ruins, and the building is crumbling. I hadn't felt it in the darkness before, but now, the darkness had dispersed, leaving behind a land of ruins. For Tony and Nick Fury, it was a big blow. In this war, they are still war correspondents, and they can't intervene at all, and at this time they all have obsessions in their hearts. That is to become stronger, at least before such a thing happens again next time, you must have the ability to influence the situation of the battle. And not that's how a war correspondent, who can only watch from the sidelines and can't do anything. On Lu Yu's side, Lu Yu's looked at his emotional value with a smile on his face, and now it is more than 30 million. This time the matter is over, Blackbeard and the others will not appear again in a short time, and the three of them have returned to the mutant school. Akainu and their Lu Yus don't have the idea of taking it back now, there's no need for that, the plot of the mutant is still there, although I don't know if it will happen because of Scott's death. But even if it doesn't happen, it's no problem, it's better to be weak if it happens, and then you can rely on Akainu and others to harvest a wave of emotional value. So no matter whether it will happen or not, Lu Yus will not lose. So what's the next script? Lu Yus looked at the cards in his hand, most of which were character cards. There are also item cards, but there seem to be only two worth arranging them, one is the divine tree fruit of the Hokage world, and the other is the immortal lizard. Needless to say, the divine tree fruit can make the Xiao organization appear, and the Xiao organization has an individual existence, and basically Lu Yus has collected it. The immortal lizard is a good choice, and compared to the divine tree fruit, the immortal lizard also has a corresponding supporting role. However, you can be a supporting role before the next big event. The immortality of the immortal lizard, coupled with the possibility of infinite growth, is still more than enough to rub before starting the next big event. Of course, there is also a Long Yuan, forget about Long Yuan's words, Lu Yus intends to use it to enhance the strength of the Xianba. If Xianba appears, it will be a little funny if he can't figure out Chen Haonan. According to Chen Haonan's current strength, the male dominate of the demon state of the mixed world may not be stronger than Chen Haonan. Compared with the current, Chen Haonan has the Jade of the Four Souls, which has completely activated the Kailan blood. It is really not possible for the male tyrant in the state of the demon state to win against Chen Haonan. Then what should be the way to let the immortal lizard appear? Lu Yus couldn't help but think. It was at this time that a news was broadcast on television. There is a living foundation to explore the spaceship, and it will return to Earth in near the future. Lu Yus's eyes lit up. Life Foundation, maybe you may not know this, but if you talk about Venom, you will understand. The Life Foundation is the company of the villain boss in Venom Part 1. If nothing else, the ship will bring back the Venom when it returns. Thinking of this, Lu Yus had a smile on his face. There it is, the card of the immortal lizard appeared in Lu Yus's hand. Borrowing the power of the system, Lu Yus directly dropped the card into space, just on the way back from the Life Foundation's spaceship. A lizard-like creature is frozen and silently floating in space, waiting for his destined person. That's it. Lu Yus said with a smile, the immortal lizard has been released. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. As for whether it will go well, Lu Yus doesn't dare to guarantee it. What if the people from the Life Foundation are unwilling to salvage? So Lu Yus has a second record, which is to fall directly as an outer space creature. As long as it's not in New York, anyway. Wait for the sheep in New York, the wool will grow together, and now, there is no need for that. If he continues, Lu Yus is afraid that all the people in New York will run out, so will he move with him? And it's all happening in New York, it's not fair, it's not cooked at all. So it's necessary for the rest of America's cities to taste a little bit of shock from SCP. In all fairness, if the evil lizard is not destroyed, Lu Yus really doesn't think that this world can be handled, and the Foundation can contain it with ordinary D-class personnel. There is no reason why this world can't do it. This is still a world of American comics, mutation is not as good as a dog, and the world of transcendence is everywhere. Maybe it's going to be a hassle at first. But as long as you follow the weakness of the immortal lizard, then there is no problem at all. Can be rated 10 stars, to a greater extent, because he and Deadpool are the same type, belonging to the true sense of immortality. And the possibility of unlimited growth. To some extent, the immortal lizard is really not a powerful existence, and the difficulty lies more in its immortality and infinite growth attributes. Its immortality is somewhat similar to the rules, no matter how the means are, it cannot be completely killed. Even if it's called a fight with God, the real rule is the undead. That's the most powerful thing about it. Black, I'm hungry. Lu Yuz looked at Heidu. Black Dum glanced at Lu Yuz with some disgust, then put down the game in his hand and went to the kitchen to get food. Lu Yuz looked at the devastated New York. Got it. It's good, it's very energetic, and today is another day of nuclear peace. In the infinite darkness of space, a spaceship full of outer space creatures is flying towards Earth. Captain, an unknown creature was found in front of you, and it is suspected that another alien life form also has life characteristics fluctuating. A crew member said to the captain of the spacecraft. The captain looked at his men's report, and then took a closer look at the words sent back by the detector. A lizard-like creature in the middle of the ice was being frozen in ice, and there were vital signs, real outer space creatures, not those slime-like alien creatures that he had brought back. After hesitating for a moment, the captain directly ordered, "Prepare for salvage, go back this time, and we will be rich." Chapter 74. On the spaceship of the Life Foundation, except for Venom and the others trembling in the glass jar, the others did not feel anything unusual. Instead, I felt like I was about to make a fortune. This is a real alien creature, not a slimy-looking creature like Venom. A creature that resembles an earth lizard, the research value of which can be imagined. When the crew salvaged the immortal lizard, they immediately felt a chill for no reason, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts. Looking at the ice-engulfed immortal lizard, he became bold and took a closer look. It was a 5-meter-long, white head that was almost like a crawling creature, but other than that, there seemed to be no life in any other way. Of course, being able to float in space and still be alive shows the extraordinary nature of this creature. As long as they are brought back to Earth, each of them will become billionaires, and they will not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. With such excitement, the entire Foundation spaceship members left the cargo hold. Didn't notice the slime-like creatures being afraid of the ice mound. However, it is precisely because of the 280 that the spaceship did not crash like the original book. All the way back to San Francisco, the Earth. Compared with New York, San Francisco is not bad, and it is also very prosperous. And the most important thing here is that the existence of superhumans is not explained. Of course, it is also possible that Emom is just not there now. Does not mean that we will not have it in the future, but in general, it is quite safe on this side now. This is indeed the case at the moment. The owner of the Foundation is a man named Carlton Drake, who looks a bit like Indian. When he learned that the crew door had captured the alien creature he had specified, he also found the alien creature of the heart on the way back. Drake was directly excited. "I came here on purpose to be the first to welcome the outer space baby." In the original book, the spaceship did not arrive safely, but lost control and crashed directly abroad. Now, due to some unexpected factors, the spacecraft did not crash, but landed safely. Drake watched as his security guards transported the alien, ABFG, creatures back from outer space, first at the slime-like alien symbiote. Then he looked at the immortal lizard that was frozen with great interest. Compared to the symbiotic alien creatures, Drake is now obviously more interested in Uncle 682. Indestructible lizard, P-No-2. Comparing such an outer space creature, Drake's research soul burned. It's just that what he didn't expect was not only his research soul burning, but also the whole of San Francisco. Although the symbiote is interesting, Drake is more interested in alien creatures like Uncle 682. Especially why it can survive in space and what abilities it has, which makes Drake even more interested. After the ice cubes are sent into the research room, Drake was just about to make a move to unseal the ice lump on Uncle 682. I heard Dr. Dora, a female doctor on the side, say, "There is something wrong with the boss." Drake looked at Dora with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The symbiotes seemed to be afraid. Dora said to Drake with a solemn look in her eyes. Drake heard Dora say this, and looked at the other symbiotes locked up in the lab, visibly manic. It seems to be very uneasy. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. Thinking of this, Drake looked at the big ice mound. Could it be because of the frozen creatures? Thinking of this, Drake's eyes became more and more interested. "Boss, I think it's better for us not to touch this creature. Dora's instincts told it that once the lockdown was lifted, then the creatures inside this ice cube will bring unimaginable disasters. However, in Drake's eyes, it was now more interested in the immortal lizard. It was the first time Drake had seen such a situation, and he wanted to study it even more. Typical of being a vegetable and fun-loving, Dora couldn't stop Drake from seeing the situation, so she could only sigh secretly in her heart, hoping that the worst would not happen. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. But seeing that the security personnel prepared by Drake were all loaded and ready, I also felt some confidence in my heart. Any fear comes from a lack of firepower. Dora is the same, under the protection of these heavily armed security personnel, her heart is also a lot more settled, but that's all. The unblocking begins. Drake manipulated the temperature inside the lab to start rising, and the ice cubes weren't anything special. When the temperature rises, it will naturally dissolve. As the temperature inside the laboratory changed, the ice on the immortal lizard gradually melted. Uncle 682, who was originally frozen, opened his eyes in an instant, and there was no emotion in his cold eyes. With hatred for everything in life, he looked at Drake and the others. Drake was taken aback, and the strong uneasiness made Drake subconsciously lower the temperature inside the laboratory. Prepare to freeze it again. But it's all gone for now. The moment the immortal lizard opened its eyes, this existence, which was also well known in the Foundation, was completely revived. Cracks appear in the ice on the body. The next moment it fell off in an instant. Roar! The immortal lizard let out an angry roar, and the furious roar directly caused cracks to appear in the entire laboratory. It is worth mentioning that the laboratory where the immortal lizard was unsealed was a transparent space of a cube, surrounded by ultra-high tempered glass, which was convenient for observation and research. But in the roar of the immortal lizard, it actually began to crumble and cracks. Disgusting! The immortal lizard spat out 4 words. Clearly let Drake and the others hear the voice of the immortal lizard. They never imagined that this alien creature could actually speak. Immortal lizards can speak, but they are generally not very dick and don't talk much. Unless it is necessary to, the immortal lizard will not speak. The next moment, the immortal lizard launched a brazen attack, directly mounted on the tempered glass, and rushed out of the laboratory. Chapter 75. Drake and Dora looked at the lizard-like creature in front of them in shock. From this creature, they felt a strong sense of abhorrence for life, and hated the existence of all life. And in those eyes, the disgust for all living things is not concealed at all. Fire! Fire! The security captain said in a deep voice. Da-da! The submachine gun spewed flames, and a barrage of deadly bullets poured out. It kept falling on the body of the immortal lizard. Punch out terrifying blood holes on the body of the immortal lizard. But the immortal lizard showed no signs of pain, as if it wasn't his body, allowing the bullet to pass through his body. Roar! The immortal lizard roared, and directly pounced on the nearest security officer, and began to feast in large chunks. The injuries on his body recovered quickly. The hunt begins. Drake didn't hesitate to start running away. For him the experiment was no longer important, the important thing was to survive, which was the most important thing. Dora also began to run away. Security personnel are still struggling to resist in an attempt to eliminate the immortal lizard. But soon they screamed one by one. Then the sounds in the lab died down, leaving only an unknown silence. A huge monitor lizard lay in the laboratory, and its body, which was originally 5 meters in size, has now skyrocketed to 7 meters. This is the power of the immortal lizard. Unlimited evolution. In addition to the immortality of the rule system, the most terrifying thing about the immortal lizard is that it evolves without limit. If no one stops it, no one knows how big the immortal lizard can become, and how terrifying its evolution will be. The same immortal lizard also has a very terrifying ability, that is, whether it is from organic matter or inorganic matter, can extract the evolutionary energy they need, which is also the most terrifying place for immortal lizards, except for immortality. Of course, there is also the adaptability of the immortal lizard, which can adapt to all environments, so as to evolve the corresponding ability. For example, the appearance of the immortal lizard is not constant, it can change into a dinosaur-like appearance, and it can also grow wings. If the radiation is sufficient, it can even evolve an ability exclusive to Godzilla, the atomic oven, which gives you an atomic breath. It can even evolve dimensional strikes, space warps, and other abilities. This is the immortal lizard. A monster with invincible abilities that can evolve without anyone in charge. Drake ran out and directly blocked the test area. No one or anything in the test area should try to escape. Such an experimental base naturally has such capabilities. "Boss, what are we going to do now?" asked Dora, turning to Drake. Drake was also a little irritable. While the immortal lizard was shocking to it, it also made him feel a deep sense of awe. But just blowing up the laboratory, Drake is not reconciled. In addition to the immortal lizard, there are also alien symbiotes in the laboratory that cost a huge amount of money to get from the aliens. To blow it up means to destroy it all. This is the reason why Drake is not reconciled. Lu Yu's sighed. Came back so soon. Lu Yu's put his perspective on the body of the immortal lizard. As his own dropped off, Lu Yu's can naturally do this. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. But it's a little slow. Lu Yu's thought with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Now that the immortal lizard is still in the Foundation's laboratory, after thinking about it, Lu Yu still gave up the idea of guiding the immortal lizard. Let's go with the flow. Shield here. Big Wolf, Nick Fury, Tony, Coulson, Natasha, and Bruce Banner. That's right, Bruce Banner was directly co-opted by Nick Fury. The condition is that Nick Fury help settle the matter on General Ross's side. Naturally, Banner agreed, for something like this, and it was better to be here than to hide in some back country. Okay, now the question is, what are we going to do if something like this happens again, asked Tony, looking at Nick Fury. Hearing Tony's words, Nick Fury said with a hint of heaviness, "It's not very hard, at present, with our strength, there is no way to resist Blackbeard's level." Hearing Nick Fury's words, there was a gleam in the eyes of others, and there was a deep sense of powerlessness. How could it be so simple to improve their strength? Zero begging for flowers. If you want to improve your strength, I'm going to do it another way. Tony said slowly. Hearing Tony's words, the people all looked at Tony. The Heavens Store, said Nick Fury, raising an eyebrow. Tony nodded. Everyone else knows except Banner doesn't know, let alone Big Wolf. That's unrealistic. If you use money, it's okay to say. If you use lifespan, if you want to improve to Blackbeard's level of strength, I don't know how many lives you need to fill it. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. It's not that Nick Fury is so good and cares about other people's lives, but that the sudden mass death of a prisoner, Nick Fury can't explain it. After all, the death of hundreds or thousands of people at a time is not a trivial matter no matter where they are, and those prisoners are not orphans and have no families. In fact, for us to improve our strength, we can take it slowly. If we can prevent it in advance, then it should not cause the current situation. Natasha said suddenly. Hearing Natasha's words, Tony and the others' eyes lit up. Indeed, they only thought of the road of improving their strength, but they didn't expect to prevent this road in advance. If you can prevent it in advance, then even if it is not good, such a thing will not happen, and you can avoid such a large casualty to a large extent. Then the question is, how to prevent it? You can't find someone who has the ability to predict the future. Tony said half-jokingly. This kind of thing can be done by King Ben. The Grey Wolf stepped on the seat with one foot and said with a hint of arrogance on his face. Hear the words of the Grey Wolf. Everyone else looked at the Grey Wolf. Do you know the future? Said Tony, curiously. No, but this king can work out the sensors about spatial rifts, said the Grey Wolf in a deep voice. Well, that's science, Tony. Coulson glanced at Tony. Tony's face darkened. Chapter 76. Science? Why are you talking to me about science? Tony looked at the Grey Wolf. When did this forced thing talk about science, and when did science make all kinds of things with a broken hammer? Regarding the space crack sensor that the Grey Wolf said, Tony looked confused, but he thought that it was the unreasonable existence of the Grey Wolf, so everything seemed so reasonable. Spatial rift sensors, what's that? Asked the honest banner on the side. That's a good question, I'll tell you. The spatial crack sensor can sense the existence of a spatial crack, and once a spatial crack appears, it can be sensed. The Grey Wolf said with a smug look on his face. Then I have a question, I can sense the spatial rift, so what if the existence 280 came to our world a long time ago and was not discovered? Hearing Natasha's words, everyone else nodded, not ruling out this possibility. We need more than just spatial rift sensors, but something that can detect visitors from the other world. Nick Fury said slowly. This is easy to do, it would be good if the king was building an otherworldly breath sensor, as long as it is not a creature native to this world, it can sense it. The Grey Wolf said triumphantly. Tony, Banner fell straight into silence. Was directly stunned by the Grey Wolf. Is this still the science they understand? Every time he talks to Big Wolf, Tony feels a stomach ache in his stomach, which is obviously an extremely unscientific thing. But what the Grey Wolf created is very scientific. This made Tony even more confused. Then something happened that made Tony's egg hurt even more, and he watched as the Grey Wolf took out his hammer and slammed it indiscriminately. A radar-like instrument appeared in the hands of the Grey Wolf. Banner fell into silence directly, and Tony also looked at the radar instrument in the hand of the Grey Wolf with some self-sufficiency. No matter how many times, Tony felt very unscientific. That's unreasonable, isn't it? What is this Big Wolf? Natasha looked at the radar instrument in Big Wolf's hand, which was not much different from the previous demon power sensing instrument. This is an otherworldly breath sensor, which can sense all the otherworldly creatures in the entire Amelika land. Big Wolf explained to Natasha with a smile on his face. How does this work? Asked Natasha as she took it from Big Wolf's hand and turned to Big Wolf. Just press the red button, and there's specific map information. Big Grey Wolf said to Natasha. Natasha pressed the red on/off button. The instrument lights up. A radar map appeared in front of Natasha. Red dots appeared one by one. Natasha looked at the magnification function on the radar, and after zooming in directly, she found that there was a visitor from the other world in Shield, who was the Grey Wolf. In addition, there are 5 red dots in New York, and after Natasha zoomed in, she found that these 6 red dots represent Lu Yu's, Haidu, Red Dog, Yellow Ape, Green Pheasant, and Chen Haonan. Hi! Natasha exclaimed. The others looked at Natasha. What's wrong? Tony asked Natasha. There's also a red dot in San Francisco, is there something wrong with Big Wolf? Asked Natasha as she turned to Big Wolf. Impossible, absolutely impossible, there is no way that there can be a problem with the invention of this king. The Grey Wolf said confidently. San Francisco. Tony and Nick Fury glanced at each other, and it seemed that there were really other visitors from the other world. And not just in New York. Is there really nothing wrong with your invention? Asked Tony, looking at the Grey Wolf again. Of course, this king is not comparable to a second-rate scientist like you. The Grey Wolf said with a proud face. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. I'm a second-rate scientist. Tony's face darkened. If nothing else, San Francisco should have a otherworldly talent. Nick Fury said slowly. This kind of thing is better to believe in it than to believe in it. Anyway, it's all in America, not too far, and it's nothing to go over and see. Natasha, you go to San Francisco to investigate, and Hawkeye is coming back. I will inform him to meet you in San Francisco. There is no best, if there is one, you must investigate clearly. Nick Fury decided. Yes. Natasha nodded, then looked at the instrument in her hand. Then I'll take this instrument first. Natasha said to the Big Wolf. Take it. The Grey Wolf said generously. Natasha nodded, and then left Shield and headed to San Francisco, on the one hand, to confirm that there were really other visitors from the other world. On the other hand, it is to determine whether the invention of the Grey Wolf is really effective. Lu Yu's sighed. Lu Yu squinted his eyes slightly, lying on the counter, enjoying a dark massage. Yes, just a little to the left, a little lighter, well, comfortable. Lu Yu said with enjoyment on his face. Well, I don't want to bother you, but it looks like I didn't come at the right time. A pretty voice rang out. A long-haired girl with long blonde hair appeared in the store. No, you didn't bother, what do you need? Lu Yu said with a hint of color in his eyes as he looked at the visitor. Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider, or Spider-Woman, Spider-Man all point to her. I was just passing through here, and you know that there was a terrible 0.2 disaster in New York, and a lot of shops were closed, and I just wanted to buy something. Gwen said slowly, looking at the empty cargo rack. Do you have anything interesting here? Asked Gwen as she turned to Lu Yu's. Interesting stuff, this young lady, you're in the right place, I don't know what you want? Lu Yu's looked at Gwen with a fox smile. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Gwen looked at Lu Yu's with a hint of suspicion, feeling that she really wanted to enter a black shop. Now Gwen has not yet obtained the ability of Spider-Man, and is still just an ordinary girl. Chapter 77. Boss, are you kidding? Gwen looked at Lu Yu's. Did Lu Yu's really have these things? Certainly not kidding. Lu Yu said as he spoke. A blood-colored long knife appeared in his hand. The old actor of our store, the streamer Starfall knife. This knife can summon meteors, miss, do you want to try it? Lu Yu looked at Gwen with a fox smile on his face. Gwen. Looking at the blood-colored long knife in Lu Yu's hand, although he didn't know how Lu Yu took it out, the knife was really good looking, but could it really summon meteors? Don't like it, but what about this? A golden bead appeared in Lu Yu's hand. Long Yuan, the legendary magical treasure conceived in the body of the dragon, something that can only be obtained by killing the dragon. After taking it, you will gain magical power, and even incarnate into a dragon-like existence. Lu Yu looked at Gwen and said. Gwen took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yu. Boss, you won't be fooling me for a fool, how is this possible? Gwen looked at the long yuan in Lu Yu's hand, and couldn't help but complain. Lu Yu looked at Gwen a little speechlessly, then what do you need, Miss 19? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Gwen thought about it seriously and then said, do you have that kind of handsome ability? Handsome ability, let me think. Lu Yu touched his chin and thought about it carefully, and then his eyes lit up. A golden fruit with a strange pattern appeared in Lu Yu's hand. Glitter fruit, the secret treasure of the sea from the pirate world. If you eat it, you will become a glitter person, able to elementalize, and even move at the speed of light, emit lasers, and other abilities. Handsome, practical, it is the best choice for pretending. Lu Yu said to Gwen. Gwen looked at the glittering fruit in Lu Yu's hand. The golden fruit had a strange pattern, it was a fruit she had never seen before. As for what Lu Yu said, Gwen didn't believe it, just regarded Lu Yu as a secondary disease. That's it, how much? Gwen said to Lu Yu. Money? This thing can't be bought with money, the price tag, 1,000 years of life. Lu Yu said with a smile. For the sake of you, if you are a big beauty, 700 years of life will do. Lu Yu looked at Gwen and said. Gwen? When I put a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that you have a problem. Boss, are you serious? Can life still be used as currency? Gwen finally sensed something was wrong. Could it be that what the boss said was true? Why can't it be used as currency? With me, you can buy anything. For example, if you want to buy life, you can buy it, $10 million a year. If you want to sell your lifespan, you can also buy $100,000 a year. Lu Yu said with a smile. Gwen was a little powerless to complain. Boss, you are not black anymore, your whole body is black. Boss, I don't have that much life. Gwen said to Lu Yu, with some reluctance in her eyes. Well, that's a shame. Lu Yu said with a hint of a smile, and then looked at Gwen with a look of pity. Customers can come to my store at any time if they need it, and I believe in the potential of them. Lu Yu said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Gwen left with some reluctance. Looking at Gwen who left, Lu Yu had a smile on the corner of his mouth. There is a ghost spider in this world, but I don't know if there is still Spider-Man. But it's a little hard to say, this is the American comic world is more complicated, and anything can happen. But the specific version of Spider-Man Lu Yu's is not very clear. The three versions of Spider-Man are all classics, of course, it may also be Spider Demon. Lu Yuz remembered that there was a world where Peter Parker became a Spider Demon, not Spider-Man, but directly turned into a half-human, half-spider monster. Anyway, the ghost spider is there, but I don't know if there are any other Spider-Mans, and Lu Yuz doesn't know very well this side of San Francisco. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. In the Life Foundation research base, a day passed. Drake looked at the closed research base and breathed a sigh of relief. At least the monster didn't break out, then he still had a chance to save it. After all, the Life Foundation is not a small company. How can it be small with a company that develops rockets on its own and even sends people to space exploration? As long as the situation does not expand, then there is still a chance to save everything. I just don't know what the specific situation is in the experimental base. One day was enough time for Drake to assemble a security team again. This time, Drake, just in case, used his connections to buy a large number of weapons, even including RPG.C4 heavy firepower weapons. As for tanks or anything, don't think about it, in conjunction with Drake's non-high-performance suicide drones. Drake felt like he was on his feet again. As the door to the experimental base opened, a team of security personnel armed to the teeth walked in, and Drake did not go inside, but watched the pair of security personnel carrying 090 cameras from the outside, watching the changes in the inside of the laboratory. The interior of the once luxurious laboratory was in ruins, littered with claw marks and signs of destruction. The laboratory where the symbiote was held has been completely destroyed. There were puddles of slime on the ground, the signs of the symbiote's death. At the same time, in a small alley in San Francisco, Eddie Black was on his way home when suddenly a black wriggling squirming slime-like mass appeared in front of him. Eddie Black walked over with some confusion and looked at the black wriggling squirming slime. The next moment, the black slime directly pasted his face and merged into Eddie Black's body. Eddie Black looked confused. Was it just his own hallucination? If Lu Yuz saw this scene, he would sigh at the miracle of fate. Venom didn't die, he ran out, and he still met Eddie Black. Eddie Black returned home with a puzzled face, but because of the change in the plot, Eddie Black was not fired for peeking at his girlfriend's documents to trouble Drake, and his girlfriend was not implicated in losing her job and breaking up with him because Eddie was in trouble with Drake. Chapter 78. Eddie, what's wrong with you? Asked Eddie's girlfriend, Anne Wei-ying, as she turned to Eddie. Seeing that Eddie's face was a little pale and not very good, Anne had concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Eddie looked at his girlfriend with a forced smile on his face and said, and then his body was very hungry, the kind of hunger that he couldn't control. In the frightened eyes of his girlfriend, Eddie began to dismantle the house as in the plot, constantly rummaging for other things to eat. This side of the Foundation lab. The new security team is carefully exploring the entire experimental base. Drake looked at the video from the surveillance, and looked at his experimental base, especially the dead symbiotes, with a distressed expression. It's not easy to get by. But after looking at the laboratory area where the immortal lizard was originally held, Drake fell silent. There was blood everywhere, and something dry white, something resembling a snake molting in place. Drake, but the doctor of biology realized something instantly, the reason why the monster was not breaking the laboratory, but was molting. Now should be when he is at his weakest. Find it, kill it. Drake ordered directly in the headset, and now Drake can't care so much. Judging from the situation at the scene, the situation was even worse than he thought, and now he didn't want to capture the indestructible lizard alive. The most important thing is to solve this hidden danger, otherwise, he will be finished, and the experimental items are not as important as their current company and status. If the laboratory is destroyed, then the vegetables will be rebuilt, and as long as the Foundation is there, he will not be short of money. But if something unexpected really happens, then everything for him will be in flames. As a smart man, Drake naturally knows what to give up and what not to give up. Security has received a new order. From capturing alive to hunting, in this way, there is a lot less pressure, and if you capture it alive, you also have to consider whether the firepower is strong or weak. If they are too strong, it is easy to kill the target directly, although they don't know that the other party is not dead, but if they are too weak, they are easy to be counter-killed. Now that it has turned directly into hunting, then there is nothing to worry about. The security team began to follow the path inside the laboratory, exploring carefully. Finally, in a hall, the sleeping behemoth was found. Drake also saw this scene from the surveillance. A 20-meter-long monitor lizard was entrenched in the hall, surrounded by bloodstains, and it seemed that all the creatures in the laboratory had been devoured by this monster. What terrified Drake even more was that the monster was only 5 meters long when it first appeared, but now it has become a huge thing of 20 meters. Other than that, except for the white on the head, everything else has turned into black scales, as if it has evolved some kind of ability. This frightened Drake even more. The target is sleeping, settle C4 first, the security captain said. Such a behemoth has exceeded their expectations. Security guards begin to secure C4. The next moment, the immortal lizard opened its blood-colored eyes, with boundless coldness in them, an abomination of any life. Roar! The immortal lizard let out a furious roar. Fire! The security captain's heart sank, and he couldn't care so much, so he fired instantly. Machine gun fire. Suicide drones began bombing. Accompanied by a hail of bullets, there were explosions that rang out constantly. It lasted a full 10 minutes. The security captain made a ceasefire gesture. With a serious look on his face, he looked at the immortal lizard in the smoke. The smoke cleared. Countless bullet holes appeared on the surface of the indestructible lizard's body, as well as gaps in flesh that had been blown away by the explosion. But the cold world-weary eyes remained. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. It means that the immortal lizard is not dead. On top of that, those single holes, as well as the flesh gaps that had been blown away by the non-explosion, were being restored at a breakneck pace. Fire! The security captain roared, with a look of horror in his eyes. Gunfire rang out again. But this time, the immortal lizard moved towards these security personnel directly slaughtered. Drake looked at the scene in the surveillance with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. I pressed a red button next to me. Self-detonation procedure at the experimental base. This was originally used by Drake to prevent accidental discovery and destroy evidence, but now it has other functions. The security personnel who were fighting suddenly heard the cold female voice of the experimental base system. The base is completely blocked. The self-detonation program is activated. Countdown, 59, 58, 57. Fake, the security captain roared, eager to kill Drake. This guy wants them to die here. Drake's idea is very simple and pure. The experimental base will be blown up, and when the time comes, just say that there was an accident at the experimental base. Just donate some money and it's over. This kind of operation is normal in America. As long as everything here is destroyed, then everything is easy to say. On Natasha's side, Natasha was holding the instrument in her hand, looking at the red dot on the instrument, and she was followed by Hawkeye, who had just returned from a mission abroad. "Does this thing really work in your hand?" asked Hawkeye, curiously. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem," Natasha said dryly. She also suspected that there was something wrong with the otherworldly aura detector in her hand. "This place is full of barren mountains and mountains, is it really, Zhao Hao, and otherworldly creatures here? What is this?" Hawkeye looked at a sign hanging in front of him. "Life Foundation Research and Experiment Center." Hawkeye read the words on the sign. Natasha said with her pupils and looked at the instrument in her hand, where the position of the red dot was closed in this so-called experimental center. Natasha and Hawkeye looked at each other. "Do you know what this Life Foundation is?" asked Natasha as she turned to Hawkeye. "I've heard of it, it seems to be a large group that researches biotechnology and medicine," Hawkeye said slowly. "You don't mean to say that the otherworldly life we're looking for is here?" Hawkeye said half-jokingly. Natasha nodded. Hawkeye. Chapter 79. Hawkeye took a deep breath. It wasn't legal for America to trespass on other people's places, especially a group as large as the Life Foundation. Even if they are SHIELD agents, it will be difficult to get out if they are caught. Just as Hawkeye and Natasha were thinking about how to get in, the mutation happened. First, the ground shook, followed by a lack of holes, and finally a burst of fire. Natasha and Hawkeye glanced at each other. Something went wrong. Natasha and Hawkeye run ahead, and soon, a blazing building appears in Natasha and Hawkeye's eyes, accompanied by an endless wave of heat. Natasha and Hawkeye had a hint of doubt in their eyes. "Natasha, look at the red dot on that instrument," Hawkeye said to Natasha. Natasha reacted and looked at the instrument in her hand. "The red dot is still there," Natasha said in a deep voice. Hearing Natasha's words, Hawkeye looked at the sea of fire in front of him. "Are you sure that there are still creatures that can survive in such a situation? Look at the experimental base that has turned into a sea of fire." Hawkeye couldn't believe that any creature could survive such a situation. "This is no joke." 487 to know in a way. Natasha didn't believe it either, but now, she was a little unsure. Hawkeye hadn't been in New York before, and she didn't know how terrible the big battle was on New York's side. It's also normal for Hawkeye not to believe it. But Natasha is different. Natasha has seen firsthand how terrible those otherworldly beings are. It was at this time, in the midst of the fire, a massive skeleton emerged from the flames. That's right, it's the skeleton that is still burning with fire. Soon the fire was gone. Only the charred skeleton was left walking, and then something happened that shattered all three views. This skeleton is constantly being repaired and restored quickly. Natasha and Hawkeye held their breath, and at this moment they saw this scene. The terrifying impact made them almost forget to breathe. With the repair of the skeleton, a creeping creature 30 meters long appeared in front of them. Surrounded by a terrifying aura, there are fiery red lines on his body. As mentioned earlier, the terrifying adaptability of the immortal lizard can adapt to all kinds of bad environments, and it has evolved all kinds of incredible abilities. Now that the immortal lizard has evolved again, those fiery red lines on its body represent that the indestructible lizard has mastered the ability of flame. "Natasha, don't tell me, we're going to deal with this big guy." Hawkeye swallowed. "It's not like admitting it, but I'm afraid it's it," Natasha said in a deep voice. The immortal lizard's eyes looked at Natasha and Hawkeye with boundless hatred, an abomination of all life in the world. Not against any one person, but against any human being. Looking at those cold eyes, Natasha and Hawkeye's heartbeats slowed down. "I want to know how to get this thing done," Hawkeye asked quietly in Natasha's ear. Natasha looks at Hawkeye. "You ask me? I want to know." "Run," Natasha said to Hawkeye, making the right decision. Hawkeye and Natasha start to run for it. The immortal lizard behind him chased after him. Natasha and Hawkeye run away while calling Nick Fury. "Director, it's an emergency here," Natasha said to Nick Fury. SHIELD headquarters. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Nick Fury, Tony, Banner, Big Wolf, Coulson are all there. Hearing Natasha's voice, Natasha briefly recounted her experience. Nick Fury's face darkened. Tony couldn't help but snort. Tony then directly asked Jarvis to mobilize his home's satellite surveillance, BJAI, now, BJAI, where Natasha was and where they were. Then the video appeared in front of Nick Fury and others. "Look at the 30-meter-long behemoth." Nick Fury and the others fell silent. "I want to know where this thing came from," Tony said in a deep voice. "This kind of thing, no matter how you look at it, doesn't want to be an Earth creature." Everyone else was silent for a while. How could they possibly know? "Do you know what?" Banner asked as he turned to the wolf. "How could King Ben know?" The Grey Wolf said angrily. "It really didn't know about the existence of the immortal lizard." "I'll go to the Heavens store, the boss should know," Tony said slowly. "I'll go too." Nick Fury looked at the words from the satellite surveillance with a hint of heaviness in his eyes. According to Natasha, this thing was blown up and only the skeleton remained, but it could be restored. This has exceeded their expectations. Soon Tony and Nick Fury arrived at Lu Yu's shop. "Yo, rare guest, Tony, it's been a long time, and you've slept with the girl on the cover recently." Lu Yu looked at Tony with a smile. "Boss, don't make trouble, we have something urgent to find you," Tony said to Lu Yu's. Jarvis then placed the satellite projection in front of Lu Yu's. "This guy?" Lu Yu's looked at the immortal lizard in his words, and pretended to be a little surprised and said, "Boss, you know." Tony said as he asked Lu Yu's. Nick Fury also looked at Lu Yu's. "I know, but it's the old rule, $100 million. Lu Yu said to Tony. Tony said with some complaints, "Boss, shouldn't you give a discount after making so many trades? This is already the price after the discount, if it is under normal circumstances, at least 1,000 years of life, after all, this thing can destroy the world." Lu Yu said with a smile. Nick Fury and Tony had a look of solemnity in their eyes. Of course, Lu Yu's statement about destroying the world is an exaggeration, but if it is not an exaggeration, can they believe it? There really isn't any problem with the immortal lizard taking out a world. There's no growth limit, and in a way, it's not an exaggeration to say that it can destroy a world. It's true, it's just a little difficult, and no one knows how big this immortal lizard can grow until proper containment procedures are in place. Chapter 80. It's really not to scare you when it says it can destroy the world, this thing can really do that kind of thing. Lu Yu touched his chin and said slowly. "Boss, you tell me in detail." Tony asked with a serious look in Lu Yu's eyes. "In that case, let me elaborate on it." Lu Yu looked at Tony and Nick Fury and said. "This thing's name is the Indestructible Lizard, SCP Foundation No. SCP-682. Originally, it was contained in a foundation called SCP, and as for what the SCP Foundation is, it has little to do with you, anyway. This foundation has been completely split and destroyed for unknown reasons. All you need to know is the information about the immortal lizard." Lu Yu said with a smile. Nick Fury understood the meaning of Lu Yu's words. This foundation is similar to the existence of an organization, specializing in containing these monsters. The most important thing is number 682. In other words, there are at least 600 and more things like the immortal lizard in front of them. I don't know how the immortal lizard came to this world, but it's not a good thing, so I'll tell you about the immortal lizard's power, and you'll know why I said it can destroy the world. First of all, the first one, adaptation. It can adapt to various environments, and this time is very short. The second grows infinitely. The immortal lizard has no upper limit of growth, it can grow indefinitely, as long as no one stops the destruction of the world. It is not a difficult thing for it. Wang Defa. Tony looked at Lu Yu's. How could there be a creature that could do it to this extent, without any upper limit of growth? What does this mean? Tony, as a scientist, knows what it means, even if he doesn't know much about biology. As long as the immortal lizard is given time, then destroying the world is really easy and trivial. I don't know yet. The third characteristic of the immortal lizard can extract the energy it needs from anything, whether it is organic or inorganic, which means that anything can make the immortal lizard stronger, but it depends on the amount of energy provided. Lu Yu said with a smile. At this moment, Nick Fury can't do it. The first two are fine, but this one is not too foul. From anything, that means steel, plastic, etc., the immortal lizard can extract the energy it needs. Of course, if the first three are a bit foul at best, then the last characteristic of the immortal lizard is that it is unlocked and bloody, and it is immortal. The Foundation has experimented, with any weapon, with any attack, on the physical level, on the mental level, on the rules level, on the causal level. There is only one answer, that is, immortal, a monster that cannot be destroyed in the true sense, a monster that can only be contained, and cannot be destroyed. Lu Yu's dropped a bombshell again. It made Tony and Nick Fury dizzy. Undead monsters. Immortality plus the previous three characteristics. As long as you grow up, it is indeed invincible in the true sense. Boss, you mean, the Foundation did any experiments to kill it, but it didn't. I can understand that, right, said Tony. It's okay for you to understand it this way. The immortal lizard has done too many experiments. In a sense, it has fought with gods, danced with demons, and fought with monsters that also have the same immortal ability as it, and the final result is that they all end up without a problem. Maybe the immortal lizard can't beat them, but they can't kill the immortal lizard. Lu Yu said with a smile. So what are we going to do, said Nick Fury with a hint of intersection. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Don't worry, didn't I say how to deal with the immortal lizard? Lu Yu said with a smile. It's very simple to deal with the immortal lizard. The current indestructible lizard looks huge, but its strength is not yet to the point where it can't be resisted. You just need to completely destroy it at this time, and don't give it any chance to extract energy, but before that. Speaking of this, Lu Yu's deliberately paused. Tony looked at Lu Yu's with an anxious look on his face, as did Nick Fury. Okay, don't tease you, before containing, you also have to prepare something to contain it. Prepare a 5mx5mx5m easy, of which it is best to use a 25 cm acid-resistant steel plate as the inner wall. Fill it with hydrochloric acid, let the immortal lizard soak in it, but it is worth noting that no one comes close to communicate with it. Lu Yu said slowly. Can you kill it by doing this? Asked Tony, looking at Lu Yu's. Didn't I say it's immortal, Tony-san? You know you didn't do a good job in class. Lu Yu said half-jokingly. This can effectively stop the activities of the immortal lizard. It is worth noting that this can only contain it, cannot kill it, although hydrochloric acid continues to decompose its body, but cannot kill it. It can also extract energy from hydrochloric acid, but compared to other things, the energy contained in hydrochloric acid is insignificant. If nothing else, containment is no problem. Pay attention to isolate anything other than hydrochloric acid into the container. Lu Yu said in a deep voice. Nick Fury nodded earnestly, then looked at Tony. Tony nodded in agreement. So the question is, how do you fit a 30-meter behemoth into a 5mx5mx5m container, said Tony, looking at the surveillance video from the satellite. Hearing Tony's words, Nick Fury also looked at Lu Yu's, meaning, you have collected the money, of course you have to get things done. When attacked by destruction, the immortal lizard regenerates as a reptilian creature with a white head that is 5 meters in size. Lu Yu said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tony and Nick Fury also had a plan in their hearts to solve the immortal lizard. Lu Yu looked at this scene with a smile on his face, and he was not worried. If it really didn't work, just let the three generals make a move. Chapter 81. Did I forget something? Lu Yu touched his chin and couldn't help but think that he seemed to have forgotten something. By the way, the motherland. Where are the motherlanders now? After the motherland was stabbed by the guy Deadpool in the chrysanthemum, the follow-up Road Yus didn't care. Where did the motherland run now? Thinking of this, Lu Yu directly turned his perspective to the motherland, with a strange look on his face. The motherland actually ran to the moon. To be precise, I ran into the realm of the Inhumans on the moon. Inhumans are different from mutants, and Inhumans were born from experiments done by the Kree, but they are actually similar to mutants in that they all have extraordinary abilities. However, there is an essential difference between the two. The birth of the Inhumans was caused by the experiments of the Kree people, and the transformation of the 037 race was due to the experiments of the Celestial Group. Moreover, the Inhumans themselves do not have the ability to self-awaken, and need something called Terrigen to do it. Mutants, on the other hand, are self-awakened, and only those who have Cause X in their bodies can become mutants. Back to the present. Lu Yu looked at the motherland who ran to the moon, and was a little speechless, but thinking about it, the motherland was so face-saving and the chrysanthemum was exploded. Is still a dead pervert in a black and red tights. The key is that this pervert is still very open-mouthed, and he talks about everything outside. Naturally, the motherland couldn't get along on the earth, so they accidentally ran to the moon and came to the realm of the Inhumans. After a little observation, Lu Yu didn't care. Then he set his sights on San Francisco. Natasha and Hawkeye are running fast. But compared to the 30-meter giant, Natasha and Hawkeye will be caught up even if they are fast. Fuck. Hawkeye cursed angrily and fired an arrow in the back, and the arrow carrying the high explosive charge accurately hit one of the eyes of the immortal lizard. Bang! An explosion rang out, and one of the eyes of the immortal lizard was blown away, revealing a pitch-black eye socket. Natasha, hasn't the director called back yet? Hawkeye asked as she ran for her life. Not yet. Natasha said without looking back. Then the two finally saw a car nearby, got into the car directly, connected the wiring and lightened, and drove the car all the way. The immortal lizard behind him roared, and the eyes that had been blown out had been restored. With boundless coldness, he looked at Natasha and Hawkeye who were fleeing in front. Meanwhile, Eddie, who had just finished a checkup from the hospital, walked out. "Hey, if I were you, I wouldn't be going back now." A voice rang out in Eddie's ears. "Who is it?" said Eddie, looking around a little nervously. "I'm stupid and you, run out of this city." Venom's voice rang out. "Are you the black thing?" said Eddie, reacting to Venom. "It's me, but now isn't the time to talk about these things, the big ones are coming." Venom said to Eddie. "What's coming?" said Eddie, looking around in confusion. "Fool, I'll let you see clearly." The next moment, Venom stretched out its tentacles, grabbed the surrounding houses directly, and jumped onto a tall building with Eddie. "Look ahead, idiot!" Venom's voice rang out. Eddie looked up in horror and saw the terrifying giant creature rushing towards downtown San Francisco. "Coax you, shit!" Eddie looked at the immortal lizard with a hellish look. "What's that?" Eddie asked, looking at Venom. "Hell knows what it is, but now it's time for us to run away," Venom said to Eddie, covering Eddie's body, turning into a strong creature that was completely black, with only white eyes. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Venom just wanted to run away in the opposite direction. After all, the impression left by the immortal lizard was too deep for Venom to have the slightest desire to fight. Hey, wrong, put it in reverse." Eddie immediately stopped Venom. "There's nothing wrong with that." Venom corrected Eddie. "Fack, my girlfriend is still at home, I'm going to save her," Eddie said to Venom. "You're going to die," Venom said unceremoniously. "I don't care, either I go and save her or die together," Eddie said to Venom. Venom was silent, then looked at the immortal lizard, and then said to Eddie, "Then hurry up and act." Eddie immediately manipulated his body and rushed towards his home in a jumping motion through the tall building. "Same Natasha on this side. It looks like we've made the wrong decision." Looking at the urban area in front of him, Hawkeye said with a wry smile. "It's not up to us to decide, even if we do, this monster will come," Natasha said very clearly. Hearing Natasha's words, Hawkeye was a little speechless. Soon Natasha's phone rang. "Director," Natasha said to Nick Fury. "Natasha has found a solution, but it will take time, try to hold it off," Nick Fury said to Natasha. "Natasha, MMP. Are you sure you're not going to let yourself die? This kind of monster is not something he can hold back anyway." But soon, Natasha spotted a strangely shaped car appearing next to her, the Batmobile. "Batman." Natasha looked at Batman. "Maybe this lady, you should tell me how you can deal with this monster," Batman said to Natasha. "You contacted us about this, and he told me to hold him back," Natasha said in a deep voice. Apparently Natasha also knows about Batman's existence, but 1.4 is normal, if you don't know, then it's a problem. Hearing Natasha's words, Batman called Nick Fury directly. Nick Fury did not hesitate to tell Batman the plan directly, and for Batman, Nick Fury also wanted to include Batman in his Avengers. It's a pity that Batman doesn't bird him much, he just moves on his own 1/3 of an acre of land, and rarely comes out to wave outside. Most of the time in Gotham and the Joker against the line, as for the rest, the others have nothing to do with him Batman, but this time there are no reliable superheroes in San Francisco at the moment, so Batman rushed over to support. Chapter 82. Here we have to talk about this world. New York has Avengers such as Tony, Boston has Wonder Woman, Gotham has Batman, Star City has Green Arrow and so on. Basically, every big city where America is famous is basically a superhero. San Francisco was originally supposed to have it, such as Venom, but unfortunately, now the plot has completely changed. Originally, Venom encountered such a crisis because of the city it guarded, because Venom had not had time to appear. That's one of the reasons why Batman is here. It's like each superhero has their own jurisdiction, and generally doesn't come to the other's city to do things. Although it feels like the animal world, each superhero has his own territory, which is a bit outrageous but it is true. In a way, there doesn't seem to be a problem with that. Back to the present. Batman learns information from Nick Fury, and his mind is headed for a countermeasure. After all, the huge size of 19 and 30 meters long, even if it is a reptile, is at least as tall as a building with 7 or 8 floors. It's not easy to stop such a big guy. First of all, it's about luring this guy out of San Francisco. Batman said in a deep voice. Hearing Batman's words, Natasha glanced at Batman. If it were that simple, she would have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Looks like we are going to ask for foreign help. Batman said slowly, there is only one person who has the ability to take this big guy out of downtown San Francisco. Super. As for the Motherland and the Hulk, they are not in Batman's consideration. Needless to say, the Motherland is a bad guy himself. Whether he will agree or not is another matter. The key is that no one can be found now. The Motherland on the moon sneezed. Who was thinking about me? And then with a smile on his face, he continued to watch the Inhumans in front of him dance a gorgeous dance, and then play music, and then dance. As for the Hulk? Now that the transformation is out of control, it is difficult to say whether letting the Hulk come is saving San Francisco or destroying San Francisco. Batman then came up with his plan, which was agreed to by Nick Fury. Nick Fury leaves to arrange for SHIELD agents to find Da Chao, who is harvesting wheat at home. Super's family has a farm. Looking at the people from SHIELD, Da Chao said hello to his parents, and then took the people from SHIELD to a remote place. SHIELD agents also came to explain. Da Chao hesitated for a moment but agreed, said to his parents, and saw that his parents agreed, so Da Chao left with the people of SHIELD. When there was no one, Da Chao directly incarnated as Superman and flew towards San Francisco. This side of San Francisco. The crowd surged. Venom jumps through the streets, and soon Eddie returns home and sees his girlfriend, Annie. Before Eddie could understand what was happening, he watched as Anne threw something at him. Eddie looked confused. But in Annie's point of view, she was staying at home for a good time, when suddenly a monster with black fangs and sharp teeth jumped in from outside. There is no straight level fainting, and the quality is strong. Annie, it's me. Eddie reacted, and the cloak on his body vanished to reveal his true colors. Anne looked at Eddie who appeared in front of her, and only then did she react. That monster is my boyfriend. Eddie, just now, said Anne to Eddie. Anne, there's no time to explain that much now, let's get out of here first. Eddie said to Anne. Get out of here, what the hell is going on? Anne looked at Eddie with a confused expression. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel Novel Network. Let's get out of San Francisco first. Eddie said to Anne, covered in a venom suit, and began to run away with Anne in his arms. The immortal lizard begins to rampant through San Francisco. Although it did not cause much damage, the casualties caused were still not small, if not many. San Francisco is also a modern metropolis with a population of over 10 million. Overhead, don't be serious. Suddenly something like this happens, and it's normal for a riot to happen. Eddie, over there. Eddie was leaving San Francisco with Anne in his arms, when suddenly Anne said to Eddie. Eddie followed what Anne said, an orphanage. The immortal lizard is heading in exactly the way. Seeing this, Eddie fell silent. Eddie, go. Anne said abruptly to Eddie. Annie, Eddie said something to Annie and didn't know what to say. If you don't see it, forget it, it is naturally impossible to leave like this when you see Eddie, you must know that Eddie himself is an honest reporter. In the original book, it was because of him that he was expelled. Go, I'll wait for you to come back. Anne said to Eddie. Eddie nodded, then put Anne in a safe place, kissed Anne, and left. Eddie, I like this woman. Venom said to Eddie. She's my girlfriend. Eddie's angry 033 said to Venom. We are one. Venom said to Eddie. Eddie was silenced. Then he looked at the immortal lizard. I don't know what you are, but obviously we don't want to die, so. Venom, my name is Venom. Venom's hoarse voice rang out. Venom, that's a good name, my name is Eddie, Eddie Bullock. Eddie said in a deep voice. Your name is good, come on, let's make a big fuss, I think this monster will taste good. Venom said to Eddie. I thought, yes. Eddie looked at the immortal lizard, and then the Venom symbiote suit covered his body and rushed straight towards the immortal lizard. In an instant, Eddie's right hand turned into a heavy hammer, stretched out like rubber, and struck the immortal lizard's jaw hard. The scene fell silent in an instant. Eddie was stunned, the immortal lizard also stopped, and Batman, Hawkeye, and Natasha also stared blankly at the venom that suddenly appeared. Roar! The immortal lizard let out a furious roar. The Great War is on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 83. Fiery red lines appeared on the body of the immortal lizard, and the high temperature appeared on the body of the immortal lizard, surrounded by a terrifying aura. A breath of flame erupted directly from the mouth of the immortal lizard, and the heat was filled with the power of the explosion. Oh, shit! Eddie jumped away. One of the symbiote's weaknesses happened to be the heat and harsh sound waves. Where did this guy come from? Hawkeye couldn't help but say when he saw this scene. Originally, they had planned to take the immortal lizard for a ride first, and try not to fight the immortal lizard in the city. But the sudden appearance of Venom disrupted their plans. It was clear that the immortal lizard was enraged. I don't know. Batman carefully observed Venom with a hoarse voice, and quickly made a counter-plan against Venom. That's right, this is Batman. In the eyes of Batman, any superhuman can be the enemy of humanity, and he must be prepared for everything necessary. To put it simply, it is a paranoid person with persecution, and it is still late. Eddie, that's it, we can lead him away. Venom's voice rang out in Eddie's heart. I don't think now is the time to think about that. Eddie spoke, and the Venom tentacles in the embarrassed depths grabbed the tall building on the side and ejected it directly, just dodging a terrifying jet of flames. Lucius put his perspective on the body of the immortal lizard, with a smile on his face, and he was very satisfied with the soaring emotional value in the system. Da Chao here. After a while, Da Chao flew directly to San Francisco. The immortal lizard appeared in the eyes of Da Chao. Da Chao didn't hesitate, and rushed directly towards the immortal lizard with an acceleration, and in an instant, the huge body of the immortal lizard flew directly upside down. Bang! The massive body of the immortal lizard slammed into the ground. Superman! Natasha looked at Superman as she appeared, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, but at Batman, who didn't have any change in expression. Natasha seemed to understand something. According to the plan, Batman drove directly into the Batcheriot and drove out of downtown San Francisco. Natasha and Hawkeye also drove together. Are we going? Asked Eddie as Venom asked. By this time, Eddie was ready to retire, and there was no need to continue. Go, of course, Uncle Ben also wants to know if this guy's meat is delicious. Venom said, licking his lips. Venom, do you know this guy? Eddie could clearly sense that something was wrong with Venom's emotions. This guy eats my kind, though I don't really like them either. Venom didn't hide it and said directly. Hearing Venom's words, Eddie fell silent. Where the hell did it come from? Asked Eddie in a deep voice. I don't know, it's from outer space. Venom said with a smile. Then jump and run between the tall buildings. Da Chao directly grabbed the tail of the immortal lizard, dragged the immortal lizard with both hands, and threw it directly out of the downtown area of San Francisco. Roar! The immortal lizard roared. It's going to take time. Batman looked at the time and said. The container is not in place yet, but it can be solved now. Natasha said slowly. Their battle plan was simple. The only thing that is more difficult is how to lure the immortal lizard out of the city. After all, they are going to deal a devastating blow to the immortal lizard. Definitely not in urban areas. But in the suburbs, it's a different story. However, if Da Chao is there, this kind of thing is not a difficult thing, and Da Chao directly solved the most difficult step. Then now only a devastating blow remains. Just as Natasha, Hawkeye, and Batman were discussing, a pitch-black figure appeared beside them. Hey, hello. Eddie's face peeked out of the Venom symbiote suit. Are you? Asked Natasha, looking at Eddie. This woman, I like it. Venom's voice rang out in Eddie's heart. If you read a violent novel, Go to Fila Novel Network. Eddie's face darkened. My name is Eddie, and I'm kind of a journalist. Eddie said slowly. Journalists? Hawkeye looked at Eddie with a strange expression. Are all journalists so awesome now? Said Hawkeye, looking at Superman, who was fighting the immortal lizard. This is also an ordinary journalist. What's on you? Natasha looked at Eddie's black suit with a gleam in her eyes. It's called Venom, a symbiote from an alien planet. Eddie said slowly. Batman looked at Eddie and didn't speak, silently writing it down in his heart. Alien creatures, symbiotes. Bang. A loud bang interrupted the conversation between several people. Da Chao's figure was slammed to the ground by the immortal lizard. How long will the military people come? Batman said in a deep voice. 5 minutes, it's 5 minutes from the nearest military base. Natasha said in a deep voice. The so-called devastating strike means that the military dispatches fighter planes to carry out missile bombardment, and these missiles are not ordinary missiles. And missiles condensed with highly effective explosives, in simple terms, one can flatten a small town. To be on the safe side, I carried a full 10 of them this time. The purpose is to completely destroy the immortal lizard and not give the immortal lizard any chance to evolve and adapt. Although the immortal lizard can adapt quickly, it still takes a little time after all, and this time is the best way. Da Chao is still entangled with the immortal lizard, and Venom has also gone to help, although he can't do a head-on confrontation, but the disturbance of King Sao is still okay. 5 minutes passed quietly. America's 5th-generation fighter appeared in the sky. Fly with these 10 highly effective high munitions. Target found, request launch, the pilot reported to command. Allow the launch, destroy the target. Shout. 5 high-efficiency high-munition missiles bombarded directly at the immortal lizard. Da Chao left here directly with the Venom. 5 missiles exploded in an instant. The scorching heat was mixed with this terrifying wave of chi, and the immortal lizard was buried in an instant. Then 5 more missiles were launched and landed in an instant, without giving the immortal lizard any respite. The explosion was deafening. Chapter 84. Succeeded. Natasha said, looking at the scene, somewhat uncertain. In the sky, a transport plane was flying over, and soon landed on the ground smoothly, and a group of soldiers with loaded guns walked down on it. In addition to this, a 5MX5MX5M box was lifted off the plane. Soon, a man in gold and red armor appeared and landed on the ground. Tony. Looks like I'm just in the right place. Tony said slowly. Batman also looked at Tony, although both of them were rich, but neither of them looked at each other. I don't know, but hopefully. Natasha said in a deep voice. The smoke cleared, and only a large pit remained in its place, and as for the huge body of the immortal lizard, it had been vaporized in an instant under the intense heat. The current immortal lizard could not withstand an explosion of this magnitude. Gone. Natasha looked at the vanished immortal lizard. Are you dead? Said Eddie as he watched the scene. Superman frowned, and Batman didn't speak. Then a terrifying scene appeared, and the immortal lizard, which had disappeared, began to slowly reorganize its body. A 5-meter-long reptilian creature appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Sure enough, this guy is immortal. Tony looked at the 013 scene and said in a deep voice. It's like a save point in the game, where the immortal lizard will return to its original form when it is hit by a devastating blow. It's about the same as a rollback. Look at the 5-meter-sized reptilian creature. The cold eyes that hated any life made everyone present shudder. Okay, don't be in a daze, don't let it run. Tony was the first to speak. Da Chao instantly appeared in front of the immortal lizard, and the immortal lizard in its original state was not Da Chao's opponent at all, and was directly caught by Da Chao. Tony looked at the container he had brought. Just put it in there. Tony said in a deep voice. Da Chao nodded, and placed the immortal lizard into a container filled with hydrochloric acid. The visible body of the immortal lizard is corroded, then reborn, and then corroded. The amount of energy in hydrochloric acid is limited, just enough to prevent it from escaping, but it still can't be careless. Tony said, looking at the contained immortal lizard. I'll take this thing with me. Tony said to Da Chao. Da Chao nodded, J-Bye, the matter is settled, I should go back too. Batman left without saying a word, and Eddie watched the scene and then left the place as well. Hell's Kitchen, among the Heavens store. Lu Yuz looked at the contained immortal lizard with a hint of weirdness on his face. I didn't expect Tony to bring it back to New York. What's more, Tony actually put the immortal lizard directly into SHIELD for safekeeping. This is where Lu Yuz has a strange look on his face. You have to know what a place SHIELD is? It is said to be SHIELD, but in fact the Snake Shield Bureau is about the same, and it is basically all set up by Hydra. And Lu Yuz didn't believe that those guys in Hydra could turn a blind eye to the immortal lizard, and it was more likely that he would use the immortal lizard to study secretly. Looks like the immortal lizard still has a chance to play. Lu Yuz said with a smile on his face. It's just a pity that New York is going to be unlucky again, but it doesn't have to be New York, maybe somewhere else. So what script should be arranged next? Lu Yuz touched his chin and couldn't help but think. Or a Holy Grail war in New York? Or is it a Hokage drama in the metropolis? Or is it a conspiracy theory, the big boss who dominates the world comes out? Or is it a void invasion? If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. It's a bit hard to choose. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think that for now, New York still gave up. After all, New York has already been tossed twice, it's time to change places, what's better? Suddenly, Lu Yuz thought of a place, and that was Gotham. The people are simple in Gotham City, and the people are outstanding in Arkham. Then let's put it aside for the time being, and let's set our sights on Gotham for now. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. Lu Yuz looked at the cards and items in his hand now, what kind of script is good for Gotham? This thing is the same as the immortal lizard, but if the immortal lizard is not destroyed, it can still be contained, but can the evil sword immortal be contained? It's basically unlikely, and it's grown too much, and the evil sword immortal uses the negative emotions of humans as a source of power, especially in this world. Especially in Gotham, terror quickly became invincible. Basically, you don't have to make a head, although you can get a lot of emotional points by releasing it, but it's like losing all the leak roots. Not to mention Kingwei and Sedum, in the world here, the evil sword immortal is invincible, and no one can make it. Immortal corpse King Longrite, this Lu Yuz also gave up. It is more likely that Longrite will cause a series of Resident Evil mutations, even more terrifying than Resident Evil. The Resident Evil in the movie, although zombies can evolve, but after all, firearms are still effective, but the corpse brother virus carried by Longrite is unreasonable. If you release it now, the world will collapse. Demon Spirit Stone. Lu Yuz looked at the Demon Spirit Stone in his hand, as well as the 5 elements armor. That's good. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. However, although he currently has the 5 elements armor in his hands, there are only 3 pieces, but he does not have the descendants of the bloodline of the 5 elements village. Even if you get the transformer, the final result will not be as effective as it should be. But it should work. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. System designated Lottery Armor Warrior World, Intermediate Lottery. Ding, deduct 2 million sentiment points. Ding, get a 5-star item card, Snow Mastiff Armor. Ding, get a 5-star item card, Black Rhino Armor. Ding, get a 6-star item card, Emperor Armor. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Bad Land. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Evil Water. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Evil Fire. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Evil Gold. Ding, get a 6-star character card, Evil Wood. Ding, get a 5-star item card, Demon Spirit Stone X1. Ding, get a 6-star item card, Demon Spirit Stone Gift Pack X20. Chapter 85. Ah, this. Lu Yuz looked at what the system pulled out. The 5 elements armor is complete, and even the Emperor armor is available, so I want to focus on it here, although the rating of the 5 elements armor is 5 stars. The main reason is that there is no bloodline of the descendants of the 5 elements village. If the descendants of the 5 elements use the 5 elements armor, the rating is at least 6 stars upward, and 7 stars are also normal. The Emperor armor is the same, it is basically the existence of the 7 stars going up. Mainly the Emperor armor is the same as the 5 elements armor, which requires a specific bloodline to exert the greatest power. That's why the rating is so low. Unlike devil fruits, which can exert their effects as long as they are eaten, but not the 5 elements armor and Emperor armor. It requires a specific bloodline to really play its role, otherwise, it is basically impossible to play its role. Demon Spirit Stone. Now with the Demon Spirit Stone gift pack, there are a total of 22. That's enough for Lu Yu's. I can make 52 strange beasts, so the question is, who should use the 5 elements armor? Lu Yu's thought about it and thought about it. There was only one way, and that was to draw a lottery dash. There is no one in the Mammon world who is suitable for the 5 elements armor at all. The most basic thing, the ability to meditate on the seal, people in Mammon can't understand what it means at all. This is also the ability that the 5 elements armor has, which can freeze time for a short time and pause time, but it is only for a short period of time. It is still a local scope, not the whole world. The system once again directed the lottery Armored Warrior world, the intermediate lottery. Ding, deduct 2 million emotional values. Ding, get an 8-star character card, Black Monster. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Li Zinan. Ding, get a 5-star character card, East Shirt. Ding, get a 5-star character card, North Second. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Kunzhong. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Zizao. Ding, get the 8-star character card, Ancient Ability Warcraft. Ding, get the 5 elements item card, Demon Spirit Stone Gift Pack X20. Ding, get the 5 elements item card, Demon Spirit Stone Gift Pack X20. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Xiang. Name Harmony Wave. It's finally clean. Lu Yuz looked at what he pulled out. The system is a real pit, you have to separate people and armor. Thinking of this, Lu Yuz feels that he has lost millions. However, in the case of Demon Spirit Stones, there are now a total of 62. Not only that, but even the movie version of the Big Boss Ancient Ability Monster was drawn out by Lu Yuz. There are also summoners of the 5 elements armor, and the summoners of the Emperor's armor have all been drawn out. In this case, it doesn't seem like a big loss. Come to think of it, Lu Yuz borrowed the power of the system to look directly at Gotham, a city that was shrouded in darkness all year round. It is also the most polluted city in the world. In a way, the birth of the psychic beast is the result of the combination of the demon spirit stone and the tainted creatures. Gotham's side is the most appropriate. You must know that the origin of the clown can no longer be traced, but there are many origins of the clown. The most classic is that an ordinary passerby was treated as a criminal because of a red hood on his head, and was forced to jump into a chemical pool of a chemical plant. And then the Joker who scared Gotham was born. Of course, this is only one of the origins of the Joker, and there are many versions of the Joker's origins, but this version is also the more classic version that was first recognized. Go! Lu Yuz appeared in his hand 5 cards. The 5 protectors of the shadows, evil water, evil fire, evil gold, evil wood, and evil earth. The 5 protectors of the shadow are aimed at the 5 elements armor, but their strength is definitely inferior to the 5 elements armor. 5 cards cut through the space and appeared in a hidden corner of Gotham. The 5 shadow protectors appeared directly in Gotham. At the same time, it is accompanied by 62 demonic spirit stones. As for the background of the 5 shadow protectors, in Lu Yuz's setting, it is to turn this world into a new shadow world. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Resurrect the big boss of the shadow world. As for this big boss, of course, it's an ancient ability monster. Although the setting is a bit rough, it can be said that the past is reasonable. There are so many unreasonable things in this world. And the more settings there are, the more loopholes there are, and it's good to be so simple, not complicated. Gotham. This person's outstanding place, where murder and arson are endless, Hell's Kitchen, New York, known as Little Gotham. Hell's Kitchen is arrogant, but it doesn't yet have the ability to use the police station as a copy. Gotham is different here, everyone is talented, and those who can be police officers here are either young people who have just come out of society and still have the enthusiasm to promote justice. Either that's the old fritter black police here. In short, in Gotham, you didn't brush up on the police station here as a copy, and you were embarrassed to say that you were the villain of Gotham. The Joker has swiped a copy of the Gotham Police Department, the Penguin Man has done it, the Two-Face Man has done it, the Riddler has done it. Riddler, get out of Gotham. Anyway, you can do evil here, but you can't brush a copy of the Gotham Police Department. But remember one thing, the most awesome thing in Gotham City is not Batman, but the chief of the Gotham City Police Department, Gordon. Known as the Heads-Up King of Gotham, Heads Up has never been lost, no matter who the opponent is. One of the Gotham villains counts as one, and which one hasn't been beaten by Gordon, and so does the Joker. Is Gotham Heads-Up King joking with you? Ahem, back to the present. The 5 Shadow Protectors have just descended on Gotham, and they are going to find an agent, and as an agent of the Shadow, they must be evil. However, the 5 Shadow Protectors were a little silent, and they were confused by the simple folk customs of Gotham. They originally thought that it should be difficult to find an evil agent, not to mention that it was difficult, it should be a talent that could only be found by thousands of choices. However, as soon as they arrived, the 5 Shadow Protectors fell into silence. They didn't figure out whether they were coming to hell or the world, and the agent they wanted to find grabbed casually on the side of the road, and 9 out of 10 were qualified, and the remaining 1 exceeded their expectations. It can only be said that it is worthy of Gotham, and the 5 Shadow Protectors of this simple folk style all want to cry. Chapter 86. If in the world of armored warriors, would the 5 Shadow Protectors still need to be so lucky? If it's all the same as Gotham, isn't that their movie paradise? The 5 Shadow Protectors casually grabbed a passerby and carefully looked at the passerby's memory. Well, it's a good seedling, murder and arson, drug trafficking, rape, robbery and theft, do everything, you can only say that you are a talent. That's you. What's your name? Asked Vicious Fire as he turned to his captive. My name is George, said George, looking at the 5 wicked people around him. Although he had seen a lot of strange creatures, it was the first time they had seen such an existence as the 5 Shadow Protectors. Now I'm giving you a chance to realize your ambitions, wealth, power at your fingertips, do you want 940? Vicious Fire said as he looked at George. Yes, of course. George agreed. This evil fire will not be rectified. Aren't we thinking about whether there are any traps? Shouldn't we be tempted to follow them? You agreed to come down in one bite, which caught me off guard. The 5 Shadow Protectors fell silent, and for a moment they were a little bit embarrassed. The scene suddenly became awkward. Lu Yuz looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile, worthy of being a simple Gotham. Watching the 5 Shadow Protectors leave with George, Lu Yuz had a smile on his face. Gotham's layout is ready, just wait for the Exorcus to appear. Boss. Gwen walked in and sat in Lu Yuz's small shop. Lu Yuz looked at Gwen. This is not the first time Gwen has come, since the first time he came to his shop. Gwen gave him a small place to sit in his shop. Listen to your own storytelling and bragging. However, Lu Yuz was also happy like this. Before he had enough strength, Lu Yuz didn't plan to go out to wave. After all, I might be trampled to death by a certain American manga boss. This situation is not nothing, it is still safer in the invincible field, and the American world has never talked about science, only about strength. If he was really trampled to death, then Lu Yuz would still play R. Boss, what you said last time Lin Daiyu uprooted the weeping willows, now it's time to talk about Shui Baokei's drunken beating of Guangzai. Gwen said to Lu Yuz. Hey Du also looked at Lu Yuz like a curious baby. Ahem, since that's the case, I'll tell you the story of Shui Baokei's drunken beating of Guangzai today, and when this story is finished, I'm telling you about Yang Guifei's 3 beats of white bone spirits, and that story is even more exciting. Lu Yuz said with a smile on his face. Gwen and the black eyes looked at Lu Yuz. It was at this time. A figure walked in. Tony. Looks like I didn't come at the right time. Tony said slowly and looked at Lu Yuz. Lu Yuz raised his eyebrows. is there something wrong? I just wanted to ask about the lizard, and although it was solved, I think it is necessary to understand the problem of the Foundation. Tony said slowly. Hearing Tony's words, Lu Yuz looked at Tony thoughtfully. Tony has always been concerned about this problem, especially when encountering crises that he is unable to deal with. In the original book, Ultron was born under such circumstances. In the early days of Ultron, it was largely because Tony didn't want what happened in New York to happen again, and the Ultron crisis happened. Although Tony's situation is not so serious now, there is already a sense of crisis, but it is not as serious as in the original book. The old rules. Lu Yuz looked at Tony and said. Foundation, even if Tony doesn't ask, Lu Yuz will announce it later, and now he can make money and pretend to be coercive, why not say it? It's been credited to your account. Tony said to Lu Yuz. Lu Yuz looked at the $100 million that had arrived, and then began to say with a smile, where do you want to start understanding? Let's start with what kind of organization the Foundation is. Tony thought for a moment and said. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. The black nerd and Gwen on the side looked at Lu Yuz quietly. Then let's start with the basics of the Foundation. The full name of the Foundation is the SCP Foundation, and the main thing is to contain, protect, and control some strange people, things, or something strange, such as. Lu Yuz looked at Tony. The immortal lizard. Tony said with an eyebrow. That's right, these are containment items that belong to the Foundation, and in a way, the Foundation's existence is very much a guarantee of the security of some world, and they have always been committed to containing, protecting, and controlling these things. And what is the strength of this immortal lizard in the Foundation? Tony asked Lu Yuz. It's the second level of containment danger in the Foundation. It's not extremely dangerous, but it's just a bit of a hassle to be contained. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Tony took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yuz. Creatures like the immortal lizard that can destroy the world are only at the second level, so what is the containment of the first level? There are some things that you can't think about. After Tony forced himself to calm down, he then looked at Lu Yuz and said. What was the split in the Foundation you talked about last time? Asked Tony, looking at Lu Yuz. The Foundation is divided. To put it simply, the Foundation has gone through a relatively big ordeal, and the Foundation has been completely divided. Lu Yuz touched his chin and said slowly. To be precise, it has something to do with the chaos of the void eternal ancient realm. Lu Yuz 2.2 looked at Tony with a smile. Then can I understand that the Foundation split caused by chaos? Asked Tony, looking at Lu Yuz. If you understand it this way, there doesn't seem to be a problem, but there may be some slight differences from what you think. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Tony frowned and looked at Lu Yuz. What does Lu Yuz mean by this? A small discrepancy? How does this sound like he is sarcastic? It's not what I think, or maybe I've overlooked something. Black Dum and Gwen also looked at Lu Yuz, hoping that Lu Yuz would continue. Chapter 87. What do you think the Foundation is? Lu Yuz looked at Tony with a smile. Tony frowned. The Foundation was nothing more than an organization containing those horrible creatures in Tony's mind. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his heart and looked at Lu Yuz. Looks like you've figured it out. Lu Yuz looked at Tony. Tony's face was a little ugly. It was his own preconceived idea, and when he heard Lu Yuz say that it was related to chaos, he thought it was a ghost caused by chaos. But now it seems that he is taking it for granted, and the Foundation is definitely not weak in being able to contain these terrifying creatures. Even if it's chaos, it's not so easy to split the Foundation. As you think, there is no problem with the strength of the Foundation itself, but there is a difference in thinking. Lu Yuz said slowly. This in itself is what Lu Yuz has already conceived, the story. There are some real gods in the Foundation's containment, they can be contained, some are voluntary, 19 and some are forced, but in any case, they belong to the strength of the Foundation, and it is not so easy for chaos to split the Foundation. The problem lies within the Foundation. The emergence of chaos is indeed a precursor to the split of the Foundation, because it brings different ideas, and the original purpose of the Foundation is to contain, protect, and control. However, after the emergence of chaos, some members of the Foundation felt that chaos thinking was more appropriate, and felt that it was necessary to terminate some containment objects, or to use the power of containment. But this is contrary to the purpose of the Foundation, so there was a great war within the Foundation, which led to a complete split of the Foundation, and some containment objects also took the opportunity to escape, including the immortal lizard. Lu Yu said one by one. That's the whole process of the Foundation's split, and if it has nothing to do with chaos, that's not necessarily the case. Lu Yu said with a smile. Tony was in a low mood, not expecting to get such an answer. The split in the Foundation is an internal problem. However, these things were all made up by Lu Yu's after he drew the immortal lizard. The most important thing is that Lu Yu's is not worried about not being able to draw a new SCP, but there is a designated lottery, which is nothing to Lu Yu's. In other words, there are still some Foundation members working hard to contain those monsters. Gwen said to Lu Yu's. Lu Yu's gave Gwen a thumbs up, but he didn't expect Gwen to say such a thing. Yes, it's true that the Foundation is still running, but for now, we don't know. Lu Yu said with a smile. What about the split part? Asked Tony as he turned to Lu Yu's. He was still concerned about the split part of the Foundation, and in a way, Tony understood the meaning of Lu Yu's words. Originally, the old school of the Foundation was still trying its best to maintain the operation of the Foundation, and the purpose was still to contain, protect, and control. But the part of the Foundation that split off is currently being replaced by a new Foundation. The purpose of the new Foundation can be summed up in understandable bits: kill, use, contain. The split part is also there, using the power of the containment to keep other containment objects in place while also terminating some of them. Here we have to talk about the concept of containment. The so-called containment is a person or thing with extraordinary abilities, all of which belong to the category of containment, that is to say, the mutants of this world, Superman, are also containment objects in the eyes of the Foundation. Lu Yu said with a smile. Tony took a deep breath. The concept of containment is actually this. Tony is not stupid. Hearing Lu Yu say this, if the new Foundation comes to this world, then superhumans, mutants, these will become new containment targets. Inevitably, there will be a terrible war. It makes my scalp tingle when I think about it. The new Foundation and the old school Foundation are not the same organization at all. Boss, I'm curious to know what chaos is, asked Tony, looking at Lu Yu's. Lu Yu was silent for a moment, then looked at Tony. Are you really ready to know what this chaos is? Lu Yu said with a smile. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tony realized the seriousness of looking at things. I don't charge any fees for this, but are you really ready? Lu Yu looked at Tony and said word by word. Tony looked at Lu Yu's deep eyes, and then nodded heavily. Chaos, order, you can understand the organization, understand it as justice. There is no absolute evil, there is no absolute good. This is the positioning of chaos and order. They are two distinct camps in the void eternal ancient realm. Take Blackbeard and the Motherland as an example. They are also the existence of the Chaos Camp, but Blackbeard is different from the Motherland. Blackbeard belongs to the existence of the pirate organization under Chaos, while the Motherland is a single person, although they are in the same camp, but there are not a few who kill each other. Lu Yu said slowly. Chaos does not represent a certain organization on behalf of 020, Chaos is a camp composed of many organizations or strong people, but they all have the same concept, that is, the strong are respected, the weak eat the strong, there is no absolute evil, and there is no absolute good. If you have to define it, it can be understood that they are a group of strong people from the heavens and all worlds, and they only follow what they believe, and only what they believe will they follow, in easy-to-understand terms. This group of people is a typical existence of doing whatever they want, what only exists in what they want or not. They are happy to save a world, unhappy can also see that this world is unhappy to destroy this world. There is no reason, just because they are unhappy. This is chaos, a group of self-centered existence. Tony looked at Lu Yu's, his pupils were trembling as if there had been an 8th magnitude earthquake. He thought that chaos was an organization composed of a group of evil people, and he also thought that chaos was a group of lawless people. But I didn't think about what Lu Yu said. According to what Lu Yu said, this is completely a group of crazy people, self-centered crazy people. Chapter 88. In Lu Yu's setting, chaos is not pure evil, nor pure good, but a group of self-centered beings. Both good and evil can exist. After all, in Lu Yu's view, there is no absolute distinction between good and evil in that world. Tony looked at Lu Yu's, took a deep breath, then looked at Lu Yu's and continued to ask, what about order? Order. Lu Yu's looked at Tony with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Tony had a bad feeling in his heart. If chaos is a group of self-centered and freewheeling madmen, then order is a madman who pays attention to absolute justice. Lu Yu said with a smile. Tony. Absolutely righteous madman. Take Akainu as an example, he is the best person of order, for the sake of so-called order justice, he can kill civilians mercilessly. Do you think his approach is just? Lu Yu asked Tony. Tony looked at Lu Yu, and then fell into deep thought. Is it justice to kill civilians indiscriminately? Tony shook his head. But what about the indiscriminate killing of civilians because he was afraid of sparing any scholar and causing a greater disaster? Do you think it is still righteous to do so? Lu Yu asked Tony. Tony was silent. Justice, but Akainu's indiscriminate killing of civilians, not justice, but Akainu's efforts to prevent a greater catastrophe from happening. A paradoxical question was placed in front of Tony. That's why I say that the guys in order are a bunch of righteous madmen, and you can't say they're good, but you can't say they're bad. Lu Yu said with a smile. There are many people like Akainu in the order, basically they are all about absolute justice, sacrificing the existence of the small self for the sake of the big self. I can tell very clearly that the absolute of order is sometimes more cruel than chaos. Lu Yu said in a deep voice. It's normal that you can't understand it. People are emotional animals, they have their own emotions, they have their own thoughts. Lu Yu said with a smile. So don't dwell on it, it's chaos or order, it's none of your business. Lu Yu said with a smile. With a hint of heaviness in Tony's heart, his head kept recalling Lu Yu's words, the absolute of order is sometimes more cruel than chaos. The meaning of this sentence is clear to Tony. What is the so-called order? It is the rule. To obey the rules is to obey the order. But there are loopholes in order, and to some extent, whether it's order or chaos. Absolute chaos is crazy, and absolute order is crazy. Then boss, do you belong to that camp? Asked Tony as he looked at Lu Yu's. I'm probably neutral, and at the same time, as long as I don't violate my bottom line, I'm still very disciplined. Lu Yu said with a smile. Tony took a deep look at Lu Yu's. Thank you boss for telling me these things, I need to think about it. Tony said to Lu Yu's. Lu Yu's nodded, then looked at Tony and said, if you can, pay more attention to SHIELD. They shouldn't be so honest as to contain the indestructible lizards, I hope they don't make any big deals. Lu Yu said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tony's expression froze. What kind of agency is SHIELD? Tony knows very well, this is not a serious organization. Not to mention studying the immortal lizard, even if it is a god, as long as they have the opportunity, they will all go back to study, and this kind of thing is not a matter of 1 or 2 times. That's why Tony's face froze. After Tony left, Lu Yu looked at Gwen and continued, come on, let's finish the story that hasn't been told before. Last time we said that Lin Daiyu uprooted the Weeping Willows, and this time we said that Shui Baoke was drunk and beat the town of Guangzai. The concept of chaos and order, Lu Yu has long wanted to say it, but he has never had enough opportunities. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Now is the best time to put things together, and this has led to a dispute between the Foundation, the old school Foundation, and the new Foundation. Let's not talk about whether this foreshadowing is useful or not, but in the future, there are more suitable reasons and opportunities to appear. So these things are being put out, waiting for the bullets to fly for a while. SHIELD here. Nick Fury was a little uneasy, and he always felt that something bad was going on. Sure enough, it didn't take a while. Carlson walked in. Director, no, the container containing the immortal lizard is gone. Carlson said in a deep voice, with a hint of heaviness in his eyes. Nick Fury thought he was up, and looked at Coulson without waking up. You say it again. Containment has disappeared, the container for the immortal lizard. Coulson said stiffly. Hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury's old face darkened, and he said that his right eye jumped was not a good thing, and sure enough, it came. What about surveillance? Asked Nick Fury as he turned to Coulson. The monitoring didn't take a picture either, and the monitoring was broken half a month ago, and it hasn't been repaired so far. Coulson looked at Nick Fury's devouring eyes and said stiffly. Nick Fury's face darkened, although he knew that the people below were eating money, but he didn't expect to eat so much, and he didn't fix it for half a month. What are you going to do? It's going to turn the sky upside down. Although he, Nick Fury, is also eating money, but he still has a lot of pressure in his heart, and it is okay for a camera to be broken for half a month. And it's in an agency like SHIELD, if it were to be changed to another place, Nick Fury didn't dare to think about it. Send someone to investigate. Nick Fury took a deep breath, and he couldn't blame Coulson for this. Coulson had been on assignment lately. What happened in the bureau had little to do with Coulson. But this incident confirmed that Nick Fury, an old agent, had suspicions, and that there was a ghost system in SHIELD. And the status of the inner ghost is not low. I don't know what they want to do when they take away the immortal lizard. But what the immortal lizard is, Nick Fury knows very well, is a source of disaster. There are not many people who know the situation of the immortal lizard. Nick is one, Tony, Banner, Natasha, Coulson, T'Chau, Batman, Hawkeye are just a few. Even Venom is half understood. If you don't get this thing right, it's a catastrophe that will destroy the world. Thinking of this, Nick's mood became more and more irritable. Chapter 89. Nick Fury left the office alone and walked straight into a no-go area. Then take the elevator to a secret room in the SHIELD underground base. In addition to Nick Fury, Hawkeye, Natasha are also here, and of course there is a man who is naked, full of muscles, and has a resolute look on his face. He is, Amicus Buttocks, the Winter Soldier's good friend, the Phantom God of the Civil War, the 5-5 Open of the American comic world, the American team. That's right, the American team was dug up in advance by the people of SHIELD. After digging it out, so far the American team has accepted that they have come to the world 70 years later, and they have accepted this fact. At the same time, the US team is currently doing its best to rehabilitate. Hawkeye and Natasha are teaming up with Team America. Captain, it looks like you're recovering well. Nick Fury's bad mood has improved a lot, and the awakening of the American team injected with the super soldier serum is undoubtedly good news. Director, can I go out now? Said Team America to Nick Fury. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow. The bad mood he had just suppressed was a lot more irritating. 623. The American team is not as pure as he thought, and even said that it is not as honest as he thought. Originally thought that this old thing could be obedient. But now it seems that I am thinking too much. Although the American team is doing well, Nick Fury has been an agent for decades, and it is clear at a glance that the old thing of the American team is not as simple as it seems. Another problem, old man. Lu Yuz sighed. Lu Yuz looked at an underground experimental base in New York with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Hey, you're looking for death. Lu Yuz muttered, and the perspective was covered on the body of the immortal lizard. Originally, the immortal lizard was directly taken out of hydrochloric acid by a group of people. After watching the immortal lizard recover at an extremely fast rate because of the lack of hydrochloric acid suppression, the experts of the Hydra looked at the rapidly recovering immortal lizard and felt amazed. This seemed to them to be a great creation. It is even said that it is no less than the existence of the Creator. The existence of the immortal lizard directly subverted their concept of living things. In the eyes of these scientists, especially those who study biological genetic engineering, it is not an exaggeration to say that this manifestation of the immortal lizard is already a miracle. If they can analyze the genes of the immortal lizards and create new potions, then they will become the masters of the new world. At least that's what they seem. The immortal lizard opened its eyes, and its cold eyes were filled with boundless indifference and disgust for all life. A bloody massacre is about to begin. What a wicked worker! Lu Yus couldn't help but shake his head when he looked at this scene. The immortal lizard hates all life, except for the gluttonous rabbit. Lu Yus has never seen who the immortal lizard is afraid of. That's right, the immortal lizard is known as the master of 682, and he is also afraid of gluttonous rabbits, a rabbit with white fur and black spots, which seems harmless to humans and animals, and can actually eat anything, including immortal lizards. Foundation personnel have experimented on keeping the immortal lizard and the gluttonous rabbit together, and the result is the immortal lizard that abhors all life. Actually afraid of gluttonous rabbits, he climbed directly to the wall, 4 meters from the ground, and looked at the harmless little white rabbit staring at him below. And this is also the first time that the immortal lizard has taken the initiative to retreat. The people of this base are already doomed to a miserable end, the difference is only early death or late death. Gotham's side. The 5 protectors of shadows controlled George and directly occupied a small gang in Gotham, thus learning about the specifics of Gotham. Or the specifics of this world. In the eyes of the 5 protectors of shadows, this world is a natural good seedling, BJCI, in the shadow world. This world of simple folk customs should become a new film world. In an abandoned chemical plant. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. A black and deep magic crystal appeared in the hands of the 5 protectors of the shadows, and in a chemical experiment pool, a black buffalo was tied up in it. Go! The demon spirit stone in Evil Fire's hand flew directly towards the contaminated buffalo. George looked at this scene with a hint of surprise in his eyes. At this time George was already in a suit and leather shoes, carrying this brand name costume on his body. Simply put, it was a shotgun change, but that's it. The spirit stone falls on the buffalo's body, and the buffalo's body changes. This buffalo stood up and made a half-orc state, and the cow was the cow, but it became humanoid. He also had armor and a great axe. Greetings, 5 Dharma protectors. The demon bull beast knelt directly in front of the shadow 5 protectors. The red eyes made George on the side feel a little uneasy. Demon Bullman, you will help him in the future and dominate the whole of Gotham. Evil Water said to the demon bull beast. Yes, Lord Evil Water. The demon bull beast said towards the evil water, and stood up from the ground, its whole body full of bulging muscles. The body is more than 3 meters tall, like an iron tower. George looked at the demon bull beast with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If the monster can really help him, then the unification of Gotham is no longer a dream. At the same time, Bruce Wayne, who drove his own home's most low-key Bugatti Veyron through the streets, is the only chairman of the Wayne Group as a famous playboy in Gotham. No one would associate him with Batman. There is a saying in Gotham, which is very exaggerated, but it is really incomparable. Gotham has a steel hammer falling from the sky, and they are all surnamed Wayne. This also fully illustrates how awesome the Wayne family is in Gotham. Gotham is said to be a chaotic and sinful city, but it is no less prosperous than New York. In such a city, the Wayne family is the uncrowned king. Young master, where are you now? Said an old voice from Bruce's headset. There's only one person in Gotham who can speak to Bruce like that, the legendary butler, Alfred Pennyworth. An old man who pulls Bruce up with a handful of urine is also one of the people Batman values the most. Got it, Alfred, in 5 minutes, I'll be back at Wayne Manor. Bruce said to Alfred. Then there was a hint of thought in his eyes, and generally Alfred would not bother himself at this time, unless there was something important. Chapter 90. Alfred has raised Bruce Wayne since his parents were shot dead in Crime Alley. In a way, Alfred is Bruce Wayne's second father, helping him grow up from an early age until now. Wayne Manor. It's also a Gotham City landmark, and the Batcave is just below Wayne Manor. Bruce returned to Wayne Manor, and unlike everyone else thought, there were only 2 people on the huge Wayne Manor, one was Bruce and the other was Alfred. Alfred, what's going on? Asked Bruce as he loosened the tie around his neck and turned to Alfred. Young master, there is a gang called the Shadow Gang in Gotham that has been on the rise recently, and it has caused a lot of trouble, and most importantly, they seem to be planning something, and they have been transporting some chemical materials. Alfred said to Bruce. Bruce frowned. He was able to be active in Gotham and become the Dark Knight of Gotham, and to a large extent, Alfred gave the greatest help in terms of information. In this regard, Alfred has always been helping Bruce manage, which is equivalent to Tony's Jarvis, real artificial intelligence. The Shadow Gangs, haven't heard of this gang? Bruce couldn't help but look at Alfred. Alfred understood what Bruce meant and immediately said, the Shadow Gang was founded 2 days ago, and the leader of the gang is a guy named George. This guy was working for the Falcone family before he started the Shadow Gang, but now he has become a small gang of the Shadow Gang and has quickly established himself in Gotham. Alfred said in a deep voice. Bruce fell into deep thought when he heard Alfred's words, the Falcone family, one of the largest gangster families in Gotham, and the most representative gangster family. It's no surprise that new Yakuza families are born every day in Gotham. Bruce couldn't help but say. What Gotham looks like, Bruce knows best. This is the land of crime, the capital of crime, and everyone who can live here has at least 1 or 2 skills. Even if you don't, at least you're proficient in firearms, freedom fighters. The problem is here, it's not strange if it's just the establishment of a gangster family, it's strange that this guy has been collecting some harmful chemical pollution raw materials. I guess this guy should have some purpose, that's why I'll tell you. Alfred said slowly. Hearing Alfred's words, Bruce became serious. Alfred's judgment was rarely wrong, but he collected harmful chemical contaminating raw materials. That in itself is something to keep an eye on. What's more, it's still a gangster doing this. If that's the case, then I'll go up and have a look in the evening. Bruce said in a deep voice, this matter can't just be left alone. If you don't know, it's okay, if you do, then there's really no such thing as letting it go. On the other side, a secret underground laboratory in New York. Oh my god, what a perfect creature really is. A hydrobiologist looked at the restored immortal lizard in front of him, and his pupils looked at the immortal lizard with fanatical enthusiasm. God! It's not supposed to be in the minds of these biological scientists. But they saw it now, this suspected existence of God, no matter what means used, it could be restored, and it could not be completely killed on any level. In a way, is this reptilian creature a godlike existence? And from the body, blood, and fur of this creature, they simply couldn't parse any valid genes. It's not that they can't parse these genes, it's that they can't do any way to crack these genes, and they don't have any effective means to parse them. Looking at the immortal lizard tied up in the laboratory, the worldview of these scientists has been turned upside down, and in a way, the immortal lizard is no different from God in their eyes. The immortal lizard looked coldly at the group of people in white coats, lying in the laboratory without showing any desire to attack. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. When 2 heavily armed soldiers walked into the lab and delivered things to the immortal lizard. The next moment, the immortal lizard went berserk. The 2 Hydra soldiers were instantly pounced on by the immortal lizard, and at the same time as the blood splattered, the immortal lizard was also devouring the blood of the 2 soldiers in large chunks. A security alarm was triggered, and a large amount of hydrochloric acid was sprayed from the idiosyncratic sprinkler and poured on the body of the immortal lizard. The body of the immortal lizard began to corrode and then repaired. This scene was watched by those scientists, and the 2 Hydra soldiers were nothing in their eyes. It's unimaginable that in such a situation, the desire to attack doesn't change at all. One of the biological scientists said. I've tried everything, and this creature seems to be immune to death, but is it really a creature in a way, said another bioscientist with a hint of skepticism. Beginning with the study of the immortal lizard, their worldview has changed little by little. As the hydrochloric acid stopped spraying, the hydrochloric acid in the laboratory was knee-deep, and the eyes of the immortal lizard were infinitely cold. In an instant, it slammed into the walls of the laboratory, and the next moment, the walls were dented, and the laboratory made of superalloy was dented. The indestructible lizard was struck again and again. The laboratory made of superalloy was directly knocked out of a large hole by the immortal lizard. The immortal lizard crawled out of it directly, and its cold eyes looked at these scientists in white coats. The eyes that did not chill any emotion and were extremely disgusted with life directly made these scientists feel a chill in their hearts. Lu Yus has been paying attention to this side, and since the 2 Hydra soldiers entered the laboratory, the end of this base has been doomed. Just the hydrochloric acid poured on the body of the immortal lizard cannot stop the immortal lizard, and it needs to be soaked in hydrochloric acid to keep the indestructible lizard in a state of reincarnation of corrosion and repair, so that the immortal lizard will stop its disgust and desire to attack any life. Chapter 91. These guys are really damned to death. Lu Yuz looked at the immortal lizard that ran out again a little speechlessly. To some extent, the way to contain the immortal lizard is quite simple, but it can't stop someone from dying. The people of Hydra are like this, they don't even understand the most basic things of the immortal lizard, and they want to study it. It's not death, it's what it's doing. At the very least, I have the basic information and am researching. Lu Yuz looked at New York, which was being rebuilt, sighed, and watched after the immortal lizard slaughtered the entire Hydra base. Lu Yuz touched his chin and still took the immortal lizard back. It's a death. Lu Yuz muttered, but now the immortal lizard is not suitable for appearance. The next place to appear is Lu Yu 873ZE has already thought about it, New Mexico. That place will be where the immortal lizard will appear. Until then, here in New York, let's slow down. In the future, New York is really going to collapse. Nick Fury, on his part, is also chasing the whereabouts of the immortal lizard. After the immortal lizard was stolen, Nick Fury began to secretly investigate the inside of SHIELD, shocking Nick Fury. Nick Fury discovers something strange, that is, the existence of a Hydra, and this investigation makes Nick Fury more and more frightened. It's not that Nick Fury didn't think about using the Grey Wolf's invention to locate the location of the indestructible evil lizard, but when it was used, he found that there was no location of the indestructible evil lizard, which was very uncomfortable. Nick Fury also asked why Big Wolf couldn't find the immortal lizard, and Big Wolf's answer was a bit of a surprise to Nick Fury. There are three possibilities for the Grey Wolf's answer. The first is that the immortal lizard is no longer in America, the second is that the immortal lizard has been hidden by someone by some means, and the third immortal lizard is completely dead. Nick Fury first ruled out the third answer, will the immortal lizard die? Then only the first and second ones are the most likely. In fact, Lu Yuz also took this situation into account and deliberately covered up the breath of the immortal lizard, otherwise the immortal lizard would have been found long ago. What an eventful time! Nick Fury looked at the investigation that his most trusted subordinate, Coulson, had turned in. What is frightening is that there has always been another force within SHIELD, and this force usually does not show any performance. But a critical moment will erupt. And there is the worst possibility, that is, this force is S.H.I.E.L.'s sworn enemy Hydra. No matter how hard Nick Fury is to believe this, but this is the case, and the more you investigate, the more frightened you become. If it weren't for what happened this time, Nick Fury wouldn't know that there was such a terrifying force inside SHIELD that was secretly controlling SHIELD. Thinking of this, the chill in Nick Fury's heart was even worse. Investigation, must be investigated, must be ruthlessly investigated, and no one can be spared. The whereabouts of the immortal lizard are unknown, and Nick Fury doesn't make any big moves. But now Nick Fury has the option to investigate inside SHIELD. It can only be said that it was a mistake, and in such a situation, under the mistake, Nick Fury discovered the Hydra hidden inside SHIELD in advance. Lu Yuz didn't know whether this matter was good or bad. Gotham's side. Night falls. Compared to other cities, Gotham is even darker, although there are neon flashes, but Gotham is compared to other cities. It's been in the dark all year round, and the fall of night makes Gotham even darker, so to speak. The demons and monsters have escaped. Bruce Wayne takes on the role of Batman and travels between tall buildings. The heavens of Gotham belong to the Wayne family. Soon, Bruce Wayne arrives in an abandoned chemical factory in Gotham, which is the factory that Alfred mentions about the Shadow Gang collecting and storing discarded chemical raw materials. When Bruce came here, the scene inside directly stunned Bruce. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. A naked woman was pressed under a minotaur and rubbed hard. Bruce didn't expect such a scene to happen in this abandoned factory. This caused Bruce to almost fall off the ledge. Looking around, the entire factory, in addition to this monster, there were other women who were locked in the shroud. It seems that they were all captured by the Shadow Gang for the fun of this monster. Lu Yuz also saw this scene, and saw that the demon bull beast was moving, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is a special custom. Bruce took a deep breath, unsure of what the hell was going on with this monster. But now all he has to do is save these women who have been captured and tortured. The batarang appeared in Bruce's hand, and Bruce struck the batarang on the head with a wave of his wrist. The demon bull beast, which was concentrating on exercise, did not notice the danger at all. Until the dart hits the throat of the demonic bullman, making a dinging sound. The batarang falls to the ground. The demon bullman looked at Bruce standing on the windowsill with red eyes, and then discarded the woman below him to the ground like a doll. Looked at Bruce, red eyes, strong body, and then launched a violent impact, and a jump appeared in front of Bruce in an instant. The monster with a body more than 3 meters tall and a giant axe appeared in front of Bruce with great impact. Bruce didn't have time to think about it. Take out the stun gun and prepare to give 3.4 Demon Bull Beast an electrotherapy. But the next moment, he was directly slashed out by the Demon Bull Beast with an axe. A huge cut appeared on Bruce's chest, but fortunately, his suit was made of high-tech and did not hurt Bruce himself. But even then, Bruce was sent flying and dropped out of the abandoned factory. Bruce looked at the demonic bull beast with a hint of heaviness in his eyes. This is the first time he has seen such a monster, and he never thought that such a monster existed in Gotham. Originally, I just thought it was a small investigation, but I didn't expect that there was a crocodile hidden behind it. Chapter 92. Bruce looked at the demonic bullman standing on the windowsill. In the dark Gotham, it looks like a demon king, and without the slightest hesitation, Bruce throws a smoke bomb and prepares to escape. "Want to go?" said the demonic bullman. Looked at Bruce as it threw a smoke bomb with a scarlet glint in its eyes. Instantly rushed into disgust, and a black shadow appeared in the eyes of the demon bull beast, and the demon bull beast held a giant axe and slashed straight down. There is no sound of a sharp blade entering the flesh. The demonic bullman looked at the cloak on the giant axe, and couldn't find where Bruce went. "Did you run away?" The smoke cleared, and the demon bullman looked at the empty space in front of it, and didn't care, and returned to the factory to continue enjoying. Bruce's side fled back to Wayne Manor in embarrassment. This monster is not at all the same level as the monsters he encountered before. In this monster, Bruce could only feel the boundless darkness and tyranny. There are no other emotions. In contrast, the criminals they used to deal with were like children. 19 Young Master. Alfred looked at Bruce, who was clutching his chest, and asked for it, and then helped Bruce back to the Batcave. Began to help Bruce take off his suit, and then drugged Bruce. Bruce has severe bruises on both the back of his chest. Although for Bruce, this little injury is nothing. Bruce himself is one of the strongest ordinary people in the world. Pay attention to ordinary people, not superhuman. Such injuries are commonplace for Bruce, and they are already light. But Alfred hadn't seen his young master suffer such a serious injury for a long time. "What the hell happened to the young master?" asked Alfred, as he turned to Bruce. Bruce didn't hide it either, and told him honestly what he saw. "Minotaur monster." Alfred had a hint of surprise in his eyes. He originally thought it was just an investigation, but he didn't expect that he almost buried his young master somewhere. Alfred looked at Bruce with some reproach. Bruce also instantly understood the emotions in Alfred's heart, and said with relief, "Alfred's matter has nothing to do with you. It's my own problem. If I leave, it won't happen." Bruce couldn't help but think that he was too arrogant, and if he didn't make a move, maybe he wouldn't be like this. "It's kind of a startling snake myself." "Alfred's not the time to blame himself. I need you to investigate all the shadow gangs," Bruce said in a deep voice. Alfred nodded. "In Gotham, there's nothing they can't do with old Wayne's family." There was a hint of heaviness in Bruce's eyes, and now Bruce is in the prime of life, and he has not yet reached the time of retirement, and he has not experienced the Dark Knight trilogy. The same Bat family has not yet been born, and now Bruce is alone and alone. Unlike the outer ring in the back, Bruce established the Bat family, and there are still some helpers under him. For now, Bruce is still alone. Oh yes, maybe another superhuman, Catwoman. There is also an ambiguous relationship between Catwoman and Bruce. Alfred set out to investigate. Lu Yuz sighed, looking at the emotions in the system, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's not a hurry now, the Shadow Gang, now in Gotham is just a small gang, compared to other gangster families, it is far from enough. But it won't be long, after all, Gotham is like an amusement park for criminals, today you are in charge, tomorrow I am in charge. And the waters of Gotham are very deep, not only the existence of those gangster families, but also those super criminals, and an organization that is hidden very deeply, just like the Wayne family. An organization that existed at the dawn of Gotham, the Court of Owls. If the Wayne family is the brightest side of Gotham, then the Owl Court is the darkest side of Gotham, with the same origins as the Wayne family. All are organizations that have existed since the early days of Gotham. And he has mastered the existence of a liquid metal called the Dionysian Factor, which can resurrect the dead and turn them into killers in the Owl Court, Talon. The weather looks great today, let's get a prize. Lu Yuz opened the system with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Systematic, intermediate random draw. Ding, deduct 1 million emotional points. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Ding, get a 10-star character card, Tinderosa's Hound. The first one is golden. Lu Yuz looked at the Hound of Tyndalos with a hint of surprise in his heart. Ding, get the 8-star character card, Holy Lord, no charm. Ding, get the 7-star item card, Monkey Charm. Ding, obtain 8-star item card, Thulhu Statue. Ding, get a 10-star character card, Dagon. Ding, get a 7-star item card, Chicken Charm. Ding, get a 7-star item card, Dog Charm. Ding, get the 7-star item card, Supercontinent, the Land of Vabara. Ding, get a 5-star item card, Laser Cannon. Ding, get a 5-star character card, Daddy. This lottery seems to be pretty good. Lu Yuz touched his chin and looked at his lottery this time. Let's not talk about the Holy Lord. The big boss in Jackie Chan's adventures is always known to be that the Holy Lord never speaks. It is not strange that the Holy Lord has an 8-star evaluation of Lu Yuz, but do these charms have a 7-star evaluation? Lu Yuz thought about it carefully, and there seemed to be no problem. A single spell itself is a bit against the sky basically, every charm is very anti-sky, there is no problem with the evaluation of 7 stars. Of course, what satisfied Lu Yuz the most was the 2 10-star character cards. First of all, the first Tyndalos Hound. The existence of Thulhu, which specializes in hunting those who travel through the timeline to do things, is itself immortal, and once it finds its prey, it will not stop until those who travel through time die. For Lu Yuz, this card is undoubtedly a good thing. The immortal existence of the 10 stars exists in the timeline. Especially in the world of American comics, you can travel back in time through the timeline at every turn. Yes, you are Dr. Manhattan. It's not once or twice that this hanging hair goes back in time and changes the timeline. Chapter 93. Traveling through the timeline is not a very unusual thing in this American comic world, and many people have such abilities. But there are not many people who can move the timeline at will to change the past, and the most famous of them is Manhattan. Dr. Manhattan, this hanging hair, in a certain DC world, in order to observe the difference in the world, this hanging hair directly fluctuates the timeline of that DC world. Changed billions of things, such as the night in Crime Alley, where it wasn't Bruce Wayne's parents who died, but Bruce Wayne. As a result, Bruce's father directly became Batman, killing people like hemp, and Bruce's mother became a Joker, which is outrageous. There are even more outrageous. Chao, who was directly used as an experimental item, imprisoned by the military for decades, made an experimental subject, became timid and cowardly, and so on. It's all something that this Manhattan hanger does. Lu Yuz doesn't care about others traveling back to the past through the timeline, but he cares about these people who can dial the timeline to change their fate. Lu Yuz didn't want to wake up and see Iron Man and the American team getting married. It doesn't seem impossible. In a certain Marvel world, Iron Man married the American team. It's a pity that the American team is actually a woman. Bad reviews. In short, in order to prevent Dr. Manhattan from going back to the past and changing the timeline, the Hound of Tyndalis is undoubtedly the best choice. Lu Yuz couldn't help it before, after all, Dr. Manhattan's ability can be said to be in existence against the sky, but now it's different. If you dare to go back to the past, I will dare to let the dog bite you. The Hound of Tyndalis, which sounds like a dog, is actually not, but a god of Thulhu who lives in the timeline. Specializes in hunting beings who cross the timeline, whether actively or passively crossing the timeline to travel back in time or to the future. It is an immortal existence in itself, and one head is equal to countless heads. His hound name comes from its characteristics. Once it finds its prey, it will never die, but it itself is immortal, so only its prey dies. Go! Lu Yuz had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and directly released the Hound of Tyndalis. The Hound of Tyndalis, which has no effect on the world itself, exists in the timeline. It has no effect on the real world, and only people who travel through time will be its target. So Lu Yuz didn't care at all and directly let the Hound of Tyndalis out. A bald blue hairman who was traveling in the timeline suddenly felt a palpitation, and the next moment a strange creature appeared in front of him. It looks like a wolf in size, but its head is squirming all the time, and there are several scarlet tentacles on its body, without any fur. The strange creature stared at Dr. Manhattan. Dr. Manhattan's mood plus 10,000. Did you meet it so soon? Lu Yuz put a smile on the corner of his mouth, and put his perspective on the Hound of Tyndaros. He knew that Dr. Manhattan, the hanging hair, was basically observing the past and the future in the timeline, and it seemed that the choice to let the dog go was the right one. On Dr. Manhattan's side, he had spent decades observing and traveling in timelines, and this was the first time he had encountered such strange creatures. It's horrible and a little absurd at the same time. Something that has never been discovered. This is the first image of Dr. Manhattan. The next moment, the Hound of Tyndalis attacked, and the tentacles brandished the power of time directly towards Manhattan. Dr. Manhattan stretched out his large blue hand, covering and touching the Hound of Tyndalis. The next moment, the Hound of Tyndaris was instantly disintegrated. Dismantling and recombining, Dr. Manhattan's ability to disregard anything and be able to disassemble and reassemble anything. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Dr. Manhattan looked at the disappeared Tyndaris hounds and was just about to leave, when the next moment, a group of Tyndaris hounds appeared in front of Dr. Manhattan. In a way, a Tyndaris hound is equal to an innumerable one, and it is itself a creature that inhabits the timeline, and the moment it appears in the timeline, countless Tyndaris hounds are born. The past, the future, the present, endlessly, the so-called immortality came from this way. Dr. Manhattan's mood plus 10,000. You play slowly. Lu Yuz looked at this scene with a smile on the corner of his mouth, although the Hound of Tyndalis could not hunt Dr. Manhattan. But to be able to contain Dr. Manhattan on one hand, that's enough. As long as this forced hair doesn't do anything, it will be earned for Lu Yuz. It is said that the strongest person in DC is De Chao, but in fact, the strongest person in terms of setting is Dr. Manhattan. Of course, you have to say that there are bugs such as Silver Superman and Thinking Superman, and there are more bugs, so I don't have to say it, it all depends on the setting. Then Lu Yuz looked at another 10-star card, Dagon. Dagon, who is also a god in the Thulhu system, is different from the Hound of Tyndaros. The Hound of Tyndalis can only be regarded as a creature in Thulhu, and can be regarded as a god. Dagon, that is the existence of a god who is a serious god. As the most famous Grand Butler of Thulhu in the Thulhu system, Dagon's strength should not be underestimated. With 10 stars of ability, it is completely qualified. The statue of Dagon plus Sulu may be able to create a real town of Innsmouth. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. However, the specific situation still needs to be planned slowly. Don't worry, Gotham's script hasn't been finished yet. The statues of Dagon and Thulhu can be laid out first, and then he will slowly ferment. Come to think of it. The 2 cards in Lu Yuz's hand flew directly to a small town on the edge of the sea in America. Dagon appeared in the depths of the sea and began this painting. The sea slammed into a strange drop and landed on the town's beach, where it was taken back by a few playful bear kids. Everything is ready, just wait for the fermentation. Lu Yus hadn't forgotten that there were creatures like the Sea Clan in this world, so now that Dagon was dormant, it was naturally the best choice. The script still has to be taken step by step, set a small goal, and breed a group of deep divers first. Chapter 94. Gotham. Alfred returned to Wayne Manor with a heavy look in his eyes. It's been 3 days since the last time, and Bruce has been in the Batcave for 3 days, doing the same thing. Prepare for your own suit and weapons. The Minotaur monster left a deep impression on Bruce, although it was only for less than 10 minutes. But Bruce Wayne is well aware that he is no match for the monster at the moment. Bruce Wayne, a man who has never won a fight, has never lost a fight, as long as he is given enough information, even if it is a god, he can overturn the existence. Although little is known about the Minotaur, Bruce can only strengthen his suit and weapons as much as possible. At the very least, it can't be shattered at the slightest touch. Young Master. Alfred made his way to the Batcave and watched Bruce use Wayne Technologies' technology to create a more durable batsuit. How's Alfred's investigation? Asked Bruce as he turned to Alfred. Young Master, the Shadow Gang has been expanding further now, and there are more and more cases of women disappearing in the Gotham Inner Room. Alfred reported to Bruce about the situation. Bruce stopped working on 960 and thought about what had happened that night. Then he took a deep breath. Where's that George? Asked Bruce as he turned to Alfred. Alfred was silent for a moment and then said, it's in the villa developed by the Wayne family real estate group. The villa in that place? Bruce asked, looking at Alfred. Located in the villa area not far from Arkham Asylum. Alfred said to Bruce. Bruce nodded. It's a bit outrageous, but it's a very realistic joke. The clown who fought with Batman for a day returned to his home in the real estate developed by Wayne Group, ate the cooked rice and vegetables sold by Wayne Group, slept on the bed sold by Wayne Group, and spent a good day. At this moment, a sexy group of women in black leather clothes and masks walked in. I heard you seem to be in trouble. Catwoman walked with catwalks. Catwoman walks with a catwalk? BJDJ. Bruce looked at Catwoman, it's none of your business. Hearing Bruce's words, Catwoman is used to it, and he and Bruce have known each other since childhood, to some extent. The two have also had a relationship and have always maintained an ambiguous attitude. Bruce looked at Alfred, he knew that Alfred must have told Catwoman about this, otherwise how could Catwoman know about it? Alfred also knew that Bruce was the Catwoman he had notified, so he said, I'm sorry young master, this matter is more dangerous, I think it should be safer to have this lady with you. Bruce was a little silent, he didn't have many friends, Catwoman counted as one. As for Da Chao, he is still Bruce's imaginary enemy, and he is not a friend. Be careful, let's go in the evening. Bruce said to Catwoman, and did not stubbornly disagree with Catwoman to go with him. Catwoman smiled and nodded. A card appeared in Lu Yu's hand, Li Zinan's character card, and then Lu Yu's fused Yanlong armor with Li Zinan's character card. The rating of the card instantly changed to 7 stars, Yanlong Zia. Sure enough, if it was only 5 stars in armor, with the right bloodline, it would become 7 stars in an instant. Lu Yus looked at the changing cards in his hand. It's your turn. Lu Yus muttered. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. If Yan Longzia didn't appear, Lu Yus was afraid that Bruce would die directly in the hands of the 5 Shadow Protectors. After all, Bruce is no match for any of the 5 Shadow Protectors. Bruce after all, whether it is Bruce or Batman, it is impossible to change his name to Superman, he is still an ordinary person. Among ordinary people, he is considered to be the pinnacle of existence. But in the eyes of a superhuman, he is no different from an ant. There may be a difference, but the difference is not big, but if you are careless, Bruce is easy to turn the tables. After all, Bruce's will is still worthy of recognition. This side of Gotham. As night fell, Gotham grew darker and deeper. In the midst of a brightly lit villa, George was holding this party. This is a regular operation in Gotham, and nothing else will be in Gotham, but the body must be able to, as long as you have fame and power. You can even party with the mayor of Gotham. This is Gotham, rotten to the roots. George is now feasting the upper class of Gotham to his own banquet, and these high people are also very face-saving. After all, it's stupid not to take money if you have money, and it's not the first time they've done such a thing. There's a rule in Gotham that if you want to make money, just do your part and leave what you shouldn't be left alone, so you can survive in this chaotic city. Bruce and Catwoman stand in the dark and watch the brightly lit banquet. These people are really good at playing. Catwoman licked her lips and said, looking at the body at the banquet, she could only say that ordinary people can't think of it, and they can't do it. Bruce didn't speak. What Gotham's upper class was like, he knew better than anyone else, and it was because of this that he would be the Dark Knight of Gotham. Can only live in the dark, and can't be exposed. After all, Wayne's family is the top of Gotham, once he is exposed. People who betray their own class never end well, even if his surname is Wayne, so he is the Dark Knight. Not many people in Gotham know Bruce's identity. Of course, it is said that now, Catwoman counts as one, Joker counts as one, and Alfred counts as one, and Gotham Police Department Chief Gordon counts as one. That's all there are four. As for the others, they don't know who Batman really is. The banquet lasted until late at night, and Bruce didn't do it right away. After all, there were too many high-class people here, and there were more things involved behind it. Bruce has only one goal, and that is George, the leader of the Shadow Gang. Chapter 95. After a hard day's work, George happily saw off the last Gotham upper-class person, and just returned home to take a good rest with 2 Yanmars. As a result, the lights of the villa suddenly dimmed, and 2 figures appeared in front of George. "Who are you?" The dim light made George panic a little, but he quickly calmed down. "What the hell is that abandoned factory monster?" Bruce said in a hoarse voice to George's ears. Hearing Bruce's words, George could see clearly the bat logo on Bruce's chest through the moonlight. Batman, the nemesis of Gotham Sin. George also understands that the abandoned factory was discovered by Batman, but George doesn't care. After all, there are more people in Gotham doing such things. And Batman is notoriously not killing. The worst-case scenario is just to study in the Arkham Asylum in his own district, and the Arkham Asylum is next door to the villa where he lives. Maybe you can go back to your home once in a while. "I don't know what you're talking about," said George with a calm face. Bruce looked at George with a hint of heaviness in his eyes, and George looked at himself with a hint of smugness in his eyes. Bruce knew that George was sure that he wouldn't kill him. Indeed, when Bruce hit people hardest, he just crippled people and then helped him heal. That's right, it's not nonsense, that's what it is. That's why George didn't panic at all. "Just because Batman can't do it doesn't mean I can't." Catwoman's voice sounded, and it was then that George discovered the existence of Catwoman in the darkness. George swallowed his saliva and looked at Catwoman's wonderful figure, and there was one thing to say, Catwoman's figure was indeed top. But looking at Catwoman's murderous eyes and the silent Batman, George knew that people must be ready to investigate and prepare when they came to him. "Okay, I'll take you, but you can't hurt me," George said to Batman and Catwoman, with a hint of discoloration in his eyes. He didn't think that Batman and Catwoman could deal with the 5 protectors of shadows and the demon Bullman. "Maybe you'll be able to get a taste of Catwoman." George then drives Catwoman and Batman to the abandoned chemical plant. On the way, Batman kept asking George where the monster came from and who was helping him. George just said, "You'll know when the time comes." Batman and Catwoman glanced at each other, clearly sensing that something was wrong. But often these superheroes have a self-confidence that ordinary people don't have, and although they feel that something is wrong, they still go. And George didn't report on the way, and honestly drove Batman and Catwoman to the chemical plant. This may mean that the artist is bold. Soon the abandoned factory arrived. George walks ahead, with Batman and Catwoman following behind George. The smile on George's face grew more and more weird. After the 3 of them walked in, Batman sees the scene again familiar from last time, and Catwoman sees this scene for the first time. Looking at the demon bull beast in motion, and the Yanma rolling its eyes. "I'm going to die." Catwoman couldn't help but think about it. "Demon bull beast, I'm here, but I've been kidnapped by someone," George said calmly to the demon bull beast. The demonic bullman looked at George. "Rubbish," the demon bull beast said in a deep voice, and then casually left the great Yanma under him on the ground. For him, it's just a toy, and if it's broken, it's better to change it. Bruce Mood plus 999, read the violent novel, go to the Fila Novel Network. Catwoman sentiment plus 1000. Hearing the prompt of the system, Lu Yuz also set his eyes on Gotham and saw the scene in the abandoned factory clearly. Looking at the demon bull beast, the corners of Lu Yuz's mouth twitched a little, and to be reasonable, he didn't expect the demon bull beast to become like this. However, this thing itself is a collection of negative emotions, and it is not surprising to do anything, and this little detail is not important. Last time, I was run away by you, and I was scolded by the Shadow Protector, but this time I won't. The demonic bullman looked at Bruce, armor looming from its body, and a sharp axe in its hand. Be careful, Bruce said to Catwoman. Catwoman nodded. In terms of height and momentum, the demon cow beast looks very extraordinary, no need for Bruce to say, Catwoman will also pay attention. The demon bull beast jumped and slashed directly towards Bruce with a giant axe in his hand in a posture of splitting Hwashin. George hid aside as soon as the fight started, watching this scene obscenely. Bruce rolled and dodged directly, and a gun appeared in his hand. Pull the trigger. Bullets rained down on the demon bull beast. Lu Yuz looked at the gun in Bruce's hand. Didn't he say that he wouldn't kill anyone? Oh, it turns out that the demon bull beast is not a human, so it's okay. The bullet hit the body of the demonic bullman, but it did not have any effect. In fact, this is also a very normal thing. Seeing this scene, Catwoman deftly appeared behind the demon bull beast. Her body was as sensitive as a cat turning over one by one. A pair of long legs directly clamped the neck of the demon bull beast, and the whole person rode on the body of the demon bull beast, clasping the eyes of the demon bull beast with both hands. But Catwoman ignores a problem. This trick may be effective against other people, but for the demon bull beast, it is undoubtedly suspected of giving away people's heads. The demon bullman grabbed Catwoman's thigh directly and forced. Catwoman felt as if her leg bones were about to be crushed, and the moment she ate the pain, the instinct of her body made Catwoman want to escape with her flexible body. But the next moment, Catwoman felt that the sky was spinning, and the whole person flew up directly, and was directly smashed to the ground by the demon bull beast. Two white breaths came out of the nostrils of the demon bull beast, panting, and stepped on the Catwoman who was lying on the ground and had not yet recovered. If she had been trampled on, Catwoman would have died on the spot. Bruce didn't care about anything else when he saw this. It collided directly with the demon bull beast. Holding on to this opportunity, Catwoman rolled twice on the ground to get out of danger, with a hot pain in her back and a little uneasy breathing. In particular, all the internal organs in the stomach are hurting. Catwoman just wanted to help Bruce, but a hard object was pressed against Catwoman's back, and a gloomy voice rang in Catwoman's ears. Don't move, my little kitten. Chapter 96. Catwoman looked at the lewd guy who appeared behind her. It was George, and now Catwoman's body was hit hard. Even if the physical fitness is better than ordinary people, and the recovery ability is better, but it is not an instant recovery, not to mention that at such a close distance, George is still hiding behind. Catwoman can't do it if she wants to. The kitten got you, you're one of the sexiest characters in Gotham, George said with a smile on his face. A pair of handcuffs appeared on George's hands, and as for why George was handcuffed, it was up to George to play the game he was going to play at night. Catwoman's face changed, but the gun behind her was no joke. Batman's side. Batman relied on his sturdy suit to resist the attack of the monster beast, in order to deal with the powerful power of the monster. The Bat-673 man deliberately improved his suit's ability in terms of defense and shock absorption and unloading. It's because of this that Batman can resist the attack of the demon bull beast in front of him. Looks like Batman is about to lose his bearings, George said with a lewd look on his face, handcuffing Catwoman's left hand and left foot, right hand and right foot together, and her body took on a bow shape. Flowers, George. With Catwoman's physical flexibility, it is not surprising that this is achieved, and in order to prevent Catwoman from calling for help, George also put his tie in Catwoman's mouth and tied it behind his head. Bang! A loud bang rang out. Batman was directly grabbed by the demon bull beast and smashed on the abandoned chemical barrel in the abandoned factory. Batman got up from the ground and looked at the demonic bullman, even though he had made a targeted change to his suit. But now, it's still not the opponent of the demon bull beast. Die! With a hint of crimson light in his eyes, the bull demon beast then rushed towards Batman. Batman's body was directly knocked out by the demon bullman. A crimson glow rose in the eyes of the demon bull beast, and the crimson light projectile flew towards Batman, containing the power of the explosion. Batman looked at the crimson light bullet, and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He was now at the end of his rope. At this moment, a voice rang out. Flame Dragon armor combined. A crimson glow emerges from the abandoned factory. Bruce watched this scene. The light disappeared, and a man in armor dodged in front of Bruce. Blocked those crimson light bullets. Are you alright? Li Zinan asked Bruce, who was on the ground. Bruce had a hint of confusion in his eyes, but he shook his head. He didn't know who the man in the armor was. But this is also a good thing, I was rescued. Who is this guy? George looked at the scene with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yan Longxia. The demon bull beast looked at Li Zinan and said in a deep voice. Alien beast. Li Zianese looked at the demon bull beast. The two are like natural enemies, looking at each other. Alien beast. Bruce watched the scene. I don't know who this guy is, but for now, I'd better slip away. George wasn't stupid either. As a little person, Gotham has been able to survive until now, relying on eating inside and out, betraying his brothers, and running directly when he encounters danger. Relying on this intuition, George was able to survive peacefully in Gotham until now. Now the words are naturally not excluded, looking at the unexpected appearance of Yan Longxia. George just slipped away, and didn't forget to take Catwoman with him before leaving. As for what will happen to the demon cow beast, it has nothing to do with me. I am just a working boy, and when I come out to mix, my life is the most important. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. This is why George did not hesitate to bring Batman and others to the abandoned factory. It's not just that I think that the monster is not afraid of Batman, but also that if you can't beat it, you will go to Arkham to study. Who in Gotham doesn't know that Batman doesn't kill people? The demon bull beast looked at Yan Longxia and spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. A long red knife appeared in Li Zinan's hand, the red light rose, and the temperature of the abandoned factory rose extremely high. Li Zinan dragged the red long knife, and quickly slashed at the body of the demon bull beast with an oblique knife. The huge body of the demon bull beast flew directly upside down, and sparks flew everywhere. Yan Longxia, why are you in this world? The demon bull beast looked at Li Zianese with anger and fear on his chest, and said. As for why the demon bull beast knew about the existence of Yan Longxia, of course, it was because of the demon spirit stone. Is a mortal enemy, and it is reasonable to know the existence of Yan Longxia. No matter in that world, as long as your abilities beasts appear, there will be us. Li Zianan said in a deep voice. The flaming knife in his hand began to charge. The demon bull beast looked at Li Zianese with red eyes, and the giant axe in his hand was also accumulating. You are really brave, you are really brave, you are not afraid of difficulties. Lu Yuz looked at the demon bull beast and wanted to fight against Li Zinan. It can only be said that it is really brave. Sealing the demon and slashing. Li Zianese finished accumulating, and the entire factory seemed to have turned into a flame space, and the huge sword light carried this red flame and flew directly towards the demon bull beast. Roar! The giant axe in the hand of the demon bull beast swung vigorously. Directly hard ramming and sealing the demon slash. The next moment, without the slightest accident, the body of the demon bull beast was directly pierced by the sword light of the demon sealing slash. Turned into a black crystal and swirled in the air, and was finally included in the sealed box by Li Zinan. After the battle, Batman looked at Li Zinan. Li Zinan also took off the armor on his body, revealing his original handsome appearance. My name is Li Zinan. Li Zinan stretched out his hand to Batman. 4.3 Batman looked at Li Zianese with a hint of doubt in his eyes, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes, and Li Zianese withdrew his hand without embarrassment. Forget it, let's not talk about that, let's rescue these girls first. Li Zinan said to Batman, and then began to rescue the girls who were locked in the cage. Batman also stepped forward to help, but he didn't speak, and he was observing Li Zinan all the time. Lu Yuz also retracted his gaze, Li Zionese and Batman successfully hooked up, but he didn't seem to have forgotten something. Lu Yuz thought about it, and then thought about it. Catwoman seems to have been captured by George, but it has nothing to do with herself, she shouldn't die. Chapter 97. Gotham, in the midst of a brightly lit villa. With a hint of trepidation on his face, George looked at the 5 shadow protectors who appeared in front of him. A strong dark aura appeared on the 5 protectors of the shadows, very tyrannical and dark. It made George tremble a little. It was the first time he had seen the 5 protectors of shadows so angry, since he came into contact with the 5 protectors of shadows. It was the first time he had seen the 5 protectors of shadows like this. You mean, you ran into Flame Dragon Man? Vicious Fire asked George. Hearing Evil Fire's question, George hurriedly said, yes, Lord Evil Fire, on the side of the abandoned factory, everything was fine, and Batman was about to die at the hands of the demon bull beast. But then a man in fiery red armor appeared, and I had no choice but to run back to report the news. George said as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead towards the Evil Fire. Sure enough, it's them, these guys are really ghostly, obviously they have left that world, I didn't expect them to be 19 is chasing after them, what should I do next? Evil Fire asked the other 4 shadow protectors. I didn't care about George, who was still here, and I wasn't afraid that George would hear it. We need more psychic beasts. Evil Water said in a deep voice. The key is this guy Yan Longzia, I don't know if a few other guys have come. Evil Wood said. Hearing Evil Wood's words, the other shadow protectors fell silent. As we all know, there are 5 armored warriors, and of course there are not including Emperor heroes. We need more polluting organisms. Evil Gold looked at George, a red glint in his eyes. Got it, my lord, my subordinates will speed up the process. George nodded hurriedly. Although he is timid and afraid, although he eats inside and out, although he betrays his brother and is a despicable villain, George has one thing that is the key to his survival until now. That's vision. He knew very well that this kind of thing was not something he could decide, and he didn't care what the world would become, he only knew one thing. Just live well on your own. The 5 protectors of shadow can bring him money, fame, and power, and that's enough. When you're done, come to us, you should know what to do. Vicious Fire said to George. George nodded. The 5 guardians of shadows disappeared into the villa. George wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. For George, there is no shame in helping the 5 protectors of the shadows. As for the efficiency of the work, it's a bit hard to put into words, but overall, George went back to doing it. But before that, George has to concoct that sexy kitten. George has never been a good guy, on the contrary, he is just a gangster at the bottom, and sometimes he does worse things than those so-called underworld gangsters. Come to the basement of the villa. George looked at Catwoman, who was trapped on a steel frame with his own large font with a smile on his face. George, don't think I don't know who you are, you'd better let me go, you used to be a low-level member of the Falcone family, nicknamed Lao Wu, don't think I don't know your details. Catwoman said to George. You know what you can do, anyway, here, don't think about Batman coming to save you, before that, I will train you well, so that you know how to serve your master. George said with a wicked look on his face. Activating the mechanism on the steel frame, Catwoman's body is forced to tilt backwards. Kitten, let's try the first one. George said with a smile on his face, took out a huge syringe with white liquid in it, and walked behind Catwoman. Bastard, if you dare to do this, I will never let you go. Catwoman said to George with a hint of trepidation. Well, let's wait until you get out first. George said with a wicked smile on his face. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Catwoman didn't say a word, her eyes were cold, and she felt the swelling pain coming from her stomach. Batman's side. After Batman and Lee Se Nam rescue a girl trapped in an abandoned factory. Lee 11 Nan looked at Bruce, and Bruce also looked at Lee 11 Nan. Who are you? Bruce asked his first question to Li Zinan, and it was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak so far. I thought you were a dumb person. Li Zianese looked at Bruce and said, not sarcastically, but seriously, after all, Bruce has not spoken. It's a long story, but it's not the place to talk. Li Zianese looked at the surroundings and said to Bruce. Bruce was silent for a moment and glanced at Li Zianese, follow me. Li followed Bruce out of the abandoned factory. Naturally, Bruce didn't forget Catwoman, but he thought that George just wanted to threaten him by taking Catwoman away. So didn't think much more and didn't know what happened to Catwoman. Soon, Li Zinan followed Bruce to Wayne Manor. Looking at the vastness of Wayne Manor, yes, vast, the word is not misused. Bruce's Wayne Manor is indeed vast. Follow Bruce back to Wayne Manor. Alvar 737 Rider looked at Li Zinan brought back by Bruce, and looked at Li Zinan with a hint of discoloration in his eyes. May I ask this guest what you want to drink? Alfred asked Li Zianese with a smile on his face. Tea, if not, boiled water is fine, thank you. Li Zinan said to Alfred. Alfred nodded and left with a smile. Bruce had already taken off his suit and turned back into the playboy who looked at Li Zinan. Now I can tell me, who are you? Asked Bruce as he looked at Li Zinan. Li Zianese looked at Bruce, and then said with a smile, I can see that you are very vigilant, but I am not a bad person. Bruce didn't speak, his personality was suspicious, and he had forced paranoia, so he wouldn't believe Li Zinan's words so easily. The reason why he showed his true face in front of Li Zinan was that in just a short period of time, Bruce checked the population information of the whole world, but he did not find Li Zinan's information. With the addition of Pheasant Yellow Ape, Blackbeard, and other visitors from another world, Bruce has preliminarily judged that Li Zinan is a visitor from another world, so he will take off his suit in front of Li Zinan. Chapter 98. I just came to this world, and you can understand that I came to this world by tracking the exotic beast. Li Zianese said slowly. What is the alien beast? The Minotaur, and why does it call you Dragon Man? Said Bruce, questioning his mind. It was at this moment that Alfred walked in with tea. Guest, you want tea? Alfred first placed a cup of coffee in front of Bruce, and then placed a cup of tea in front of Li Zinan. Thank you. Li Zianese said to Alfred. Alfred smiled and stood beside Bruce like a competent bodyguard. The tea was good, much better than what I had before. Li Zianese took a sip of tea and said with a smile, then looked at Bruce. The alien beasts are the Minotaur monsters you saw, they are creatures that have been transformed by the shadow with demon spirit stones. To be precise, it's a monster made from tainted creatures and then transformed into magic spirit stones, and I'm specifically dealing with their existence. Li Zianese said slowly. As for why it calls me Yanlongxia, it's probably because I'm the summoner of Yanlong's armor. Li Zianan added. Bruce fell into deep thought. He knew that Li Zianese did not say that he was ridiculous, and Bruce was also an expert in micro-expression observation. No one who lies can escape Bruce's eyes. In other words, what Li Zianese said is true. What's the shadow? Asked Bruce, catching the focus, and turned to Li Zinan. The shadow is the biggest evil force in our world, and their purpose should be to transform this world into the world they want, the Shadow Realm. Li Zianan said in a deep voice. But it's not so easy to transform into a film industry. Li Zianese smiled as he spoke. Bruce took a deep breath and learned from Li Zinan. Bruce probably understood the situation. To put it simply, it's an old-fashioned story, a battle between good and evil. Why did they come to this world? Bruce asked Li Zinan. This was the doubt in Bruce's heart. He felt as if there was a big invisible hand behind him that was overriding all this. I'm going to ask the people of this world. Li Zianese said slowly. The birth of the shadow can be understood as the negative emotions of human beings, especially those ability beasts, which are basically a collection of negative emotions, and there are too many negative emotions in this world. Li Zianan said in a deep voice. Maybe that's why the shadows came to this world. Li Zianese said slowly. Without waiting for Bruce to continue asking. Li Zinan continued, negative emotions, just like we humans want to eat, for the shadow, negative emotions are the best nourishment, the evils in this city are innumerable, I can feel the evils in this city. Hearing Li Zinan's words, Bruce was directly silent. What kind of Gotham is hanging? Others don't know, who knows better than him? Without. The reason why he was silent was because Bruce knew that what Li Zinan said was true. Gotham itself is in Vice City, and if shadows are creatures that feed on negativity, then it's only natural to be here. Is there any way to eliminate them? Asked Bruce as he turned to Li Zinan. Nope. Li Zinan said directly to Bruce. Hearing Li Zinan's words, Bruce had a trace of consternation in his eyes. He thought that Li Zinan would say yes, but he didn't expect to directly say that there was no way. There is no real elimination of the shadow. As long as there is negativity, then the shadow will always exist. Li Zinan said in a deep voice. Anyway, Blind Jill is right, the more outrageous the better, there is no way to verify, as long as it can fool Bruce. Bruce is one of the smartest people in the entire American comic world. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel Novel Network. Anyway, as long as you bluff him, you are not afraid that he will be suspicious, but you are afraid that he will not believe it. For such smart people, there is no need to say too much, they will make up for it themselves. In fact, this is exactly what happened. In the midst of Li Zinan's words, Bruce began to think about what the shadow was. This is also used for the future layout of Lu Yu's. Shadows are just the beginning. Anyway, dig the pit first, if there is anything, it will be filled in later, and whether it can be filled is another matter. Lu Yu's sighed. Looking at Li Zinan's, who was bluffing Bruce, Lu Yu's had a smile on the corner of his mouth. For Lu Yu's, it is necessary to be sure that Bruce is a must, he is the big three of the Justice League, and he is also intellectually responsible. When Zheng Lian was in a desperate situation, most of the time it was Bruce who stepped up. So if you want to deal with Zheng Lian, then you have to deal with Bruce first, otherwise, it will be uncomfortable to be overturned by Bruce at that time. The layout of the shadow side has been completed, and it is okay to develop it slowly. Lu Yu's looked at the situation on the other side of Gotham. Let Bruce and Shadow play slowly. Compared to Tony, Tony's IQ is not low, but it is different from Bruce. As I said before, Bruce's IQ is focused on strategy, and Tony's IQ is focused on research and development. They're all smart guys, but it's clear that Tony is much easier to deal with than Bruce. Just when Lu Yu's was thinking about how to lay out next, Gwen walked in with some mystery. Boss. Gwen looked at Lu Yu's mysteriously. Well, what's the matter with Gwen? There's no new story today. Lu Yu said with a smile at Gwen. The black nerd on the side also looked at Gwen. Boss, I seem to have mutated, you see. Gwen said to Lu Yu's, and then in front of Lu Yu's, she climbed directly onto the wall as if she were walking on the ground. Lu Yu's looked at Gwen. Sure enough, it was a ghost spider. Then this was interesting, in the world view of the ghost spider. The lizardman has become Peter Parker. That's right, Peter Parker, who was supposed to be Spider-Man, turned into a lizardman and finally died in Gwen's arms, which is so outrageous. However, it is a comprehensive world of American comics, and Lu Yu's is not sure whether Peter Parker in this world will become Spider-Man, a lizardman, or a spider monster. Everything is possible. Chapter 99. Congratulations, Gwen, it looks like you've gained incredible abilities. Lu Yu said with a smile. Gwen was a little embarrassed to come down from the wall, feeling a little ostentatious. So boss, are you interested in investing in future superheroes? Gwen said to Lu Yu's. Lu Yu's looked at Gwen. Good guy, I'm really a good guy, I want to be so fresh and refined in what I want to say, it's not you, Ghost Spider. So, may I ask the future superhero Miss Gwen, do you want to not pay? This is not what a superhero should do. Lu Yu said with a smile. Defeat magic with magic. What, I just think boss, you can invest in me a little. Gwen said to Lu Yu's with a blushing face. After all, she was just a little girl in high school, and her skin was not so thick, and she was still a little embarrassed after being poked by Lu Yu's for a little caution in her heart. Is that so? Lu Yu's looked at Gwen, and didn't continue to poke Gwen's careful thoughts. Don't make it so that no one will come in the future. As a friend, it's time to give you a gift. Lu Yu said with a smile, and a bottle of blue appeared in his hand. Compound 5. What is this? Gwen 783 knew that Lu Yu's had a lot of good things here, but looking at the blue liquid in Lu Yu's hand, it was the first time he had seen it, and he asked with some curiosity. Compound 5, a product from a superhero world, how can you say it? What kind of ability you can awaken depends entirely on luck, so I'll give you this gadget. Lu Yu said to Gwen. Compound number 5 is useless in Lu Yu's hands, so it might as well be given to Gwen. Anyway, this thing, as long as Lu Yu wants it, a directional lottery can be done, and it can be obtained early in the evening, so it's better to try it and see what ability Gwen can awaken. Is it really that amazing? Gwen looked at the blue oral liquid in her hand, which could be injected or taken orally. You'll know soon after you try it. Lu Yu said with a smile. Gwen looked at the blue oral liquid in her hand, the number 5 compound, and decided to believe Lu Yu's, and there was no need for Lu Yu's to harm her. Gwen directly ate compound 5. Looks like I'm here at the right time. Tony had just walked in and had just happened to see Gwen ingesting compound 5. Boss, I need to be in shape for you, although you are not from this world, but in America, pedophilia is a felony. It seems that Gwen is not an adult now. Tony quipped. Hearing Tony's words, Lu Yu's directly ignored it. Seeing that Lu Yu's ignored himself, Tony looked at Gwen. Gwen opened her eyes, and a scarlet glow burst out of it. The next moment, he was directly frozen in the air by Lu Yu's. Superman. Tony watched as he watched with a hint of consternation in his eyes. Then Gwen controlled his newly acquired ability, with surprise on his face, and did not forget to say sorry to Lu Yu's. I'm sorry, boss, I just gained the ability, and I didn't master it well. It's okay, it looks like you're in luck. Lu Yu's looked at Gwen. Gwen nodded, excitement palpable. Gwen, you said you just gained the ability, is that the blue oral liquid? Tony asked Gwen with a bit of a collapsed worldview. Gwen nodded. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Boss. Tony looked at Lu Yu's. Don't think about it, the name of that thing is Compound 5, and the abilities Gwen has obtained should be familiar to you, which is similar to the ability of the Great Super, Flying, Super Strength, Super Speed, Body of Steel, and Heat Rays and so on. Lu Yu said slowly. What ability can be obtained by this thing depends on luck, and the ability that some people get by eating it is to control poop. Lu Yu said with a smile. The corners of Tony's mouth twitched. Gee. It is worth saying that Gwen's ability is the same as that of the Motherland, and what the Motherland has, Gwen has, can only be said to be lucky. Lu Yu said with a smile. What do you mean, boss? Tony looked at Lu Yu's. That's right, the ability of the Motherland is obtained by using such a potion, and Gwen is the same now, plus Gwen's own mutated ability. The current Gwen may not be as good as the Motherland, but after giving Gwen a period of time, there is no problem in getting the Motherland. Lu Yu said with a smile. Tony took a deep breath and looked at Gwen. This girl was not only beautiful, but also very unlucky. Boss, is there anything else? Tony looked at Lu Yu's with a burning look in his eyes. No, just this bottle, give it to Gwen. Lu Yu said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tony pursed his lips and didn't continue to ask, he just asked casually, and he didn't really want to take Compound 5. By the way, don't you have anything to do today, why do you have time to come to me? Lu Yu asked Tony with some curiosity. It stands to reason that isn't Tony supposed to strike iron in his home now, and study what anti-Blackbeard armor and anti-Kaido armor are? So free to run here by yourself. That's right, this time I came here to ask the boss if there is any way to find the immortal lizard. Tony said with some embarrassment towards Lu Yu's. Hearing Tony's words, Lu Yu's deliberately looked at Tony with a hint of surprise on his face. That thing, aren't you already contained? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tony instantly turned to Lu Yu's and said, Boss, you're right, I shouldn't believe in SHIELD. You know what? Nick told me that the immortal lizard had been stolen. Tony said this, with a mocking smile on his face. It's also known as the strictest secret service organization, and I don't know if there's an inner ghost in it, Tony said with a hint of complaint. It was only now that Tony learned that the immortal lizard had been stolen. When Tony heard the news, the bruises on his forehead burst out, and the truth beat Nick's big boiled egg. You can lose such a dangerous thing, what else can you not lose? There's no way for Shield to find the immortal lizard, so let me ask you and see if you have any solution. Tony looked at Lu Yu's. Chapter 100. Then the boiled egg, why don't you come by yourself? Lu Yu's asked with some curiosity. The boiled egg was the first big customer to bring emotional value to himself. Lately, I really don't come to my own place. He's busy catching the ghost now, so he's asked me to ask you about this matter. Tony said bluntly. Lu Yu's nodded. I can't find the immortal lizard, I can't do anything, and this store hasn't opened such a business yet, so I'm disappointed, but as long as the immortal lizard is still in this world, then it will naturally appear, rest assured. The question is whether you can contain it again, this is the key. Lu Yu said slowly. Tony nodded, and was not in the matter either. Even if something goes wrong, then it's your Shield problem that has to do with him to Ni. At the same time, Alexander Pierce's side. Alexander Pierce is also looking for the whereabouts of the immortal lizard. After all, the disappearance of the immortal lizard can be said to be a loss to his wife and a soldier. Finally, at the risk of exposure, the indestructible evil lizard was taken out of Shield, and within a few days of research, the base was completely washed by the indestructible evil lizard. Forget about the bloodbath, anyway, Hydra doesn't treat people as people, those people die when they die, at most those scientists are a pity. But there's no way around it. The key problem was that the immortal lizard had disappeared, much to the annoyance of Alexander Pierce. This bunch of garbage can't even do this little thing. And now that Nick Fury is thoroughly investigating the affairs of Shield, Alexander Pierce is also very clear that it is only a matter of time before he is exposed. This is undoubtedly a very aggrieved thing. Not only did he not reap the benefits of what he had done, but he also put himself in the end, which was so depressed that Alexander Pierce vomited blood. Nick Fury's ability. Alexander Pierce knows that it is only a matter of time before he is exposed. With this in mind, Alexander Pierce walked out of his office. Arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D's underground base, in a secret room. Alexander Pierce looks at his henchman Crossbones, Bullock Lanome. Where is the experiment? Alexander Pierce asked at Crossbone. Boss, the number of people who have transplanted demon organs has reached 50, and more than 100 of them have died due to rejection. Crossbones said slowly. Transplant demon organs. Remember the people in the Stark Industrial Building who were brought back by Shield and corrupted by demonic powers? This group of people was disposed of by the people of Shield, and of course many of them fell into the hands of Hydra, in order to train super soldiers. Alexander Pierce's men began to do human experiments, and America didn't have much else, but a lot of vagabonds. A few less, a few more, no one will care. These people are the best material for experiments, from the first transplantation of flesh and blood, to the exchange of blood, and finally to the transplantation of demon organs. I don't know how many people died after this whole experimental process, but none of this mattered. The important thing is that they succeeded, although the success rate is a little low, but they are still successful, these people who transplant demon organs. More or less, they have gained some superpowers, and their physical fitness has increased by at least 5 times, and they are truly superhuman. Almost, we can't wait any longer, Nick Fury is already investigating, what we need to do is get rid of him. Alexander Pierce said in a deep voice. The first strike is strong, and the second strike suffers. When he waited until Nick Fury found his head, then it was better to take the initiative himself, and even if he couldn't succeed, he could divert Nick Fury's attention. If you succeed, it's best, if you can't succeed, then wait for death. Anyway, now Alexander Pierce has no way out, it is better to take a bike into a motorcycle, and bet on a motorcycle to become a Land Rover. Anyway, in such a situation, as long as you kill Nick Fury, then he is safe, as for the rest? More on that later. Let's get through the difficulties in front of us first. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Got it. Crossbones nodded and began to prepare. With a twinkle in his eyes, Alexander Pierce left the room. An attack on Nick Fury has begun, and now Nick Fury is still sorting out the information, and he has just had another idea. I know that there is another force within SHIELD, and there are people in high positions, but time is limited, and only these things are investigated. The rest of the stuff Nick Fury hadn't had time to investigate, and he didn't know that he was about to face a horrific attack. Lu Yuz sighed. Lu Yuz looked at Tony, you didn't come here today just for this matter. Hearing Lu Yuz's words, Tony looked at Lu Yuz with a smile on his face. Another guy finally bowed to me. Tony said with a smile on his face. Hi. Lu Yuz looked at Tony, there were more people bowing to Tony, but there were not many people who could make Tony so happy. Who? Lu Yuz asked with some curiosity. Bruce Wayne. Tony said with a smile to Lu Yuz. Lu Yuz? I can't say bow my head, this guy finally has something to ask me. Tony said with a smile on his face. They are all famous playboys of America, all geniuses, and all have their own companies. Tony and Bruce are often compared by certain gossip magazines. In general, regardless of victory or defeat, Tony's Stark Group and Bruce's Wayne Group are all about the same. Don't think that Bruce doesn't have any high-tech, in fact, Bruce Group really has a lot of black technology. It's just that Bruce prefers to use his brain, or plan, to do things. This guy called me yesterday night and dragged me to ask you something. Tony looked at Lu Yuz with a smile. Lu Yuz had a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Are you sure it's him bowing to you, not that you're running errands for him? Hearing Lu Yuz's words, Tony's face froze, as if it was really what Lu Yuz said, he was helping Bruce run errands. Chapter 101. Fake. Tony scolded in a low voice, ringing the phone call Bruce had given him yesterday night, hoping that he could help him ask Lu Yuz about the alien beast, as well as the armored warrior, and the shadow. Originally, Tony thought that Bruce was bowing his head to himself and begging him, but now after Lu Yuz said so, Tony felt like he was the one who ran errands. Lu Yuz looked at Tony. I have to say that Tony's personality charm is really good. In America, people like Tony are basically rare. Of course, don't compare Tony in the comics. Tony in the comics, a proper capitalist, is even more villain than a villain. Well, it doesn't matter, he wants you to ask me about what Psychic Beast is. Yes, Psychic Beast, as well as Armored Warrior and Shadow. 630, Tony said to Lu Yuz. The old rules. Lu Yuz stretched out a finger. Tony directly transferred $100 million to Lu Yuz's side. I really don't understand, why do you still charge money when you don't need money? Asked Tony with some curiosity towards Lu Yuz. Money is really meaningless to me, but meaninglessness does not mean that it is not collected. Businessmen care about profits, and it is better than nothing. And money, though it doesn't work for me, can be useful for some people. Lu Yuz said with a smile. 1 year of life is equal to $100,000, and it has spread at the bottom of America. Especially here in New York. There are many people who come to Lu Yuz here to exchange their lives for beautiful knives, and even say that they abound. America has one thing to say, it is indeed a paradise for the rich. But beware, there are rich people, and as long as you have money here, then you can enjoy things you can't imagine. The premise is that you have money. Those people at the bottom have no money, and Lu Yuz just gave them a chance to become a lot of coins. There is a phrase that best describes America, it is a paradise for the rich and a hell for the poor. The rules, the laws, everything is for the rich here, and the same goes for the police. Tony heard Lu Yuz's words, and he also knew what kind of consciousness Lu Yuz was talking about. There has been an extra group of nouveau riche in New York recently. How this group of nouveau riche got their money has been investigated, but the result is that there is no news. Okay, let's not talk about that. What's going on with that ability beast? Tony asked Lu Yuz, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Strange beast, you can understand a collection of negative emotions, simply put, transformed by the shadow using the demon spirit stone to transform the tainted creatures. Lu Yuz touched his chin and said slowly. A collection of negative emotions. Tony looked at Lu Yuz with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. You just need to know that the exotic beast is bad, and the focus is on the Shadow Realm armored warriors. Lu Yuz looked at Tony and said. Tony nodded and motioned for Lu Yuz to continue. If the alien beasts are negative energy, then the armored warriors are the positive energy, and they are specially born to deal with these alien beasts. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Let's put it this way, you can absolutely trust the armored warriors. If they don't have the right mind, they can't summon the armor for so long, they can't pose any threat, so you understand. Lu Yuz looked at Tony and said. Tony nodded, I see. So, what's going on in that shadow world? Asked Tony as he turned to Lu Yuz. Shadow Realm, the Shadow Realm, simply put, is a place where darkness gathers, and the alien beast was created by the people of the Shadow Realm to destroy the world. Lu Yuz said in a deep voice. So the last question, do they have anything to do with chaos and order? Asked Tony, looking at Lu Yuz. I also want to know if they have anything to do with chaos and order. No, they have nothing to do with chaos or order. Lu Yuz shook his head. The armored warrior is in Lu Yuz's setting, there is no void eternal ancient realm, there is no need for that, if everything is mixed in, it will only collapse at that time. To know a lie, it takes countless lies to make it round. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. So Lu Yuz also knows very well that some things can't be put together. There's no need for that, and putting it together will make a mess. So that's the case, then in this case, the words of the armored warrior can be completely trustworthy. Tony looked at Lu Yuz and said. Yes, you can understand that. Lu Yuz nodded. Tony said he understood. Well, I think I can help now, too. Gwen said to Tony with excitement on her face. I've been listening to it for so long. Gwen also knows what's going on, plus the superpowers she just acquired. Now Gwen is not the Gwen who has realized that with great power comes great responsibility after the death of Peter Parker, the Lizardman. Now she is just a high school student, she is very curious about everything, she just has interesting thoughts, and she doesn't have much sense of responsibility. More often than not, the second grade is full of disease. If you don't believe it, the child still obediently goes back to study. Tony pouted at Gwen. Although Tony is a playboy, he really hasn't done anything bad. This is especially true of the movie version of Iron Man. Cut. Gwen pouted, a hint of unhappiness on her face. Tony shook his head. In Tony's eyes, Gwen Ju was like a child who had gotten his favorite toy and couldn't wait to show it off. In fact, this is also true. After Tony is gone. Boss, tell me. Gwen said to Lu Yuz coquettishly 5.3. No, I can't. Feeling the softness on his arm, Lu Yuz directly refused with righteous words. Why? I'm not going to hold back, I want to be a superhero too. Gwen said to Lu Yuz. Lu Yuz looked at Gwen with a smile, you don't want to be a superhero, at least you are now, you just want to show off your newly acquired abilities. When you understand that with great power comes great responsibility, you are qualified to be a superhero, but I hope you never have that day. Lu Yuz said with a smile. Gwen didn't quite understand what Lu Yuz meant by this, but she still nodded to show that she understood. Chapter 102. Gotham. George, on his part, looked at a wild horse contaminated with chemical materials in the cage, which was being kept inside. There were also the same animals that were contaminated as raw materials, crocodiles, tigers, octopuses, a total of 4 contaminated creatures. Lord Flame. George was no longer surprised to see the sudden fire. Vicious Fire looked at the 4 contaminated animals locked in the shroud. 4 magic spirit stones appeared in his hand. Go! Evil Fire said softly, and the demon spirit stone flew directly into the bodies of the 4 animals. The black glow is deep. Infinite darkness and negativity converge. Demon Oriman, Crocodile Beast, Demon Tiger Beast, Octopus Beast, meet Lord Evil Fire, said the 4-headed strange beast as he accompanied the ground towards the evil fire. Vicious Fire nodded, and the 4 strange beasts rose from the ground. George looked at the 4 strange beasts in front of him with a chill in his heart, but he didn't think much about it, he knew very well what his value was. So there is no panic at all, and even a little arrogant. There is also a need for more contaminated organisms. Vicious Fire looked at George and said in a deep voice. Lord Evil Fire, I wonder why 19 must need tainted creatures, asked George as he turned to Evil Fire. Only the polluted creatures will have the deepest hatred for this world, and only in this way will the transformed alien beasts become more powerful. The Evil Fire did not hide it and said directly. I see, I understand Lord Evil Fire, and I will tell my men to continue searching. George said towards the fire. Vicious Fire nodded. You four follow George and protect him. Vicious Fire said to the four strange beasts. Yes, Lord Flame. The four strange beasts said in unison. George has a smile on his face, and now he is also a bodyguard. As for why Evil Fire did this, it naturally had a deeper meaning, and George could be found by them as a surrogate. That in itself speaks for George's own luck. And even more crucially, they found out that George was a natural villain, doing anything as long as he had the money. And there is no lower limit to doing things than them. It can only be said that this guy is born with evil seedlings. Lord Evil Fire, I will call someone to find the contaminated creatures as soon as possible, please rest assured, there will be more next time. George said with a smile. Vicious Fire nodded, then vanished. Contaminated creatures are not so easy to find, and those contaminated creatures are not good for George, who is not good in themselves. Whether it can survive is still unknown. Therefore, it is not so simple to find suitable contaminated organisms. George drove back to his villa. Kitten, I'm back. George walked into the basement and said to Catwoman. Catwoman is forced to bend over with a gag in her mouth, her belly bulging high as if she is pregnant, and her face is full of pain. There are also some indescribable words tattooed on the body. Forget it, your mouth is gagged now, as if you can't speak. George looked at Catwoman with a smile and then removed the gag from Catwoman's mouth. I'm going to kill you, I swear, I'm going to kill you. Catwoman whispered to George, with undisguised murderous intent in her eyes. The hellish torture of these days has become a shadow that Catwoman will never forget in her life. Yes, but before you can do that, you need to get out of the way. George looked at Catwoman with a smile, not caring for Catwoman's murderous gaze. George has seen many such looks, but none of them have done it. You can't find Batman here, so you can die of this heart and be my slave obediently. George said to Catwoman with a wicked smile on his face. Then he took out a pink syringe with a pink potion in it. This thing is the most circulating medicine on the black market, it can improve the sensitivity of the human body, and the most important thing is that she will be addicted. Bastard! Catwoman looked at George, eager to give George a straight gam. Looks like you're still in good spirits, so go ahead. George injected the potion directly into Catwoman's body. An hour later, George walked up from the basement with a satisfied look on his face. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Looking at the living room, the man in black was sitting. Old 5, or maybe it's time to call you the Shadow Gang's help, George. The bald man at the head looked at George and said slowly. Playing with a pistol in his hand. In Gotham, no one can betray the Falcone family. The bald man looked at George and said. George looked at the big man with a hint of surprise, really? The bald man didn't know why George was so calm, he had seen many betrayers who betrayed the Falcone family, and when he saw them, he wept bitterly. Only George, who is different, has not panicked at all so far. This couldn't help but make the bald man feel a little weird in his heart. 4 figures appeared beside George. Kill them! George said with a wicked smile on his face as he looked at the butchers of the Falcone family. The 4 abilities moved in unison. This accident caused the butchers of the Falcone family to die instantly, and they had no ability to resist at all. The most powerful in the underworld in Gotham is the Falcone family. Trivia: the Penguin Man also came out of the Falcone family, although Penguin Man 077 itself was born in the Colport family. Cobalt is also one of the 4 families of Gotham, but he is lonely. When the Penguin first debuted, he also mixed up with the Falcone family. The setting in the Gotham TV series. Perhaps, it's time for me to declare war on the Falcone family. George looked at the butchers of Falcone on the ground. In Gotham, the biggest underworld force is Falcone. As for the Joker is a supervillain, does not belong to any underworld organization. If I have to say, according to a certain version of the Joker's origin, it is a member of the Red Hood gang, or forced. Except for the Penguins, the villains of Gotham do not have a fixed gang. In short, how to be happy. Declaring war on the Falcone family would mean reshuffling the Gotham underworld, something George didn't want to do so sooner. But now that Falcone's butchers had come to the door, he had to do it. But now there is one urgent thing to do, that is, to move. The Falcone family can find this place, maybe Batman can find this place soon. Moving is king. Chapter 103. My fifth child came out to mix, relying on boldness and carefulness. George thought to himself, and then returned to the basement with a large suitcase. More than 10 minutes later, George directly carried the suitcase, handed it to the demon tiger beast without anything, and then asked the demon horse beast to leave with him. Even the car didn't drive. In order to avoid any clues. Sure enough, it took less than 10 minutes for George to leave. Batman is here. Looking at the brightly lit villa hall, a picture of hell appeared in Batman's eyes, and those butchers of Falcone were all in a pool of blood. The white floor was stained dark red with blood, and all the killers died here. Batman carefully searched the villa. The basement was soon discovered. When Batman came to the basement, he found that the entire basement was like a fun room, with all kinds of toys and props placed in it. Look at the familiar black leather coat and mask on the ground. Serena. Batman looked at the leather coat on the ground, and there was a faint pain in his heart. As a man, especially a famous playboy. What this prop in the basement represents, Bruce knows better than anyone else. Serena Kyle, Catwoman's real name, is also one of the women who has an affair with Bruce. In the midst of a big event, Bruce and Catwoman get married. Old 5. Bruce had a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. This was the first time Bruce wanted to kill someone like this. Even the Joker, Bruce didn't do that. Soon Bruce called the police, and then disappeared into the villa, taking Catwoman's clothes with him when he left. Bruce gets confirmation of Lee Senom's identity from Tony, although Bruce is still suspicious. But now, the only person Bruce can turn to for help is Lee Zenan. He couldn't find any trace of George, as if Gotham hadn't seen him, and this was the first time Bruce had felt this feeling in someone other than the Joker. New York. Nick Fury sat in a black sedan with bulletproof plates, rubbed his eyebrows, and looked at the information in his hand. After his own henchman's investigation, Nick Fury has deduced something. For example, the inner ghost in Shield is likely to be Alexander Pierce, who has the grace of knowing him. Of course, there is no such thing as the grace of knowledge in America. To put it simply, Pierce was the previous director of Shield, and Nick Fury's ability to become the director of Shield was largely recommended by Pierce. Prior to the investigation, Nick Fury had suspected anyone, Natasha, Coulson, and Hawkeye. But Pierce was the only one who never doubted it. But now all the evidence points to Pierce, even if Nick Fury doesn't want to believe it, but the result is that Pierce is the biggest ghost in Shield. You seem to be annoyed. Natasha said as she looked at Nick Fury. Some trouble. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Not only because Pierce is an inner ghost, but more likely because Pierce is the one who recommended himself to become the director of Shield Bureau. If Pierce is really an inner ghost, then he can't get rid of suspicion, which is called yellow mud falling into the crotch of his pants, not but. In the original book, Shield was disbanded, largely because of this. The previous director of Shield was actually a Hydra person. How can the United Nations trust Shield again? So dissolution is also an inevitable thing. Now, Nick Fury also sees this, which is why he is so troubled. Once Pierce is exposed, then Shield will have no value in existing. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. After all, the previous director was actually a Hydra, and from this point of view, Shield can't be cleaned anyway. But now there is a turning point in this matter, and only Nick Fury knows this information. Nick Fury is also making difficult choices on his mind. Bang! A violent explosion rang out, and the car in which Nick Fury and Natasha were riding reversed. Terrorist attack! Natasha and Nick Fury thought at the same time. Then Nick Fury thought of a person, Alexander Pierce. Fuck! Nick Fury climbed out of the car window. Natasha hides behind a riot car with a gun. How many? Nick Fury asked, looking at Natasha. Here Nick Fury. Natasha bit her head. I don't know, at least 30 or 40. Natasha said in a deep voice. You really look up to me. Nick Fury said self-deprecatingly. Gunshots rang out incessantly. Nick Fury and Natasha hide behind the car. Nick Fury also thought that Alexander Pierce could be so crazy. Crazy to do it to yourself in such a big name, and it's still on the street during the day. Natasha poked her head out and looked at a fully armed man opposite, with a bazooka directly on his shoulder. Farky! Natasha turned her head and pulled Nick Fury around and began to run away. The next moment, a violent explosion directly overturned Nick Fury's car. Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out, and Natasha fled with Nick Fury in disarray. Bang bang bang! Natasha occasionally fired 2 shots back, and then a shocking scene happened to Natasha. These men in black didn't care about the bullets being shot at them. Fuck, what is this? Transform people! Natasha said with a hint of shock in her eyes. Nick Fury looked at these people and thought of Coulson's investigative information, and some of the demon corpses that had been secretly disposed of had disappeared. The green light that appeared on these transformed people, the familiar light, couldn't help but make Nick Fury think of those lost demons. Let's go! With a hint of passing in his eyes, Nick Fury looked at the alarm device on his body, and it was not triggered at all. The signal here is completely blocked. It was a complete nirvana for Nick Fury. Natasha didn't speak, turned to look at the man in black who was chasing. Director, you go first. Nick Fury looked at Natasha and didn't say anything pretentious, turned around and left first. Be careful, these are Hydra's reformers. Chapter 104. Come on. Natasha looked at this group of people in black with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. As a top agent, Natasha naturally didn't need to say much. And it was transformed inside the Red House, and most importantly, now Natasha herself still has the ability to explode the fruit. The combat power is not as good as those top-level superhumans, but it is still more than enough to deal with these transformed Transformers. The only problem is that these guys have guns in their hands. That's the most troublesome part. Natasha is not a body of steel, and if she is hit by a bullet, she will send it away. That's why Natasha let Nick Fury go first. The bang thump thump gunshots rang out continuously, and Natasha could only dodge the flying bullets as best she could. At the same time, he began to use the ability of the exploding fruit to fight back. Of course, you don't have to pick your nose like the boogers in the pirate world, and then pop out to blow up the enemy. The way to fight is more about close combat, and then using explosive abilities to blow up enemies by surprise. If you rely on some of the substances in your body to fight, it will be just liquid, or nasal feces, or hair. Natasha feels that after using it, she can live on a different planet since 010. If you are a man, you don't care about the image, and you don't kill people by digging your nose and blowing up people. At most you say that he is a little sloppy, but women, how do you look at it? Just imagine, the famous Black Widow, picking her nose and blowing up people, how exciting it must be when the news gets out. Therefore, Natasha's combat method is still mainly close to the body, and now Natasha's fruit ability has not yet reached the level of awakening. Perhaps after reaching the awakening level, Natasha will be able to use all the objects around her, and according to the rules of superhuman awakening, everything around her that can be touched will be turned into terrifying explosives. But Natasha isn't there yet. Roll! Natasha kicked a transhuman straight out of the way, producing a violent explosion. At the same time that this reformed person was directly blown out, the clothes on the upper body were also blown up, revealing what the clothes were directly hiding. The upper body, which was supposed to be human, was now blood red, and beneath that skin, it was as if there were countless insects wriggling in it. Natasha, who saw this BJFJ scene, took a deep breath. Looked at the 10 men in black around him. Trouble. Natasha muttered, and the rest of the black-clad reformers went after Nick Fury. Natasha does not start the battle with much noise. Nick Fury's side. Nick Fury paused with a gloomy face. Looking at Alexander Pierce, who was standing in front of him, and Crossbones, a senior agent of SHIELD. It's really you. Nick Fury looked at Pierce with a heavy look in his eyes. Nick, you know I'm bullish on you, but now, I have to make a move on you. Pierce smiled at Nick Fury. Dozens of black transformers behind Nick Fury surrounded Nick Fury and completely surrounded him. Why, said Nick Fury, looking at Pierce. What, why, said Pierce, looking at Nick Fury and raising an eyebrow. Why join Hydra? Nick Fury looked at Pierce, something Nick Fury hadn't figured out. He didn't understand why Pierce, the former head of SHIELD, joined Hydra. Pierce laughed at Nick Fury's words, I've always been a Hydra. Pierce's words made Nick Fury understand in an instant. He always thought that Pierce was threatened by Hydra by joining Hydra, but he never thought that Pierce had always been a Hydra person. That means that SHIELD has become a snake shield bureau and has rotted to the roots. When a Hydra man once sat as the director of SHIELD, even if Nick Fury was unwilling, he knew it very well in his heart. How many of the people in SHIELD are Hydra, no one can say, and in the end, SHIELD has only one way to go. That is dissolution. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel Novel Network. I see. Nick Fury took a deep breath and looked at Pierce. As long as you die, it all ends. Pierce said to Nick Fury, a confident smile on his face. He doesn't believe Nick Fury has any ability to turn the tables right now. His right-hand men are either out on missions or dragged down. The only Natasha is still in a bitter battle. Only if Nick Fury is dead, then he, the former director of SHIELD, can come to the rescue, and directly find two substitutes when the time comes. Everything will calm down. However, such a premise can only be established after Nick Fury dies. If Nick Fury hadn't died, it would all have been Pierce's thoughts. Pierce, you once told me that as an agent, you should always prepare yourself for a back path, and now you seem to have forgotten this rule. Nick Fury looked at Pierce and said in a deep voice. Pierce looked at Nick Fury with a bad premonition. Shoot! Nick Fury lifted the blindfold from his face, and a scarlet eye emerged, his pupils moving like a windmill. Susanoo! A black giant skeleton directly covered Nick Fury's body. This change directly made Pierce blind. What is the situation with those blood-colored eyes? Aren't Nick Fury's eyes scratched and blinded by the cat's irregularity, and they have already been down? When did Nick Fury have that ability? Its black skeleton protected Nick Fury in it, and a bullet could not shake it for half a minute. At the same time, the two skeletal arms waved, and the black-clothed transformers surrounding Nick Fury were all swept out. Nick Fury looked at Pierce. Amaterasu. The pitch-black immortal flame instantly rose up on Pierce and Crossbones' bodies. Natasha, who had just dealt with those transformers, came here and saw this scene, looking at Nick Fury with surprise in her eyes. Pierce and Crossbones were pounding at the black flames on their bodies, trying to extinguish them. But no matter what they did, they couldn't extinguish it, and they were burned to ashes in the end. Nick Fury watched the scene lightly. Chapter 105. Director, is this? Natasha looked at the scene, and naturally recognized Crossbones and Pierce. Pierce and Crossbones died heroically to save me. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, then looked at Natasha. Natasha looked at Nick Fury, she wasn't stupid, she couldn't even see that. Something else I'm talking about. Nick Fury stopped Natasha's idea of asking. For Nick Fury, if SHIELD is not disbanded, there is only one thing to do, and that is to cover up Pierce's identity as Hydra. Only by doing so can SHIELD survive. Once it is revealed that Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, is actually a Hydra, then SHIELD will have no credit. In the original book, because of this, SHIELD was directly disbanded by the United Nations on the spot, and Amika directly announced that SHIELD was no longer an official agency. Natasha looked at Nick Fury, and then nodded, with a lot of doubts in her heart, but Natasha still chose to believe in Nick Fury. Have you finally used your abilities? Lu Yuz looked at the emotion in his mind with a smile on the corner of his mouth. From the emotion value of the dead Pierce and the crossbones, Nick Fury, a typical old coward, was forced to use the kaleidoscope, and he was obviously in a desperate situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the old coward to use his abilities. Then Lu Yuz set his sights on a seaside town in Amica. This is a small town by the sea in Amica, which was supposed to be a beautiful place, but now it was very humid, and there was no cloud over the town, and the whole town was in a dead state. In the middle of a dark church, an eerie sculpture is placed in the center of the church. It's not surprising that churches are found in America, and they are found in almost every town. But here, where it was supposed to be a statue of Yahweh, was replaced by a statue of a strange fish, with a bloated body, a pair of tattered wings on its back, and a wriggling tentacle on its chin, a half-crouching look. Thulhu. The development here is far faster than Lu Yuz thought. Originally thought that it should develop slowly, but I didn't expect that the statue of Thulhu would have such a great influence. In less than a week, all the inhabitants of this town have become Thulhu believers. At the same time, the body has also changed. For example, the hands and feet are stretched out like fish webs, and a red wound on the neck that resembles the gills of a fish. These variations are just the beginning. The church, which was supposed to be singing hymns, has now become an eerie dark melody. If this development continues, maybe there will be a new race in this world. Lu Yuz couldn't help but say when he saw this scene. However, the town is very remote, hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest city, and there is only one road to the town, and there is only one bus a week between the town and the city. The problem here is obviously unlikely to be discovered anytime soon. This is also the reason why Lu Yuz deliberately chose and placed it here. Thulhu's side is not in a hurry for now, wait for them to develop for a while, and if it is exposed now, maybe the whole world will become a world of Thulhu. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. Now that the world's superpowers haven't grown up, if they are corrupted, then the fun will be great. The scariest thing about the Thulhu system is that they are indescribable beings who can pollute any living thing. Da Chao is now in existence with negative magic resistance, and in the face of gramanistic creatures, it can be said that it is a 100% polluted existence. And if it comes out now, the emotional value of the harvest is too low for Lu Yuz, so it's better to wait, just pay attention. As long as the situation does not exceed Lu Yuz's control, then it will be fine. Gotham. On Bruce's side, Bruce returned to Wayne Manor with Catwoman's leather coat and mask, with great loss and anger in his heart. The first time Bruce wanted to kill someone like this, there was no reason for him, he just wanted to kill someone. Looks like you're not in a good mood. Li Zionese looked at Bruce and said slowly. Bruce looked at Li Zinan, do you know how to find them? Li Zionese looked at Bruce, looking at the anger and gaffe from Bruce's eyes. I can't find them unless they show up. Li Zionese said slowly. Hearing Li Zinan's words, Bruce took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, thinking carefully about how to force those guys out. Li Zinan, you said that the alien beast needs a contaminated creature to transform. Bruce suddenly thought of this question. Hearing Bruce's words, Li Zionese nodded. To be precise, any creature can be transformed, but it is best for a contaminated creature to be transformed. I see. Bruce nodded, a glint in his eyes. Hearing Bruce's words, Li Zionese had a trace of doubt in his eyes. Soon Li Sinam knew what Bruce was going to do. The next day, Bruce directly announced that the Wayne Group was ready to euthanize those contaminated creatures in order to prevent the contaminated creatures from damaging the environment. The news spread, and with the full publicity of the Wayne Group, it quickly spread throughout Gotham. Many people are wondering why Wayne Group is doing it. This kind of thing should not be a big deal. In an apartment, George watched the news on the TV, sat on the couch, and watched with interest the news that the Wayne Group was about to euthanize the contaminated creatures. Look at Catwoman, who is lying on the ground with her knees and elbows by restraining her hands and feet with her own restraint props. Kitten, it looks like your lover is in a hurry. George said to Catwoman. Catwoman looked at George with anger on her face and didn't speak, and there was a cat tail behind her, except for the ring on her nose, there were other places, but she couldn't say. Chapter 106. I just like to see you like this. Who would have thought that the famous Batman would be a famous playboy in Gotham, said George as he looked at Catwoman with a smile. If this news is announced, it must be very exciting. George said slowly, looking at Bruce on the TV, smiling at the interview. It wasn't known why Bruce had done this to euthanize the contaminated animals, but George knew it was his chance. Contaminated animals are not so easy to find. And it's even harder to get the right fit. As for whether it is a trap or not, George doesn't care at all, he is just a working boy, and the real boss is the 5 protectors of the shadow behind him. Even if you want to do something to him, you have to kill the 5 shadow protectors first. There is a saying in the East, yes, that is, the sky is falling and the tall man is on top, what is he afraid of? No matter what the point of view, there is no need for him to be afraid, and there is no need to care, at most he will encounter Batman's revenge. 19 Because Catwoman was played with by herself for a while, but George didn't care, Batman didn't kill people, which was recognized by Gotham. The worst outcome is just to go to the Arkham Asylum for further study, what's the big deal, maybe after coming out, you can mix a little better. What do you say, prison? Isn't that a reward for George? And Gotham's prison, you know everything. Tomorrow? Looks like he can't wait to get you out. George said as he looked at Catwoman. Stroking Catwoman's skin. Catwoman's body trembled, and her face turned red. Her body was injected with too many contraband drugs by George, which caused Catwoman's body to be very sensitive now. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the scum George of your scum. Bruce directly announced that the contaminated creatures would be euthanized tomorrow at a factory outside of Gotham. After getting this news, George didn't care, and directly told the 5 protectors of the shadows. Anyway, whoever wants to go, he won't go, anyone with a discerning eye knows that it's a trap, and George won't be fooled. After the 5 shadow protectors learned the news, they prepared to send the demon tiger beast and the demon horse beast to the chemical factory in the suburbs to carry out the robbery plan. As for whether the 5 shadow protectors will go back? Of course not, what George can think of, they can't think of. Just send the demon tiger beast and the demon horse beast to go, you can grab the best, and if you can't grab it, you will lose 2 low-level ability beasts at most. It's nothing at all for them, okay. So they don't lose anything. Day 2. In a factory on the outskirts of Gotham, Bruce told the Wayne group to release all the contaminated creatures. Are they coming back? Asked Li Zinan, looking at Bruce. If you're not telling a lie, they won't let go of this opportunity. Bruce said in a deep voice. Catwoman's affair made Bruce lose some of his former calm. But this is also normal, this kind of thing, no matter if it is put on that man, he can't calm down, unless he has a green the 10th fetish, cough cough. After Bruce dispersed the workers of the Wayne group. And Li Zinan are waiting for the rabbit here. Little by little, time passed, from day to night. Finally, 2 figures appeared in front of Bruce and Li Zinan. Li Zinan's eyes lit up, but Bruce had a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and the person who came was not George, but 2 strange beasts. Fake. Bruce scolded, looking at the 2 anomalous beasts. I couldn't help but think of the girls who were ravaged by the demon bull beast, and when I thought of Catwoman, it was very likely that such a fate would happen. Bruce's heart was even more uncomfortable. Yanlong armor, combined. Li Zinan directly transformed and appeared in front of the demon tiger beast and the demon horse beast. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Yanlongzia. The demon tiger beast looked at Li Zinan and said in a deep voice. With a glimmer of light in his eyes, the demon horse beast glanced at the demon tiger beast. Then he immediately ran away, and he ran separately. They are not stupid, they are not the opponents of Yanlongzia. Don't they run and stay here and wait for death? And their Shadow Lord also told them that they can run when they encounter Yanlongzia, and it is up to them whether they can live or not. Li Zinan looked at the fleeing demon tiger beast and demon horse beast. After hesitating for a moment, he still chased after the relatively powerful demon tiger beast. Bruce looked at this scene and obviously felt that something was wrong, as if the other party knew that it was a trap. Thinking of this, Bruce looked at the contaminated creatures in the warehouse, which were locked in a shroud. Worst. The next moment, a dark figure converged in the warehouse. Evil Water, one of the 5 protectors of the shadows. When Bruce saw this scene, his pupils shrank, and they were fooled. Li Xiaonan was led away, so there was no one to defend the warehouse, and as for Bruce, he was not a human being in front of bad water, he could only be an ant. Not even a low-level psychic beast can handle it, let alone him. Stop! Bruce stepped out of the darkness. Badwater glanced at Bruce. Stop! Are you making a movie? In the next moment, 15 demon spirit stones appeared in the hands of 370 evil water. The spirit stone flew directly towards the contaminated creatures that were locked in the shroud. Bruce didn't care so much, and immediately activated the mechanism, releasing the poison gas ready for euthanasia, trying to poison all the contaminated creatures locked in the glass shroud. But it was still a step late. The demon spirit stone had flown into the shroud. The black glow is incomparably deep. For the first time, Bruce saw the whole process of the birth of the alien beast. 15 beasts came out of the shroud and knelt down in front of the evil waters. Meet the Shadow Protector, the 15 mutant beasts said in unison. Oh no! Bruce felt worse than ever at this moment, as if he had made a wrong plan. Treat everyone else like a fool, and end up being a fool yourself. He didn't expect the Shadow Protector to do this. Bruce missed a step, his strength was not proportional to the Shadow Protector. As long as Yan Longxia is lured away, then he has no chance to face the Shadow Protector. Even if he wanted to kill the tainted creatures before the psychic was born, he couldn't do it. Chapter 107. Kill him! Badwater said to Bruce, then to a dozen newborn psychic beasts. Bruce turned and ran. If you don't run, wait for death. Lu Yuz couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. Bruce was also dizzy because of Catwoman's matter, otherwise he really wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. However, when Lu Yuz said this, he didn't have a backache when he stood and spoke, not Bruce. How could he understand the pain in Bruce's heart? The plot of Gotham is finally about to begin. Lu Yuz looked at the ability beasts that now had nearly 20. Then the 5 protectors of shadows will also start their own plans. Looking at the growing emotional value in the system, Lu Yuz touched his chin. There is no need to draw a lottery now, forget it, wait until there is a need later, save it first, the cards in his hand are enough at present. At the same time, New Mexico. A hammer carrying this thunder soared into the sky. Shield here. Nick Fury looked at Natasha, and Natasha looked at Nick Fury. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Natasha looked at Nick Fury with wary eyes. My instincts as an agent tell Natasha that something is wrong with Nick Fury, something is wrong. Look at this. Nick Fury looked at Natasha. Nick Fury didn't want to tell Pierce that he was Hydra. But now, if you don't say no, Natasha's skeptical look has made Nick Fury sure that Natasha doesn't trust herself very much now. This is the result of Coulson's investigation. Nick Fury added. Natasha looked at the file Nick Fury had brought over, looked at it carefully, and then her pupils narrowed. All of the above is about the problems within SHIELD, and the problems within SHIELD are more than she thought. More than 2/3 of the agents are Hydras. Seeing this, Natasha couldn't help but smile. Was laughed at, as the largest secret service organization in the whole world, the rival is Hydra, and now SHIELD has actually become a hotbed for cultivating Hydra. Can this not be laughed at? So, why did Pierce die heroically to save you? Asked Natasha, looking at Nick Fury. Pierce was the previous director of SHIELD, and when his identity as Hydra is revealed, do you know what he's going to face? Said Nick Fury slowly. So I'm unemployed. Natasha said half-jokingly, instantly understanding what Nick Fury meant. I don't know, but I want to know what to do with the Hydra that's still in S.H.I.E.L.D, Natasha asked Nick Fury. Take your time, there are too many people involved, and they need to be replaced slowly, and if it is solved directly, it will only lead to one problem, and that is the collapse of SHIELD, Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Natasha nodded. Then I'll go first. I never knew about it, and you didn't tell me. Natasha said to Nick Fury, making her position clear. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Natasha, an insider, did not object, then this matter would be easy to operate. Just take your time. As for the identity of Pierce Hydra, only Nick Fury and Natasha know, and no one else knows. Pierce died to save him, Nick Fury. This is undoubtedly the best way to deal with it, so that SHIELD can continue to maintain it at the same time. Nick Fury can also take advantage of this opportunity to completely control SHIELD. A mighty purge began. Of course, in New Mexico, when a hammer fell from the sky, SHIELD agents over there had already reported it. Nick Fury handed it over directly, and Coulson dealt with it, not caring about such a small matter at all, and the most important thing now is to deal with the Hydra inside SHIELD. Even if it can't be dealt with all at once, then at least those who have access to secrets must be secretly executed, and when they go out alive to carry out their missions. Because of accidental death. Something like this is just a routine operation. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel Novel Network. In short, Nick Fury may not be busy during this time. Gotham's side. Bruce fled in disarray. When Lee Zianen came back from solving the demon tiger beast, he found that the building was empty. Not only are the polluted creatures gone, but even Bruce is gone, and there is an aura of darkness. Oops! Lee Zianes returned directly to Wayne Manor. After returning to the manor, looking at Bruce who was treating the wounds on his body, Lee Zianen breathed a sigh of relief. At least Bruce wasn't dead. The plan this time was my problem, and I took it for granted. Bruce didn't wait for Lee Zianes to speak, and said directly. It's okay, I'm also a problem with this matter, I shouldn't have chased the alien beast, we've all been fooled. Lee Zianen said with relief to Bruce. Bruce shook his head. After you left, a monster with a black body appeared behind the abandoned factory, and then used that magic spirit stone to transform 15 new psychic beasts. As he spoke, Bruce looked at Lee Zianen. Lee Zianen. He only knew about it now, although he knew that it should have been converted a lot, but he didn't expect it to be 15. With so many strange beasts, he can't stand it. I will inform my partners and let them come to this world as soon as possible. Lee Zianen said to Bruce. Notice, how? Asked Bruce as he looked at Lee Zianen. It can take 2 days to go back first, and it's dangerous and energy-consuming to wear a world. Lee Zianen said to Bruce. Bruce nodded. We need support. Bruce said in a deep voice. Lee Zianen nodded, I know, I'll go back now. Saying that, Lee Zianes disappeared directly into the space in front of Bruce. Bruce looked at the disappeared Lee Zianen, sat in the darkness and fell silent. Young master, Miss Serena must be fine. Alfred said as he comforted Bruce. Bruce shook his head and didn't say anything, but fell into an endless silence. Alfred waited quietly by Bruce's side, just as Bruce had when he was a child, and Alfred knew that Bruce needed to think quietly and carefully now. Chapter 108. Gotham, it's another day of nuclear leveling. As usual, when he went to work at the police station in the morning, Director Gordon just walked into the police station and noticed that something was wrong. At this time, the police station does not say that it is full of people, and it is comparable to the busy streets. Compared to Gotham, law-abiding citizens are comparable to rare national treasure animals. Working all night is a routine operation in Gotham, but today it feels unusually quiet. Gordon pulls out his pistol. Cautiously walked in, looking at the dim police station, filled with a strong smell of blood. The lights suddenly came on. A man in a suit sat at his desk in the hall of the police station, holding a chain, the end of the chain. It is a woman who is decorated and dressed like a pet, with a vibrating tail behind her. It's been a long time since Director Gordon. George looked at Gordon and smiled. Old 5. Gordon looked at George, with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He dealt with George a lot. Even George was arrested, several times by his own hands. As for why George is called the 5th child, of course, it is because he is the 5th in his original family, and the accurate 5th is his real name, and George is the name he gave himself later. Just like the story of a tragic bastard, the original 883 family of the 5th child is full of American characteristics. My father died early, and I don't know who my mother's words were, and she was fifth in the family, and there were 4 bastard brothers on it. Living in such a bad situation, George is naturally not much better. Therefore, it is natural to become the successor of the dregs of society. Even the blue is better than the blue. The last time he caught George, it was very simple that George personally killed his brother in advance, so that he avoided decades of detours in life. But Gotham, prisons are like hotels, places where you can get out if you want, and you expect to be able to hold prisoners? Director Gordon, look at my new pet, a cute little kitten, who is known as the Great Thief Catwoman. George lifted the rope in his hand, and Catwoman was forced to raise her head. Gordon looked at George, and felt more and more that George was a bit like a person, Joker. If he hadn't known that the Joker had been missing for a while, Gordon would have thought that George was the Joker. George, do you know what you're doing? Asked Gordon, turning to George. George raised an eyebrow. Yes, obviously I know what I'm doing. I'm just here to inform you that the world is about to change. It's getting a lot more fun. George smiled and looked at Gordon. Gordon looked at George with a cold sweat on his forehead. Looking at the police officer in a pool of blood, Gordon wanted to pull the trigger in his hand, but the monster appeared next to George. Calm Gordon down. Enjoy this last difficult leisure time, otherwise, you won't have a chance in the future. George said with a smile. George led Catwoman straight out of the police station. Catwoman looked at Gordon with a distress signal in her eyes. Gordon looked at George. George let her go. George turned to look at Gordon. Are you trying to rob my pet? Gordon's expression tightened, his finger on the trigger of the pistol. As long as George had any intentions, then Gordon would not hesitate to pull the trigger. The next moment, Gordon felt a pain in his abdomen and flew straight upside down. It was smashed into the police station. Don't kill him, I want to see how he performs. These were the last words Director Gordon heard before he fell unconscious. By the time Gordon woke up again, he was already in the hospital in Gotham. Bruce wears a suit and guards Gordon as Batman. It's George. George attacked the police station with a monster, and he has a pet by his side, Catwoman. Gordon woke up and looked at Bruce. Needless to say, Gordon was the first to speak. Hearing Gordon's words, G had anger in his eyes. I see. Bruce nodded, and prepared to leave. Be careful, those monsters are different from the previous enemies. Gordon looked away from Bruce and said to Bruce. Lu Yu's eyes were a little weird. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. I didn't expect that a random gangster actually really rose and got hard. As we all know, in Gotham, if you want to become a famous villain, the first thing you have to do is to bloodbath the Gotham Police Department. If you haven't brushed the Gotham Police Department, you're embarrassed to say that you're a supervillain of Gotham. But the people who have swiped the copies of the Gotham Police Department are basically villains with names and surnames. From clowns, to penguin people, crazy imposters, frozen people. Who hasn't swiped this copy of Gotham Police Station? However, Lu Yuz was not in a hurry, and let the bullets fly for a while. It is necessary to give people despair first and hope in others, so that Lu Yuz's emotional value can get the greatest possible gain. If in the beginning, good defeats evil. So what's the point of this script? It doesn't make any sense at all. So let the bullets fly for a while. Gotham. One by one, anomalous beasts appeared in Gotham and began to wreak havoc. The first to bear the brunt of this is the Falcone family. Compared to the other Black Power families in Gotham, the Falcone family is George's first target. Not only because he is the leading family of the Gotham underworld, but also because the Falcone family sent their own butcher to kill them. So, no matter what the point of view, George didn't let go of the Falcone family. At the same time, other abilities are attracting the attention of other supervillains in Gotham. Gotham is a strange place where anyone can possibly cooperate. Even if it's Batman, he has worked with Penguins and Two-Faces. Especially in the face of common dangers, these guys don't hesitate to cooperate. But it was all in vain. Gotham's supervillains, another one, in terms of strength, are basically in the category of ordinary people. But there are also some superhumans, for example, killer crocodiles, swamp monsters, etc. But specifically if the swamp monster is a little more buggy. The other superhuman villains aren't that strong. And the swamp monster is also a positive superhero, and the place where it is located is only close to Gotham, and does not belong to the natives of Gotham. Chapter 109. Gotham City, with its simple folk customs, ushered in another day of nuclear peace. More than a dozen monsters appeared on the streets of Gotham and began to wreak havoc and slaughter. Lu Yuz looked at the rising emotional value in the system, and looked at this scene with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The territory of Gotham, it's still the same sentence, 9 out of 10 people are death row prisoners, and the remaining one is not enough to shoot 10 times. I don't have any skills, and I really can't do it. I can live in Gotham. Shouting, scolding, the sound rang out in Gotham. The entire city, which had been shrouded in darkness, was now even darker and more desperate. Bruce incarnated as Batman, and looking at those strange beasts that were making trouble in Gotham, there was nothing he could do, which was no longer comparable to mortal bodies. As for saying that mortal bodies are comparable to gods, here we are talking about will, spirit, not the true mortal bodies of gods that can be compared to gods. Just kidding, if you really try it, I'm afraid you will be gone. The same goes for Batman, no matter how powerful he is, no matter how high his IQ is, but again, he is just a mortal, an ordinary person. Use your own flesh and blood to deal with these beasts? That's no different from looking for death. Don't say anything, high-tech. If high-tech is useful, then what else do you need armored warriors to do? And the most important thing is that Batman didn't find the weakness of these ability beasts, which is the most critical thing. Batman's strength is reflected in his resourcefulness and planning. Against those superheroes, Batman knows their weaknesses and takes advantage of them, and it is really not a difficult thing to follow Batman's plan. But the ability beast doesn't have a weakness that Batman can exploit, which is obvious, and all of them are very powerful. Ordinary explosives are simply ineffective. Could it be true that the warplanes of the army were mobilized to bomb Gotham City? It's better to just have a mushroom bomb to be more realistic. Batman looked at this scene with a sense of powerlessness in his heart. This was the first time he was so desperate that he had the ability to surpass ordinary people. In such a situation, Batman is no different from ordinary people. The only difference may be that a little stronger is not easy to die, and this is perhaps the biggest difference. So what are you going to do now? Lu Yuz thought with some curiosity. According to the current mental journey of bats, they are still very repulsive to superhumans. Yes, they are superhumans. When Batman really embraces Superman, it's when Superman and Doomsday die together, showing the spirit of sacrifice in addition to fearlessness. Batman truly embraced the existence of Superman. Before this, Batman was more defensive and hostile to Superman, and felt that Superman was unreliable. So Lu Yuz also seems to know, whether Batman recalls Superman's call for help. As long as Batman is willing, then Da Chao, as a good friend, will not have the slightest intention of refusing. Little by little, time passed. The entire Gotham fell into darkness, and Lu Yuz looked at the soaring emotions in the system, and there was only one that was cool. At the same time, Nick Fury also received a message from SHIELD agents in Gotham, and he had a headache. Now that SHIELD is in the midst of a purge, it's not that easy to support. But it seems that there is someone who can really help. Thinking of this, Nick Fury went directly to a room in the SHIELD underground base. America's buttocks, the beauty of the world is open, and the American team is inside. Under the guidance of the staff on the side, I am familiar with modern technology products. Nick, what are you doing here? Asked Team America, looking at Nick Fury. For Nick Fury to lock himself up here, the American team is a little uncomfortable. Captain, it's time for you to save the world. Nick Fury didn't talk nonsense, and directly put out the image sent back by the agents of SHIELD in Gotham. Looking at the ability beast in the video, the American team had a hint of heaviness in their eyes. What are these? Asked Team America, looking at Nick Fury. Alien beast, the monster that appeared over there in Gotham, and now the people from SHIELD over there are asking for support. If you are not ready, Captain, I will send someone else. Nick Fury said slowly. I'm ready. The American team said with a resolute look in their eyes. Nick Fury nodded. Captain, I'll arrange for SHIELD planes to take you to Gotham, but be careful. Nick Fury said to the American team. The US team nodded, then put on their equipment, brought their own shields, and went directly to Gotham. Looking at the American team that left New York for Gotham, Nick Fury couldn't help but shake his head. Let's hope the US team goes well. Now SHIELD really can't spare its hands. Coulson and Natasha were already over there in New Mexico, and the dailies were cold when they came back. As for Hawkeye, Hawkeye took his wife and children out on vacation, and now everyone is still abroad, even if it is notified. And that's how it turned out. Only the American team is the most suitable. Gotham's side. Batman's scalp was numb and he looked at those mutant beasts, and he could only hope that Li Zinan would come back soon. Otherwise, he really won't be able to stand it. Little Bat, it looks like it's a lot of trouble this time. A strange voice sounded, with a hint of flirtation and banter. Batman looked at the rickety figure walking on the rooftop fence with a gleam in his eyes. Clown. It was the clown who had been missing for a long time, but I didn't expect the clown to appear at this time. This surprised Batman a little, and then looked at the Joker with a hint of caution in his eyes. Little Bat, don't do that, you're my toy, and I won't allow anyone to get you dirty. The clown said with a weird smile on his face. Batman looked at the Joker in some silence. The Joker and him are opposites, one representing order and the other representing chaos. In a way, Batman and the Joker are one and the same. When Batman breaks through the bottom line, he will become a Joker, and when the Joker returns to normal, he will become Batman. It's time for the show. The clown said with a funny smile at the bat. Bang! A violent explosion sounded. Batman's pupils shrank. Chapter 110. The sky-high flames rise, illuminating the darkness of Gotham. Countless skyrocketing fires bloom in Gotham City, and these places all have the same characteristic, that is, the place where the alien beast exists. You bastard! Batman looked at the Joker. The Joker looked at Batman without fear and laughed maniacally, ha ha ha, that's interesting, it's so interesting, isn't it? Bruce stared at the Joker. The clown has a crazy smile on his face, as if he is the source of chaos himself. Some say that the clown is a spirit, and some say that the clown is a faith. But in Lu Yu's eyes, the clown is just a complete madman. A complete murderer, a total lunatic, but you're going to say the movie version of the Joker, except for the latest version of the Joker. That version of the clown is not a 217 madman, not a murderer, not a pervert? What kind of spirit is this, what kind of faith? The spirit of chaos, or the faith of madness? So in Lu Yu's eyes, the clown is a complete madman, a murderer, and there is no other existence. Don't say anything about the spirit of rebellion. What did the clown do to resist, kill, or did he engage in a terrorist attack, except for the latest movie version of the Joker? Whether it's the comic book or the movie version, the Joker is a madman, a twisted being from beginning to end. As for why Batman is so excited, what exactly did the Joker do? Of course, in order to deal with those strange beasts, the clown directly planted an excessive amount of explosives on the street, the so-called excessive explosives. It means that the entire street is encompassed in it. Completely blow up the entire street. Ha ha ha, isn't that what you want to do? I just helped you make this decision, otherwise, why don't you stop me? The clown looked at Bruce with a laugh. It's as if I've seen through Bruce. Bruce looked at the Joker in silence. Did Bruce really not know what the Joker did? A steel hammer fell from the sky throughout Gotham with the surname Wayne. To put it more bluntly, where did the clown get the explosives? This thing is not something that ordinary gangsters can get, and even if they can get it, it can't be so powerful, and Leon can't have so much. Gotham is a place ruled by the Wayne family. There is nothing here that the Wayne Group does not know, from all kinds of missiles and rockets to small screws, vegetables, and fruits. The names on it are all Wayne. You say Bruce doesn't know, so there is a limit to self-deception. Bruce knew it all the time, but he acquiesced and pretended not to know. It looks like we've come to a consensus. The clown looked at Bruce with a playful smile. Bruce looked at the clown in silence, only this once. Ha 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 ha. Bruce's words made the Joker laugh maniacally. He knew Bruce had compromised. He saw the moment that pulled Bruce into the abyss completely. At the same time, he saw an opportunity to pull Bruce into the abyss. Compromises come only once and countless times. He believes that Bruce will eventually replace himself as Gotham's new Joker. Even if he dies, the Joker will not hesitate. Then it's good to perform this big show. It's really unprecedentedly exciting. On the rooftop, the clown's maniacal smile and twisted figure were in stark contrast to Bruce's calm and straight body. It's crazy. George looked at the overturned street, and what he didn't expect was that the clown actually made a move. And at any cost, in order to deal with the ability beast, he directly blew up the entire street. Although the alien beast is strong, it cannot be invincible in the face of an explosion of this magnitude, and at least injury is unavoidable. Some of the weaker abilities beasts died on the spot. Why hasn't the armored warrior made a move, thought to George with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The appearance of these supernatural beasts is not a good thing for George. Of course, it wasn't George's conscience that found out, but George knew very well that if these strange beasts really destroyed Gotham, then they also lose their use value. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Not a good thing for George. The best way is to let the armored warriors come out and get these ability beasts. Then go to the contaminated creatures yourself, which is the best option. George knew very well what his value was, although he didn't have a big picture, but what George knew was that once he didn't have the 5 protectors of the shadow as a backer, then his current life will be gone from him, and if it ends, George looked at the Catwoman who was developed by himself. It doesn't seem like I'm going to be much better. So for the sake of his own life, George decided to help Batman. There are too many exotic beasts. Thinking of this, George turned around and walked away. That night, Batman received an anonymous letter. The exact address of where the injured psychic is hiding now. In that case, I think we can delay it for a while. George muttered, a smile on his face. There was a hint of despair in Catwoman's eyes, and she knew very well that her chances of escaping were now slimmer. In a large abandoned factory, the exotic beasts that wreaked havoc in Gotham during the day are now hiding here. All of them are wounded, and the ability beast is not invincible, although it was transformed by the demon spirit stone, but after all, it faced that level of explosion. Will still be injured, and the weaker ones will die without even resisting. Night is coming. Bruce arrived at night and looked at the strange beasts in the factory. Bruce had a ruthless look in his eyes. He didn't know who told him that the psychic was hiding here to recuperate. But one thing he knew was that these beasts had to die. At this time, Bruce showed his strength as the owner of the Wayne Group. Amika's Air Force was called directly to locate the place and drop high-explosive missiles. Before the sleeping beasts could react, they were obscured by the flames of the violent explosion. All fear comes from the lack of firepower. This is the suburbs, and Bruce naturally has the impunity to call for air support. Terrifying explosions rang out. The flames rushed into the sky. Bruce looked at this scene with a cold face, and the skyrocketing fire illuminated half of the sky, but the haze in Bruce's heart was not dispelled, but became thicker. Chapter 111. There is a saying that is very true, all fear comes from lack of firepower. The same is true of these strange beasts, they are not strong enough to carry a missile, especially under such a terrifying missile-covered bombardment. The psychic beast was nearly wiped out. When Bruce saw this, there was a deep chill in his eyes, and he didn't know who had revealed to him the information that the strange beast was hiding here. But one thing Bruce knows is that the person who revealed his ability's hiding place is likely to be using himself to deal with the ability. It could be Gotham's gangsters, or it could be the nobles who existed with Gotham when it was first born. Anyway, one thing Bruce knows is that they don't have to be his friends. It's just that now because of the strange beast, they are on the same front. The skyrocketing flames burned on the outskirts of Gotham for a whole night, and Bruce didn't leave until the sun just came up. On the other side, Team America is being coordinated by Nick Fury to save America's citizens 19. As soon as he arrived in Gotham, he was told by SHIELD agents The alien beast has been resolved. This made the American team feel that they were at a loss when they drew their swords and looked around, and they originally thought it was time for them to show their skills. And that's the result? This makes the American team feel powerless. Of course, when the American team was walking through the streets of Gotham, it was stolen 5 times and robbed 6 times in one morning. It was only at this time that the American team realized why SHIELD agents told him that if he wanted to go out for a walk, it was best to bring a weapon. At that time, the American team didn't understand, but now the American team understands. I can only sigh that Gotham is really a place with simple folk customs. It is here that the blood of Ongsa takes root and thrives. Bruce's sighed. Alfred, haven't you heard from George yet? Asked Bruce with a hint of weariness at Alfred. I'm sorry, young master, I haven't found any news about George yet. Maybe he used a trick that we don't know about, so we can't get his information. Alfred spoke his guess to Bruce. Bruce was a little silent. According to the Wayne Group's ability, it basically didn't take long to find someone, especially Gotham. But only this George's words, no news has been found yet. You know, Bruce is the phone of everyone who listens to Gotham, yes, everyone's phone, or any communication device. Bruce was listening, and George shouldn't be found in that sense. Otherwise, it shouldn't be said that George can't be found. Alfred, Serena's affairs are in trouble for you. Bruce said in a deep voice, with a gleam in his eyes. Maybe it's time for him to turn to some occult powers. It just so happens that Bruce knows a person, although this person is a bastard, a liar, and a god, but I have to say that this guy still has strength. In the middle of a bar, a man with vicissitudes in his eyes was smoking a cigarette and drinking wine, his back against the bar with a scruffy beard. Bruce walked in from the outside, dressed in a Batman outfit. The whole bar looked at Bruce, or Batman, and they wondered why Batman was back here. Looks like you're in trouble. The handsome man with a cigarette looked at Bruce. Apparently it wasn't the first time they had dealt with each other. Even a very familiar existence. I have something I want your help with. Bruce looked at the man in front of him. If he had a choice, he really didn't look for the man in front of him. Compare this man, but the famous bastard, the god stick, Constantine. A being that is disgusted by both heaven and hell. Not to mention anything else, Zia Kong has the ability, but sometimes he is unreliable, and he is also a friend killer. As long as it is his friend, the final result is not much better. It's going to die a miserable death. Of course, as an exorcist, Zia Kong has the ability, and he is ruthless. Of course, the ability to cause trouble is also one of the best, and it belongs to the troublesome characters in DC whether it is in Marvel or not. Come to me, it's not cheap. Zhao smiled and spat out a puff of smoke ring and looked at Bruce. It is worth mentioning that this guy is also a man and a woman. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Just like DC's Lucifer Morningstar, it's both male and female. Money is not an issue. Bruce said slowly. That's good. Zhao looked at Bruce with a wicked smile on his face and agreed directly. As long as you have money, there is nothing that Zhao is unwilling to do, although of course, sometimes it will be unreliable and run away when you get into trouble with the big guy. Generally speaking, Zhao is still very responsible. The current Zhao is in a state of being overwhelmed by debts. No matter whether he can handle it or not, he will agree to come down first. If you can't solve it, you can run away. Anyway, it's not the first time, and now the Demon King in Hell is staring at his soul. Bruce returns to his Wayne Manor with Zakan. However, when Bruce returned with Zakan, he saw that there was a man with a hip 033 in addition to Alfred in the manor. Team America. According to the information provided by SHIELD agents, the American team still came to Bruce's Wayne Manor, ready to pay a visit to Bruce, the head snake of Gotham. Bruce looked at the American team with some familiarity. Zia Kang's eyes lit up and looked at the American team. American team, I'm your little fan brother, can you sign for me? Hearing Zia Kang's words, Bruce looked at the American team and remembered who the American team was. Steve Rogers. Team America, a famous figure of America 70 years ago, can be said to be a spiritual leader. But 70 years have passed, and the American team has not died? Legend has it that the American team did not return at night from its last mission, and even the body was not found? Why does it appear in their own homes? The American team looked at Zhakang, who was looking at him with admiration in his eyes, and really believed that Zhakang was his little fan brother, and signed a name for Zhakang. Zia Kong looked at the signatures of the American team, and it seemed that he could sell them for a lot of money. "Hello, I'm Tyro Jers." The American team held out their hand to Bruce. Bruce hesitated and shook the hand of the American team, and with a touch, Bruce Wayne. Chapter 112. On such a wonderful occasion, Team America, Batman, and Zhakang met together. It can only be said that the magic of fate. "I don't know, Team America, are you here for something?" asked Bruce directly to Team America. Hearing Bruce's unceremonious tone, the American team did not have the habit of getting used to it. "I'm a senior agent affiliated with SHIELD, and I'm here to ask about those supernatural beasts. I think you should be able to give me an explanation," the American team said slowly. Zia Kong watched the two compete against each other, and happily brought himself a glass of wine directly on the side to watch the fun. Zhakang itself is a little bit of a fun person in DC. Look at the excitement and don't dislike the Lord of Big Things. I wish it would be better for the two to fight like this. Explain. Bruce looked at the American team with unkind eyes. "I don't need to explain to you, besides, this is Wayne Manor. If there's nothing to do, you can go." Bruce had no interest in continuing to talk to the Americans. Hearing Bruce's words, the American team stared at Bruce. "Yes, I know, I'll come back if there's something," the American team said slowly, then nodded to Alfred, and then took their leave. After the American team left, Zia Kong spoke. "The old antiques from 70 years ago are still, or maybe he still thinks that the current era is the era of the actual year ago. Who knows? The bottle of wine you drank is worth $1 million. Bruce said as he glanced at the wine that he had opened casually. "Really? I said how it tasted so good, a smell of money," Zhakang said with a smile that didn't care at all. Bruce didn't say anything more. "I need you to help me find someone." Bruce looked at Zhakang and said in a deep voice. "Find someone? This is just a private detective." Zhakang raised an eyebrow and looked at Bruce and said. Bruce looked at Zhakang with a stupid look. Zhakang suddenly realized, this is Gotham, what private detective can be more awesome than the Wayne Group? "I need mediums, for example, the hair or nails of the person you're looking for, and of course intimate clothing," Zhakang said as he looked at Bruce. "No problem." Bruce quickly placed Catwoman's leather coat and mask in front of Zhakang. Zhakang glanced at Bruce. "Why does this dress look so improper? If it is a few openings, it will be even more indecent." However, Zhakang didn't think much about it, lit a cigarette, and began to cast spells. Soon a puff of black smoke came out of Catwoman's leather suit, then spun in place before flying out the window. "Follow it, it will take you to the person you want to find, $1 million thank you." Zhakang spit out a smoke ring and said lightly. Alfred gave him money. Bruce spoke to Alfred, followed by black smoke and vanished into the night. The American team, who had just left Wayne Manor, was about to go back. Bruce was seen coming out of the manor. With a hint of doubt, the American team, who was originally going to go back, drove directly after him, and his intuition told him that something was wrong. Black smoke weaves through Gotham, ending up in an ordinary apartment. Bruce followed the black smoke straight to the 7th floor of the apartment and watched as the black smoke entered room 701. Bruce had a gleam in his eyes. Then he broke straight in. The scene in the room made the anger in Bruce's heart explode instantly. Catwoman is currently being dropped in the air, with an extra pink thing on her body and a retracting machine underneath. George looked at this scene and said with a helpless smile on the corner of his mouth. Catwoman was already a little delirious at this time, and on the table not far away, there were 3 empty syringes. Outside of the appearance, George was being held to the head by a green man at the moment. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Looks like you're all coming for me, why don't you fight, said George with a smile, watching the scene. Ha ha ha, little bat, you seem to have come to the end of the day. the Joker said to Batman with a smile on his face. Bruce looked at the Joker. Give him to me. That's not going to work, it's my prey. The Joker smiled and looked at Batman. Just then, a third party arrived. Team America. The American team looked at the situation in the house, and quickly thought in their minds, Joker, Batman, and the American team all knew each other. The Joker is also registered with SHIELD side. In the sight of the scene, the American team quickly made up their minds, and the clown kidnapped the owner of the house and began to torture the house's hostess. George is the innocent and pitiful husband, and Batman is here to rescue the innocent couple. Perfect, reasonable. Then the US team quickly made its own moves. A dodge appears in front of the Joker. The shield in his hand directly knocked the clown away. Whether it's the Joker or Batman, they're just ordinary people. Can't stop the superhumans like the American team who have been injected with super serum. It's Marvel's 5-5, the strength is unknown, the stronger the opponent, the more powerful the American team will be. This change not only stunned Batman, but George was also able to live. Hurry up! Team America said to George. Batman just wanted to speak, or act, but for some reason, his body was paralyzed and he couldn't speak at all. A trap laid by the clown. From the moment Batman stepped into this room, the nerve gas left behind by the Joker had already begun to play out. Before you know it, Batman has been tricked. As for why the American team is fine? The American team is superhuman, and its resistance to these has long been greatly improved, and it has little impact. George's words looked at this scene as if he was not finished yet. The American team put Catwoman down very gentlemanly, covered Catwoman's body with a blanket, and handed it to George with his own hands. Take your lady and go quickly. Team America said to George. George's face was moved, thank you. Then George took Catwoman and ran directly outside, and when he passed by Batman, George said softly in Batman's ear with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. I'll take good care of her. Hearing George's words, Batman's eyes filled with bloodshots. Oolong, a complete oolong. Chapter 113. There was more and more blood in Batman's pupils, which was a sign of anger to the limit. If Batman could speak now, he would have opened his mouth and said, "Oh my mother!" Ha 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 ha, the clown's crazy laughter rang out. Was beaten by a shield of the American team, and he also suffered a lot of injuries. After all, the clown is just an ordinary person, it's okay if he doesn't die, and he still wants not to get hurt. Comedy, that's the real comedy, the clown said with a maniac-y laugh. The American team looked at the clown. The first time he came into contact with such a mentally ill prisoner, his first feeling was that the clown was dangerous. This danger does not come from the clown's own strength, but from the clown's mental danger, that chaotic feeling. Let the American team clearly feel what real chaos is. What are you laughing at? The American team appeared in front of the clown, and the body of Gundam covered the clown. The clown still looked at the American team with a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, what a brilliant show, full of dramatic accidents, life is like that, isn't it? The Joker didn't answer Team America, but looked at Bruce, who couldn't move. Hearing the Joker's words, Bruce's heart became more and more angry, but the neurotoxin was still working in his body, and he was angry now, and he could only stand like a clay statue in 073. Can't speak, can't move. The bad premonition in the heart of the American team became stronger and stronger, and they looked at Bruce, and only then did they see the murderous look in Bruce's eyes. Not against the clown, but at yourself. As an old antique active on the battlefield, the American team knows very well what kind of look this look is. What the hell is going on? The American team wants to know urgently. Grabbing the clown's tie, he asked, what the hell is going on? Ha ha ha. The clown looked at the American team without fear. Do you really want to know such a cruel truth? The clown looked at the American team with a playful look on the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of foreboding in the eyes of the American team. Just when he was about to ask the clown, he didn't expect the clown to take the initiative to say. The person you just let go is one of the leaders of the strange beast, that woman, but the little bad ambiguous woman, ha 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 ha. The clown's maniacal laughter rang out. The American team's brain went blank, and they unconsciously let go of the hand that grabbed the clown's collar. BJBF. He let go of a big criminal with his own hands, and handed over the victim to the abuser. I did it all with my own hands. Thinking of this, the American team looked at Bruce with a hint of shame in their eyes. It's probably too late to chase it now, the clown said to Team America. The Joker's words reminded the American team. The American team looked at Bruce with an apologetic look in their eyes, then tied up the clown and went after George. But under the cover of night, the American team went downstairs, looking at the unfamiliar streets and the dim world, where to chase. George is long gone. Ha ha ha, little bat, this is so interesting. I originally wanted to kill that woman, but I didn't expect such a dramatic change. This is not the effect that a stage play can perform. The Joker looked at Bruce and smiled. In the twist of the twist, he untied the rope on his body. I'm very happy to have a stage play tonight. I hope that when we meet next, it will be more interesting. Little bat, I'll go first. It's so interesting, it's so exciting, it's unprecedentedly exciting. The Joker disappeared into Bruce's eyes with a maniacal laugh. Wait until the US team comes back. Bruce was already sitting on the couch, his body free. Sorry, the words of the American team just came out. Was directly knocked to the ground by Bruce's punch. You don't understand anything at all, Bruce said, and then turned away. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Although angry, Bruce's sanity is still there, and he doesn't really want to kill Team America. The US team got up from the ground. For the first time, I wondered if I, as an old antique, should really be able to meddle in the affairs of this era. Lu Yuz looked at George with a strange expression. This guy, how do you say it, how do you feel a little bit of destiny in me, can you run this? Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. For George to run, Lu Yuz was a little skeptical that this guy was God's illegitimate son. This can be run. And he took Catwoman away. But in that case, this guy can be used as a homegrown pawn. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. Lu Yuz didn't expect this guy to be so fatal, he didn't die. Then let me help you. Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. A card appeared in Lu Yuz's hand, Black Monster. Then it's you. Lu Yuz looked at George, originally planning to let the Black Demon Beast appear after the 5 Shadow Protectors were defeated. But now, Lu Yuz changed his plan. Let the Black Monster possess George. Let George also have great power. At this time, Lu Yuz wanted to see how far George could go. As for whether it will get out of control, it is completely impossible to get out of control. As long as Lu Yuz is willing, the Black Magic Beast can be recovered by Lu Yuz at any time. Don't worry about getting out of control at all. The black card streaked through the void and disappeared in front of Lu Yuz. In an unknown hut in Gotham, George looked at the black hedron that suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! Do you want to gain power? The voice of the great elder of the Soul Hall sounded after eating a few of the dark depths. George looked at the black hedron in front of him, and at first he thought that it was the 5 Shadow Protectors who were teasing him, but now it seems that it is not. There was no need for the 5 Guardians of Shadow to do this. Are you? Asked George, looking at the unconscious Catwoman beside him, towards the black hedron in front of him. Once you and I are fused, you will know. The Black Monster asked George. George looked at the black hedron in front of him, and his instinct told him that this was his chance, and if he missed it, he wouldn't have it again. But in a cautious way, George asked, will I die after the fusion? Or will I not be me after the fusion? Of course not, after fusion, you will gain invincible power. The Black Beast said to George. Chapter 114. Hearing the words of the Black Demonic Beast, George would not believe it so easily, and directly put away the black spar. It was not fused, nor was it thrown away, but was put away closely. As his own territory, if he encounters what happened today again, then he at least has the ability to fight back, and he will not be so passive. Looking at George's actions, Lu Yuz was also a little surprised, although it was a little different from his own thoughts, but there was a big difference. Lu Yuz didn't let the Black Demon Beast take the initiative to occupy George's matter. After all, the Black Demon Beast's combat power is good, but the words of intelligence are really indescribable. Maybe it's not as good as George, which is why Lu Yuz didn't take the initiative to let the black demon beast forcibly occupy George's body. Bruce's sighed. After Bruce returned to Wayne Manor, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Seeing this scene, Zia Kong didn't speak. Obviously Batman's thing was not successful, although he didn't know what happened. But it should have nothing to do with yourself. Constantine, can you cast another spell like that again? Asked Bruce as he turned to Zakan. Zakang looked at the ground because of his own spells, and he had turned into a grey leather coat. What do you think? Said Zakan, raising an eyebrow. Hearing Zakang's words, Batman fell silent. At the same time, here in New Mexico, Thor, the great god of hammers, appeared here. Originally wanted to retrieve his hammer, but as a result, he was sealed by his old father with divine power and became an ordinary person. I originally wanted to sneak into the place where the hammer fell, but I was directly caught by the people of Shield. He said he was Thor, asked Coulson, looking at Tony sitting in the interrogation room, in the image of a big fool. That's right. Coulson rubbed his eyebrows. He couldn't believe that the so-called Thor was actually a big fool. But through Shield, no information about Thor has been found in terms of the world's population. This fully shows that what Thor said may be true. It wasn't so easy for them to believe what Thor said. The main thing is that there are too many fantasy things that happened before, which makes them not believe it, and they don't believe it. Wolves can talk, don't Thor? Thinking about it this way, compared to the Grey Wolf, Thor is still normal and reasonable. Is there a problem? Coulson asked Natasha. No problem, I just didn't expect that if he was really Thor, I would be disappointed. Natasha couldn't help but say, rubbing her temples. Feeling a headache. Thor is a big fool, and this kind of thing doesn't seem to be impossible. According to the researcher's report, his genes are indeed different from ours. Coulson said in a deep voice. The current Shield, although it is still undergoing a purge. But overall it's much better than before. Then that means that he may really be Thor, the god of thunder. Natasha said as she looked at the big fool sitting in the interrogation room. Coulson raised an eyebrow and nodded. Although I don't want to admit it, it is indeed very possible that, in terms of genetic analysis, the man sitting inside has lived for at least 1,000 years. This cannot be linked to the Earth's native creatures in any way. So what should we do now? Asked Natasha, looking at Coulson. I've already reported it to the director, waiting for news from there. If he is really Thor, maybe he will be our ally in the future. Coulson said as he looked at the big fool inside. Lu Yuz sighed. It's been so long, it's time to come out. Lu Yuz's hand appeared with the card of the immortal lizard. With the wave of Lu Yuz, the card disappeared into space, and with the help of the system's mighty power, Lu Yuz directly teleported the card to New Mexico. Over there, it can just open up new channels for gaining sentiment points. Asgard. Read the violent novel, go to the Philo Novel Network. New Mexico. In the midst of S.H.I.E.L.'s temporary base, the alarm sounded suddenly. Natasha and Coulson glanced at each other and ran out. The makeshift base was built around Thor's hammer. A huge fireball fell from the sky above the heavenly dome. Bang! There was a loud bang. Natasha and Coulson glanced at each other, with a look of surprise in their eyes. Have they all dropped things from the sky casually these years? Last time it was a hammer, so what about this time? The disgust dissipated, and a creeper appeared in front of Natasha and Coulson. Holy! Fake! Coulson and Natasha said at the same time. They naturally know this creature, the immortal lizard. Although he was in the initial state, the Shield base has no ability to deal with him now. There are no containers suitable for him. Coulson's mood plus 9,999. Natasha's mood plus 9,999. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Lu Yuz looked at the emotional value that began to rise in the system. Why is it here? Natasha looked at the immortal lizard that appeared here, and her pupils shrank. Who knows, said Coulson, looking at the immortal lizard that had crawled out of the pit. The eyes that are cold and disgusted with all life. We need support. Natasha and Coulson said in unison. Fire! Coulson said to the gathered SHIELD agents. The muzzle of the gun spat out flames, and bullets rained down on the immortal lizard. You lead someone to hold on first, and I'll go and let that big fool out. Natasha said in a deep voice. Coulson nodded. Natasha ran towards the interrogation room where Thor was being held. Soon the cell was opened. If you're really Thor, prove it to us, there's a monster out there that you need to deal with. Natasha said to Thor. No problem. Thor patted his chest and agreed. As the Thor warrior of Asgard, Thor didn't believe how terrible an indigenous creature could be, and confidently walked out of the interrogation room and went outside. Looking at the immortal lizard that was constantly killing, Thor's pupils still shrank. Does that have a handy weapon? Thor looked at Natasha with an awkward smile. Now he can't pick up his hammer. Natasha gave Thor a white look. No. Chapter 115. Okay, looked at Natasha as she rushed up. Thor spread his hands, and then rushed forward as well. It's just that if you rush up quickly, you will be even faster when you come back. Thor was directly hit back by the tail of the immortal lizard, and just fell at Coulson's feet. Coulson glanced at Thor and called Nick Fury. Director, the immortal lizard has appeared here in New Mexico. Coulson's voice came over the phone. Nick Fury's face darkened, and waves of unsettled waves rose. Now that the internal affairs of SHIELD have not been resolved, the immortal lizard has escaped again. Now Nick Fury doesn't have time to think about how the immortal lizard came to be in New Mexico. Now he had something simple in mind, and that was to contain the indestructible lizards. Banner, you should prepare for 410 and go to New Mexico with Tony to contain the indestructible lizard. Nick said to Banner, who was doing academic research with Big Wolf. Good. Banner froze, then nodded. Tony's side also got the news. However, when he received the news, Tony was still in Lu Yu's shop. At the same time, Gwen was there. Nick Fury's voice, Lu Yu's, and others also heard it. Looks like the leisurely time has passed. Tony took a sip of his wine and said. I'm going to. Gwen said to Tony with a hint of excitement, her little face leaping to the ground. Hearing Gwen's words, Tony refused without thinking. No, now you better study hard. Tony said to Gwen, who really thought of Gwen as his daughter. Like an old father, he told Gwen. Gwen pouted, unhappy on her face. After a long period of contact, Tony also likes Gwen more and more, of course, not that kind of like, but has a feeling of spoiling Gwen. Usually Gwen will buy whatever Tony wants. But these are the only dangerous things that Tony doesn't want Gwen to touch. After watching Tony leave, Gwen's big eyes revealed a hint of eccentricity. Boss, Sister Dark, I'll go back first. Gwen said to Lu Yuz and Dark. Lu Yuz smiled and nodded, until the Black Dumb looked at Gwen, and wanted to say something, but finally nodded and watched Gwen leave. Gwen left Lu Yu's small shop and changed into the white and black spider suit she had prepared. Then he went straight to the sky and went to New Mexico. Lu Yuz looked a little stunned. Worried about Gwen? Lu Yuz said with a smile. Black Dumb nodded. Gwen usually comes to the store the most, and has the best relationship with Black Nerd. In the end, people's hearts are made of meat. Although the Black Doll is a little no, it's not really emotionless. Knowing that the journey was dangerous, Black Dumb naturally feared for Gwen's safety. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. If you're not at ease, you can go and watch. Lu Yuz said to the Black Dumb. Is that okay? Said Gertie to Lu Yuz with a little cuteness. Of course you can, why not? Lu Yuz said with a smile. Dully nodded. New Mexico here. Thor looked at Natasha, who was dragging the immortal lizard, a little embarrassed. He suddenly realized that he didn't even seem to be able to compare to a woman. Natasha's support soon returned, holding out for a while. Coulson said to Natasha. Natasha wants to complain, say it lightly, why don't you come? After really fighting the immortal lizard, Natasha realized how terrifying the immortal lizard really was. Undead creatures, completely defenseless and ignoring any scars, can be restored in the blink of an eye. Regardless of the wounds Natasha left on the immortal lizard if she fought, the immortal lizard was able to fully recover between breaths. And over time, the immortal lizard seems to have adapted to Natasha's explosive abilities. Natasha, who discovered this, had a new fear of the immortal lizard. She hadn't thought that the immortal lizard would be able to adapt to explosions. What is an explosion? In short, this thing can be seen and touched, but it is a conceptual adjective. But the fact that the immortal lizard can adapt to the explosion is very rebellious. If you read a violent novel, go to feel a novel network. And it seems to be constantly evolving. You must know that these agents are not vegetarians, although they are working closely together, they are still not the opponents of the immortal lizard, and they can only continue to retreat. Thor watched the scene with a heaviness in his eyes, if his abilities hadn't been sealed by his father. Such a creature is a hammer thing in his eyes. As a result, now, he can only watch the soy sauce on the sidelines. Finally, with the passage of time, Natasha is also gradually running out of energy. Begin to retreat. The SHIELD men began to evacuate. With Thor. Let's go. Natasha kicked the indestructible lizard out of the air, and then began to retreat with the SHIELD men. My hammer. Tony sat in the car and didn't like to leave here, his hammer was still here. The immortal lizard began to pursue the people of SHIELD. But soon, Natasha and the others noticed that something was wrong, and the immortal lizard did not chase after them, but chose another direction. There's a town. Thinking of this, Natasha looked shocked. Carlson gave me a car, and I'm going to stop it. Natasha said to Carlson. Carlson did not object either. In addition to the agents of SHIELD, there are also helpless scientific researchers. So Natasha going it alone is the best option. And now among the fugitive team, Natasha is the only one who has the ability to 1.8, and the others are also a drag. I'm going to. Thor volunteered. Carlson looked at Thor, then at Natasha. Natasha nodded, although Thor is a big fool, but at least he still has the courage to do so, and one more person is also one more helper. So Natasha agreed. Natasha drove Thor's car and chased directly after the immortal lizard. Upon arriving in the town, the indestructible lizard began to wreak havoc and devour. As more and more people or animals devoured, the immortal lizard also began to evolve, and its original size of 5 meters skyrocketed to 10 meters in an instant, and there was no sign of stopping. Chapter 116. Luyus looked at the cards in his hand, Estus. After thinking about it carefully, he fused the Ice Dragon Slayer magic and the Ice Demon Slayer magic that he had drawn before into Estus's cards. Estus' system rating instantly increased to the level of 7 stars, and there is still room for growth. It's hard to say specifically, but it's definitely much stronger than Estus in the original book. It's time for the members of the new foundation to show up. Luyus looked at Estus, the previous layout can now be pulled apart one by one. But the question is, who should the members of the old school foundation play? Thinking of this, Luyus squinted his eyes slightly. Estus of the 7 stars, the person who can fight with him is definitely not right on the current Earth. Dr. Manhattan is one, but Dr. Manhattan is now being chased and bitten by a dog in the timeline, and he has no time to appear in the real world. As for the rest, the Ancient One, can do it, but it is only possible, the Ancient One will not make a move, after the timeline has changed. Guyi has not been out of 19, and he is basically guarding his heir, just wanting to throw the mess out of his hands. As for the rest, either it hasn't been born yet, or it hasn't grown yet. But it doesn't seem impossible. Luyus thought with a slight squint. The next moment, Estus' card disappeared into space. New Mexico here. The immortal lizard is evolving, and the immortal lizard can be said to be the ultimate creature, although the previous ultimate creature has already floated in space and stopped thinking. But the immortal lizard is different, although it also appears in space, but the immortal lizard itself has the potential to become the ultimate creature. This ultimate creature is not the ultimate creature that the drama says, but the real ultimate creature. However, the premise of all this is that the evil lizard can grow up completely if it can't be bitten. Roar! An angry roar rang out. The huge body of the immortal lizard was shaken. An explosion rang out. Natasha rushed out of her disgust, still holding a little girl in her arms. Just at the last moment, just like the superhero in the TV series, Natasha saved the girl who was about to be devoured by the mouth of the immortal lizard. Thor stared at Natasha with a blank look, as if he understood why he had been banished into this world by his father. Although Thor was strong before, he didn't understand what it meant to be the king of Asgard. It means responsibility, it means responsibility, it means protection. Rather than simply becoming king of Asgard by virtue of bravery. Father, I see. Thor muttered, his eyes throbbing with thunder. Natasha sighed. Natasha was directly whipped out by the tail of the immortal lizard, but fortunately, Natasha's body was much stronger than before. Otherwise, it would have been sent now. But even so, the ribs of Natasha's body were broken, and the internal organs were affected to varying degrees. Wanting to fight has died combat ability. The immortal lizard continues to wreak havoc, and its body is constantly evolving and transforming. Stop, your opponent is me. Thor roared loudly, and thunder appeared on his body. Natasha watched the scene. This guy, is it really Thor? Natasha looked at the thunder on Thor's body. The next moment, the immortal lizard sent Thor flying directly with a single tail. Seeing this scene, Natasha was directly silenced. Why does she think this big fool is reliable? If you read a violent novel, you can go to Fila Novel Network. Thor got up from the ground in some embarrassment. The right hand is held in the distance. Thor's hammer flew back. Countless thunderbolts emerged from Thor's body. Lu Yuz looked at this scene. Because of my intervention, the plot has changed. Thor didn't meet Jane, so will there be a female Thor in the future? Lu Yuz couldn't help but think. Although the plot has changed, Thor has regained his power and realized what it is used for. But now Thor is not the god of thunder, just the god of hammers. Lu Yuz said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The current Thor has not even developed his own strength, and he is only about 6 stars in the sky. There are only 6 stars, and even 6 stars are high, and 5 stars are about the same. After all, Thor is now a waste who can't be able without a hammer, and can only be said to be the god of hammers, not the god of thunder. Thunder rages. A large amount of lightning struck directly on the body of the immortal lizard. Even if Thor didn't develop his own ability, the bug has not sounded yet, but the natural destructive power of thunder is there. The skin of the immortal lizard is split and the flesh is opened. Do you see the power of the gods? Thor said with confidence on his face. The thunder was constantly sadistic, and the immortal lizard looked shaky. Thunder flashed all over his body, and it looked like he could collapse at any moment. Thor didn't find out, but Natasha did. Thor, stop playing. Natasha said to Thor. Thor turned his head to look at Natasha with a big foolish smile. Put 000 hearts, I don't know how many monsters I have dealt with, I'm Ray. The next moment, he was directly knocked out and smashed one house after another. At this moment, the thunder flashed and intertwined on the body of the immortal lizard, and the scales on its body turned blue. There are countless arcs around. It's too foul to be able to do that. Natasha watched this scene, although she knew the evolution ability of the immortal lizard. But it evolved in such a short period of time, and it also evolved the ability of thunder. It's also too foul. No sooner had Thor crawled out of the rubble than he saw the immortal lizard looking at him condescendingly. Hi, hello. Thor smirked, his pupils narrowing. The immortal lizard's furious slap was directly suppressed at Thor, covered in azure thunder shining. Thor was slapped directly into the earth again. My whole body was numb. Thor doesn't mean that Thor isn't afraid of electricity, although it won't cause much damage, but the damage in his heart is great. To put it simply, it is not very hurtful, but it is extremely insulting. Chapter 117. This idiot. Natasha shook her stomach and struggled to get up from the ground, watching the immortal lizard ravage Thor in a frenzy. If this is the legendary Thor, then Natasha has no expectations for it. Is this a big fool who is not going to be alive soon? Well, you've me off completely. Thor waved Thor's hammer and directly flew the immortal lizard with a serious face. The next moment, the immortal evil lizard, countless thunderbolts appeared on its body, and it burst out in an instant. Thor swung Thor's hammer and blasted directly at the immortal lizard. The thunder was constantly beating and raging. Thor's face became more and more strange. What kind of monster is this? It was the first time he had encountered such a monster after thousands of years of fighting for Asgard. Hey, what the hell is this? Thor couldn't help but ask Natasha. It was the first time he had seen such a monster. Thanks to you, this monster has evolved, Natasha said angrily. Thor? Natasha then told Thor the origin of the immortal lizard thoroughly. Thor's expression was like this: impossible, absolutely impossible. How can there be undead creatures in this world, said Tony with a forced smile on his face. But the facts are in front of him. This monster is a truly immortal existence, no matter what means are used, in a physical sense, or on a causal level, it cannot be completely killed. So, what do we do now? Thor asked Natasha. Wait for support. Before that, you have to hold it off, otherwise it will evolve indefinitely, and in the end it will be completely helpless, Natasha said to Thor. Got it. Thor nodded, spinning Thor's hammer and looking at the immortal lizard. Isn't it just fighting? Who have I been afraid of? Then it was Thor who was unilaterally beaten by the immortal lizard, and the evolved immortal lizard was not afraid of thunder at all, and was also physically stronger than Thor. It is said that Thor and the immortal lizard are fighting, but in fact they are unilaterally beaten by the immortal lizard on the ground. That is, Thor's skin is rough and thick, although it will not lead to death, but pain and embarrassment are inevitable. How much longer? Asked Thor as he turned to Natasha. It should be soon. Natasha was sitting in a ruin, with her back against a wall. Above the sky, a plane flew over. It's your turn, big guy, Tony said to Banner. Banner pouted, then jumped out of the plane. As he fell, Banner's heart rate rose rapidly. Banner's whole body began to turn green, and finally turned into a hulk and slammed into the ground. Tony, also wearing armor, flew off the plane. All right, support is coming, Natasha said to Thor. Thor looked at the big green man, and the Tin Man, with a clear stupidity in his eyes. Just in time for the fact that I just developed a weapon. Tony looked at the immortal lizard. With both hands forward, 2 lasers were fired directly piercing through the immortal lizard. The cold eyes of the immortal lizard looked at Tony, and then countless thunderbolts erupted. Fake, did this guy eat a power station? Tony watched as he watched the scene and flew to dodge. Hulk! Hulk let out a long howl, grabbed the vehicle next to him, and smashed it directly at the immortal lizard. The huge vehicle smashed into the body of the immortal lizard, like a toy car smashed on the body of an adult, and it had no effect at all. Instead, it angered the immortal lizard. Thor went straight up, and then the next one was swatted out like a fly by the immortal lizard. Who's this big idiot? Tony asked Natasha in silence as he watched the scene. Thor, the god of thunder, Natasha said to Tony. Which one is in the myth? Tony looked at Thor, who looked like an Iron Man in Tony's eyes. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel Novel Network. Yes, if nothing else, it is him, Natasha said a little unrelievingly. I think his followers would be disappointed when they saw him, Tony said quietly. Probably so. Natasha looked at Thor, who was like a berserker, constantly attacking, and then being sent away, and said a little speechlessly. The container has been brought, but now the question is, how to solve him? Tony said in a deep voice. Look at the thunderous immortal lizard. The last call fighter bombing didn't necessarily work this time, and the last time there was a big superhero suppressing the immortal lizard. But the word for now. Tony looked at Thor and Hulk, could they suppress the indestructible lizard? But now it looks a little hanging. This time it's troublesome. Tony watched the scene. Natasha also had a hint of solemnity in her eyes. This time it was not so simple to contain the immortal lizard. It was at this time. A chill came between heaven and earth. It was as if the whole world had been frozen. Pheasant. Tony looked at this scene. Tony, who has such a powerful ability to freeze, only knows pheasant. As for the Iceman? I'm sorry not to be familiar. Allah, Allah, it's really lively. A female voice with a hint of arrogance sounded, and a beautiful woman wearing a military hat and a military uniform, long blue hair, and blue eyelashes walked out of the void. With every step, icebergs rise from the ground. A terrifying cold snap, an indiscriminate freeze of everything. Who is she? Tony watched as he watched with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. I don't know. Nada, okay. Shad also looked at Estes. The immortal lizard sensed the aura of danger and looked at Estes. Who you are, it's my prey. Thor said to Estes. Are the weaklings of this world so arrogant? Estes looked at Thor with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Weak. Thor had a crooked nose, he had fought in the 9 realms for thousands of years, and he was actually called a weakling. Isn't it, said Estes with a smile on his lips as he looked at Thor. Thunder appeared on Thor's body and rushed towards Estes. The next moment, a terrifying scene happened. Thor's whole body was frozen, even the thunder and lightning around him. Repression at the level of power. Thorough suppression is the only way to do this. Chapter 118. Thunder. Thunderbolt was frozen. Natasha couldn't believe her eyes. What she saw, the thunder and lightning were actually frozen in ice. No, it's still violent, and I'm sleeping. This is like a dream. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you don't believe that Natasha will be killed, and thunder will be frozen. Tony was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What is that? Thunder, a burst of energy. Why can thunder be frozen? The weak must have the consciousness of the weak. Estes walked up to Thor with a cruel smile on his face. Thor was frozen in place. I can't move, but my consciousness is still there. The next moment, with a kick from Estes, the polar ice shattered, and Thor did not shatter with the polar ice because of his constitution as an Aesir. But also lost the ability to fight. Estes's strength is far more powerful than he thought. Who are you? Said Thor as he looked at Estes clutching his chest. Thinking that Thor had been crisscrossing the 9 realms for thousands of years, even the frost giant could not freeze his thunder, but it was done by the woman in front of him. Didn't 407 die? Estes looked at Thor in surprise. Thor's physical fitness was also unexpected by Estes, who originally thought that Thor would shatter with the polar ice. But I didn't expect Thor to survive. Hulk! An angry roar rang out. Hulk pounced on Estes, and the simple-minded Hulk could clearly sense the malice in Estes. Estes taps his toes. The next moment, Hulk's huge body flew directly upside down, and was kicked out by Estes directly, slamming heavily on the ground, and extreme ice appeared on his body. Instantly freezes Hulk in polar ice. Natasha and Tony glanced at each other, and seemed to have a position in their minds about the sudden appearance of Estes. This doesn't want to be a good person. Thinking of this, Natasha and Tony chose not to move. Estes chuckled and glanced at Tony and Natasha. Then he looked at the immortal lizard. The immortal lizard looked at Estes with a hint of uneasiness, not because it was afraid of Estes, but because its current strength was unable to resist Estes. Number 682's containment has finally found you, immortal divinity. Estes licked the corners of his lips and looked at the immortal lizard. As if having found a good prey. Roar! The immortal lizard roared angrily, and a violent aura appeared on its body, and the next moment, countless thunderbolts jumped Aizawa and Estes attacked. It's too weak, it's really too weak. Estes said with a hint of unhappiness in his eyes as he looked at the immortal lizard. Countless thunderbolts were directly frozen in the air. It formed a splendid and magnificent face. Even the immortal lizard was instantly frozen by Estes. Estes instantly appeared on top of the immortal lizard's head, kicking. The body of the immortal lizard turned into countless polar ice and disappeared. In the air, the primordial immortal lizard saw it. The cold eyes of the immortal lizard looked at Estes deadly. Estes looked at the immortal lizard with a smile on his lips. Absolute zero. The moment Estes touched the immortal lizard. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. The immortal lizard was instantly frozen in place, turning into an ice sculpture that exuded cold air. Tony looked at Estes with a strange look in his eyes. Didn't she know that the immortal lizard would adapt? But looking at the smile on Estes' face, Tony wasn't so sure. Jarvis scans it. Yes, sir. Jarvis said to Tony. Soon Jarvis was able to analyze the specific data. BJCF. Sir, the body of the immortal lizard is rapidly crumbling and reorganizing, entering a state of infinite circulation, as if it had been soaked in hydrochloric acid. Jarvis spoke his analysis to Tony. Can this be? Damn. Thor looked at Estes with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and he was defeated in just an instant. It was something he hadn't expected. You're a good containment worth. Estes looked at Thor and said slowly. I thought I would come to this world to recover 682, but I didn't expect to run into a creature with containment value like you. Estes looked at Thor and said slowly. Not good. Tony secretly said in his heart that this woman was eyeing Thor. Natasha also looked at Estes a little nervously. Containment value, said Thor with a confused look on his face. That's right, your body is special and worth containment. Estes said with a smile and looked at Thor. You're from the Foundation? Asked Tony, looking at Estes. You know the Foundation? Who told you? Said Estes as he looked at Tony with interest, and this abusive look made Tony have a bad feeling in his heart. Merchant, a merchant of the heavens told me. Tony said to Estes. Estes looked at Tony with a hint of clarity in his eyes. I see, no wonder you also know about the existence of the Foundation. That's right, I'm a member of the Dominators of the New Gold Society. Estes said with a smile. New Foundation, Dominator. Tony looked at Estes with a hint of horror in his eyes. Look at the way you look, you seem to know what kind of organization the new Foundation is. Estes said with a smile. With a hint of solemnity in Tony's eyes, Tony didn't know what kind of existence the new Foundation was, but from the news he got from Lu Yu's, he could accurately know that the new Foundation was not a good organization. Natasha looked at Estes with a confused expression. You can't do anything to him, he's Odin's son. Tony said to Estes. Odin's son. Estes looked at Tony. Are you mistaken? There is more than one Odin in the heavens and all the worlds, and there are countless Odin who have been hunted, just one son of Odin. Estes said with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Hearing Estes' words, Thor's brain crashed instantly. Natasha and Tony were also breathless. What did they hear? Odin was also their hunting target. And there is more than one Odin who hunts. Chapter 119. What are you kidding? Thor was the first to not want to admit such a thing. His father Odin's reputation can be said to be the existence of the 9 realms of Megatron. How could he be the prey of a hunting organization? She must be lying. Thor looked at Estes deadly, trying to see if Estes was talking about the wilderness, but in the face of Thor's note release. Estes said calmly, lying, is it necessary to lie for the weak? Hearing Estes's words, except for Thor, Natasha and Tony fell silent, though it felt very ridiculous. But their instincts told them that Estes wasn't lying, and it was clear that it was true. I want to know, what are you trying to do with Thor? Asked Tony as he turned to Estes. Hearing Tony's words, Estes smiled. What if you know what you can do about this kind of thing? I just want to study him, his body, his strength, and his untapped divinity. Estes said with a smile. Countless frosts surged, and the heavens and the earth turned a silvery white color. The temperature in the air became colder and colder, as if the whole world was frozen, and it became like a snow and ice. Hey, it doesn't seem too late for me to come. A voice rang out. Gwen. Gwen appeared in her own spider suit. Tony instantly recognized Gwen. It's not a strange thing for Tony to recognize Gwen. At the same time, Tony's heart tightened. Looks like this world really exists, Celestial Merchant. Compound number 5. Estes looked at Gwen with a hint of surprise. By the way, this also sat back and looked at the identity of Lu Yu's heavenly merchants. Although it is said that it is no longer necessary, it seems that there is no problem in doing so. You know Compound 5? Gwen asked, looking at Estes. It's too weak. Estes looked at Gwen and said lightly. I didn't know until I hit it. Gwen attacked directly at Estes. The force of the rage is directed at Estes. Estes looked at Gwen, and in an instant, countless cold ice surged, and Gwen was instantly frozen in front of Estes. You can't even make me get serious. Estes said slowly, looking at Gwen who was frozen. Curry stick. A voice sounded. The black-red pillar of light rose into the sky and instantly fell towards Estes. Estes' figure disappeared in an instant. Artoria. Estes said as he looked at Gertie in surprise. Darker looked at Estes seriously. You're not her, and you're not her. Estes shook his head and looked at Gertie. You resemble them, but you're not them. Estes said slowly. I am who I am, let go of Gwen. Darker looked at Estes and said in a deep voice. Hear Dark's words. Estes smiled, do I know who you are, the blackened version of King Arthur. Hearing Estes's words, Tony and Natasha glanced at each other, they never thought that this 3-0 girl would have such a big background. King Arthur? And then, said Darker, looking at Estes in a deep voice. Interesting, he must be interested. Estes smiled and looked at Gertie. So that's it for today's sake, for his face's sake. Estes said with a smile. You can't take this thing with you. Dole looked at the immortal lizard and said to Estes. Estes looked at Gertie. Just because you and him are one and the same thing that I let you go doesn't mean I'm really afraid of you. Estes said in a deep voice. Black Dumb didn't speak, he looked at Estes, but just held the black holy sword at Estes from afar. If you read a violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Natasha and Tony look at Gertie. It seems that this Estes seems to be very jealous of the black nerd. Estes looked at Dark, and then smiled, forget it, this time it's fine, I'll come back, but next time, it's not that simple. Hearing Estes' words, Tony and Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. Next time he will come to you personally, hoping that the person behind you will keep you. Estes said with a smile. Then it disappeared in place. It left everything frozen. Tony and Natasha were also relieved. After Estes left, Gwen struggled out of the ice. What about the enemy, said Gwen looking at the invisible Estes. You're gone, shouldn't you tell me why you're here, asked Tony angrily at Gwen. Hey, hey! Gwen laughed twice. Now is not the time to talk about that, let's contain that thing first. Natasha said in a deep voice. Her words were not so optimistic. Listen to what Estes said, she will be back, and next time it will not be so simple. This time it's for the sake of Dark's face. It's not that Silly is the one he is talking about. That's why Estes didn't really do it. Estes's character, Natasha, already has an approximate idea after a short period of contact. Strong, brutal, and arrogant. But when talking about him, it was obvious that Estes was very jealous. Even if the strength of the black idiot was not as good as her, she didn't dare to do it easily. It's a bit of a rat-throwing trap. Natasha felt a little tired as she looked at the frozen immortal lizard, now was the best chance to contain it. Thor is still in the grip of a deep blow. In particular, the words that Estes said had a big impact on Thor. Even big outrageous. He never imagined that his father would become the prey of others and the object of hunting. For Thor, the impact was bigger than the sky falling. Dumb glanced at Gwen and vanished into New Mexico in a flash of light. Lu Yuz looked at the emotional points of his harvest. Although it is not much, the follow-up influence is the real head. Especially after Thor returned to Asgard. At that time, the emotional value brought is massive, and even if there is none, it is for the sake of laying the groundwork for the appearance of the gun stupid. There must be a few people in the new foundation who can hold up the scene, and gun stupidity is undoubtedly one of Lu Yuz's choices. Chapter 120. The seeds have been planted, just waiting to take root. Lu Yuz thought with a smile on his face. For Lu Yuz, it was all worth it, and now Lu Yuz's emotional value has reached more than 90 million. However, these emotional values at present, it's not bad, it's just not bad advanced lottery plus the ability to orient. At most, it will be 40 consecutive draws. Now that the cards in Lu Yuz's hand are enough for the time being, he won't prepare for the lottery first. Gotham City, with its simple people. After experiencing the baptism of the alien beast, it is clear that the people who still live here in Gotham City are people who are not afraid of death and have an adventurous spirit. Very good, it's very Amica, and it's also very free to cook. Alfred, is there anything strange going on in Gotham right now? is there anyone in the 950 who is secretly collecting contaminated creatures? Bruce said to Alfred. Young master, there aren't many strange things happening in Gotham now, and there are people selling contaminated creatures on the black market. Alfred said in a deep voice. Hearing Alfred's words, Bruce was somewhat silent. As the saying of Das Kapital, as long as there is something profitable, even at the risk of being executed, someone will do it. This is clearly the case with the black marketeers who sell contaminated creatures. There was a huge stake, and Bruce couldn't stop it. On the contrary, because of the contaminated creatures, people bought and sold for a lot of money. The underground of Gotham City is all in chaos. Because the polluted creatures are fighting, it's not once or twice that this kind of thing happens. It sounds strange, but it's actually quite normal. That's what George used. In front of money, there is no enemy, and George is the same. The most polluted creature that has been provided to George is actually the Falcone family. You must know that this family also sent their own family's butcher to try to deal with George's. But now it is George's largest supplier. Crazy, a bunch of madmen. Batman said very tiredly. If before, Batman was still sticking to his bottom line, then now, Batman is a little unable to hold on. The darkness of the human heart, although Batman has long understood and even understood, but when he really saw this scene, Bruce still felt a sense of hopelessness and powerlessness that he had never felt before. George can't be found, and then there's a steady stream of enemies. Know that the psychic is not just his enemy, but the enemy of everyone. The Zakang on the side was eating and drinking in Wayne Manor, and in the past few days, Zakang felt that he had lived in vain in the previous decades. Sure enough, the happiness of a rich man is not something that a poor man like him can imagine at all. Why do you have to find George? Is there a possibility that George is just a puppet, the real enemy you haven't seen yet? Zakang said to Bruce as he sipped his drink. Hearing Zakang's words, Bruce looked at Zakang. Although I don't know George, I heard you say that he is just an ordinary person. To put it bluntly, he is an agent, a puppet, and the real mastermind behind him is those who don't know about it. Zakang said slowly. Even if you catch George, then it's the same for someone behind him. This is not another place, this is Gotham. I think there are many people who would prefer to replace George's existence, right? Said with a smile as he raised his glass. Hearing Zakang's words, although Bruce didn't want to admit it, he had to say that this bastard said a lot. From the beginning, he was attracted to George, forgetting that George was just an ordinary person. Perhaps because of Catwoman, Bruce lost his usual calmness and just stared at George, forgetting that George was just a puppet. Even if George is caught, it is a palliative existence that does not cure the root cause. It's a big deal that the person behind the scenes is changing an agent. As Zakang said, this is Gotham, and good people are hard to find. But when the bad guys go down the street, 9 out of 10 are bad, and 1 is super bad. Especially at this point in time. If you read a violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. After experiencing the baptism of the alien beast, the scum who remained in Gotham can be said to be the scum among the scum. Do you have a way to find out who is behind the scenes? Said Bruce as he looked at Zakang. Yes, but you still need a medium. Zakang touched his chin and said, looking at Bruce's good food and drink in the past few days. Zakang decided to help Bruce. Follow me. Bruce said to Zakang. Zakang put down his glass and followed Bruce to the Batcave. In addition to various high-tech equipment, there is also the corpse of a strange beast. Although it looks unrecognizable and has been disassembled, it seems that Batman has studied these abilities without a lot of research. Very good material. Zakang didn't expect Bruce to have the corpse of an alien beast. Then wait, I'll prepare. Zakang said to Bruce. There is one thing to say, Zakang is abducted and deceived, but he still has real skills. Of course, if he doesn't have some real skills, then Zakang is not at ease now. Especially after deceiving a few demon kings in hell, he also got a good deal. Although Zakang is a little bastard, but one thing has to be admitted, Zakang does have itself. With the casting of the spell of Zakang, Zakang traced back to the existence of the 5 shadow protectors from the strange beast. In Bruce's eyes, Zakang muttered a few words in place, and then carved a blood-colored altar. Found it. Zhang trembled and lit a cigarette, using the black magic 3.0 method, which is also a big burden for Zhang. He then told Bruce the address he had tracked. Bruce looked at the address given by Zhang and was stunned. This address is very familiar, even very familiar. Gotham Police Department. He never imagined that the Gotham Police Station, which was still being rebuilt, would become the base camp of those guys. Good guys, these Gotham Police Stations aren't just copies, they're boss lair. After knowing, Bruce didn't act impulsively. He knew that with his strength, he couldn't deal with those strange beasts, let alone the people behind the creation of strange beasts. Chapter 121. So who to turn to? Shield? Sounded the oolong of the American team last time, and Bruce didn't kill the American team in Gotham, which is worthy of Shield, and killing Bruce will not cooperate with Shield. So who else is left? Diana. It seems that she is the only one, and Diana's words are now in Boston, and there is no problem at all. As for the Super? As mentioned earlier, Bruce is still on alert for the Super League now, even hostile, for a very simple reason. Da Chao is not an Earthling, although Diana is a demigod, but she is also a native of the Earth, although she has the blood of a god. But for Diana, Bruce didn't have much repulsion. I'm waiting for 2 days. Bruce couldn't help but think. Now in addition to Diana, there is also Li Zinan, and the reason why Bruce wants to wait for 2 days is to see if Li Zinan can come back in time. 19. If he can't, then Bruce will have to act with Diana. As for Zhang, according to Bruce's understanding of Zhang, this guy will be thankful that he won't sell his teammates when the time comes, and how much he can't think of it. If you want Zhang to make a move,